Amidst the howling autumn wind, a notification chimes. Another good deed is done, and the merit points have just been deposited. While the staff hustled to move everything, the old man's eyes were fixed on the young man in front of him. He knew that if it weren't for Guoyun's help, this orphanage would have closed its doors a long time ago. The man didn't know how to thank him, but for Lin Guoyun, this was just another Tuesday. He told the man to think of it as just a good deed to increase his merit, nothing to worry about. And he wasn't kidding, either. This was all about raising his merit score. Congratulations, you've earned 500 merit points. His current balance? A cool 1,151,143. The system display vanished. This young man is Lin Guoyun, no house, no car, and his parents are long gone. With the system locked, he returned to his apartment building. Uncle Lu saw him coming and knew exactly what he'd been up to. He figured Guoyun was out doing good deeds again. After all, it was his parents' last wish for him. Lin Guoyun, 18 years old, male, bound to the merit system. He pushed the door open and stepped into his room. Guoyun still had the habit of greeting his parents, but now only silence answered him. 2 years ago, they left him with a system and a cryptic message before disappearing without a trace. When the blood moon hangs high, a great calamity will appear. In this sea of suffering, only merit offers salvation. He'd been doing good deeds for 2 years, ranking first globally in merit points, yet his usable balance remained stuck at a solid 0. He slammed his glass onto the table. From the very beginning, Lin Guoyun had no idea what these merit points were even good for. Suddenly, the water in his glass flashed red, startling him so badly he fell right out of his chair. He whipped his head around to look outside. The moon had turned a terrifying, blood-red color. What in the world was happening? Standing before the crimson-soaked scene, Lin Guoyun turned around, and a system screen materialized right behind him. Congratulations, you have received the qualifications for the original Sin game. The first instance will open in 24 seconds. The original Sin game? What the hell was that? He reached down, touching the red-stained floor. Guoyun yanked his hand back in shock. His fingertips were coated in something that looked and felt exactly like blood. This was all too real. All of a sudden, the text beneath his feet began to fade. The very space around Lin Guoyun started to twist and transform. What now? A blinding light flashed before his eyes, cutting through the crimson space and overwhelming the young man. When he could finally focus again, the merit system interface was right in front of him. It had detected a low-level system prohibition card. A new message appeared. Successful integration with the original Sin game system. His spending function was now unlocked. Usable balance: 1,151,143. He instinctively slapped both hands against his own handsome face. Lin Guoyun forced himself to stay calm, telling himself over and over that this was not the time to freak out. After the system integration, the invitation from the original Sin game popped up in his system's email. The countdown was still ticking. It seemed there was no escaping being dragged into this game. He stared at his phone, having no clue what was going on, but Lin Guoyun knew he had to figure out one thing first: what this monstrosity was. He quickly started searching for original Sin game online. Just then, the phone in his hand began vibrating like crazy. A new message? In that instant, a massive red warning filled his screen. Alert. You are searching for the keyword original Sin game. If you yourself have received an invitation to the game, please visit the page below to check the relevant information. If you heard this term from someone else, please contact us immediately. He couldn't believe it. This game already had an official website, apparently run by some government agency. This thing had been around for a while. The site's first message was chilling. Please believe in the real existence of the original Sin game. The Bureau of Human Safety and Security exists to actively respond to this situation. It warned that inside the game, players would encounter monsters and events that defy science and common sense. The instructions were clear. Prioritize your own safety above all else. While ensuring your survival, try your best to complete the mission, because if a mission fails, it will bring about unimaginably severe consequences. But completing missions could grant rewards, special functions, and even the power to make your thoughts reality. The outcome of this game doesn't just affect your life. Good luck. Staring at that grim message, Lin Guoyun could only let out a small smirk. A game full of monsters and supernatural phenomena. And failure carries serious consequences, huh? But if he completes the missions, he gets rewarded. Risk and opportunity, hand in hand. And his system card had already integrated. It seemed his starting point was much higher than everyone else's. He had to live. No matter what awaited him tomorrow, Lin Guoyun had to survive. Under the sky's red glow, the young man quickly put on a set of clothes covered in chains, giving himself a tough look. He'd spent the last few days gathering supplies, food, water, warm clothes, and basic medicine. He buttoned up his shirt, getting ready. He glanced down at the pile of junk, a complete mismatch for his own sharp look, but felt absolutely nothing. Suddenly, right before his eyes, the bag erupted in a strange light, warping the very space around him. What now? A system prompt appeared. 15 minutes until the game starts, players should enter the prep area. Before Van could say a word, the system sucked him right in. A little heads up would have been nice. What a mess. When Van opened his eyes again, he found himself sitting at a table, completely disoriented. He wasn't alone. Around him were all sorts of people, men, women, old, young, a total random mix. Just then, unable to bear it, an old man beside him collapsed to the ground, crying out the name Ji Hui. Seeing the poor man's distress, Van's good nature kicked in, and he rushed over to check on him. But then, a sharp knock cut through the noise. Everyone stopped, turning to see who made the sound. A man rested his chin on his hand, scowling as he drummed his fingers impatiently on the table. Are they all just newbies this time? He grumbled. Has anyone played before? Wait, this wasn't his first time? Could all that stuff online be real? The man's tapping on the wooden table grew louder, more intense. Of course, this wasn't the first time this guy had played the game. Not even close. Everything on that website was true. Become a player in the original Sin game, and you play once a week. Hearing this, Van and all the other players were stunned. Once a week? The veteran's hand slammed down again, this time hard enough to actually crack the old table. That's right, he said. This is a life or death game, every week, from now until you're dead. Faced with the man's grim warning, Van could only clasp his hands together, lost in silent thought. This big guy looked terrifying. But really, he was just showing off, bragging about how he'd cleared the game before. If he just flattered him a bit, maybe he could squeeze out some useful information for later. So, Van clapped his hands together, his entire expression shifting into a goofy smile as his voice went up an octave. A strong expert like you must have no problem with these things. Since you're so experienced, could you maybe teach us rookies a little something? Van's flattery worked like a charm. The man's ego swelled, a smug, self-satisfied grin spreading across his face. Experience? Yeah, I've got a little, he boasted, glancing at the terrified old man and the eager-looking kid. This was his chance to really show off how skilled he was. First off, his #1 rule was, don't get involved in other people's business. Your own life is all that matters. After that, you need to throw out every single thing you think you know. None of it applies in here. Ghosts, monsters, and all kinds of demons will show up in the original Sin game. And each game has very special rules. If a player breaks one of those rules, they'll die even faster than if they ran into a monster. Hearing this, Van put a hand to his chin, thinking, rules. He was pretty sure he'd read about that online. The post said the unbreakable rules are different for every single game, making everything wildly unpredictable. Just then, a white-haired girl in the room spoke up. I just received a notification. The newbie shop has been unlocked. You guys know what that is? As she spoke, a system message appeared. It turned out the girl was telling the truth. They all got the notification. The brawny guy just waved it off casually. Go ahead and look, but don't get too excited about it. You need achievement points to buy things, and you don't get any until after you clear the first game. His words just made everyone even more confused. Finally, a large man couldn't take it anymore and blew up. What's the point of a shop if we can't buy anything? Is this trash system just messing with us? This isn't a game. At that moment, the old man timidly raised a shaky hand toward the veteran, his voice weak as he spoke. Those achievement points? Is it possible to buy them with money? The veteran just smirked at the question, looking down on the old man. Buy them with money? Seriously? You're still dreaming like a teenager. I heard it takes an ancient artifact with spiritual energy to get even 1 point. A nearby teenager's lips began to tremble, his face scrunching up as he tried hard not to cry. Van's face, however, suddenly lit up like he'd just seen the morning sun, wondering why he's so happy he can barely hold it in. That's because his system is popping off with a notification. Exchange merit for achievement points? The trade ratio is 1 to 10. And just look at this. People a 1 to 10 ratio when Guoyun's current merit is 1,145,143. He couldn't even count that high using all his fingers. Doesn't that mean he can exchange for hundreds, thousands, even tens of thousands? After running the numbers, it comes out to over 114 million. He truly had no words to describe sitting on a mountain of cash. Only now did Guoyun understand how his merit points were meant to be used, and he almost wrongly blamed the system. After a moment of silence, a new black notification panel appeared in front of him. Open the novice shop? Right before his eyes, Items started appearing one by one: a 3-star rudimentary potion for 150 achievement points a bottle, a 10-star heart cleansing pill for 200 points, and a 3-star invisibility talisman for 500 points per bottle. There was a 1-star healing potion for 300, a 10-star demon suppression talisman for 1,000, and even a 1-star white tiger seal for 30,000 points. Based on the exchange rate, he only needed to spend a few thousand merit points to buy out this entire shop. With a snap of his fingers, Guo Yun made his decision. System: exchange 10,000 merit points. With the transaction complete, he received 100,000 achievement points. His remaining merit now at 1,141,143. With just a wave of his hand, Guo Yun collected the 3-star rudimentary potions and the 10-star heart cleansing pills, the 1-star white tiger seal, the 10-star demon suppression talisman. He stuffed every last one of them into his inventory. All of it was done in the blink of an eye. At that same moment, outside the ancient house, eerie singing echoed in the air. It's a good time of year again, for a joyous ghost wedding. Hearing that melodic singing, everyone in the house couldn't help but shiver. Why would anyone be singing outside at this hour? 2 lanterns over there just lit up. Hearing this, the burly man slammed his hand on the table, roaring for everyone to be quiet. His face grew serious. This could only mean one thing: the game was about to begin. You idiots. Over in a dimly lit room, the figure of a bride in a red dress appeared. Along with her came that incessant, haunting song, echoing in the dead silence. Red wax, white candles, tears run dry. The bride's dowry never returns. Just then, a large notification screen popped up in front of all the players, startling every single one of them. The mission was called Ghost Marriage. The condition to clear it: survive until the ghost wedding in the mountains is over. After the announcement, the sounds of drums and horns erupted from outside, mixed with the lively noise of people eating and laughing. But there was something off: a distorted, savage quality to the celebration. Seated at a banquet table in this ghost wedding, the players could only tremble and watch their surroundings while others happily ate and chatted. That's when the silver-haired girl slowly glanced over at the feast table behind her. A mob of ghosts swarmed the food, tearing into it like they'd never eaten before. For that, they all lost 10 elegance points. Seeing this display, the girl was utterly speechless. What in the world was wrong with these people? They just seemed off, in a creepy way. Hearing the sarcastic remark from the person in front of him, the burly man just crossed his arms and nodded grimly. No matter how wrong or bizarre this place feels, don't pay it any mind. Don't ask questions. The more curious you are, the faster you die. Just as he finished speaking, the figure of an old man with bulging eyes stepped forward. The sight sent a chill down the spines of Guo Yun and the person beside him. Why aren't our esteemed guests touching their food? At that moment, Guo Yun's eyes darted nervously behind him as he swallowed hard. The aura coming off this old man was just too terrifying. No matter how hard they tried, they just couldn't see him as a living person. The girl with glasses was shaking, grabbing the burly man's shoulder as if about to cry. "Uncle, what are we supposed to do now?" Even the burly man, trying to act calm, couldn't stop the sweat from soaking his shirt. "Just ignore him. We'll wait and see what he does." But that was just the burly man's assumption. The old man's face twisted, his expression growing more and more distorted with rage. "You insolent punks! An elder asks you a question and you don't even bother to answer? On such a joyous day, you guests refuse to give us face? Someone, pour the wine, now." As soon as he gave the order, all the other guests at the venue stood up and approached their table, wine cups in hand. Staring down at the glistening whole pig's head on the platter, Guo Yun just gulped. These villagers looked sickly and sallow, as if the whole village had hepatitis on top of severe malnutrition. So why in the world was the food on the table so lavish? More than half this food had to be bad news. There was absolutely no way they could touch it. 2 old women approached the handsome young man, their faces splitting into eerie smiles. "Young man, have a drink with us. Let me feed this lovely lady a bite. Open up." With meat and wine shoved right in his face, Guo Yun turned pale with fear. He clamped his mouth shut, refusing to open it one bite, and he knew it'd be all over. And he wasn't the only one suffering. Everyone else at the table was getting the same aggressive hospitality from the villagers. "Come on, eat." An old man at the table finally snapped. He yelled, "Fine, I'll drink. Is that what you want? Stop nagging me like a starving leech." And really, with 2 little kids offering him a drink while showing off their bear, with one hand, the old man grabbed the bowl of wine and downed it in a single, swift gulp. He then shakily held out the empty bowl to the kids as proof. "See, little ones? I drank every last drop." But as soon as the words left his mouth, a bizarre sensation shot through his entire body. His eyes rolled back, bloodshot veins popping. Foam began to bubble from his lips as his skin turned a deathly blue. In seconds, he collapsed to the ground, convulsing violently. Seeing this, the villagers just started snickering. He got drunk after just 1 cup? What a lightweight. How can someone with such low tolerance dare to show up at a feast? What a total amateur. Meanwhile, a young woman rushed over to the poor old man. His pupils were dilated, and his veins had turned black. He'd been poisoned. It was just as she suspected. The food and wine at this place were definitely trapped. The original Sin game was absolutely crawling with danger. One careless mistake and you're dead for real. Just then, a system notification flashed before his eyes. He had triggered a special mission. Save a life. He could choose to help another player, with a successful rescue granting him merit points. A special mission in a place like this? Guo Yun glanced back at the others who were still being pressured. They showed no reaction at all. It seemed his merit system had activated only for him. Right then, the girl with the glasses cried out to Dahan, "Sir, what are we going to do now? Please, save him." Hearing this, the big guy finally lost his patience, shoving the girl away with one hand. He snapped, "I told you not to touch anything." He brought this on himself. Trying to save him will just get other people killed. If you want to be a hero, go right ahead. I couldn't care less. Listening from the side, Guo Yun simply adjusted his sleeves and stepped forward. If that's the case, then I'll be the one to save him. The heart purification pill, refined from pure heart, licorice flowers, and pure water, cleanses all toxins and can cure any common poison. Seeing the item in his hand, Guo Yun let out a small smirk. Looks like the medicine he bought in the beginner's shop was about to come in handy. Without wasting another second, Guo Yun popped the heart purification pill into the old man's mouth. The fragrance was so intense it made everyone turn their heads to look. Seeing Guo Yun's actions, the big man behind him couldn't hide his shock. A pill like that is definitely not some common item. But isn't this kid supposed to be a newbie in this game? Prying open the old man's mouth, Guo Yun made him swallow the pill. In less than a minute, a brilliant light enveloped the old man's body. The dark purple marks left by the poison began to slowly disappear. To think he could cure such a potent poison in the blink of an eye. Truly extraordinary. With that, Guo Yun helped the old man to his feet. "Are you all right?" Although his breathing was still weak, the old man managed to thank the young man beside him. "If it hadn't been for you, this old man would have certainly died right here." As he smiled, glad the old man was okay, Guo Yun was suddenly startled by countless gold coins raining down on his head. Special mission. Save a life. Completed. Mission details. Save the poisoned Chen Yuquan. The reward is 7,770. 7 merit points. Whoa, check that out. It really was a special mission. Saving a life is truly the greatest good deed, and the merit points he got were insane. But hold on. On the screen, Guo Yun noticed something else, a mission reminder. What in the world was this mission reminder? The ghost marriage in the mountains. Mission 1. Survive until the ghost marriage ritual ends, for a reward of 100 achievement points. Mission 2. Rescue the bride, Bai Ling, for 3,000 points and plus 3 shop items. Mission 3. Steal the statue of the Third River Underworld matron for a reward of 5,000 achievement points. That also came with 1 bonus clearance shop item. And Mission 4. Find the truth of the ghost marriage ritual for 5,000 achievement points. Look at that, it's a whole series of missions. In other words, this game has other goals besides just pure survival. So that was it. The basic mission was the simplest, but the reward was also the smallest. To get more rewards, he had to complete the hidden missions himself. While Guo Yun didn't lack achievement points, more shop items could rapidly increase his strength. Every single one of these missions was worth the risk. Just then, after a moment of observation, the silver-haired girl spoke up coldly. "Has anyone noticed where all the villagers have gone?" When he finally looked around, he realized they were completely alone. The others must have slipped away while everyone was focused on the old man. But where they went was anyone's guess. Hearing that, the arrogant kid stomped forward and sent a chair flying with a furious kick. Yeah, this was definitely not going to be good. He snarled, "We can't just sit here and wait to die." Seeing the kid about to do something reckless, the big guy tried to stop him, telling him not to act rashly. But what did he expect? An arrogant brat like him wasn't about to listen. He planted a foot on the door, pulling with all his might to get it open. But for all his effort, the kid couldn't make it budge. That's when the big guy shoved him aside with a single, powerful hand. "I told you, don't do anything useless. Didn't you understand me? Or are you just trying to get yourself killed right now?" While those two were arguing, Guo Yun finally spoke up. He felt the kid had a point. The villagers were clearly hostile. Doing nothing was a death sentence. "But we have no clues," the big guy argued. "How does Guo Yun know going out isn't a trap?" "You're wrong. he replied. "We have a natural ally. She'll have the information we need." Who on earth could that be? At that moment, inside the bride's waiting room, a young woman's figure appeared. And who was Guo Yun talking about with such confidence? Who else but the bride herself? Pointing towards the room glowing with red candlelight, Guo Yun's voice was filled with certainty. In a ghost marriage, the bride is always the sacrifice. She'd definitely be willing to help them. But even with Guo Yun's reasoning, the big guy was skeptical, crossing his arms and leaning against the wall. What if the bride herself is a ghost? He wasn't about to risk his life on a hunch with zero proof. If that's the case, whoever wants to go can go. I'm staying put. Hearing this, the young kid stood up, brushing the dust off his clothes. If the big guy is scared, then Guo Yun and I will go. The girl with him noticed something odd. The look on the young man's face, it was so certain. He must know something they didn't. If that's the case, I'll go too. The old man also tried to follow, but Guo Yun stopped him. You should stay here, sir. It's better if you rest and conserve your strength. Standing between two different choices, the girl with glasses looked back and forth, unsure who to follow, but finally decided to stick with the older man. Compared to a teenager playing his first game, experience seemed like the safer bet. Since she had decided, Guo Yun didn't force her. He walked over to the big guy, put a hand on his shoulder, and said, "Take good care of them. We'll be back soon. If you run into real trouble, just scream for your life." With that said, the three of them set off. Guo Yun pushed the door open and they stepped inside. In front of them, sitting on the bed, was the bride in red, surrounded by paper effigies. The eerie scene sent a chill down all their spines. "There are paper people in the room," the girl whispered. Hearing this, Guo Yun realized the issue. It wouldn't be a ghost marriage without paper effigies. The bride here is not the problem. Even as he said that, Guo Yun slipped a hand into his pocket, his fingers fiddling with a small seal. He then stepped toward the bride and spoke. "Miss, we're just passers-by caught in this ghost marriage. We want to work with you to escape this village. What do you think?" In response to his question, the bride didn't move an inch. The room was deathly silent. Finally losing his patience, Guo Yun reached out and lifted the red veil from her head, only to be instantly terrified by what he saw. The bride was a paper effigy. He stumbled back, his face a mask of pure shock. Guo Yun couldn't believe his eyes. Why is it a paper person? Where's the real bride? The girl looked at the young man beside her, a seed of doubt planted in her mind. From what she'd observed, his actions were all based on the certainty that a real bride existed. But if this was his first game, how could he know things nobody else did? Something was definitely suspicious here. Just then, a notification panel appeared before Guo Yun. Rescue the bride, Bai Ling. Reward, 3,000 achievement points. He stroked his chin, thinking hard. Guo Yun was certain his system would never give him a false mission. And Bai Ling was clearly a person's name. Besides, a paper doll doesn't need rescuing. So where was the real bride? At that moment, the girl behind him sighed, then quickly began to search the room. "I'll check around," she said. "Maybe there's a hidden mechanism." And so, she moved through the room, tapping on walls, opening cabinets, and checking behind the lamps. Tapping tables, checking chairs, she examined everything without missing a single detail, even checking the floor and the ceiling. Her persistence paid off. Tapping around the room, she finally got to the bed where the paper bride sat and noticed something was off. And there it was, a faint sound, coming from directly beneath the paper bride's bed. It was a strange noise, unlike anything else in the room. Just that small clue was enough to bring a look of triumph to her face. She'd found it. If her hunch was right, there had to be a hidden space concealed within that very bed. Hearing this, Guo Yun, who was searching elsewhere, was startled and immediately turned his head to look. He crossed his arms, deep in thought. It was her, he remembered, who first figured out the villager had been poisoned, wasn't it? A brave girl with incredibly professional skills. Which meant one thing, she was definitely not as simple as she looked. Behind Guo Yun, the younger guy finally ran out of patience. He stormed forward, scooped the paper bride right up, and yelled, "Out of the way," before crudely tossing it onto the floor. Though the kid's rough move was a bit jarring, Guo Yun didn't say a word. He just quickly moved forward to join the other two. Working together, the three of them used all their strength to flip the heavy bed completely over. In less than 5 minutes, a panel on the bed suddenly popped open, revealing a deep, dark space within. It was pitch black, a cold mist instantly spreading out from the opening. They stared down into the hidden cellar, completely stunned. Seeing the look on his face, the other two turned to Guo Yun, waiting for him to make the next move. They had made it this far, so what was Guo Yun's plan? What else could it be? Of course, they were going down. And so, the three of them climbed down the long ladder into the cellar below, using candlelight to pierce the suffocating darkness. After a quick look around, the girl confirmed it. There was only one path leading forward from here. Well, only one way to find out. They moved on, guided by the dim candlelight. As the three walked in silence, the young guy suddenly stepped on something, jolting in surprise. The second he looked down, the young man was so terrified he fell right to the ground and let out a blood-curdling scream. It's a hand! There are human hands down here. After the boy's piercing scream, the girl calmly picked up the hand from the ground to inspect it. She wondered what all the fuss was about. She told him to calm down. The thing he stepped on wasn't real, it was just the hand of a paper effigy. What was there to scream about? But as her eyes scanned the floor, her expression soured. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. No matter how many times she counted, there were only 6. Could they possibly correspond to the paper figures on the surface? By now, the young man had calmed himself and bent over to examine the paper figures on the floor. He picked up a shattered leg piece with a look of disgust, muttering to himself, "Why are these paper figures so torn apart? Maybe they were just rejects, thrown down here because they were poorly made?" Guo Yun, however, noticed something wasn't quite right. He had a terrible feeling about this. Cold sweat started pouring down his face like rain. "Does anyone else see it?" he asked. "Don't these 6 paper figures look a little like the 6 of us?" He explained in ancient custom brides from wealthy families would always be given a dowry. But that dowry wasn't just jewels and treasure. It also included people. The 6 players, they were the dowry for this ghost wedding. Above ground, everything was fake. The fake bride, the fake wedding chamber, and so, a fake dowry. And if Guo Yun's theory was correct, this cellar was the real wedding chamber. As for these broken paper figures, they represented the final fate of all 6 players. Trapped down here forever, just like these paper effigies, a permanent gift for the spectral wedding. As the other 2 stood frozen in terror at his words, Guo Yun suddenly bolted, running forward with extreme urgency. They were completely out of time. They had to move, now. Any more delay, even for a second, would mean certain death. And so, the other 2 quickly grabbed their candles and scrambled after him. They had to find the real bride, and fast. Otherwise, something terrible was about to happen to the 3 outside. After running for their lives like they were being chased by ghosts, a brightly lit doorway finally appeared up ahead. The young man following behind was the first to spot it, pointing ahead. "Hey, guys! There's something over there." At that moment, Guo Yun and the girl also skidded to a halt. They were all standing before a large door in a terrifyingly silent chamber. His pale hand reached out and gave the massive door a push. Cracking it open, he peered inside, his voice trembling as he called out, "Bride?" Mustering all their courage, the 3 of them stepped inside. It was just as they had predicted. The real bride was actually lying here. The room was filled with red candlelight, and in the center lay the bride's stunningly red wedding dress. They slowly leaned in for a closer look. You have to admit, this girl is fearless, reaching out to pull the veil right off the bride's head without even a hint of hesitation. And would you look at that, it's not a paper bride like they thought. This is a real person. Her face still has color, and while she's not conscious, one thing is certain, she's still alive. But from her breathing, it's clear she's in a deep coma. Just then, Guo Yun steps forward to observe her, wondering if she can even be woken up. In her current state, however, there's no way any amount of shouting is going to bring her back. She's in a deep state of unconsciousness, with no telling when, or if, she'll ever wake up. At this point, Guo Yun turns to the young man behind him, telling him to get over and help so they can take turns carrying her out of this place. Just like that, the 3 of them spring into action without a moment's delay. One takes her head, another her torso, and the last her feet, moving with extreme caution. They slowly lift her off that large bed, finally managing to place the real bride on another bed outside the dark cellar. Both young men are panting from the effort. She was heavier than she looked. But before they can catch their breath, strange noises echo from outside. The sound of footsteps outside gets more and more frantic by the second. Of course, Guo Yun immediately realizes what's happening. Suddenly, the old man and the girl with glasses from before burst through the door, running into the bridal chamber before the trio's astonished eyes. Before anyone can say a word, the 2 newcomers, their faces masks of pure horror, begin desperately begging for their lives. Seeing their panicked state, Guo Yun can feel his own anxiety starting to rise. Why would they run in here? What in the world is happening just outside that door? By now, the faces of the 2 are completely pale, their eyes filled with terror, and their voices crack as they try to speak. "It's the villagers! The townspeople are coming to kill them. They saw them carrying hoes, sickles, and shovels. They're attacking anyone on sight, and the big guy stayed behind to hold them off so these 2 could escape and find help." Hearing this, A look of pure confusion flashes across Guo Yun's face. He glances at the girl next to him. Since there's no other way out, he figures they'll just have to take the bride and face whatever's coming, together. As Guo Yun's group gets the dire news, the big guy is outside, standing as the lone barrier against a mob of crazed villagers, holding back their assault. He's been using his powers non-stop, and the constant fighting has left him almost completely drained of energy. Even with a guardian spirit at his back, he's quickly running out of the strength needed to keep fighting. Sweat is just pouring off him like a waterfall. He might not have the power to take on this whole demonic mob, but he stands his ground with the unyielding spirit of a true senior. He takes heavy, ragged breaths as he gives the villagers one final warning. If they dare take one more step, the demonic emissary behind him will strike, and they have no idea just how brutal it'll be. He tells them to be smart and just walk away. But did he really think this mob of lunatics was going to listen? His words only make them angrier as they charge forward, ready to tear apart anyone in their path, and that includes the big guy. Faced with the villagers' relentless charge, he has no choice but to brace himself. He lets his ghostly emissary loose, sending the entire crowd flying with a single, devastating swing of its sword. Witnessing this scene, along with the emissary's absolutely epic form, Guo Yun freezes. Could this be the power granted by the original Sin game? So insanely cool. But before Guo Yun can be impressed any further, the emissary suddenly spins around and slashes its own master across the back. A piercing scream of agony rings out as the man's face turns pale as a ghost. Unbelievable. Was that some kind of backlash? How could a spirit possibly dare to attack its own host? Still stunned by the ghost's actions, Guo Yun looks at the man's broad back and realizes something is terribly wrong. All those old scars. Could this be the terrible price for using the ghost emissary's power? The very moment he thinks this, a system notification pops up. Congratulations, host. You have unlocked the Weird Ecology Guidebook. The Phantom Pain Ghost Emissary fragment has been unlocked, opening 9 new pages in the guide. Guidebook rewards can now be collected. The system urges the host to continue his efforts. A remnant class fragment, a shard of a demon born from pain, it exists solely for pain. Reading the message, a cold shiver runs down Guo Yun's spine. This thing takes pleasure in torturing others. It can attack using a long whip, and with every single strike, it inflicts a certain amount of damage back onto its user. Over on the side, the man is still frantically using his ghost emissary to drive back the insane villagers. And the girl with the glasses is getting quite a show, her eyes sparkling with nothing but pure admiration. That shadowy figure was seriously impressive. Da Han was on a whole other level. As the others praised his incredible skill and his demonic familiar, only Guo Yun knew the truth. Using that kind of power always comes with a price. He couldn't hold out for much longer. Unable to just stand by, Guo Yun turned and grabbed the old man in front of him. Hey, after you guys got into the room, did you happen to check out the courtyard? Find any way to get out? Hearing this question, the old man seemed to realize something. As a matter of fact, yes. There's a low wall on the west side. We might even be able to climb over it. Without another word, Guo Yun and the others immediately turned and made a run for it. Of course, he didn't forget to yell for Dahan, brother, head west. Now. At his words, the villagers became even more frenzied. Block them, don't let a single one escape. Just like that, carrying the real bride in his arms, they all fled from the savage mob. But the girl wasn't very strong, and one of the villagers quickly targeted her for an attack. In that instant, the silver-haired girl beside her shot out a leg, slamming a powerful kick right into the man's chest. A quick glance behind her revealed another one was already closing in. As its claws swung toward her, she simply ducked under the attack, then used both hands to flip the creature onto the ground. But she wasn't done yet. She lunged forward, using her impossibly long legs to deliver a brutal kick right to the man's groin. Family jewels? Completely shattered. Just watching made Guo Yun and his companion flinch. They could feel that guy's pain. Yep, those were definitely destroyed. After taking care of business, the girl just casually dusted herself off. Don't just stand there gawking. Let's go. Her words snapped everyone out of it, and they quickly forgot about the broken eggs and kept running. However, they were soon cornered. What now? Dahan was nearly at his limit. His demon only had about 3 attacks left in it. But don't worry. Where there's a will, there's a way. Guo Yun pulled a small talisman from his robes. Just watch me work. At these words, Dahan could feel his own demon trembling violently, and he whipped his head around to stare at the young man with utter disbelief. The talisman in the boy's hand was radiating immense power, so much that even the demon was shaking with fear. Who in the world was this kid? What kind of identity was he hiding? Wasting no time, Guo Yun crouched slightly and began chanting an incantation. He recited ancient words of power, invoking divine masters and talismans of old to purge all evil walking corpses, and wicked souls would all be burned to ash. As he finished murmuring the words, the talisman erupted in a brilliant light. Guo Yun then hurled it straight forward. "Evil, begone! Obey the command!" A volley of talismans shot towards the villagers, and an instant later, a raging inferno of red light engulfed the entire mob. Watching the villagers writhe in agony within the massive flames, Dahan and the others let out a collective sigh of relief. That talisman is insane. "Hey kid, you got any more of those? Finish them off." Hearing the man's plea, Guo Yun remained silent for a moment, his eyes fixed on the fire. These are demon-suppressing talismans, meant to drive out evil spirits. Though their bodies have been corrupted, they're still fundamentally human. These charms can't completely destroy them. Hearing that, the smile on Dahan's face vanished, replaced by pure anxiety. "So what are we supposed to do now? Just stand here and wait to die?" But a confident smirk spread across Guo Yun's face. That being said, everyone needs to stick to the original plan. With that, he took off in a sprint, then launched himself up onto the high wall in a flash. Is there any other escape route besides this? Come on, old man, hurry up. By now, the villagers' footsteps were growing more frantic. Armed with hoes and shovels, they searched everywhere, determined to find the 6 of them. Seizing the moment while 2 villagers were busy searching another area, a hand slowly emerged from the haystack behind them. Instantly, the girl and Dahan burst out of hiding. They each grabbed a villager in a chokehold, making them gasp for air and struggle uselessly. They were completely powerless to resist. After choking them unconscious, Dahan scanned the area before dragging the villager's body out of sight. After dealing with the guards, the 2 of them entered the small room where the others were hiding. Staying put like this isn't going to work. The villagers are patrolling more and more. We need to get out of this place, and fast. At those words, while Guo Yun was deep in thought, the short man urged him on again. "So, where do we go now?" Hearing him, Guo Yun remained silent. At that moment, he still hadn't come up with a single plan. The ghost wedding was sabotaged and the bride was saved, but the ritual wasn't over. Not even close. Quavan knew he must have missed something crucial. Just then, the bride, still resting on the other girl's lap, slowly began to stir. The moment she moved, the girl with glasses lit up, shouting to the others, "Hey, I think the bride's waking up, you guys." As her eyes fluttered open, the first thing she saw was Quavan's face. "Are you all right? Do you remember what your name is?" In response to his question, the girl just staggered upright, clutching her head which was pounding with a splitting headache. "My name is Bark Lin. But where is this place? And who are all of you? You're connected to the ghost wedding. Do you know anything about what's going on?" Hearing this, the girl's face went completely pale. "A ghost wedding? I don't remember clearly. They just captured me a few days ago." She recalled being forced onto a palanquin by the villagers, with no idea why they had chosen her to be the bride. At this, Quavan, still sitting before her, couldn't hide his helplessness. "Miss Bike, if we don't stop this ritual, every single one of us will die. And as for you, your fate won't be any better. Are you sure you don't remember anything at all?" Faced with his relentless questioning, Bark Lin had no choice but to sit, hand on her chin, and rack her brain for any memory. And very quickly, something clicked. A sudden, jolting memory returned. "I remember now. That night, while the villagers were struggling to force the bride's dress on me, I overheard the village chief mumbling to some men, 'Is the path to the Nungnung temple clear? We can't afford to be late for the procession.'" Hearing that name, Quavan lowered his head in thought. The Nungnung temple? Could he mean the temple of the 3 rivers goddess? Quavan then turned his head back to his companions, a cold smirk on his face. It seemed if they really wanted to end this ghost marriage, they'd have to pay a visit to that ancestral hall and see for themselves. But hearing Quavan's casual suggestion, and thinking about the hordes of villagers hunting them outside, plus the ones likely guarding the hall, the young man couldn't help but panic. "Dude, are you insane? That ancestral hall is swarming with those freaky villagers. If we all go there, we're basically serving ourselves up to the demons on a silver platter." As for the teen's worries, Quavan had already thought it through. From his clothes, he pulled out a light blue talisman, instantly reassuring the others. "Don't worry, kid. Our methods are far more numerous than our problems." What Quavan held was an Anthen Fu, an invisibility talisman. Its charm conceals the body, transforms the self, making one an extraordinary phantom, unseen, unheard, unsmelled, unspoken. It grants invisibility to everyone within 5 meters for the duration of 3 incense sticks. Without another word, Quavan ignited the invisibility talisman, and a brilliant green flame erupted from it. There was one rule after using this talisman: if anyone touched something, or was touched by something, the invisibility would instantly break. so they had to be extremely careful. There was absolutely no room for error. Once hidden, Quavan slowly pushed the door open, and the entire group darted out from inside. They only had the time it took for 3 incense sticks to burn, so they had to move fast. After a short journey, they finally reached the ancestral hall. On the way, however, they ran right into one of the villagers. The younger guy shuffled to the side, waving a hand right in the man's face. When nothing happened, he was thrilled. "Dude, they really can't see us." Quavan cut him off. "Listen to this moron. Now shut up so the rest of us can think." And just like that, while the villagers patrolled the grounds, the invisible group made their way up the steps. Finally reaching the door of the ancestral hall, they didn't hesitate for a second, quickly slipping inside. The heavy doors swung shut behind them. Only then did Quavan let out a quiet sigh of relief. He was practically drenched in his own sweat. At that moment, the silver-haired girl came closer and pointed in one direction. "Behind the hall, there's a path leading up the mountain." Quavan knew. "All right, let's go." But before he could finish, he froze. Right there in front of them, a small book materialized out of thin air. It was the village gazette. Slowly reaching out to take the object, Quavan quickly opened it up to inspect its contents. The records inside noted that, 17 years ago, during the reign of the Dragon Emperor, a black rain fell, and no crops would grow. A great famine ravaged the land, and people began to resort to eating each other. Evil festered, growing stronger day by day. After reading the book, the 7 of them followed the path behind the hall up the mountain, helping each other ascend the steep, towering steps. Because she was still weak, Barshlin started to fall behind the group, but Quavan was not about to leave her. He turned back around, holding out his hand for her to grab. "Miss Bike, hurry, take my hand." "Model." As he pulled her to her feet, Guo Yun turned back to ask, "Hey Miss Bai, what exactly is this black nether rain from Ji village? Do you even know what it is?" At his words, Bai Ling's face went completely pale as she just shook her head, terrified. She explained that no one really knows. There are only rumors, things she's heard from many different people over the years. Those rumors all said the same thing: the Dragon Emperor was not a good man. Because he murdered his most loyal officials, the heavens grew angry, sending the black nether rain down as punishment. Just mentioning this made Bai Ling tremble. She'd only heard the rain was in Guangzhou recently, and took this detour specifically to avoid the infamous curse, to avoid getting caught. She never expected to run into those villagers instead. Talk about out of the frying pan and into the fire. But before she could finish, the young man with them decided it was the perfect time to start messing with Bai Ling. He put his hands on his head, stuck out his tongue, and tried his best to scare the girl. "Bet you didn't expect these mountains to be full of monsters and ghouls, did you?" For this little clown act, he got a heavy punch straight to the head, making him yelp and grab it in pain. The silver-haired girl had been getting fed up with his nonsense for a while. Of course, he just thought she was being difficult. Why did she have to hit so hard? Did she have any idea he was a future genius of the nation? Meanwhile, Guo Yun simply gazed up at the towering spire in the distance, lost in his thoughts. According to the people from Ji village, the temple of the matron goddess on this mountain was what protected their home from the black nether rain. But that protection came at a price, turning all the villagers into monsters, something neither human nor ghost. As they walked, Dahan suddenly threw his arm out, stopping everyone cold. The woman in glasses was confused. "Why are you doing that?" Dahan's face was drenched in sweat, his entire body trembling. "We're here," he stammered. Following his gaze, the group looked up to see a small shrine appear before them, its bleak aura sending shivers down their spines. The moment they saw it, everyone, Guo Yun included, could only stare with their jaws hanging open in complete shock. When had they even gotten here? This place was just way too creepy. Suddenly, the door in front of them creaked open. Dahan immediately snapped out of it, shouting at the kid to get moving. This was not something they could possibly handle by themselves. Not a chance. If they left right now, they might just survive. But his words had barely left his mouth when a figure stepped out from inside the temple of the matron goddess. A hand with nails that looked like they hadn't been trimmed in a year reached out and pulled the red door open. From within the hazy darkness, a powerful energy began to radiate endlessly from its body. A bone-chilling cold filled the air, followed by a demonic voice that whispered in their ears, "Since you've all come, don't you dare try to leave." That grotesque smile was enough to send Dahan into a full-blown panic. He had no other choice. He summoned his phantom servant to block the path as it cracked its whip at the creature. "I'm here, so you won't be attacking anyone." But unlike the bizarre villagers, his servant's whip had absolutely no effect on this thing. With just a single hand, the opponent easily snatched the whip, holding it tight so the servant couldn't pull it away. Its eyes grew more and more unhinged, a barbaric smile stretching from ear to ear. It mocked him, asking if he was trying to perform an exorcism. "Are you from the Rebirth sect?" At the strange question, Dahan just screamed and pointed forward, his phantom servant struggling beside him, desperately trying to pull its whip free. "What the hell is the Rebirth sect? I have no idea what you're talking about. Don't make stuff up." He readied a second attack, but the figure before him didn't even budge, its grip still locked tight on the servant's whip. It slowly raised its other hand, channeling an ability. "If you aren't from the Rebirth sect, then you must be from some other heretical cult." The creature's smile stretched even wider as its free hand summoned a small bowl out of thin air. "In that case, I won't be so polite with this little demon of yours." With that, the creature raised the bowl high. A massive gust of wind erupted from inside the tiny bowl, sucking the very soul out of Dahan's phantom servant. Seeing this happen in the blink of an eye, Guo Yun and the others were left completely and utterly speechless. It was unbelievable. To think it could suppress his phantom control envoy with a single wave of its hand? This evil sorcerer was dangerously powerful. In just one move, Dahan's phantom servant was violently dragged into the tiny bowl. The psychic backlash was so strong it sent Dahan to his knees, trembling as he clutched his head in agony. In less than a minute, the servant's soul was completely swallowed. No matter how much it struggled, the creature swiftly sealed the bowl shut. That demon Taoist's offering wasn't perfect, but it was still a rare yin artifact. The ghost mother goddess would surely protect him. Now that the ghost had been ripped from his body, the big man was completely broken, staring at the ground without a single word. He collapsed, utterly exhausted. Seeing this, the demon Taoist only grew more thrilled. With a twisted smile, he turned the crystal orb and stared down the mortals before him. "Judging by your outfit, you must be the bride for tonight, aren't you?" Hearing his words, Bai Ling flinched and stumbled backward, her body trembling as if all her strength had vanished. The terror finally broke her. She descended into madness, screaming for him to stay away, to not get any closer. Watching the desperate girl's every move, the demon Taoist simply stroked his chin, thinking, a body of ice and jade, with a divine soul hidden deep inside. In that moment, an even more delighted look crossed his face. To find such a treasure in a backwater place like this, the goddess Mingmu will certainly be pleased with me for this. While the demon was busy muttering to himself, Guo Yun could no longer stay silent. With one hand outstretched, he declared, "The goddess Mingmu is a divine being. Why on earth would she need a bride? This isn't some child's play." At those words, the demon Taoist whipped his head around, his voice turning several shades darker. "You dare interrupt this, master? You must have a death wish." By now, even Guo Yun was trembling with absolute terror. But he fought to calm himself, refusing to show his fear. He just had to stall for time. There had to be a way out. Stealing his resolve, Guo Yun suppressed his fear and pointed a hand toward himself. "He can talk all he wants, but the rest of this dowry won't be living much longer." A savage laugh rang out. That laugh was sharp and clear. "This little brat is surprisingly interesting. This Taoist master likes it." Taking a closer look, he realized the boy was wearing an incredibly bizarre set of clothes. A sudden chill shot up Guo Yun's spine. Before he could react, the demon Taoist's hand was already on his shoulder. He looked up at the man, whose entire body was radiating a freezing cold mist. "You know you're about to die, yet you still have the nerve to talk back? Such a sharp tongue. So, little brat, what is your name?" As the demon Taoist casually asked for his name, Guo Yun calmly pulled a hand from his pocket, placing it across his stomach with a sly smile. He claimed to be just a commoner. He explained that in his tradition, if you die without knowing why, your soul becomes a wandering ghost, lost in the wilderness forever. That's why he dared to ask the master for an explanation. The demon walked past him, a small fireball appearing in his palm. "So you're saying this is all to avoid becoming a wandering ghost? You want to know the truth about the Ming family ghost marriage? Is that it?" The flames in the man's hand grew more intense. Guo Yun swallowed hard and glanced back. The demon then crushed the soul in his hand, ignoring its desperate, agonizing screams. "Taoist master, I am in a very good mood today, so I'll be merciful and tell you everything." Under the clear moonlight, the demon's voice drifted like the wind, telling the whole story. The goddess Mingmu, of course, has no need for a ghost marriage. The ghostly bear Ming beast, the diamond guardian of the goddess, is the one who truly wants to be wed. And as for all of you in the dowry, you will become this Taoist's next meal. He produced a flag made of human bones, waving it directly at the people before him. "Don't worry, my little pets. When I kill someone, their soul is shattered completely. You won't have to worry about becoming wandering ghosts." With that single motion, the souls he had previously devoured erupted from behind him. They screamed mindlessly as streaks of ghostly light slammed into the ground all around the terrified youths. At this moment, the demon Taoist just turned his head slightly, a look of absolute pleasure on his face. He didn't care how they struggled to defend themselves. He was about to feast on their souls, and he was loving every second of it. Suddenly, from within the thick white smoke, a brilliant light shot out. It was quickly followed by more and more, lighting up the night. Realizing something was wrong, the demon Taoist spun around. What in the world was happening? For a split second, the demon Taoist was completely and utterly stunned. Before him stood the four youths, but alongside them was a massive tiger, its roar powerful enough to blow everything away. Standing before the cunning demon Taoist, Guo Yun held up a talisman, the great tiger standing guard right behind him. With his new protector on the scene, the kid dared anyone to even try getting close now. They'd be sorry. He collapsed to the ground, absolutely stunned by his savior's incredible style. Shaking and grinning, he told the others if they were scared, just go home. He honestly thought he was a goner just a moment ago. Looking up, he corrected himself, not little bro, but big bro. He'd saved his life yet again. Then Guo Yun held out the item in his hand for everyone to see. It was the white tiger seal. After that incredible display, his spiritual energy was down to 85%. Guo Yun then turned to the others and yelled, "Get out of here now, as far as you can." That single attack ate up 15% of his energy, so he knew he had to find a way to stall for time. Hearing this, the silver-haired girl just stared blankly at first, but it didn't take long for his words to register. She turned to go, but not before grabbing the other two with her. She knew staying here would only cause more trouble for him. "Everyone, let's go. Follow me." Meanwhile, the demon priest was completely frozen, awestruck by that power. A materialized spirit weapon that had to be a mid-grade artifact at the very least. But wait. He was so sure he hadn't sensed a single shred of spiritual power on this kid before. How was this possible? The demon priest pointed a finger right at the boy's face, demanding to know what kind of person he really was. Hearing such a clueless question, Guo Yun just burst out laughing. "Have you even been listening to a word I've said? Are those ears just for decoration? I told you already. I'm just a commoner from the outside. Priest, how about we keep talking? No need for us to fight, right? A little negotiation, maybe?" But the demon priest wasn't listening to a word of it. He clenched his fist and roared in absolute rage. "You have a lot of nerve, brat. How dare you insult me like that? Do you have any idea who I am?" After yelling, the priest thrust one hand out, whipping a flag down toward the ground. And just like that, a fireball shot forward, slamming hard into the golden tiger standing guard by Guo Yun. He didn't stop there. The demon priest then unleashed his vengeful spirit, Ghostfire. Soul after soul flew right at him at terrifying speed. Faced with this barrage, Guo Yun had seen enough. It was time to counter. The great tiger let out a single roar, and instantly, a protective barrier formed around them both. It blocked every last one of those filthy souls. The demon priest's mouth twisted into a cunning grin, his eyes going vacant as he laughed. "So you're just relying on a useless artifact?" Once he drained the artifact's energy, he planned to personally cut the tendons and peel the skin off that rotten little kid. Hearing this, a cold chill ran straight down Guo Yun's spine. He'd made a huge mistake. He'd let the cunning priest figure out his secret. As the relentless rain of souls attacked, Guo Yun could do nothing but frantically dodge and weave. If he didn't move fast enough, he'd be torn to pieces. His opponent was mercilessly blasting every inch of ground around him. Seeing the kid's pathetic struggle, the demon priest only grew more and more excited. His smile twisted into something insane as he glared at his unfortunate target. Driven by pure madness, he waved his flag wildly, releasing all the souls he'd trapped to swarm his opponent. "How do you like this? What's wrong, little brat? Not so chatty anymore? Why so quiet all of a sudden?" After dodging the endless barrage of attacks, the ground all around Guo Yun was riddled with craters. His body was at its limit. He leaned over with his hands on his knees, gasping for air. He was completely on the defensive. He knew he couldn't dodge forever against this monster. He had to regain control, and fast. No more backing down. Guo Yun shot back up to his feet, swung his arm wide and shouted the name White Tiger, and that's all it took. The massive white tiger behind him charged forward with a deafening roar. Its paws thundered toward the enemy as a warning. But this wasn't just a threat. The tiger immediately launched its attack. Its claws, as big as temple pillars, swung straight for the demon priest's face. It was a blow meant to smash him to a pulp, but a rock-solid barrier stopped it cold. The opponent was using the exact same trick Guo Yun had used earlier. A massive shield appeared out of nowhere, completely blocking the tiger's giant claws. What a total coward. Copying his moves really had no limits. But this priest clearly didn't care about things like honor. From behind his barrier, he was getting ready to laugh in the kid's face. "Did you really think I wouldn't be prepared for that move? You're still so green. Kids shouldn't play with adults, sweetie." But the reason the demon priest was so overwhelmingly confident wasn't just because of his own spiritual power. Just relying on a weapon's aura alone, even a mid-grade artifact couldn't break his soul banner. A hand with 5 razor-sharp claws curled in the air as the demon priest showed it off to everyone. Then he couldn't resist crushing the glowing light in his grasp. He'd used this evil spirit fire to forge his new weapon after killing Guo Yun. A delicious new meal and a fantastic new artifact. What could possibly be better than this? But as he was lost in his own hype, 3 golden talismans suddenly flew straight toward him. They exploded all around the demon priest, a series of loud bangs that definitely caught him off guard. Just then, the silver-haired girl rushed in, already holding several more of those talismans at the ready. Her eyes were locked on him, constantly searching for an opening to launch her next attack. In response to her assault, the demon priest just glanced over his shoulder and gave a contemptuous smirk. With one hand, he maintained his protective barrier, while with the other, he arrogantly wagged his finger at her. Why the rush, little girl? He knew she was getting anxious, but everyone has to wait their turn. She could have run to save herself, but instead she chose to walk right into the tiger's den. If she was in such a hurry to meet her end, then he wouldn't be polite about it. But while he was busy mocking her, casually threatening the girl's life, he was completely distracted. A small noise echoed from above, but lost in his own victory, he never noticed the cracks forming in his protective barrier. By the time he reacted, he looked up in horror to see the giant tiger smashing its way through his defenses. Under the immense pressure from the tiger and the talisman explosions, the green barrier began to fracture into pieces. The demon priest finally started to panic, but it was far too late. How could this be happening? At that exact moment, Guo Yun shouted from the back, "Now is the time." Hearing the command, the girl didn't hesitate, throwing 3 more talismans forward to combine with the great tiger's assault. The 2-pronged attack slammed into him, triggering a massive explosion that sent white smoke and debris flying everywhere. The demon priest, caught in the blast, still had no idea what those 2 had just pulled off. Standing to the side, Guo Yun wiped a bead of sweat from his face and let out a small smile. It looked like the demon priest's spiritual power had been completely drained by his artifact. Hearing this nonsense, the priest's eyes went wide with shock. Impossible. He was certain that only the Mingmu herself could affect him this way. Darling, if you don't know, you should just listen. Even a kid like Guo Yun knew that as long as the statue of Lady Mingmu was intact, his power would be limitless. Hearing these words, the demon priest practically jumped out of his skin. He stared at Guo Yun, completely baffled. How could he possibly know that? Who told him? In the 12th year of the Dragon Emperor, there was a sudden, catastrophic flood. Lady Mingmu's statue was swept away by the water, triggering a 3-month search. For every day it wasn't found, there was a 30-lash punishment. After they finally recovered it, the ghost weddings began. A great famine followed soon after. And for every 10 villagers, 3 or 4 ended up dead. So if you lose the idol, the punishment is just a whipping, right? But what about the other part? Didn't everyone's soul get wiped out? Just as Guo Yun closed the book, the old man came running out, holding the Mingmu statue in his arms. "I stole it. I'm the one who stole it." Seeing this, the demon priest was finally pushed over the edge. His eyes blazed red, and he gritted his teeth so hard they squeaked before charging forward without another thought. "You are dead." "Hey, priest, where do you think you're going? You dare lay a hand on my people? Now that you're out, you should learn to calm down." Faced with these words and the massive tiger, the priest knew he was outmatched, and reluctantly took a few steps back. He was still seething with rage, though, pointing a trembling finger at the young man and roaring, "You were trying to attract my attention from the very beginning, weren't you? What a cunning little rat." "Yeah, pretty much. But I wasn't just grabbing your attention now, it was the plan from the start." "Old man, what do you think of my plan? Was it perfect or what?" With a slight shake of his head, Guo Yun just smirked. When bad people keep a diary, they tend to reveal all their weaknesses. He then tossed the book he was holding onto the ground. Guo Yun turned back toward the old man, while his 2 companions cracked their knuckles, ready for a fight. They had tolerated this guy for far too long. He stood there for a moment, observing every detail of the statue in front of him, feeling a wave of emotion. Was this really the statue of Lady Mingmu? He slowly knelt down, reaching a hand out toward the idol. Suddenly, a notification sound echoed. "Mission complete. The ghost wedding of Mingjia has ended. Congratulations to the player for completing the game. Bonus rewards are being calculated. Please wait." The system then informed the young man that the game was officially over. The old man, however, didn't seem to understand, his hand still reaching for the nearby statue. Was it truly over? Helping the man to his feet, Guo Yun had to ask one more time just to be sure. The answer was yes. The game had truly ended. But when they both turned to the girl in glasses, she suddenly burst into tears. What's there to cry about? No one was seriously injured or lost their life. To the punk kid, This kind of useless display was nothing but bad luck. The moment he tried to step closer, the silver-haired girl shot him a cold glare, pulling her friend into a protective hug. That look alone was enough to make the kid throw his hands up in surrender. At that point, Guo Yun and the other girl looked down at the man on the ground, asking, "What's his condition?" From what she could tell, his vital signs had stabilized. He was simply unconscious for now. It was unlikely his life was in any immediate danger. Now that the game had concluded, Guo Yun wondered how much longer this space would even exist. Usually, the shutdown takes about 5 to 15 minutes, after which all surviving players are teleported back to their starting positions. Hearing this, Guo Yun shot a suspicious glance at the person behind him. His tone turned serious as he asked, "How do you know these things?" "That's a secret. You're not the only one with secrets, you know." Turning to the bride, the silver-haired girl's voice made her jump. "So what will you do now? Can you leave this place on your own? Does this mean my benefactors are leaving?" As she spoke, a strange sound echoed from nearby. A moment later, a chilling fog rolled out from the dark forest, and with it, an entire army on horseback charged toward them. They were completely surrounded. The warriors formed a wall, blocking their path and leaving the players utterly bewildered. Seeing this, the bride quickly spoke up to reassure them. "Benefactors, do not be afraid. This is my family. They have come to find me." Bai Ling was safe now. She wondered which of her father's generals had been sent to her aid. At her words, a man leaped down from his horse, placing a hand over his chest in a respectful salute. "Tiger and Leopard Cavalry, Captain Guo Yi, at your service, my lady. Forgive my late arrival, my crime is worthy of death." Seeing the general's dignified appearance, Guo Yun sighed in relief, completely missing the fact that his own hand was starting to fade. It seemed he no longer had to worry about her fate. It was only then that Guo Yun realized with a jolt that his hand was slowly disappearing. "Looks like there's no chance for a proper farewell. Goodbye, new bride." And just like that, before Bai Ling and her men, 6 columns of red light shot into the sky as the players vanished into thin air. As they disappeared, the general beside her was baffled. They vanished without a single trace of their presence. "My lady, who were those people?" Even Bai Ling couldn't answer that. They were just some kind-hearted strangers. Then, the system's voice suddenly rang out. "Game completed. Rewards being calculated. Achievement points earned, 14,500. All 4 missions have been completed. With special and hidden missions cleared, you receive 3 purchase rights, unlocking the special item shop. The reward for the hidden mission is a 1-star tin few." 3 golden screens now swirled around him in the empty space. Guo Yun floated there, lost in thought. The shop would remain open until the next mission. That meant there was no need to rush. He could take his time studying it. All the missions were finally complete. And yet, he'd only received 14,000 points, even less than the value of the items he'd used up. If someone were to only complete the basic missions, they'd have to grind the game over and over to afford anything from the shop, an incredibly inefficient process. No wonder that other guy had nothing. But Guo Yun was different. He didn't have a shortage of points. What he lacked was a good selection of items in the shop. He tapped the red screen before him. A prompt appeared. "Do you wish to log out of the game and return to reality?" "Of course," he accepted. In an instant, Guo Yun reappeared in his familiar room. The transition was so abrupt it left him stunned. He ran his hands over his body, just to make sure he was real. He was really back in his old room. The feeling was almost magical. Looking at his clock, he was shocked. What felt like days inside the game had only been a few minutes in the real world. Suddenly, Guo Yun's vision blurred. A sharp pain shot through his head, and he instinctively grabbed it, groaning. Was this the result of overusing his brain? Well, first things first, he needed to get some sleep. Everything else could wait until tomorrow. By the time the sun rose, Guo Yun was struggling to force his heavy eyelids open. He staggered to his feet, barely holding himself up. Through the relentless knocking at the door, he dragged his exhausted body over, wondering who on earth could be visiting this early. As he reached out and turned the doorknob, a familiar voice rang out. "Mr. Lin Kwa Van, on behalf of the Human Security Bureau, I need you to cooperate with us on an investigation." Looking at the girl before him, Kwa Van was instantly wide awake. The Human Security Bureau? Wait, isn't that a real government organization? Was her appearance in the game yesterday really just a random coincidence after all? And more importantly, how in the world did she know his address? He defensively crossed his arms. The girl casually explained that the original Sin game selects players completely at random, and their meeting was indeed a coincidence. She glanced over her shoulder, preparing to answer Kwa Van's second question. But she hesitated, because just behind that wall, armed agents were waiting for the signal to rush in. If Kwa Van cooperated with their work, she explained, he would naturally get the answers he was looking for. Hearing this, Kwa Van swallowed hard, his whole body trembling as he stared at her. This cooperation wouldn't involve some kind of painful human experiment, would it? She told him to relax, assuring him that every single player is a crucial asset. As long as he actively cooperated with them, they would never threaten his personal safety. And if he didn't, her expression turned to ice as she stepped closer, her voice low and threatening. So long as you actively cooperate, we will never take any action that threatens your life and safety. Finishing her sentence, the girl coolly snapped her fingers, and the sound of a gun being cocked echoed from behind her. At this point, Kwa Van was trembling with fear. He understood now he would definitely cooperate with them. But could he get a little time to change his clothes? Just 10 minutes. After 10 minutes, they would all leave together. After changing, Kwa Van was escorted into the agent's car, and they drove off. She informed him that yesterday's beginner mission had been officially evaluated at the highest possible difficulty level. The fact that every member survived was 80% thanks to him. In other words, she had to thank him. But the organization didn't seek him out just for his performance last night. More importantly, it was about his identity. That was all she was authorized to reveal. The car sped up, and the convoy finally arrived at a massive, imposing building. She presented her identification to the officer. Gui Qinglin, team leader of the Human Security Bureau's Special Operations Unit. Verified and cleared for entry. Team leader Gui, welcome back to headquarters. Inside a conference room, Gui Qinglin handed a glass of water to Kwa Van. So why exactly was he brought here? Could she explain? But she simply told him not to be impatient. He would find out soon enough. From outside, a man in a doctor's coat pushed open the door. The moment Kwa Van saw him, his jaw dropped in shock. "Little Van, it's been a long time. Are you doing well?" the man asked. "Uncle Bai? Why are you here?" That's right, it was Professor Bai, a well-known folklorist. He was a famous historian and archaeologist, and the most important collaborator of the Lin couple before they vanished. He just laughed at the boy's surprised face. He was here for research, of course. Did Kwa Van think he was a player just like them? My old bones couldn't take that kind of torture, he chuckled. It was then that Gui Qinglin spoke up beside Kwa Van. Professor Bai is the chief consultant for the Human Security Bureau and a key member of the research team. He's also one of the honorary deputy directors. Enough with the praise, he waved it off. It's just an empty title. If the Fengmian couple hadn't disappeared, the position of chief consultant would have never been his. Kwa Van took a frantic step forward. Lin Fengmian? You mean my parents also worked at the Human Security Bureau? With a heavy sigh, Professor Bai's expression suddenly turned grim. It seems they really didn't tell you anything at all, did they? Professor Lin Fengmian and Professor Jiang Hongli could be considered the founders and elders of this Human Security Bureau. They were the very first to discover the anomalies in the world's rules and predict the arrival of the original Sin game. But it's a shame the heavens are often cruel to talented people. Hearing this, Kwa Van immediately rushed forward, grabbing the man's shoulders and urgently pressing for more answers. So my parents didn't die in a car accident, did they? What happened to them? Are they still alive right now? Professor Bai gently averted his eyes, unable to meet the young man's gaze as he hesitated. The truth is, they. Before he could finish his sentence, Gui Qinglin stepped forward, cutting him off. Professor Bai, the following content is classified. Lin Kwa Van's clearance level isn't high enough to disclose it to him. Hearing this, Kwa Van was of course incredibly dissatisfied. Why shouldn't he have the right to know about his own parents? Why was their story a forbidden topic? Qinglin slid a thick, classified file across the table toward Guo Yun. If he really wanted to know, he had to sign the agreement and become a member of their organization. Staring at the papers, Guo Yun gritted his teeth, feeling completely cornered. Then, she asked, did he even know about the monsters that have tormented humanity? Qinglin hoped he understood that once he signed this contract, he would become part of the fight against that distortion. He would have to face the bizarre, the twisted, the insane, or even death itself. Flipping through the pages one by one, he asked if they were really just sending people to their deaths for missions. Qinglin reiterated what she had said before: every player is a precious resource and asset. They would never intentionally sacrifice them unless it could save even more lives. With that, Guo Yun signed, his eyes filled with absolute certainty. No problem. He would survive and uncover the whole truth, no matter what. Watching from a dark room, two men observed the entire conversation, continuously sizing him up. From their perspective, he was just an impulsive, overconfident, and self-righteous kid full of passion. But wasn't that what made him a good kid? One of them then complained, "Why is it so dark when it's daytime?" Hearing his partner's grumbling, the scarred man scowled. Their roles were different. His job was to trust. His own job was to doubt. Holding the contract, he saw the signature was now dry. They were all on the same side now. Professor Bai mentioned he had 2 more projects, and that Qing Lin would handle the kids' training. Young people were easier to teach, right? After the professor left the room, Guo Yun and Qing Lin sat facing each other once more. The moment he said her name, Qing Lin leaned forward and began her formal introduction. Qing Lin, former team leader of the Special Intelligence Analysis Division, now leading the 2nd Special Operations Team. It was a pleasure to meet him. Shaking her hand, Guo Yun was still a bit flustered, scratching his head with a nervous laugh. Before he could even introduce himself, the woman recited his entire profile. Lin Guo Yun, male, 20 years old, currently unemployed, son of the renowned scholars Lin Fengmian and Jiang Hongli, with a degree in physics. A graduate from Imperial Capital University, no relationship history, suspected sexual orientation, male. Hearing this last part, Guo Yun yelled out in protest. Hey, there was nothing wrong with his orientation. He yelled for the ladies not to listen to her nonsense. He was straight. Bottom line, Qing Lin's side knew everything there was to know about Guo Yun. As for the Bureau of Human Security, just like his online search suggested, they officially handled all strange events, including this so-called game. Including it? What did she mean? Besides the game, were there other bizarre incidents happening? Qing Lin casually pushed another file toward Guo Yun. The history of these strange events went back much further than he thought. He could read it for himself. Looking at the documents before him, Guo Yun quickly opened them up. Inside was a list of strange events, detailed with chilling precision. The Dragon Sacrifice of 1890, the Claw Demon of 1930, the Ascension Banquet of 1943, and the Water Demon Incident of 1950. The list went on. The Psychic Child Event from 1965 to 1980, 2. The Cat, Washing Matron, and countless other bizarre cases. Before, these strange events were like a fire occasionally flaring up from a mysterious cave. Their job was to stop that fire from burning down the whole forest. But now, the monster itself had crawled out of the cave. That monster was the Game of Sin. Ever since it appeared, all other strange events had simply vanished. They had indeed disappeared, but not completely. According to research by Professor Lin and Guo Yun's father, those events had all become small worlds within the game, what they commonly called instances. It was like a black hole. When one massive anomaly appeared, all the smaller ones were inevitably swallowed and absorbed into it. She stood up, pacing past Guo Yun. In short, handling the Game of Sin and its derivative events was now the Bureau's top priority. She pressed a button on the wall, and a large whiteboard descended behind her. He had to ask what exactly were these derivative events she mentioned. They were mainly divided into 2 types. The first type, players who lose control. A small number of players who gain power from the game inevitably use it for evil, harming society. Monitoring, managing, and restraining these players was the first type of derivative task the Bureau had to handle. As for the second type, Qing Lin swiftly wrote on the board with chalk. 2 words appeared: dungeon instances. But she clarified that these were not the mission instances from the game, these were dungeons manifesting in reality. Clutching the papers in his hand, Guo Yun's eyes were fixed intently on Qing Lin. So the game can bleed into the real world too? He remembered the ominous warning on the official website. Mission failure would bring severe consequences. The young man's eyes shot wide open in absolute horror. Could it be that once a game has failed, when every single player inside is eliminated and the game is officially lost, the dungeon itself materializes in reality? These real-world dungeons become a second type of mission, one that they are responsible for cleaning up. Taking all this in, Guo Yun sat stroking his chin in thought. Failed missions could actually appear in the real world? Just how massive could one of these dungeons be? And why had he never heard a single word about it until now? Just then, Qing Lin pulled a small suitcase over, telling him not to worry. Usually, handling these dungeons is a job for veterans who've cleared the game multiple times. First, she said, it was time to see his welcome gift. Right then, items began to materialize inside the case. Was that a handgun? He was completely and utterly shocked. Qing Lin skillfully assembled the weapon and aimed it forward. The gun license, she noted, was also in the box. She promised she would teach him the basics of how to properly use it later on. Tossing the gun to the kid, Qing Lin reminded him this was a symbol of the organization's trust, not a tool for his own personal vendettas. Abusing it would just make him the target of their next mission. The phone was custom-built with a satellite signal, used for all official communication and mission briefings. On top of that, there was a special detector built right into his watch. If it detected anything strange, a light would activate. It had 6 colors: green, blue, purple, orange, red, and white. The further down that color list, the more dangerous the situation. Just as she finished explaining, a noise from outside made Guo Yun whip his head around. Storming in from outside was the same man from the dark room, and he looked absolutely furious. Deputy Director, Qing Lin asked, surprised, "How did you get here?" Ignoring her question completely, Xu Jinyan, the Deputy Director of the Bureau of Human Security in charge of the Special Ops Unit, strode in with a sour look on his face. He immediately demanded to know how far along the training had progressed. Qing Lin reported that she'd finished the basic lecture and was about to take Guo Yun to the shooting range. But holding up 2 sheets of paper, Xu Jinyan's expression remained rigid. "That would have to wait," he announced. He had an urgent mission for the 2 of them. He handed each of them a sheet. On it was the mission codename, Small Cabin in the Woods. The mission was out-of-control dungeon management, with a danger level of night class. Seeing this information, Qing Lin was completely and totally shocked. "A dungeon collection mission?" she protested, slamming her hands on the table. "Deputy Director, Guo Yun has only completed the game 1 time. A mission like this is way too much for him." But Xu Jinyan couldn't care less how green the new recruit was. He shot Guo Yun a quick glance and spoke bluntly. "There are no buts," he stated flatly. "This is the mission. You can either choose to accept or refuse it." Sensing the heavy tension in the room, Guo Yun nervously raised a hand to scratch his nose. He asked what the consequences would be for refusing. The answer? None. The contract he just signed would simply be voided. Then his memories related to the Bureau of Human Security would be wiped, and he'd be sent right back where he came from. So this was some kind of brutal loyalty test. He knew if he backed out now, he'd never get the information he needed about his parents. "In that case, I accept," Guo Yun said firmly. "Good attitude," the man replied. "The Intel Division will contact you with the details." And with that, the Deputy Director turned and walked out, leaving the 2 teenagers behind in the quiet room. A strange and heavy silence filled the space between Guo Yun and Qing Lin in the aftermath. Looking at his new partner, Guo Yun admitted to himself he already despised that Deputy Director. He couldn't shake the feeling the man's gaze was sharp enough to pierce steel. Changing the subject, Qing Lin got straight to the point. She figured the Bureau doesn't normally recruit players after just 1 game. Their minds are too unstable, and they'll likely just die in the next few rounds anyway. She'd heard a rumor that Guo Yun's file was handed to the director by a certain Professor Bai that very night. That Deputy Director, she explained, is the biggest stickler for rules around here. Guo Yun tapped 2 fingers on the table, and suddenly, it all clicked. The director hated him because he thought Guo Yun had used his connections to get in. It seemed he was already dragging Qing Lin down with him. But she just told him he was overthinking it. Her job was simply to complete the mission. She told him to put in his earpiece, as the intel team would be contacting him through it. But Qing Lin made sure to add one final warning. "Guo Yun, do not underestimate this mission." Now, clearing a dungeon isn't something a rookie who's only done 1 mission should handle. But the contract said Guo Yun's team wouldn't intentionally kill him, right? It seems the Deputy Director is the one who plays everything strictly by the book. He follows Qing Lin out of the room, watches her get in the car, and then climbs in himself. He immediately puts on his earpiece. "This is Gui Qing Lin. I need auxiliary analysis for the Cabin in the Woods mission. Application sent. Linking to private network. Connected to the intelligence analysis team. Auxiliary agent in position. This is Analyst Ying Wei providing you with intel support. The Cabin in the Woods appeared 36 hours ago. The contamination zone is about 1,200 square meters and has already been sealed off. The temporary team consists of 3 members, led by Li Shuyang, with members Gui Qing Lin and Lin Guayun. That's all the intel on the Cabin in the Woods. Any questions? None. Watching Qing Lin handle the briefing with a single sentence, Guayun was floored. So they had a seasoned veteran leading this mission after all? Looks like the Deputy Director just wanted to see if he had the guts to accept this mission in the first place. At Guayun's words, Qing Lin's eyes narrowed slightly. Li Shuyang? She advises him not to get his hopes up about the guy. As for why? Well, Guayun would understand the moment he met him. With that, the car sped off down the road. Over on the side, they see a young man heaving his guts into an armor crate. That sour, wretched smell was overpowering, even from a distance. Guayun could only pinch his nose, trying to block the foul odor while sizing the man up. Unbelievable. This was their veteran? He looked like a complete train wreck. On the ground, Li Shuyang finished vomiting his breakfast and just collapsed, gasping for air. The man is 29 years old, a discarded disciple from the Tianchi mansion. He's cleared the game 5 times. But the real problem? He's a chronic alcoholic, which means his mission completion rate is rock bottom. And there you have it. The veteran the Deputy Director assigned them was a real piece of work. It was anyone's guess if this mission was going to sink or swim with him. Now Guo-yun finally understood why Qinglin said he was unreliable. "Get a bucket of water," she ordered, a cold one. A moment later, a cold stream of water erupted from the bucket, splashing directly onto Li Xuyang's face. That's all it took. The man on the ground shot up, suddenly wide awake. "What happened? Is it raining?" "Li Xuyang, we're on a mission right now, you know that?" He heard that annoyed voice. "Ah, right. It's Qing Diao." In that case, he might as well just relax and lie back down. Rolling over without even looking at Qinglin, Li Xuyang was completely nonchalant. He figured he had to be dreaming. Why else would he be seeing Qing Diao right in front of him? He must have had too much to drink. Hearing this, Qinglin had no words for the fool before her. "Get him a few more buckets," she says. "If he still won't wake up, get 2 people to carry him in." But for now, she told them to take her and Guo-yun to the scene to check it out. Following the girl, Guo-yun couldn't stop thinking about the man. What did he call her just now? It sounded strange to him. In response, Qinglin just adjusted her earpiece. Qing Diao was her call sign back when she was in the Intel Analysis Division, just like Ying Wei. Suddenly, a voice came through the earpiece. "Captain Qinglin used to be our team leader." Without another word, she and Guo-yun followed her subordinate's directions to a massive villa. But the aura radiating from this place was unsettlingly bizarre. Just look at it, this building is so gloomy. Not just that, but it's incredibly strange. With just a glance, Guo-yun could feel something was deeply wrong. It was like a fractured piece of reality, an out-of-control dungeon instance. All of a sudden, the watch on his wrist flashed with a golden light, and Guo-yun couldn't help but panic when he saw it. A warning? Did a monster from the dungeon escape? "That's not a monster like you're thinking," she said. "It's a distortion." At that moment, Qinglin commanded everyone to quickly put on their protective gear. "Ying Wei, confirm everyone's current location and see if the distortion is spreading." What was Qinglin talking about? Guo-yun didn't understand what a distortion was. Weren't they supposed to wear some kind of armor? They don't need it. These are things you were supposed to be taught after you started using them, but with some hands-on experience, you'll be able to understand it a lot faster. Aberration is the general term for all special events, monsters, and zones. Distortions are the weird side effects, like a virus or radiation. They infect normal people, twisting and corroding them into monsters. Protective clothing just slows down the rate of human distortion and erosion. Anomalies can warp normal humans. So why aren't Guovan and Qinglin wearing any protective gear? Hold on. Normal humans? They don't need the suits because they're players, aren't they? You guessed it. They were warped by anomalies a long time ago, making any protection totally useless. Just then, Ying Wei's voice crackled through. Her report for Qinglin was grim. The target's distortion radius expanded 50 meters in just 2 hours. What's worse, the expansion was accelerating, the danger zone growing rapidly. The threat level would have to be raised, but how soon? According to what Ying Wei was seeing on her screen, it was already too late for that. No other special ops teams were on standby, and a village was just 800 meters away. The priority was clear: evacuate, then request immediate support. Sensing Qinglin's hesitation, Guovan placed a reassuring hand on her shoulder. He told her the situation was still salvageable, and he thought he could try something. This small cabin in the woods was rated as night level, meaning it had its own powerful, supernatural rules. Qinglin gave him a stern warning he absolutely should not underestimate this place. Their main objective was just reconnaissance, and she was ready to pull out at the first sign of real danger. With that said, she pushed open the door and stepped inside. Qinglin's orders were simple. They stick together, and they do not, under any circumstances, split up. The words had barely left her mouth when she was startled, whipping her head around to find no one behind her. Over with Guovan, who was still supporting Li Xuyang, it was the same story. They both looked up to see that she was just gone. With no other option, Guovan immediately used his earpiece to contact Ying Wei. Gui Qinglin had just vanished right in front of them. He desperately demanded to know what was going on. On Ying Wei's monitor, Gui Qinglin's position had completely disappeared. She repeated the message. Qinglin's location was lost, making contact impossible. But wasn't their special satellite positioning supposed to have a signal anywhere? The question came from Li Xuyang, who was now stirring. That system only works as long as you're still on Earth. He stood on his own, pulling away from his companion. As Li Xuyang saw it, Qinglin had clearly been dragged into another dimension, which was why they couldn't reach her. He then took a long swig from his flask. Guovan fired back a question. Did the advance team mention anything about spatial phenomena? The recon team had, in fact, encountered spatial folding and displacement. Hallways were impossibly longer than the building, and doors were scattered in all the wrong places. But there had never been a case of a forced spatial transfer like this before. The rules of the instance had changed. The intel team's recommendation was to abort the mission and wait for support. Spatial rules are the absolute worst. Li Shuyang then taunted him, asking if the kid was ready to call it quits. Guo Van took a deep breath and told the other guy to give him 1 minute. Silently, he commanded his system to open the exchange center. The moment the thought formed, his system interface appeared before him, a cascade of constantly swirling images and data. Meanwhile, Qinglin also realized something was desperately wrong, trying and failing to get a call through to Yingwei. No matter how many times she tried, she couldn't find a signal. No connection at all. Clearly, the problem was on her end. She turned her head, her gaze falling on a nearby door that was glowing with a pink light. Right now, Qinglin knew she just had to find a way out. Without a second thought, she sprinted forward, launching herself straight through the glowing gateway and into the space beyond. The instant her feet hit the ground, Qinglin froze, her eyes widening in absolute disbelief. Right in front of her was the very same door she just passed through. Was this entire space folded in on itself? Unwilling to give up, Qinglin charged through the doorway again. Once, twice, then a third and fourth time. Standing all alone in this bizarre place, Qinglin was already feeling the exhaustion set in. No matter how she tried to leave, she was always forced right back to this spot. There was no way out, only deeper inside to investigate. Back on the other side, Guo Van and Li Shuyang stood hesitating before a deep, dark entryway. Should they even go in? Seeing his partner's doubt, a sly grin spread across Guo Van's face for a split second. Of course they had to check it out. Without another word, he just started walking forward. And so, in 2 parallel dimensions, 2 different people stepped towards the exact same door. As he moved, Guo Van adjusted his earpiece, calling Yingwei. He told her to repeat all the intel on the instance one more time. The advanced team had gathered 3 clues. First, the art museum was run by a family of 3, and 1 member had a vision of their daily life. Second, every single statue in this place contained human bones. A lot of people had died here. Finally, the recon team encountered a wandering murderer, and firearms were less effective on him. They believed he was the core of the anomaly. Hearing this, Guo Van thoughtfully scratched his chin. An art museum, a killer, and a family of 3. What was the connection? Lost in their own thoughts, the 2 guys had no idea a ghost was materializing right behind them. A voice whispers, "You're finally here." The ominous words sent a chill down their spines, and both Li Tuyang and Guo Yun began to tremble uncontrollably. In the dead silence that followed, the 2 of them slowly, ever so slowly, turned around. What could possibly be back there? Peekaboo. As they turned, they were met with a female student whose eyes were blazing like headlights, staring right at them. She muttered something strange, then her entire body just glided forward, right towards them. The guys scrambled out of her way. But the ghost wasn't done. It snapped its head around, locking its gaze onto Guo Yun, and leaning in uncomfortably close, studying every detail. Okay, he gets it. He's handsome. But she didn't need to stare at every single pore. It was getting awkward. Finally, the ghost turned and walked on, beckoning them to follow. "Follow me, both of you." Hearing this, Li Tuyang shot a worried glance at Guo Yun, trying to figure out what his next move should be. He didn't know who was in charge anymore, but what choice did they have? Standing here was not an option. So, the 2 followed the ghost girl, heading toward the museum just as Oan Vai had instructed. They ducked behind cover, carefully watching as the ghost girl literally slipped right into the painting at the far end of the room. Only then did Guo Yun turn to Li Tuyang, sweating buckets. He's a Taoist priest, right? Dealing with this kind of supernatural madness is supposed to be his job. Li Tuyang just gave Guo Yun a confident thumbs up, completely self-assured in his own skills and priestly identity. "That's right, buddy. There are no such things as ghosts." He's a firm believer in materialism, after all. But Guo Yun thought to himself that Li Tuyang should probably save that confident speech for the ghost they just met. Instead of arguing, Li Tuyang simply reached out, his hand gently touching the surface of the old, faded painting. He felt it carefully. This was a strange phenomenon, a powerful distortion of reality. It just happened to manifest in the form of a ghost. Just then, Guo Yun heard Oan V's panicked voice ringing in his ear. According to her research, these bizarre phenomena often manifest based on local legends or classic depictions of ghosts. The current theory is that human thought itself holds energy, and that energy can actually influence how these things appear. This so-called explanation just made Guo Yun scratch his head in confusion. How was that any different? He wished she wouldn't just state theories as facts. Seeing his confusion, Li Tuyang decided to explain. He told Guo Yun to think of it like someone getting struck by lightning. Back in ancient times, people believed getting struck by lightning was punishment from the heavens for doing something wrong. But now, in our more advanced society, we've come up with a completely different reason. Now we say it's because of the storm, combined with standing under a tree. What one generation called superstition, the next generation calls science. Taking in Li Tuyang's explanation, Guoyun turned his gaze back to the strange painting. He thoughtfully stroked his chin. So, if that was the case, what was the ghost trying to tell them by leading them here? What was its ultimate goal? The painting showed a man looking up at a woman waving from a balcony. Could it be a cry for help? But before Guoyun could ponder it any longer, Li Tuyang suddenly pointed toward another painting, urging him to look. Look, over there! The ghost girl had appeared again. Without a second's hesitation, both men took off, sprinting toward the painting that was now glowing ominously. They arrived to find a painting depicting a very bizarre and disturbing scene. It showed a killer, axe raised, ready to strike a victim down below. And in the corner, a young girl was crying her eyes out. If the ghost girl lured them to this specific painting, could it be she was trying to warn them to be careful? He barely got the words out. From behind them, a figure suddenly emerged, carrying a small axe and slowly walking closer. It was a stone statue. It stood there silently, its eyes glowing a menacing blood red. Without warning, the statue raised its axe high overhead, its intent purely malicious. It was preparing to end them both. With a powerful downward swing, the statue's axe slammed into the floor, shattering the stone in a single, devastating strike. Luckily for them, Guoyun and Li Tuyang were no ordinary guys. On pure instinct, they both leaped aside. They saved their own skins, but just barely a split second slower, and it would have been game over. Just then, Guoyun lunged forward, 3 magical talismans ready in his hand. At the same time, Li Tuyang quickly drew his own spiritual sword. Both items were hurled directly at the statue in an attempt to subdue it, and the moment they hit, a massive explosion rocked the entire room. Li Tuyang was shocked. Guoyun was using high-level talismans? Could it be that he was also a fellow Taoist practitioner, just like him? Hearing the words fellow Taoist come from Li Tuyang's mouth, Guoyun immediately whipped his head around. Wait a second, didn't he just say he was a firm believer in materialism? But there was no time to argue. In a flash, Quavan noticed 3 small stones on the floor, but before he could react, they shot into the air. Watch out, it's not over yet. Just then, the stone golem that had been shattered moments ago began to reform itself piece by piece. Its entire body fused back together, as if it had never been attacked at all. The stone creature raised its massive axe, closing in fast on the 2 of them. They had to run, now, or they were dead. Meanwhile, Thon Lam was all alone in the suffocating darkness, with only the light from her phone to guide her. How far had she even walked? 300 meters? 500? The space here felt warped, like she was just walking in circles. Suddenly, her phone's light landed on a dark figure up ahead. Thon Lam's eyes narrowed. Someone else was in here. A nurse appeared seemingly from nowhere, also holding a phone, her face etched with surprise the moment she saw Thon Lam. She couldn't believe she'd run into another person here, then asked if Thon Lam was part of the drunk uncle's team. A drunk uncle? Who else had this woman run into? The nurse explained she'd already met a handsome young guy and a drunk old man. They were looking for their teammate. Was that her? Yes, those were Thon Lam's teammates. But who on earth was this girl? The special forces had sealed off this entire area from the start, making sure no civilians could get anywhere near it. Thon Lam stared at the nurse without a word, a seed of suspicion growing in her mind. Something was definitely wrong with this woman. The girl then explained she was a streamer, here for a paranormal live stream. A streamer? That's right. I-Chan's super cute. Had she ever heard of her? Of course not. Seeing Thon Lam's cold reaction, the girl feigned despair. Don't any of you go online? I'm, like, super famous. But she sighed, admitting today was a bust. She couldn't film anything and got warned for trespassing. The girl said she was leaving and told Thon Lam to go find her friends. But just as she turned, Thon Lam called out, "Wait. If you're going to the main gate, you won't be able to get out that way." Hearing this, a flicker of fear crossed the girl's face. "What do you mean I can't get out?" "This mansion is in a spatial loop," Thon Lam stated. "Until the root cause is dealt with, no one who enters here can leave." Not believing a word of it, the girl made a mad dash for the door right in front of her. She thought Thon Lam was just trying to scare her. But the second she ran through the door, she reappeared right back where she started. Now, the girl was genuinely terrified. Thon Lam asked, "So you get the situation we're in now, right?" It was pure despair. The girl collapsed to the ground, her face pale with shock. We really can't get out of here? This is no time for a breakdown," Thon Lam said flatly. "Where did you see my teammates?" "We need to find them first." Following the streamer's directions, Thon Lam and the girl immediately set off into the darkness. "You really can't escape this place," the streamer muttered. "This is just like that one ghost story, isn't it?" "What story?" Thon Lam asked. "The one about the ghost who kills people in the art museum." She explained the story was about a mad museum owner who killed his family and then vanished without a trace. After that, anyone who entered the museum would get lost inside forever, unable to find an exit, until they ran into the madman himself and became his next sacrifice. "But aren't you forgetting a part of the story?" Thon Lam asked. At her question, the girl's menacing act slipped for a second, a flicker of confusion crossing her face. She then remembered the missing detail. The father's victims also became vengeful spirits, hunting for someone to take their place. But Thon Lam's suspicion had already reached its peak. The woman's hand on her arm was suddenly zapped. It blackened instantly as she let out a piercing scream of pain. And right then, a ghost materialized before them. "How did you know?" it shrieked. From the very beginning, Thon Lam shot back. "Your acting is just that bad. You and I are trapped in the same dimension. We were never going to find Kwa Van and the others." Thon Lam's eyes narrowed in realization. It could only mean this ghost knew everything that had ever happened here, past and present. Without a second's hesitation, Thon Lam lunged toward the creature, whose arm was still spasming from the phantom's shock. She delivered a crushing punch straight to the ghost's face, sending it flying backward. But Thon Lam gave it no time to recover, slamming another fist into its face and cutting off any chance of a counterattack. With the ghost sprawled on the ground, Thon Lam raised her fist for one final, bone-shattering blow right between its eyes. Pinned down by Thon Lam's immense pressure, the ghost could only shriek helplessly, "You'll pay for this. My father is coming to deal with you soon." That warning ended with an endless, piercing scream, so awful it threatened to shred Thon Lam's eardrums, forcing her to clamp her hands over her ears. And amidst that gut-wrenching scream, an image flickered into view, a terrifying man holding an axe. When it finally stopped, Thon Lam slowly opened her eyes. She quickly realized the female ghost had fled, leaving her completely alone. Suddenly, a new sound split the silence, an iron axe dragging across the ground. Thon Lam heard it all. Heavy footsteps, and the distinct sound of something massive being dragged along. Could this be the father from the story? Meanwhile, after a mad dash to escape that stone statue, Kwa Van and Li Tuduang were hiding in a room, desperately catching their breath. For a while now, there had not been a single sound. The silence felt heavy, almost unnatural. In this exact situation, Li Tuduang felt a strange sense of déjà vu, like he'd seen this 100 times in horror movies. The two heroes think they've finally escaped, and just as they let out a sigh of relief, the killer suddenly appears, whispering, "Found you." And then bam, they each get taken out with one hit. The movie ends. Hearing this cinematic nonsense, Kwa Van just sighed. It was true, though. The father's statue was nowhere to be seen. They had to use this brief window of time to get out, but as Kwa Van stepped outside, Li Tuduang had no idea what the rush was. "Hey, wait up, why are you moving so fast?" Whether he was serious or not, the answer was obvious. It was time to investigate. They had just destroyed that statue, a total of 11 times 3 with the coin sword chain, 7 with ghost-suppressing talismans, and once with both combined. The main point was, no matter how different their attacks were, the statue's recovery time was always exactly the same. Hearing this, Li Tuduang shot a startled look over at his companion. In the middle of all that chaos, Kwa Van actually had the presence of mind to observe something like that. He was truly on another level. The statue's regeneration was flawless, so perfect it was completely at odds with its weak fighting power. That's why Kwa Van observed its recovery process so carefully. He then saw that every time it reformed, an external energy source would flow directly into its body, an energy source that Li Tuduang couldn't see at all. Yet Kwa Van somehow could? Of course he could. Not only could he see it, he could see it with perfect clarity. And with that, the two headed up to the next floor. Kwa Van's eyes momentarily shifted into the Yin pupil state, a talent-type ability converted for 150,000 achievement points, massively enhancing his vision. It allowed him to perceive the very components of things beyond the physical world. Note: use the heavenly eye, open the pupils. Use a yang body to see yin, to perceive bad omens. Those who gaze into fate shall be met with good fortune. After observing for a moment, Kwa Van finally spoke up. Second floor. Third room. The source providing the statue's recovery energy was in there. Pushing the door open, their eyes were met with a space completely covered wall to wall with paintings. "You feel that chill in here?" Li Tuduang asked. But what were they looking for? As Kwa Van scanned the room, his eyes locked onto a single painting that was glowing brightly. There it was. He'd finally found it. He reached out and tapped the painting's surface. They quickly pulled it from the wall, revealing a small alcove behind it. What was this thing? An altar? The ghost-suppressing talisman creates fire and an explosion, not ideal for a small room like this. He turned to Tu Duong. You're up. Without a second thought, Tu Duong's hands formed a seal, directing the coin sword chain forward. Demons and monsters, be banished. The weapon shot toward the mirror in front of them and simply vanished, leaving both men completely stunned. How was that even possible? A projection? But then where was the real one? At that moment, both of them spoke in unison. Than Dien Dan Kui, Than Lam. Tu Duong slowly turned, pointing a trembling finger at the mirror before them. Look! Inside the mirror, there's something in there. He was right. It was Than Lam, facing down that very stone statue. Without hesitating, Kwa Van immediately called Oan Vai. Can you get in contact with Than Lam? Of course not, was the immediate reply. All communication signals are being blocked. Right now, we can only receive one-way information from her side. If Oan V was right, they had to figure out a way to contact Than Lam, and fast. It seemed obvious now that the real altar was wherever she was. Hearing this, Tu Duong raised his hand. He actually had an idea. In a previous dungeon, he'd obtained an ability called Tui Mong Then Ko, but to activate this power, he first had to get drunk on spirit wine and fall completely asleep. The only problem? He'd already drunk all of his. Where on earth were they going to find spirit wine now? At this, Kwa Van simply placed a small bottle in front of him. It was Tui Tian Yuong, with a conversion value of 1,200 achievement points. He followed it up with Delu Tuong, worth 4,000 points a bottle, and then Quin Tuong Nok Ditch, valued at 200 points a bottle. Faced with all these wine jars, Tu Dung could only gulp. Was it enough to get him drunk? Oh, absolutely. More than enough. This much could get him wasted 3 times over. A voice asks, Kid, you need Lin Tu's technique too? Why so much wine? No, but he has plenty of achievement points. Meanwhile, inside, Qing Lin faces a stone statue alone, but no matter how she attacks it, the thing just won't be destroyed. It's actually regenerating. Was she just not hitting its weak spot? Just then, a voice calls out her name. Qing Lin. It's clearly Li Tudung's voice, but where on earth could he be? He's right here, they just aren't in the same dimension right now. He only appeared to tell her how to solve the bizarre phenomenon in front of her. According to Tudung, the statue is immortal, so smashing it is completely useless. To defeat this thing, she first has to destroy the altar that's powering it. The altar is hidden on the 2nd floor, behind a painting in the 3rd library to the left. Only she, being in this space, can actually break it. With that, Qinglin finally understood everything. She immediately spins around and bolts from the statue's attack. Watching from a mirror, Guovan is practically losing his mind with worry. But could things really go that smoothly? He suddenly glances behind him. A painting has been removed, revealing an image of a warrior with a giant axe. Guovan carefully takes it down, and then it hits him. He finally understands. At that moment, Tu Dung leads Qing Lin to the 2nd floor room. This is the place. The words barely leave his mouth when a ghost woman bursts out, its shriek tearing through the air, forcing Qing Lin to cover her ears. But that's not all. While they're reeling, the statue's massive axe swings down from behind, knocking Tu Dung out cold in a single blow. After that hit, he slowly comes to, his hand instinctively going to his aching head. What in the world just happened? In front of Tu Dung, Guovan sits in a messy pile of paintings, ripping them apart and muttering, "Not this one." Guovan notices Tu Dung is awake and turns. "You're up? Good. Get over here and help me. What are you doing?" Qing Lin is still trapped with that monster. "I know that. You don't have to tell me. I'm trying to solve it. Now go check that painting over there." Walking over to the large painting, he sees a man clutching his head in agony, while a girl smiles strangely from behind him. What is this? The horrifying truth. The real evil in this place wasn't the father, but his very own daughter. She was obsessed with dark rituals and had turned her own father into a monster. The painting they saw earlier wasn't a cry for help, it was her luring unsuspecting people into this cursed art museum. No wonder she tried to stop them from entering the library. But what exactly is Guovan doing? He's looking for her real body, of course. After becoming a spirit, she bound herself to a self-portrait. If they destroy that portrait, even if it doesn't kill her, it'll cause some serious damage. She was smart enough to split them into 2 groups to defeat them one by one, but it also meant she could only handle one side at a time, and that was her fatal flaw. Still, they had to hurry up their search. Rip everything apart! Meanwhile, after a brutal fight, Qing Lin is gasping for air, still facing the stone statue and that hideous ghost woman. Seeing her pathetic state, The ghost seems to be enjoying itself, screaming over and over, "Die!" But before she can finish the word, the ghost lets out a grunt. A deep gash suddenly appears right across her chest. Every slash from Guovan's knife tears her spiritual body apart, and the ghost is racked with unimaginable pain. Seeing the ghost's bizarre reaction, Qinglin can only stare in total confusion. In an instant, the two monsters vanish as if they were never there. Just then, Guovan and Tudung appear with a slight grin. "So, you made it over? Then we'd better give them a proper welcome." As the ghost and statue charged forward, both men got ready to face them head-on. After an intense clash, all that's left before them is a pile of rubble. Their breathing is heavy, labored. Tudung is completely exhausted by now, his shaking hands struggling to even control his coin sword. "Kid, how much longer are you going to hold out? My spirit energy is almost gone." "Almost gone?" Hearing this, Guovan tosses a tiger talisman to his side. "Here, take this." Tudung stares at the object, completely stunned. What is this thing? Before he can react, the object in his hand erupts with a brilliant light. He was nearly blinded. But more importantly, was that a mid-grade spiritual tool? How does Guovan have so many good items? Who is this guy? What else could it be? It's your parents' legacy. Now watch out. That stone statue is about to regenerate. Before the statue could reform, both of their tiger talismans appeared. But they couldn't act before the statue's body began to crumble and fall. The bizarre turn of events left Guoyun just standing there, completely stunned and confused. Unbelievably, the stone Goliath shattered piece by piece, finally collapsing right in front of them. It seems Gui Qinglin's team finally finished their part. Over on her side, Qinglin had just destroyed the sacrificial altar, wiping a bit of sweat from her brow. At this moment, the demoness was absolutely furious. She charged forward, screaming, "Get up! You get up right now! Looks like it's really dead this time, huh? What other tricks have you got, little girl?" Faced with Tu Yang's confident taunting, the demoness was so enraged she ground her teeth, her head snapping from side to side. Finally, she decided to bolt. "What, you can't win, so you're just gonna run for it?" Dashing across the ground, Guoyun intercepted the vengeful spirit, sucking it into a golden bag in a single, fluid motion. Then he sealed it tight. Wait, did Guoyun really just catch it? How is that even possible? This kind of creature creates distortions and, by regulation, cannot be privately owned. "Don't you worry," Guoyun said. "How about a jar of drunken immortal brew?" The name alone was enough to make anyone's mouth water. Tu Yang was practically drooling. With his last shred of willpower, he could only scratch his head, wanting to follow the rules. But then he heard Guoyun offer 2 jars, and then 3 flasks of jade nectar. And with that, he tossed the regulations aside and agreed to the deal. You can't drink the rules after all. Good liquor comes first. Taking the bag containing the spirit, Li Tuyang's eyes lit up. This monster's soul was already shattered, it was deader than dead. Suddenly, a strange noise made Guoyun turn around. The very space they were standing in began to warp and distort. In that exact moment, Gui Qinglin appeared before them, crossing her arms with a smirk on her face. Well, well, so you two have that kind of hobby, do you?" The 2 guys immediately leaped apart. "Don't get the wrong idea. It was out of necessity, purely out of necessity." Ignoring the 2 of them, Qinglin immediately contacted her support operator, Ying Wei. The spatial anomaly in the house had vanished. "So what about the distortion energy levels?" Watching her monitor, Ying Wei reported back. She confirmed that the distortion field and its energy levels were rapidly decreasing. They could officially confirm the incident was resolved. And with the mission complete, it was time for the 3 of them to head back to base. And just like that, the trio walked out into the open, all feeling a massive sense of relief. Looking over the report on his desk, Xu Jingyan was speaking to someone over the phone. The main focus of this mission was Lin Guoyan. "Is there anything you'd like to add? He's strong, way beyond the power of a new player. Not only that, he has a strong sense of justice, and he's willing to take risks for his teammates and for others." According to Li Tuyang, the kid's mind is sharp, and his powers of observation are meticulous. He has enormous potential, but he's also hiding a great number of secrets. At this, Xu Jingyan's eyebrows furrowed ever so slightly. "His parents' legacy, you say?" He'd received Li Tuyang's report. "You've worked hard on this one." Standing in the shadows, Li Tuyang just offered a slight smile. It was simply his duty, all for the sake of the organization. Stepping out of his bedroom, Guoyun was still yawning. He looked in the mirror and splashed some cold water on his face. The young man then sat down on a chair, deep in thought with his eyes closed, his hand gripping the tiger talisman. In an instant, a massive golden tiger materialized, coiled around the small chair he sat on. So, it was all real. Only 2 days had passed, yet it felt like he was already starting to get the hang of it. Still, he needed to take stock of the situation. The original Sin game takes place once a week. That meant he still had 5 days. And then there was the Human Security Bureau. Deputy Chief Shu said he disliked him using special privileges, but looking back, his attitude felt more like hatred, or even extreme caution. Add that to the fact that his parents' case files were classified as top secret, and there was definitely a massive secret he wasn't aware of. For now, they seemed trustworthy enough for him to cooperate. As he stroked the large tiger's head, Guo Yun suddenly got a phone call. The call was from an unknown number. The moment he answered, a loud, grating voice blasted his ear, making him yank the phone away. "Hello, is this Mr. Lin Guoyun?" "Hello, this is Feng Xintu, and I'll be your new personal support specialist. Let's work well together." The name sounded unfamiliar. Feng Xintu? What happened to Ying Wei? "Oh, Miss Ying Wei was just your temporary support yesterday. A dedicated specialist is assigned to you right after." "So she was Greenbird's new specialist then?" He asked if they were talking about Gui Qinglin. Guo Yun was genuinely confused. Why did they all call her Greenbird instead of using her real name? Leaning back, Feng Xinxi stretched casually. She scoffed, asking if he really didn't know something so basic. She explained that the Human Security Bureau uses operational code names to protect agents' real identities. Didn't they teach him that in training? But what training? Guo Yun hadn't even finished his. He'd been pulled for a high-priority mission right after he started. No wonder Greenbird said to use his name. But was his registration even complete? He didn't even have a code name yet. Without one, he couldn't get into the system. How would Guo Yun know any of this? He was just a rookie. Feng Xinxi sighed, deciding to look it up for him. After a few quick keystrokes, Guo Yun's complete profile flashed onto the screen. Found it. His new codename was officially Zhu Long. That's Lin Guoyun, codename Zhu Long. Hearing those words, Guo Yun just sat there, completely baffled. Meanwhile, Feng Xinxi suddenly froze, her candy forgotten as she stared at the screen. Wait a second, why was this codename assigned to 2 different people? How could the system make such a bizarre mistake? And worse, the other agent's file was locked behind a heavy firewall. After bypassing security, the other name appeared. Lin Fengmian, status suspected defector. The moment he heard that name, Guo Yun's blood ran cold. A defector? As she said it, her entire monitor blared bright red. This was bad, really bad. She realized she had just massively violated protocol. She told Guo Yun to wait. She had to fix this, and would call him right back. Wait, don't hang up. He needed answers about the defector, but she was gone. Staring at the warning screen, Guo Yun chewed his nails, deep in thought. Suspected of defecting? He thought that man was one of the founding elders. But if he really did defect, what did that mean for Xu Jingyan's attitude towards him? As he wondered, his phone buzzed again. He answered immediately, demanding she explain what just happened. The voice on the other end was confused. Gui Qinglin? Why was she calling? Hearing her voice, Guo Yun's frantic tone immediately softened. She explained he had just been speaking with her personal consultant. And just like that, it all clicked into place. Qinglin was just calling to let him know his badge, and the rest of his training materials had been delivered to his house. Hanging up, Guo Yun rushed to the door. A man in a suit stood there holding a small box. Comrade Zhu Long, your items. Please confirm receipt. Guo Yun took the package, looking up at the sky with a long, weary sigh, his composure totally unshaken. Feng Xinxi still wasn't answering. He decided he might as well check out the materials first. The energy rankings were laid out clearly. Aberrations were divided into 7 classes, starting with Vested-class monsters born from minor reality distortions. They couldn't wield supernatural powers, but they posed an extreme threat to ordinary people. The Knight class possessed strong distortion abilities and could use a single supernatural power. They were incredibly difficult to eliminate, even with the use of heavy artillery. Bishop-class monsters could use multiple powers and carried so much distortion energy they could instantly corrupt normal humans. They could easily threaten the lives of many. The highest known level was the Cathedral class. This monster had mastered at least one law of reality, was immune to conventional weapons, and could shake civilization to its core. Calamity, World Ender, and Finality were the highest tiers aberrations that, for now, only existed in theory. They were the true enemies of mankind, a grave threat to the world's existence. The agent ranks were structured to correspond with these threat levels. He figured that must put him at about the silver rank for now. Though his white tiger seal and demon-suppressing talisman felt less like abilities and more like powerful items. To be safe, he knew he had to master these supernatural powers before taking on another mission. Just then, his phone rang again. The screen showed a single name, Feng. She sounded frantic, explaining she'd almost been caught. Who knew a simple codename could be so dangerous? Did she find out anything else about Lin Fengmian? Guoyun asked. She snapped back. Are you trying to get me killed? She had seen just a single line of text before more than 30 security officers were chasing her down. It was a true crisis. Luckily, she was smart enough to get away. Then she asked him how he knew Lin Fengmian in the first place. Of course I know him, Guoyun said plainly. He's my father. The lollipop dropped from Feng Xinxi's mouth as she broke out in a cold sweat. She stammered, asking if it was too late to apply for witness protection. He replied, But aren't you supposed to be my handler? So, you took it upon yourself to investigate my call sign, didn't you? You saw classified files and even dodged internal security, right? Faced with Guoyun's sharp questioning, Feng Xinxi was utterly speechless. She was in deep trouble this time. Messing with this guy meant she'd be branded an accomplice and kicked out of the organization. Her life, her security clearance, and all her brand new gear, it would all be gone. Guoyun told her to stop her whining. But were Feng Xinxi's fears a little over the top? He reminded her that his father was only suspected of deserting the organization still recruited him, after all. Besides, she was the one who pulled the file. Only the two of them knew about this. As long as Guoyun didn't report it, and she kept her mouth shut, no one would ever find out. Guoyun gave his word, but he needed a little help in return. That's what friends are for, right? So, what did he need? Naturally, Guoyun wanted to awaken his spiritual power. Did she know how? Luckily, that information wasn't considered classified. So, Feng Xinxi agreed to look it up for him, compile the data, and send it over. Turns out spiritual power, magic, battle qi, Nentli at their core, they're all just forms of energy. Their awakening methods are pretty similar. The basic principle is to warp the human body, forcing a mutation that allows it to generate and use these new energies. Secret techniques, spirit stones, and treasures, they are all just catalysts to kickstart that mutation. He gets it now. So, what's the safest way to awaken? As it turns out, the rewards from the original Sin game are the best bet. Many of them can trigger a human's awakening. That's how most people unlock their first ability. So, what's the most effective one? Is there a ranking for the strongest powers? From dawn till dusk, Guoyun paced his room, almost wearing a hole in the floor. Suddenly, he stopped, slammed his hands on the table, and said, It's you. Looking at the three sparkling items, Guoyun felt a little hesitant. The eternal fire tribulation crystal, shrouded in creation's flame, promised the suffering of that fire but could awaken the power of karmic creation. According to Feng Xinxi's file, this was a high-grade awakening material. The crystal had a high chance of awakening spiritual power, but an extremely small chance of granting the tribulation flame ability itself. The instructions were simple: swallow it whole. But be warned, the process would be incredibly painful. He tossed the crystal into his mouth. He didn't care anymore. He had to ensure he could clear the next mission. He could always find a stat reset potion later to change things. Swallowing the crystal wasn't too bad, taste-wise. But suddenly, a bizarre sensation washed over the young man's body. Agonizing pain made him collapse to his knees, clutching his stomach. A burning sensation ripped through every fiber of his being. The pain was unbearable, like a raging fire was trying to burst from his gut. System notification. Eternal fire tribulation. Crystal is altering the host's physique. Spiritual power awakening is in progress. Yeah, Guoyun already knew that. He cursed the stupid system, telling it to say something more useful. Spiritual power modification complete. Now upgrading. Compatibility with creation tribulation fire, current rate, 5%. He clutched his head, which felt like burning coal. Damn it! No wonder the chance of getting the fire ability was so small. Under this intense flame, who could possibly withstand 100%? The agonizing feeling just grew stronger, leaving Guoyun so helpless that all he could do was scream and slam the table. Clenching his fist, his eyes darted to a peach under the table. Guoyun's mouth began to water. Without a second thought, he snatched it up and began frantically chewing and swallowing. System notification. Host's physical stats have increased, endurance enhanced. Current fire compatibility, 21%. He wiped the sweat from his face. Guoyun immediately called out to his system. Give me everything you have that can enhance my physique. Just moments later, countless items appeared on the table. Guoyun lunged forward, drinking and crunching through everything he could grab. Current compatibility, 58%, 70, 3%, 90, 2%. Congratulations, host. New ability unlocked. Creation tribulation fire. At that moment, the heat radiating from Guoyun's body finally began to cool. The process was finally over. System, open my inventory. A strained smile formed on Guo Yun's lips. That was close, he almost missed out on his first mission's reward. You better be powerful, he muttered to himself, or I just took a massive loss. Congratulations, host, for completing the hidden quest. One step ahead. The objective: unlock the spiritual power system before the third dungeon. Mission complete. The reward: the insight shop has been activated. Completing that hidden quest wasn't a loss after all. But what exactly was the insight shop? It's a store that appears before every dungeon mission starts. The host can use merit points to exchange for items that can be used within the world of that dungeon. For example, local currency, special clothing, or unique items. Now this was a pretty practical function. This would definitely increase his chances of clearing the dungeon. But with a few days left, what should he do now? That's right. With that thought, Guo Yun grabbed a small crate and placed a statue in front of it. It was time to deal with her. The goddess Sanchuan Mingmu needed blood to sustain her. A dark power with untraceable origins, but her statue radiated pure evil. He suspected it was the avatar of some twisted god. Placing a hand on the statue's shoulder, Guo Yun just smirked. I don't care what your story was before. If you're staying with me, you're going to have a complete change of heart. Got it? Do your job. And do it well. Forget about any more of that blood-feeding nonsense. He set his golden bag down, which held the monster from the villa. As the thing inside writhed non-stop, Guo Yun made his terms crystal clear to the goddess Mingmu. These are the aberrations he captured in the original Sin game. He was putting her in charge of them all. After a moment, the bag fell silent, and in response, a strange stillness came over the Mingmu statue. But then, the creature in the bag began to struggle again, more violently and insanely than before. Looking at the days crossed off on his calendar, his phone suddenly buzzed. It was Gui Qinglin. What's up? Turns out, she was calling with an update. Today was the day. The second dungeon of their original Sin game was scheduled to begin. The Bureau had already sent members of the action team to his house. They were probably about to arrive. He couldn't believe the day was already here. After changing into his usual gear, Guo Yun felt mostly prepared. He probably hadn't missed anything crucial. He glanced to the side. When did 3 men appear in his room? Are you guys just going to stand there staring at me? The pressure is kind of getting to me, you know. Just then, Feng Xinzi's voice crackled in his earpiece. It's their job, so just try to bear with it. You'll get used to it after a few times. From the control room, Feng Xinzi tried to reassure him. After all, if a player happens to get eliminated inside the instance, they have to immediately report that the dungeon is out of control and work to contain the spreading aberration. But did that mean this was their first time facing a monster directly? Wasn't that incredibly dangerous? Biting into a small cake, Feng Xinzi seemed completely unbothered. Of course it's dangerous. If a dungeon fully materializes, their survival rate is less than 10%. But some jobs just have to be done. They volunteered for this, knowing full well what they were getting into. Guo Yun understood that much. And besides, would he be able to contact her inside the dungeon? Of course not. What are you even thinking? They currently have zero technology that can interfere with the original Sin game. Then why did Guo Yun have to maintain the call with her? It's to help stabilize your condition, of course. Talking to you really reduces my pressure and stress. That alone could increase his chances of clearing the dungeon. While it was just talk, it was all the Bureau could do. As she finished, the space around him suddenly glitched. 15 minutes until game start. Players, please proceed to the preparation area. The game was about to begin. In a flash, Guo Yun vanished right in front of the agents. The very instant he disappeared, one of them immediately reported to their superior. Zhu Long has entered the game. Go to level 2 alert status and start the timer. Instantly, Guo Yun appeared in a strange space, sitting completely alone inside a moving bus. In front of him was only a driver, focused on the road. He looked back, and other people began to appear one by one. At that moment, a bald man stood up, addressing everyone present. Long time no see, everyone. You're all so calm, you must be veteran players, right? As he spoke, a crushed soda can rolled across the floor. The only girl on the bus looked anxious. Just where is this place? The bald man approached the beauty, a sly look on his face. So, we have a newbie, huh? Little sister, didn't you receive the invitation? Faced with his aggressive attitude, the girl instinctively took a step back. She did get it, but she thought it was just some sick joke. A sick joke? You think that? In a little while, you're going to die a very ugly death. But don't you worry, Big Brother here will take care of you. I'll make sure nothing bad happens to you. Looking at the bald guy's lecherous expression, Guo Yun figured he was about to make a move. Messing with a player of unknown strength wasn't very smart. At this point, after backing away from the man for a while, The girl was already backed into a corner. There was nowhere else to go. He stepped closer to her, that leering grin never leaving his face. "What are you hiding for? Aren't you afraid of death?" His hand reached out towards her chest. "Let me have some fun, and I'll trade you one life for it. That's a great deal for you." At this point, Guo Yun couldn't take it anymore. He really couldn't stand by and just watch this. Guo Yun reaches out and grabs the brute's hairy hand, an open challenge that immediately gets under the guy's skin, making him even more hostile. "Kid, you stick your nose in everything, don't you? What's it to you? He might be bigger, but can he break free from this kid's grip?" The bald thug struggles to pull his hand back, but it won't budge. The kid's strength is unreal. Suddenly, feeling a searing heat on his wrist, the bald thug quickly retreats, dodging backward with a pathetic, cowardly look on his face. Guo Yun reminds him they should be prioritizing the mission. If he keeps causing trouble, he's just going to mess things up for everyone. Watching the guy stumble, Guo Yun just holds out his glowing hot hand, deadly serious. If he tries anything again, Guo Yun will cut his hand right off. Hearing this, his pride utterly crushed, the bald thug gets so angry he starts grinding his teeth in pure rage. With that, he lunges forward, ready for a fight to the death. But again, Guo Yun meets him head-on, thrusting his blazing hands forward without an ounce of hesitation. Faced with this power, the bald thug freezes in his tracks. He claims he needs to save his strength for the mission, so he'll let it slide. Whether that's the real reason or just plain cowardice is anyone's guess. Hearing this, Guo Yun retracts one hand, the flames dying out. Just then, a system notification suddenly rings out beside him. Special mission. Hero saves the damsel has been completed. Mission reward, 300 merit points. Well, Guo Yun thinks, that's a pretty nice and unexpected haul. Just then, a hand reaches out and gently tugs on Guo Yun's clothes. The girl behind him can only shyly whisper her thanks. He tells her not to worry about it. He was just doing the right thing. At this moment, a man wearing glasses from the front row gets up, walks over to Guo Yun, and extends his hand. "Judging by your clothes, brother, you must be from the Human Security Bureau, right? I'm not sure how I should address you." In response to the offered hand, Guo Yun simply gives it a polite shake. He introduces himself as Zhu Long. The man is Zhuge Guang, but his friends call him Zhug. The person behind him is Xiao Dao, his partner. They're both from the Tianya Guild. Hearing this, the bald thug looks completely stunned and whips his head around. The Tianya Guild? The Tianya Guild? Guo Yun recalls reading about them. It's the oldest player organization in all of Hua country. Plus, he mentioned they came together. Does that mean there's a way to party up with teammates? Walking right past Guo Yun, Zhuge Guang moves to the front. He says he'll handle things from here. "It seems you've heard of the Tianya Guild, my friend. How about you give me some face, and we can just pretend this little incident never happened." He walks up to the thug, puts a hand on his shoulder and says, "Our brother Zhu Long has a point. We should prioritize completing the mission." And though Zhug says this with a friendly smile, his words carry a spine-chilling threat. Wouldn't you agree? The big thug's body starts to tremble uncontrollably. He barely manages to stammer out a reply. "Yes, Mr. Zhug, you are absolutely right." Getting the answer he wanted, Zhug then tells the thug to go apologize to the girl. "Then go apologize to our brother Zhu Long and his friends." Zhuge's words were like a direct order. The thug meekly walks over to Su Mi and Guo Yun's group and bows his head. "Brother Zhu Long, Sister Jin Gang, I admit my mistake. I am truly sorry for what happened just now." Zhug stands to the side, clapping loudly. "Excellent. Turning hostility into friendship is a wonderful thing. We have to work together if we want to clear this dungeon safely." Zhuge's style so fast, so smooth, using soft power to overcome brute force leaves Guo Yun a little stunned. His methods are brilliant. He easily established himself as the group's leader while flexing his own authority. He secretly watches Zhuge in the window's reflection, thinking to himself, "This guy is no simple character." Just then, the girl in pink, Su Mi, timidly approaches Guo Yun and whispers, "May I sit here?" He replies, "Of course." To prepare for the dungeon ahead, Guo Yun needs to find some suitable items. Guo Yun asks the system to open the help center. 3 items immediately appear before him. Help center. Green paper money, 200. Medical records, 400. A map, 100. After a quick glance, he decides to spend his points and buy everything. After that, the vehicle carrying the players to the dungeon continues smoothly on its way down the road. Before the dungeon begins, some hint prompts appear from the system. They mention a demonic ritual involving a skull. Candles and demonic symbols flash on the screen. Then, verse by verse, the system reads aloud. A dead man, his body buried deep within a tomb. Flickering flames and candles burned halfway down appear. The system's voice rings out again. No one found the soul. Then, contrasting sharply with the spiritual scene, an image appears of towering chemical vats filled with an eerie green liquid. A dead man now has an evil soul, and the final hint: burn the entire city down. Just as the words appear, the players' convoy finally arrives. The doors swing open, and the 5 players, including Guo Yun, step out. Having completed its drop-off, the vehicle immediately turns around and speeds away. A nearby billboard suddenly flares to life in crimson red, drawing the eyes of the 5 players. It's the instance's system panel. Mission: Evil Moon in the Sky. The completion condition: end the revenge of Tom Sorot. Instantly, the party members open their own system interfaces, digging into the lore and objectives. Their role? Agents from Area X, a secret organization that handles the supernatural. A bizarre murder has just happened in Blackwater Town. Their mission is to go undercover as FBI agents and find out if a supernatural power is really behind this whole thing. Just then, Gia-Cat checks his inventory, pulling out a fresh FBI badge. As he examines the card, you can see the gears turning in his head. He scoffs. An objective-based mission? With such a basic cover story. No wonder they rated this instance's difficulty so low. His comment sounds completely cryptic to the others. The rest of the players turn to Gia-Cat, waiting for him to elaborate. Clutching his own FBI badge, a worried Tudao turns to him. "Sir, what do you mean by that?" Seeing the clueless expressions on the kids' faces, Gia-Cat decides to happily school them. He starts explaining. "All the previous dungeons we've run, the condition was always just to survive until the end, right? Like a bunch of school kids, they all line up and nod eagerly as he explains how survival instances work. Sure, survival missions feel dangerous, but the threats are always clear and out in the open. You can just hide, run out the clock, and you've cleared it." He pauses to light a cigarette. But a mission with an objective, that's a different story. If you don't meet the conditions, the instance will never, ever end. Then he snaps the lighter shut with a flick. Gia-Cat keeps explaining. And if players have to actively investigate, it means they're likely to run into unknown dangers and hidden rules. He places a concerned hand on Tudao's shoulder, though his own expression remains deadpan. "This is only Tudao's 3rd instance," he says. "Logically, even with me here to help, he shouldn't have gotten an objective-based mission." He breathes out a cloud of smoke, then says slowly, "Unless." The rest of the party holds their breath, hanging on his every word. His brow furrows as he says gravely, "Unless there's a high-level player here, raising the instance's difficulty." Van Qua gets a little suspicious. It seems like Gia-Cat's gaze was aimed right at him. He quickly changes the subject. "Either way, we should probably get moving. If we waste any more time, this Tom Sorot guy might finish his revenge before we can." And with the decision made, the group of 5 heads into the town before them. Gia-Cat is the first to lay out a plan. The only real clue we have is the bizarre murder mentioned in the mission background. Either way, that's where we have to start. Jin Gang thinks for a second, rubbing his smooth bald head. "Shouldn't we just go ask the police for information? I mean, we don't have the case files." Tudao immediately shoots that idea down. "No way. It says on the back that Area X is a secret organization the outside world doesn't know about. These credentials are just for show. They're just meant to fool ordinary civilians." Seeing everyone debating with no real solution, Van Qua steps forward. With a confident smirk, he takes the lead. "This is simple. I've got a plan." On a sidewalk at the edge of town, a cowboy-looking fella is fast asleep, his hat pulled over his eyes. Van Qua taps on the bench a few times to wake the man. The guy grumpily pushes up his hat, looking for the kid who dared to ruin his nap. Van Qua seizes the moment to introduce himself. "Hello there. I'm a reporter from the local paper. I'm looking to get to the scene of that recent murder in town. You think you could point me in the right direction?" The man scowls, snapping, "Are you nuts? If you bother me one more time while I'm sleeping, I'll..." But he doesn't get to finish that sentence. He freezes, his eyes locked on a thick wad of cash that Van Qua is holding right in front of him. For a moment, he's completely stunned. Van Qua just stands there with a knowing smile, practically glowing as he holds out the cash. The grumpy old-timer's attitude does a complete 180. Van Qua flashes a smile. "So, can you show me the way?" The man clenches his fist, thrilled. "No problem. No problem at all." True to his word, the old-timer leads the group of players to the very edge of town. He points towards a solitary house in the distance. John's place. Van Qua and Gia-Cat look on, and you can tell something has already piqued their interest. "It's right over there," the man says, gesturing towards a simple, dark, and utterly grim-looking house. After observing in silence for a moment, Van Qua turns to ask, "So he lives all alone, way out here?" The old man just frowns, tapping his own head with a finger, the universal sign for crazy. His tone gets serious. Ever since his wife and kids took off, John kinda snapped. After that, he moved himself out to this godforsaken place. From what the old guy heard, John got deep into devil worship and all sorts of bizarre rituals. They say he really started believing in all that crazy stuff. John became gloomy and hard to understand, and as a result, his family left him. His little girl looked back at him just once, but her expression was cold, completely empty of feeling. While Van Qua and Gia gathered intel, King Kong and Xiao Dao were busy at John's house, forcefully ripping away the layers of tape sealing the property. Xiao Dao yanks the last piece of tape right off the doorknob. The door swings open. Gia points inside, saying, "Let's investigate the room. See if you can pick up any information from him." Van Qua simply replies, "No problem." Van Qua then turns to a worried old man standing nearby. "Hey, is this going to be a problem?" he asks. Van Qua puts a hand on his shoulder. "Relax. The police are here. We'll handle it." He even cracks a small, confident smile to reassure the man. "Old-timer, tell me about John. What did he believe in?" The man strokes his chin, thinking, then mutters, "John. I didn't really know him that well. I just remember he moved here about 10 years ago. 10 years ago, when John first came to town, he and his wife gave gifts to their new neighbors. Everyone said that back then, they were kind and enthusiastic people. Even though they came from that town, people here slowly began to accept them. Then, John's family grew. Around their 5th year here, they had a child. According to the old man, the little girl was different. She only ever held a teddy bear and never fit in with the other kids. He said she was strangely cold, not like a child at all. She would even grip the poor teddy bear tightly by its neck. It was because she'd stare with such hostility as the town kids played together, and John eventually started to notice this disturbing behavior. He suspected his daughter was possessed by a demon and brought in countless people to perform exorcisms, but things just spiraled out of control. John became frantic, clutching a cross and chanting scriptures day and night. His actions finally pushed his wife over the edge. The two of them clashed. A massive fight was unavoidable. And after that, divorce. Their small family of 3 shattered like a broken mirror. His wife and daughter left him behind together. Crushed by the loss, John became a recluse. He grew gaunt, living a grim, lonely life before moving into this house by himself, where no one knew what he did. Back in the present, the old man looks at Van Qua. "That's all I know. For the case details, you'll have to find the police." Van Qua crosses his arms, thinking, "You mentioned John came from that town. Was his background unusual?" At the mere mention of that town, the old man's expression changes completely. He quickly waves his hands. "It's better you don't know. Anyone connected to that place meets a very bad end." Suddenly, a loud noise cuts through the air. Van Qua and the old man snap their heads toward the sound's origin. Gia runs out from inside the house. "What is it?" Van Qua asks. Xiao Dao heard a police car. Sure enough, a town police car speeds toward them with its siren wailing. A man steps out, shouting, "Who are all of you? What are you doing here?" This cop has a shiny bald head and is mid-bite on a donut. Hands in the air, now. The old man seems to know the officer. "Officer Mac," he calls out. "There are reporters here gathering news, but Mac isn't having any of it." "Shut up," he yells. "Reporters? Do reporters get to just waltz onto a crime scene? That's illegal, you know that? Illegal." Without missing a beat, Van Qua steps right up to Officer Mac, making him flinch back. He smiles. Of course. The officer eyes him suspiciously. "Are you really reporters?" Van Qua answers smoothly. "See for yourself. Here are our press credentials." Nearby, Xiao Dao whispers nervously to Gia, "Sir, where did we get press passes?" Gia just says, "Let's see how he handles this." Officer Mac's face lights up as he takes an envelope from Van Qua, immediately tossing his half-eaten donut. His entire attitude shifts. He smiles and clears his throat. These press passes are definitely legit. Just try not to mess with the scene, you know?" Officer Mac quickly stuffs the envelope in his pocket while Van Qua casually slings an arm around the cop's shoulders, laying on the charm. "Wouldn't dream of it. We're just here to snap a few pictures for the report. A case this complex and thrilling. We were hoping an officer like yourself could give us some of the finer details." Van Qua reaches into his pocket, pulling out another, thicker envelope. Officer Mac, however, still seems a little hesitant about him. Before a conviction, he starts, "Evidence is technically not supposed to be shown to outsiders." But before he can finish his sentence, Van Qua gives him a look that says it all. "We're not outsiders, we're good friends." The officer gets the message instantly, breaking into a massive grin. Right, the best of friends. What was your name again? Jia Cat and Xiao Dao watch from the side, having witnessed Vanhua's entire performance. Xiao Dao can't believe it. Sir, can you really do that? Should we start carrying around some American dollars for this? Jia Cat just smiles toward them, asking nonchalantly, are you advocating for bringing real-world money into the game model? How was that even possible? As snow began to fall, Vanhua watched from a distance, waving goodbye to the departing officer. Cat Quang returned the wave with a smile, but his eyes told a different story. He was already sizing Vanhua up. He could tell this kid was no joke. Just as Vanhua reached the top of the stairs, he found Cat Quang waiting for him at the door. Vanhua broke the silence, explaining the current situation. Officer Mac went to the station to get the evidence for us. What about you guys? Any luck? A little, Cat Quang replied, before filling him in on everything they had managed to uncover so far. The victim appeared to have taken his own life. But here's the thing, Xiao Dao's power lets him see echoes of the past. He saw something, Cat Quang began, but he hesitated, finding the words difficult to say. In his mind, Xiao Dao replayed the vision from the crime scene. A haunting image surfaced, a circle, with a star drawn inside. At each point of the star, a candle flickered, and on the wall, a shadow, a man raising an axe high above his head. Red liquid spilled into the ritual circle. Then, the victim, with a cold expression, began cutting his own body into 7 or 8 pieces. Hearing this, both Vanhua and Sumi were utterly speechless. Sumi instinctively raised a hand to cover her mouth in horror. Vanhua immediately pulled up the system interface. System, mission report. A screen materialized, displaying the current objectives. Mission 1, Evil Moon in the Sky. Reward, 2,500 achievement points. Mission 2, Uncover the truth behind Joe's bizarre death. Reward, 1,500 achievement points. Mission 3, Ensure civilian casualties in Blackwater Town remain below 30%. Reward, 5,000 achievement points. Mission B, Unlock the truth of this world. Another 5,000 points. Vanhua stared at the list. A thought clicked in his mind. No completion notice. That means the system didn't register the death as a suicide. Something else was at play. Meanwhile, Officer Mac was busy collecting the evidence. He shined his flashlight into the dark room, nervously glancing over his shoulder. Reaching the evidence room, Officer Mac pulled out his keys and unlocked the heavy door. From a dusty shelf filled with case files, he pulled out a specific envelope. With the file in hand, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Back at the house, all they could do was wait, and hope the officer returned with something, anything, that could help. A steaming cup of tea was placed before him. Vanhua picked it up, staring into the cup, lost in his thoughts. Vanhua looked up at Sumi. Thanks. Hearing his voice, she immediately blushed, looking away. It's nothing, but Jin Gang couldn't believe it. He watched Vanhua calmly sipping his tea and snapped. How can you be drinking tea at a time like this? Aren't you scared? Vanhua just lifted the cup to his lips, casually replying, I've already checked. This house is clean. Cat Quang leaned forward, placing both hands on the table to get his attention. Brother, did you find any intel? Still holding his tea, Vanhua began to share the information he'd gathered. A little, he said. The victim came here from another small town, Blackwater Town. Rumor has it that nearly everyone there is part of an evil cult. No surprise, that was the real mission objective. After hearing all of this, Sumi asked the obvious question. So, does this mean we have to go to Blackwater Town? Not yet, Vanhua answered. We need more clues before we charge into the boss's headquarters. Just then, police sirens cut through the air. The moment he heard the sirens, Vanhua stood up and looked outside. He seemed to know exactly who was arriving. Looks like our police friend is back, he said. Let's hope he brought us a little surprise. With his hands in his pockets, Vanhua casually stepped outside. There was Officer Mac, slowly walking toward the house carrying a large box of files. Officer Mac shot a nervous glance behind him, issuing a stark warning. You all better make this quick. You have no idea the risk I took getting these for you. He then handed the box of documents over to Vanhua. Inside, the group immediately started passing around the files that Officer Mac had brought them. As Vanhua handed out the last of the files, he assured the officer, Got it. We'll make the most of our time. Then, he pulled out a wad of cash, pressing it into Officer Mac's hand as a little something for his trouble. The officer's eyes went wide at the sight of the cash. Of course, Vanhua added, we make sure our friends are taken care of. With that settled, the entire group gathered around, their faces serious as they pored over the documents. Jin Gang was rubbing his forehead when suddenly, his eyes shot wide open. He slammed his hand on the table, shouting, I found it! He held up one of the documents, pointing firmly at a photograph. Right here, he declared. It says the death was accidental. The newspaper article described an experimental accident at the Fataleo Medical Center. A patient named Tom Soros had unfortunately lost his life. Van Qua turned to Officer Mack, who was still busy counting his money in the background. "Officer, what year is it?" "Still clutching the wad of cash," the officer replied. "It's 1957. Why do you ask?" Van Qua's mind flashed back to the newspaper article. He questioned the date in his mind. The report was from 1927. In other words, this mission was about the revenge of someone dead for 30 years. At that moment, a hand shot up. It was Sumi. She'd found something in the file box, a diary belonging to John. She opened the old journal, beginning to read its contents aloud for everyone. The diary claimed he only started believing in religion because an evil spirit was haunting him. She read on, detailing how he wrote that even after fleeing town, the entity wouldn't let him go. John had documented everything he experienced. Everyone else from the experiment was already dead, and he knew his turn was coming soon. His face in that moment must have been filled with terror. He'd scrawled his final repentance into that very journal. "Oh Lord, I confess my sins from that year. I beg you, please have mercy on my soul." Suddenly, a hand shot out and slammed the diary shut. Sumi was stunned. It was Yun Kuo. He spoke up. "I think I get the gist of it now." Officer Mack was baffled. "You get what? I don't understand a thing." Yun Kuo simply took the file box and walked toward the officer. He replied calmly, "It's nothing, just a few clues." Clutching the box, he gave a grateful smile for Officer Mack's help. "You've done enough, officer. This was a huge help. You should go now, before you're spotted." Yun Kuo then stepped out into the yard, hands buried in his pockets, staring silently into the distance. The police car sped away as the others came outside to watch it leave. Suddenly, 2 coughs from Yun Kuo shattered the silence. Ahem. He turned and headed back up the steps, ready to go inside. Facing the group, Yun Kuo brought up an old clue. "Everyone, I have an idea. Do you remember that nursery rhyme from before the mission began?" Sumi seemed to remember, reciting the lines she knew. "I think it was, a dead man, body in a grave, soul can't be found. Another dead man, one more evil spirit, one less whole town." Using John's diary, Yun Kuo delivered his theory. "Based on John's journal, we can basically confirm Tom Soros became a vengeful spirit after an experiment at Fataleo Medical Center 30 years ago." Guang seemed to catch on to Yun Kuo's logic. "So you're saying the first line of the rhyme is a hint?" "Yeah, I think so." Jin Gang just clutched his head, completely lost. "Can we please stop with the riddles? What are you people talking about? I don't understand a single word." Yun Kuo turned to patiently explain it to him. "What we mean is, the first line of the rhyme, the part about soul can't be found, might hint at the opposite. If we can find his soul, we might find a clue." A hand reached up, brushing back a strand of hair. It was Xiao Dao, who finally broke his silence. "I can trace John's footsteps from right before he died. But I'll need more items connected to him." Yun Kuo lowered his head in thought. Then it hit him. An idea sparked to life. He grinned at everyone. "I've got it. Follow me." His hand reached down and grabbed a shovel, and everyone realized they were all holding one. Xiao Dao stared down at the shovel in his hand, confused. "Brother Zhulong, what is this for?" Yun Kuo's grin widened as he shouted to the group, "We're digging up a grave." Hearing that, Xiao Dao's face paled. He looked at the tombstone in front of them, hesitating. "Are we really going to dig?" The shovel was already sinking into the dirt. Yun Kuo was digging with furious intensity. He shot a glance at Xiao Dao. "Stop wasting time, someone's going to show up soon." With that, they all began to dig deeper into the grave. After a while, Jin Gang was panting, completely exhausted as he wiped sweat from his forehead. He looked up at the sky and froze. The color was all wrong. Wait, was the sky this dark just a minute ago? A strange light glinted off the tombstones, making them shine. Suddenly, they heard the sound of footsteps, running hard. Sumi came sprinting toward Yun Kuo, trying to warn them. We've got trouble." Yun Kuo looked up at the sound of her voice. "Someone's coming?" Sumi's eyes were wide with disbelief as she gasped. "No, it's not a person. It's a fish. A fish." As the words left her mouth, a glowing fish began to fly through the air. "What is that thing?" Sumi looked up, her voice trembling. "I don't know. It just came out of the grave." The fish floated higher. Yun Kuo's eyes narrowed as a thought raced through his mind. His spirit eye wasn't reacting. It wasn't a ghost. He knew it couldn't be real, just a simple illusion. Just then, creatures of all kinds began to crawl from the surrounding graves, closing in on them. Dao spun around, shouting, "There are more and more of them! What do we do now?" Suddenly, a chilling laugh echoed from out of nowhere. A terrified Sumi hid behind Van Qua, whispering that she could hear someone laughing all around them. Jin Kang's face twisted into a scowl as he braced himself for a fight. Just then, a red fish creature appeared behind him, blasting Jin Kang square in the back. He was so furious he could cough up blood, collapsing to his knees as he dropped his weapon. Van Qua, completely baffled by this, demanded to know, "What is this situation?" Zhug looked him over and concluded, "No external injuries. It looks like a psychic shock." He then warned that recovering from one hit is possible, but taking a few more would be disastrous. Van Qua declared, "Then we have no choice but to fight." Instantly, both men drew their weapons, and Van Qua hurled his towards the creatures up ahead. Zhug yelled out a warning, "These fish must be pure spiritual bodies. Talismans are useless against them. Do you have anything for spiritual attacks?" Van Qua considered it for a second. "Let me see." He unleashed a talisman, throwing it right at the strange fish. But Dao pointed and yelled, "Sir, that dolphin is regenerating." Sumi looked around frantically. "They're just multiplying all around us." Van Qua realized that creepy laugh was the key to this whole mess. Find it, and they could break the illusion. But where was it hiding? Sumi suddenly spoke up. "I think I know where it is." Van Qua turned in disbelief, asking, "You know?" She explained that a faint feeling had been growing stronger and stronger. Then she saw it. There's something hiding inside the roots of that tree. Zhug holstered his weapon. "Right now, she's our only lead. We'll have to take the gamble." Van Qua gave a slow nod of agreement, and with that, both of them charged forward, smashing through one creature after another. Sumi pointed up into the tree. "The branch on the right." Van Qua immediately prepared to launch an attack on that very spot. A long-haired ghost materialized, letting out a deafening shriek. The psychic scream made everyone clutch their heads, crying out in agony. The scream triggered a flood of painful memories from Van Qua's past. He placed a statue on the ground, summoning forth a ferocious tiger spirit. The tiger's massive claws terrified the ghost, dragging the shrieking spirit straight towards Van Qua. With his target captured, he muttered, "I won't give you another chance to escape." The flying creatures in the air slowly dissolved into nothing. A single sheet of paper floated down, and Van Qua caught it, landing lightly before reading it aloud for the group. Test subject number 11. Ability is emotional resonance, a spiritual shockwave that can instantly project one's own emotions onto others, creating a powerful psychic attack. The name of the institution was the Padaleo Medical Center, the same place Tom had his accident 30 years ago. The hospital was likely just a cover for its true purpose, a research center for paranormal humans. Zhuge grimaced, realizing his brother Zhu Long was probably right all along. Sumi stammered in fear, "Brother Zhu Long, I can still feel something. It's still there, behind the tree." Hearing this, Van Qua's eyes immediately darted towards the tree. He moved closer, but saw absolutely nothing. "It's empty," he thought. But then, an idea hit him. Wait, could it be? He quickly activated his yin eye, and in an instant, he could see the lingering ghost of John Tat. The rest of the group came over, and Zhug immediately asked, "Did you find anything?" Van Qua turned back, explaining, "It's the remnant soul of John Tat. You can only see it with the yin eye." He pulled out a vial of ox tears. "Use this. The effect won't last long, but it's better than nothing." One by one, they all applied the liquid to their eyes. After wiping their eyes, they all gasped in shock at what they saw. Dao cried out, "It's really John." A startled Su Mi asked, "Brother Zhu Long, why can I sense these things?" Van Qua turned to her and explained, "To put it simply, your own abilities are awakening. Some people are just naturally affected by being near the supernatural. You're one of them." He smiled, patting her head. "Don't worry, it's a good thing. It proves you have a rare gift." Sumi blushed bright red and said, "I understand." Zhug then turned to Dao and asked, "Can you do a rollback?" Dao knelt to examine the spirit. "Shouldn't be a problem," he said, before placing his hand directly on the soul. Van Qua looked on, completely baffled by the display. "What is he doing?" Zhug explained. "He's synchronizing with the remnant soul, like a psychic channeling a spirit. This way, we might be able to get more answers." As Dao continued the process, his body suddenly went limp. A moment later, his head snapped up, his eyes now glowing. He was possessed. Speaking through him, the spirit asked, "Who are you people? And me? Aren't I supposed to be dead?" Zhuge knelt and replied, "You are, in fact, dead. We want to go up against Tom Soros, so we summoned your spirit for help, hoping for some news." At those words, the spirit stirred. Xiao Dao slammed his hand down, shouting, "Evil spirit, stay away from it!" He clawed at the dirt, his voice cracking. "Anyone who gets near him, they all die." Van Qua pieced it together, asking, "The evil spirit? You mean Tom Soros? So he hadn't died 30 years ago. He became a spirit." just like test subject number 11, but the soul just screamed back at them, "No, there was only ever one evil spirit." He devoured the souls of the other test subjects, stealing all their powers for himself. With a look of pure terror, he screamed, "All the evil spirits, they're all him." Vanhwa and Giacat exchanged a stunned glance. Giacat frowned. "If the others are part of his soul, then he knows we're here." Vanhwa finished, kneeling down to question the spirit. "Why has he been hunting you for so long? Why post a guard on you? What does he actually want?" John, speaking through Xiao Dao's body, hugged himself and trembled. This is his revenge. He's trapping my soul, keeping it from moving on. He's torturing everyone from that experiment, and even their children. According to him, the entire town was just a twisted laboratory for some hidden monster's amusement. He was recreating those experiments on everyone, and then he would devour anyone who awakened a new power. The implications made Vanhwa's expression tense. So, anyone in town could be one of his clones? John suddenly shot his head up. His voice was breaking apart. Not that many awaken. 1 in 100. Everyone else is just his plaything. Just then, blue energy began pouring from his body as he struggled to get the words out. "You have to save them." John reached a hand toward Vanhwa, using the last of his strength for one final plea. "Save, save, save Anna." And with that, his arm dropped, lifeless. The face shifted, returning to that of Xiao Dao. He got up, brushing himself off. "The soul's gone, completely burned out. But I saw how he died." Xiao Dao explained what he saw from John's memories. After prolonged torture, John's spirit had finally broken. That's when the evil spirit, Tom, took over his body, which explains the bizarre cause of death. The moment Vanhwa learned the truth, the system panel flashed. Mission complete. The reward, 1,500 achievement points and 50 condensing pills. Vanhwa read the notification again, a little surprised by how generous the reward was. He eyed the bottle of pills, doing the math. 1 pill an hour permanently raises his spirit limit. Not bad. Meanwhile, Xiao Dao turned to Giacat, his face full of worry. "Sir, if what John said is true, the difficulty of this mission." Giacat's expression was grim. "Yes, this will be extremely difficult." They had no idea how many abilities the evil spirit had absorbed, or how many clones he controlled. Worse yet, he could possess ordinary people. Inside that town, there was no way to tell friend from foe. Vanhwa suddenly cleared his throat, offering a solution. "I might just have a way to solve this little problem." A moment later, the team gathered around, ready to hear Vanhwa's plan. After hearing it, Giacat looked shocked. "Are you serious? I thought the Public Security Bureau was against revealing the existence of monsters." Vanhwa simply turned to him with a calm smile. "Reality is reality, and right now, we're in a special scenario. An opportunity this good? It'd be a waste not to take it." Later, at the police station, Officer Mack was getting ready to head home, wondering if he should check out that car dealership when something caught his eye. It was Vanhwa, sitting at the front desk, speaking quietly to the officer on duty. "Officer, we'd like to file a report." The cop looked half asleep and asked him to repeat that. Vanhwa patiently said it again, and then again. "File a report. We're here to file a report." The officer leaned in, barely awake. Just then, Officer Mack waved them over. "Hey Long, my man, what are you doing here? Did you run into some kind of trouble?" Vanhwa put on a helpless expression. "Actually, we did run into a problem. We were hoping you could help us out." The moment Mac heard the word help, his hand shot back to guard his wallet, repeating the word with suspicion. His fingers clutched his cash. Vanhwa saw it immediately, waving his hands reassuringly. "Don't worry, it's not about your money. Relax." A second later, his entire demeanor shifted. He became deadly serious as he reached into his coat pocket. "The truth is, we aren't really reporters." Vanhwa flashed a badge at him, one that read, FBI. Mac's tone was full of doubt. "You're FBI?" Vanhwa placed a hand on his chest and began his introduction. "We're with the National Bureau of Supernatural Research, Region 10. We handle everything. Aliens, cults, monsters, you name it." But Officer Mac still wasn't buying it. "Is this some kind of new prank?" So Vanhwa gave him some proof, a purple flame flickering to life on his fingertip. Officer Mac completely freaked out, scrambling backward. What is that thing?" the man asked suspiciously. "Is this some kind of magic trick?" Vanhwa just let out a weary sigh. "Looks like this was a job for Jin Gang." Jin Gang slammed a fist on his chest, declaring, "Don't worry, just leave it to me." And in the next second, his clothes ripped apart under the strain as his body instantly expanded, doubling in size to become a mountain of pure muscle. He flexed, veins popping as he roared, This is the overbearing body of the great Jin gang. Blades can't cut me, fire can't burn me. You get it now? But right then, Van Qua casually poked his arm with a small flame. Jin gang felt a weird sensation and glanced down, only to see Van Qua holding a flame to his skin with a blank look. A few seconds later, it was gone. Only then did the pain register, and Jin gang yelled out, "Ow, what was that for?" Van Qua just scratched his head with an awkward laugh. Sorry. I was just a little curious. I swear it won't happen again." Officer Mack, however, was so terrified he collapsed, stammering, You're really the investigators from Sector 10. Van Qua pulled the officer to his feet, explaining with a smile, "That's right. A supernatural incident has occurred in Heishui Town. Our contact was killed in action, and we can't reach our organization. That's why we had to come find you for help." Officer Mack stammered back, But I don't know how to contact your people either." Van Qua quickly gave him a plan. "If you don't know, report it to your chief. If the chief doesn't know, he reports to the governor. Someone in that chain of command is bound to know something." After hearing the plan, Officer Mack immediately stood at attention, his voice suddenly firm and resolute. "I understand. I'll go find the chief right now." Watching the man rush off, Gia-Cat asked doubtfully, "Are you sure this is actually going to work?" Van Qua wasn't 100% certain either, simply replying, "Hey, it doesn't cost us anything to try." Just then, a hand turned the doorknob and a man with an ice-cold expression walked in. This was William, from the Sector X Supernatural Management Organization. William looked straight at Van Qua. "I'm William, one of the managers for Sector X. You must be Zhu Long." Van Qua, with his feet casually propped on the table, corrected him. "It's Zhu Long. The way you say it sounds like an insult." After confirming he had the right person, William's tone turned serious. "We did indeed dispatch several investigators for the Zhou case, but they have absolutely no connection to you or your team." His tone suddenly shifted to anger as he slammed the desk, demanding, "Who exactly are you? How do you know about Sector X?" Van Qua calmly tried to de-escalate. "Don't get so worked up. We're not your enemies." He then paused, swinging his feet off the desk. As he stood up, Van Qua cut straight to the point. "The situation in Heishui Town. You've already sent people to investigate, right? We just want to offer some assistance." William shot back without turning. "And why would you want to help us?" Van Qua's gaze was dead serious. "Because dealing with the evil spirit in Heishui Town is also our mission. This is a win-win for both of us." William, still facing away, replied, "So this is a transaction." Van Qua, now also turning his back, countered, "I would be more inclined to call this a collaboration." But William wasn't buying it yet. "Cooperation requires capital. Any information you have, we already possess. I have absolutely no reason to lend you our power for nothing." Hearing this, Van Qua didn't hesitate for a second, removing his wristwatch. He held it up, proposing an exchange. "How about this, Mr. William?" He explained that the watch had an integrated gazer meter. He then conjured a purple flame, demonstrating live how it could measure different intensities of distortion, what William's people called supernatural power. "I'm sure you understand exactly how valuable a device like this truly is." The man seemed intrigued, finally asking, "May I run a few tests on it?" Van Qua handed the watch over, telling him to feel free. William's face was all business. "Please wait a moment." Van Qua went right back to propping his feet on the desk, casually adding, "Just try to make it quick." A while later, William's blurry image appeared as a voice called out, "Mr. Zhu Long, Mr. Zhu Long." Still groggy, Van Qua slowly opened his eyes, stretching as he asked, "Have you guys made a decision yet?" A satisfied look spread across William's face as he delivered the results. "After some deliberation, the organization has agreed to cooperate with you to resolve the anomaly in Heishui Town." Van Qua stood up straight, stretched his back, and let out a huge yawn. Then he got right down to it. "We can't afford to waste time. Let's discuss the details of our cooperation." Meanwhile, back in Heishui Town, a heavy, oppressive gloom filled the air. The residents wandered the streets like soulless puppets. Just then, a single piece of paper fluttered from the sky, landing right in front of a skeletal-looking young man with dead eyes. He let out a confused little grunt. Curious, he walked over to the paper and picked it up to read it. Turns out, it was a rescue guide. It announced that the government had sent support and urged all citizens to evacuate the town, promising that their safety would be guaranteed. More and more rescue leaflets rained down from the sky, sending the citizens into a panic. But for one skinny young man, after reading the words, he couldn't hold back his tears. He then dropped to his knees, shouting at the top of his lungs, "We can finally get out of here! We're saved!" Thank God, the people's spirits soared as they clutched the announcements and started running for their lives. "Wait for me! Hurry! To the town entrance!" At that exact moment, On Quilliam's side, a soldier came to report the situation. "Report, sir. The first group of helicopters assigned to distribute the flyers has returned. The second group is preparing for takeoff now." Quilliam then asked, "Where is the audio team?" Elsewhere, a massive speaker was being set up. They drove through every corner of the town, broadcasting the announcement for all residents to evacuate Blackwater Town immediately. The soldier continued his report. "The audio team is entering the town from another direction, ensuring maximum coverage." Satisfied, Quilliam gave the order, "Good work, keep it up." The soldier stood at attention and gave a firm reply. Suddenly, applause echoed from behind them. Lin Yunchao and Sumi slowly walked toward the assembly point. He couldn't help but praise them. Highly efficient. Very professional. "As an ally, you are incredibly reliable, Mr. Quilliam." Quilliam replied humbly. A disaster might push an individual to despair, but for a nation's machine at full power, it's merely a minor issue. However, looking at the crowd of newly rescued refugees, he let out a heavy sigh. Quilliam finally issued the directive, "Everyone, please maintain order. We will conduct a further inspection on all of you." The soldiers carefully controlled the crowd approaching Sumi. Quilliam then turned to hand over the remaining work to Lin Yunchao's team. "As agreed, identifying the Toms among the escapees is your job," Lin Yunchao stated firmly. "Don't worry, I've brought the right person for it. Just leave it to us." As he spoke, he patted the shoulder of a blushing Sumi. Nearby, a trembling refugee voiced his frustration. "Aren't you supposed to be protecting us? Why won't you let us leave?" Instead of reassuring them, a nearby soldier replied coldly, "There is one final step. Please remain silent." The entire crowd immediately began to tremble, a mix of confusion and absolute terror washing over them. Lin Yunchao, Sumi, and Quilliam watched every move of the refugee group from a safe distance. Lin Yunchao turned to reassure Sumi. "You got this?" She gave a slight nod. Sumi answered softly, "I can do it." With that, she used her ability, creating a powerful field that swept over the entire crowd. After a moment, she slowly opened her eyes and made her judgment. 3 of them were compromised. They were an old man, a fierce-looking young punk, and an auntie with a missing eye. Quilliam immediately signaled his soldiers to move in. 2 of them quickly used stun guns to neutralize the 3 suspects. Quilliam gave another command, "Take them away and restrain them completely. Keep a close watch on the rest." The soldiers who subdued the 3 suspects responded in unison. "Yes, sir." With everything under control, Lin Yunchao didn't linger, confidently leaving the rest to Sumi. "I'm leaving this side to you." Sumi happily accepted the task. I'll do my best." He then quietly departed. Arriving at the tent entrance, Lin Yunchao called out, "Are you all ready?" He didn't even need an answer. His eyes widened in surprise. Before him stood Jin Gang, fired up and prepping some serious hardware. Zhuge Guang was getting reacquainted with his familiar rifle, and Xiao Dao was already decked out in full armor. Lin Yunchao couldn't help but grin. "Looks like it's our turn to take the stage." Lin Yunchao, Jin Gang, Zhuge Guang, and Xiao Dao quickly joined Quilliam. Seeing that everyone had assembled, Quilliam briefed them on the current situation. "The evacuation is basically complete. 85% of the civilians have been secured by our forces. Right now, there are probably still about 80 stubborn holdouts inside Blackwater Town. We will dispatch 2 teams, a total of 30 soldiers to support you, but they themselves possess no superhuman resistance whatsoever." Quilliam ended with a final warning. "Therefore, fighting the Tom so can only rely on yourselves." A moment later, the system announced Lin Yunchao had completed the mission. Civilian casualties in Blackwater Town were under 30%. His reward: 5,000 achievement points and 1 spin of the skill wheel. He immediately got excited and requested to claim his prize. The Wheel of Fortune spun at a dizzying speed. Finally, the arrow landed on the cloud stepping skill. The system confirmed he'd received the skill and provided more detailed information. This was the unique movement art of Tian Boguang, ranked alongside other legendary techniques as one of the 3 most famous speed skills in the martial world. The technique specializes in long-distance running, capable of dramatically increasing movement speed in a straight line. Lin Yunchao couldn't help but feel conflicted. Tian Boguang? Isn't that guy a notorious pervert? Still, the skill itself didn't sound half bad. Seeing him lost in thought, Quilliam turned to him with concern. Long, what are you thinking about?" Lin Yunchao quickly snapped out of it, his fighting spirit blazing as he replied, "Nothing, just thinking about something fun." He closed the system menu and gave Quilliam a serious guarantee. "The situation is actually better than I expected. Leave the rest to us." Lin Yunchao, King Kong, Zhuge Guang, and Xiao Dao, spirits soaring, led their squad into Blackwater Town as the sky itself seemed to brighten with their momentum. Meanwhile, Sumi was channeling every ounce of her power, focusing on her next move. Once she grasped the situation, her eyes snapped open as she pointed with an icy calm. Sumi's voice was clear. 2 hostiles in ambush behind that corner. The soldiers nodded to each other and immediately moved on her command, replying in unison, "Understood." At the very corner, Sumi pointed out. 2 shady figures were hiding. Suddenly, a strange object crackling with electricity shot toward them. It whipped through the sky, closing the distance in a flash. Before they could even react, a rope and weight had them bound tight, completely immobilized. The 2 suspects stared in disbelief as a full squad of soldiers leveled their weapons at them with cold, hard expressions. The squad leader immediately got on his comms, reporting, "Targets have been contained." Sumi acknowledged from her position, "Received." After watching for a moment, she knew she had to catch up with Zhulong's team as fast as possible. Lin Yunchao, King Kong, Zhu Guguang, and Xiao Dao quickly made their way into Blackwater Town. Pushing up his glasses, Zhu Guang remarked, "I never expected we'd be able to complete a mission like this. Originally, we were supposed to storm this town and get swarmed by the shrimp's mental parasites," he said, waving his hand. "By the time we reached the shrimp, we should have been exhausted and covered in wounds, either wiped out or barely scraping by with a tragic victory." Then Zhuge's eyes shot wide open as he yelled, "Instead, the soldiers are the ones turning this town upside down." They were calming and capturing terrified residents who were scrambling everywhere, their voices overlapping. "Don't run, don't." Yunchao calmly approached and patted Zhuge's shoulder. "You can't be blamed. Folk organizations like your Tianya Society often have this kind of limited thinking," he patiently explained. "Don't try to solve everything by yourselves. If you need to report, report. If you need help, ask for it. The nation will always be your strongest backer." The words hit home, and Zhuge could only nod. "Right. I'll seriously consider what you've said." As they were talking, a figure quietly approached. It was Sumi and the soldier assigned to watch her, who reported first. "The path to the Fataleo Medical Center has been cleared. All parasites along the way have been completely suppressed." He added, "The mission to escort Miss Su is complete." Yunchao couldn't help but scold Sumi when he saw her. "Why did you follow us here? It would have been safer back at the camp." She just giggled and explained, "I finished assessing the residents and thought I might still be able to help Zhulong, so I asked them to bring me here." Yunchao sighed, defeated. "Fine, but stay close to me, don't get separated." Just then, a soldier rushed over in a panic to report, "Sir, all soldiers are experiencing hallucinations and sensory distortion. It's getting worse by the second." He continued, "If this continues, it could affect our cognitive abilities and actions. Our commander has authorized a full withdrawal." Yunchao nodded grimly. "I understand. Leave the rest to us." The commanding soldier gave the order to fall out, and the entire squad snapped to attention. They raised their hands in a perfect salute, then bowed their heads in a formal, military gesture of respect. King Kong couldn't help but rub his bald head, remarking, "A sudden salute like that really gives you a sense of purpose, you know?" Beside him, Xiao Dao could only rub his nose, trying to hold back his own emotions. Lin Yunchao took the lead, bringing everyone back to focus. "If we lose, both worlds are in trouble anyway. Let's go." Soon the group arrived at the Fataleo Medical Center. The sign was yellowed with age, and the sky above was a swirling vortex of dark clouds, threatening to swallow anyone who dared to enter. Combined with the dilapidated, ruined building, the scene was straight out of a horror movie. Sumi huddled behind Yunchao in fear. Her eyes were wide with shock. "This is the Fataleo Medical Center?" Yunchao calmly turned to King Kong. King Kong smashed the door down. He cracked his knuckles confidently. "Leave it to me." King Kong activated his skill, channeling immense power into his fist. He then unleashed a devastating punch with terrifying force. With a single blow, the door exploded into splinters. Yunchao led the group inside, warning them, "Everyone, move in. Keep your eyes open." Zhuge couldn't shake his suspicion. "I can't believe we reached the enemy's nest this easily." The heavy, cold air of the place terrified Sumi. She shivered and whispered, "It's so dark in here, I can't see a thing." Suddenly, Lin Yunchao sensed a silent, murderous intent flying straight for them. 3 sharp syringes shot through the air with deadly speed, aimed to kill. He grabbed Sumi's wrist and yelled, "Watch out!" In a split second, Yunchao pulled Sumi aside, effortlessly dodging the 3 projectiles. He scanned the area warily. "Who's there? Stop hiding." A spiritual voice echoed out as a green aura suddenly enveloped the man's entire body. A worried Xiao Dao pointed ahead, shouting to Yun Guo, "There are more of them over there." Just then, figures wreathed in that same green energy appeared in the sky, surrounding Yun Guo's crew as a hand snatched a glowing tiger emblem. Yunguo tossed the emblem back, completely unfazed. So, you realized we'd just pick you off one by one and decided to team up? In that instant, the emblem transformed into a magnificent tiger, standing guard right behind him. The green-flamed figures all spoke as one, their voices chilling. Nothing can stop us. You are all going to die. Yunguo couldn't help but scoff, quietly summoning a flame to his hand with his eyes locked forward. But you've forgotten one thing. And with that, Yunguo vanished, leaving behind nothing but a swirling purple vortex. His sudden disappearance threw the enemy into confusion, making them look around frantically for him. A hand shot out from nowhere. Yunguo locked a vicious grip on the man's throat as the purple flame on his hand erupted, incinerating his target. A moment later, Yunguo pulled his hand back. "Trash is still trash," he said. "No matter how much of it you pile together." He glanced down at the ashes, then turned, rubbing his wrist. "So, who's next?" A portly enemy charged forward at lightning speed, getting right up to Yunguo before unleashing a torrent of flame right at him. He dodged it easily, scoffing, "Corrosive sludge, too bad you're so slow." His eyes narrowed, and he moved using his butterfly cloud step technique. He dashed in, slamming a fiery hand right onto the big guy's face as the flames instantly engulfed him. Yunguo looked ahead, his voice ringing out. "It doesn't mean a thing if you can't even land a hit." He cupped his hands around his mouth like a megaphone, then shouted, "Does anyone over there need a hand?" At that exact moment, Jug had just finished pumping 2 bullets into one of the female creatures. Meanwhile, Jin Gang was using the emblem to summon a tiger that was tearing his enemies apart. Seeing this, Yunguo just shrugged. "Guess not." Yunguo and his crew then slowly advanced on the final enemy. "Looks like it's just you left," he said. 3 minutes later, Jin Gang held the tiger statue. "Good thing we have Brother Zhulong's artifact. Otherwise, I'd have been useless against these phantoms." Zhug then stepped forward to add his thoughts. "We've wiped out all the test subjects," he said, "but the mission is still active." He stroked his chin thoughtfully. It seems Tom's real body wasn't among them. Suddenly, the entire group felt something and turned as one. Sumi spoke up hesitantly. I think I feel something." She closed her eyes, concentrating hard to pinpoint it. Yunguo's group waited anxiously. Just then, Sumi's eyes snapped open and she pointed ahead. "Found it. There's only one energy source left, but it feels like it's underground." The second she said that, the whole group fanned out, searching every single corner of the room. Xiao Dao lifted a heavy crate out of the way, discovering a small, hidden passage behind it. "I found it," he shouted. Deep at the end of the path, they found a wide entrance leading to a sealed door. On the door itself was a sign with some English writing on it. Not understanding, Jin Gang nudged Xiao Dao. "Hey brother, you're the educated one. What does the sign say?" Xiao Dao hesitated before answering. "Morgue." Yunguo suddenly appeared beside them. "We killed all the ghouls outside," he said calmly. "Nothing to fear." He took the lead, volunteering to go in first. "Hey, wait for me!" Jin Gang yelled from behind. As the group stepped inside, they found the room was filled with animal bodies floating in giant tubes. Yunguo explained. "The medical center upstairs was just a front. This is the real laboratory." He stopped, looking at a small, closed door. "In there?" he asked. Sumi nodded. "That's where he is." Yunguo stepped up and turned the doorknob. The door swung open, revealing a full laboratory. A man, Tom Wolf-Rot, spoke without turning around, as if he knew they were coming. "Years ago," he said, "they conducted those experiments on us. Right in this very room. My family, my people. They tortured every last one of them with all kinds of cruel methods." His voice droned on. "In the end, they threw my entire family into the incinerator." As he spoke, Tom held up something covered in strawberry syrup. Yunguo's team just froze, completely stunned by the bizarre scene before them. Tom Wolf-Rot slowly straightened his back. "Later, when I tied them to my table, none could handle even a third of my experiments." He whipped his head around, a savage look on his face. "Isn't that funny?" he sneered. "They couldn't even handle the experiments that they designed themselves." Yunguo stepped forward, his presence powerful. "So that's why you took revenge on this town?" But Tom Wolf-Rot immediately denied it. "Revenge? No, he said. "This isn't revenge, this is war, a war between my kind and humanity." Van Qua heard this and was suddenly confused. "A human war? Aren't you guys human?" Tom So-Rot immediately admitted it. "We are certainly not that inferior species. Our bloodline flows from the deep sea and the stars. We have the blessing of an ancient god." Remembering how his people had to flee from those researchers, Tom So-Rot's voice turned ice cold. "You coveted this blessing, so you hunted my people and me." His voice dripped with venom. "This was always a war." A system panel suddenly appeared in front of Van Qua. "Mission complete. Congratulations on unlocking the Deep Sea Kin worldview. He gently touched the screen, thinking to himself that this was a strange way to clear the mission. Wait, what's this abnormal status alert? Tom So-Rot's accusing voice suddenly echoed. You arrogant, conceited humans. You think you know everything, that it's all in your grasp. A mysterious green mist began to drift in. Everyone sniffed the air, confused, except for Van Qua. The rest of the group suddenly lost control and collapsed. One by one, they started groaning. My legs are numb. My head feels so heavy. Even their spiritual power was sealed. Only Van Qua remained clear-headed, his eyes fixed on his enemy. Very nice. Very dramatic. Now what? This completely caught Tom So-Rot off guard, leaving him flustered. How is this possible? Why are you? In Van Qua's hand was a cleansing pill, made from borage and timeless water, capable of neutralizing any normal poison. He glanced at the pill in his hand. Why am I not poisoned? Sorry. I just haven't run out of medicine yet. Seeing his trap fail so spectacularly, Tom So-Rot became absolutely furious and started shouting. Impossible. Fataleo's neurotoxin is the most advanced. How could there be an antidote? Van Qua explained calmly. Our Eastern cultivation is something your Western science would have a hard time explaining. Hearing this, Tom So-Rot gritted his teeth and cursed. He quickly turned to make a run for it, planning to deal with this later. But a purple aura from below his feet stopped him cold. Van Qua taunted him from across the room. Don't run. Weren't you so impressive just a moment ago? A current of energy shot from Van Qua's feet, creating a perfect circle that trapped Tom So-Rot inside. You were stalling for time. You're not the only one. Something clicked for Van Qua. Oh right, you're a spirit. You can walk through walls and fly. He snapped his fingers, and purple flames instantly erupted, surrounding Tom So-Rot's body. He was using his Tribulation Flame prison to cage his opponent in a vortex of fire. Van Qua thought to himself, he may not have gotten a damage skill, but being able to freely manipulate spiritual energy isn't half bad. At that moment, Tom So-Rot lightly touched the wall of fire and his hand was instantly scorched. He snatched his hand back, roaring in pure rage. Release me, you lowly creature, or I will show you what true fear really is. Van Qua just replied with pure sarcasm. Then why do you need a lowly creature like me to let you go? He smirked. Is it because you can't get out on your own? Then he recalled the earlier events. Right. Even though you controlled the souls of those test subjects, they all kept the abilities they had in life. Van Qua's gaze became razor sharp. So, looking at the man trapped in the flames, he realized you don't actually have the ability to devour anything, do you? Tom So-Rot's face was a mask of pure disbelief as Van Qua's voice continued, laying it all out. My guess is your only real power is some kind of mental parasite or psychic corrosion. Your own combat power is even weaker than those test subjects. He laid out the final damning conclusion. So you plan to use the lab's poison gas to deal with us, right? Hearing all this, Tom So-Rot could no longer hold himself back and finally snapped. Who are you? Why are you helping that inferior species? Van Qua replied calmly. I sympathize with what happened to your people, but we have a mission of our own. Just like you said, this is a war, and I was born on. He clenched the flame in his hand, his voice firm, the side of humanity. In that instant, countless chains of purple energy wrapped around Tom So-Rot. He screamed like a madman, I curse you, I curse you. Tom So-Rot unleashed a wave of pure hatred. I curse you, even if my soul burns to nothing, even if my will disappears, this curse will last forever. Just then, Van Qua ran in to check the situation, horrified. What in the world is happening? Tom So-Rot suddenly cried out, My God! His consciousness seemed to have been completely taken over. He began speaking in strange, incomprehensible words. Take my soul. Take my spirit as an offering. I beg you to grant my prayer, to fulfill my curse. Tom So-Rot's eyes bulged forward, the blood vessels straining against his vision. Regret this. You'll understand soon enough. Compared to this curse, losing your life would have been a mercy. Van Qua still couldn't grasp what was happening and could only stand and watch, but the system sensed the danger, flashing a stark warning. Warning. Chaos intrusion. The dungeon has been breached. High danger alert is now active. Another warning, extreme danger. An immense source of power is erupting from within. Far off, a man in a black suit watches through binoculars. Guillaume lowers them and asks his subordinate, Report? His subordinate immediately gives his report. He explains that the prototype alarms are blaring, broadcasting warnings. According to the chart provided by Mr. Zhu Long, the color code is red. It could be a genius-level threat. Guillaume calmly observes the incredible power, wondering what happened. Meanwhile, Inside, dark smoke swirls above Yunquo's head. Faint red glimmers of light begin to appear at the very center of the dark smoke. The Eye of Chaos appears, illuminating the entire area. Yunquo stares, wondering what in the world this thing is. Could it be the evil god that guy summoned before he died? Yunquo tenses up, swallowing hard. Yunquo doesn't get it, but he has to act. White Tiger, go! At his command, the tiger launches forward like a missile. It leaps up, pouncing straight for the eye at the center, but the entity doesn't even flinch. The eye just glares back, counter-attacking and vaporizing White Tiger in an instant. Yunquo stammers as the fragments fall, shattered. The eye seems excited, letting out a strange noise. Yunquo realizes it instantly. Oh no. It's noticed him now, and just as he feared, the eye has locked onto him, radiating an invisible killing intent. Yunquo seems to be hit by its attack. His eyes roll back in his head as he starts to lose consciousness. His knees can't hold him any longer and he buckles, about to collapse. He barely supports himself, gasping for air. He grits his teeth, stunned by its power. Just a single glance was enough to nearly knock him out. The eye searches around for him. It keeps moving, making Yunquo panic. This is bad. It's about to spot him again. But then, a realization hits him. Wait. Being seen. Yunquo slams his hands on the ground, releasing a wave of power. It grows rapidly, shooting up like a solid wall. He's using his power to create a barrier, blocking its line of sight. This was the best strategy he could come up with on the spot. Block its vision, and maybe he can avoid the attack. But just then, an arrow forms in the center of the eye. The arrow shoots forward without hesitation, shattering the wall he just created. Yunquo braces himself against the powerful blow. He grimaces in pain. His spiritual power is draining 10 times faster than normal. How much longer can he last? 10 seconds? 8? Suddenly, a system notification pops up, announcing an attempt to expel the anomaly. Yunquo grinds his teeth, urging it on. He can't hold on much longer. Hurry up. Out of options, Yunquo pulls out a gourd-shaped bottle. It contains condensing chi pills, used to permanently increase one's spiritual power limit. He pours several small pills into his hand. The rules state he can only take one of these per hour. Stubbornly, Yunquo shoves the entire handful into his mouth and mutters, "Screw it." He swallows them all, his eyes darkening as the effect kicks in. A blazing fire suddenly erupts around him, shrouding his entire body in a fiery orange aura. Now, he's brimming with power, ready for anything. But the eye continues its relentless assault. At the same time, the system's shield reconstruction progress reaches 85%. It inches forward, bit by bit, soon reaching 95%. But Yunquo suddenly collapses to his knees, listening from the floor. The dungeon shield construction is complete. The anomaly has been expelled. Yunquo grits his teeth in confusion. Is it really over? The eye narrows, looking down at him. Just then, something else appears right before it. It's an arrow. Fired with perfect speed and precision, it hurtles forward with blinding quickness. Yunquo's eyes widen as the arrow closes the distance in an instant. As it pierces through him, all he can do is scream. Ah! The eye silently watches him, motionless. A second later it closes and vanishes. Yunquo clutches the fatal wound in agony. The system interface appears. Mission complete. Successfully prevented the revenge of Tom Soot. Congratulations, player, on completing the game. Rewards are being calculated. Please wait. Yunquo instinctively keeps his hand over the wound. But then he realizes something. The pain is completely gone. Yunquo feels like something is wrong. He commands, "System, investigate personal information." The system works fast, and a detailed panel appears. Status: abnormal. Calamity signal. A note explains it's a mark left by a calamity star. The signal will summon endless disasters until his body, soul, and spirit are completely exhausted. Yunquo thinks to himself grimly. Of all the troublesome things he could have gotten, it had to be this. How could he solve this? Should he report it to the organization? He glanced at the unconscious group behind him, wondering how much they'd seen. First things first, he had to save them. Without hesitating, Yunquo rushed to Sumi, lifted her head, and fed her a purification pill. The moment he did, Sumi started to react. She groggily woke up and let out a huge sigh of relief when she saw him. "Brother Zulong, did you handle that evil spirit?" Yunquo raised an eyebrow, quizzing Sumi. "You didn't see the whole process?" Sumi shook her head honestly. "I lost consciousness right after I fell." Hearing that, he felt a bit more at ease. "So that's what happened. You rest up, I'll go detoxify the other 3. Yunquo turned and quickly began helping the others. Xiao Dao was the second one to slowly regain consciousness. Following him, Jug also started to come around, and the last one was Jin Gang, who was busy rubbing his bald head with a scowl. Jin Gang yelled impatiently, "What happened? Why did I pass out?" While Xiao Dao clutched his stomach, asking, "Where's the evil spirit?" Jug was much calmer than the other two. The mission shows as complete. It seems Brother Zulong already took care of it. Yunguo quickly waved his hand dismissively. His true form was weak, and he didn't expect the antidote. It made things simple. Xiao Dao glanced over at the destruction nearby, hesitating. "You call this simple?" Yunguo walked over, clapped a hand on Xiao Dao's shoulder and asked him gently, "You got a problem with that?" The move made Xiao Dao jump as he quickly backpedaled. "If you say it's simple, then it was definitely simple." Zhuge chimed in with a satisfied smile. Either way, this mission was completed smoothly. All thanks to Brother Zulong. By the way, are you interested in joining the Tianhai Society? Yunguo pointed to himself. "Mr. Zhug, did you forget I'm with the Public Security Bureau?" But Zhug didn't seem to mind. "No problem, there's no conflict. We actually have quite a few members from the Public Security Bureau." He calmly explained that the Tianhai Society is basically just a platform for players to connect. All interactions between members are completely voluntary, so they obviously welcome members from other organizations. He took out the society's business card, smiling warmly at Yunguo. "Our power might not compare to the Public Security Bureau, but we have our own unique sources for info. It might come in handy for you someday." Yunguo politely accepted the business card. He didn't refuse, but he didn't agree either, simply replying, "I'll think about it." Zhug was fine with that answer. "No problem. Whenever you decide, you can come and register." As he examined the card, the area around them started to glitch. Jin Gang spoke up quickly. "Looks like the instance is about to close." Yunguo suddenly remembered something. He turned around. "I almost forgot about one thing." He then hurried over to Sumi, asking her rapidly, "What's your name? Your real name, and your address?" A startled Sumi just said, "Huh?" Blushing, she started to introduce herself. "My name is Sumi. My address is at." But before she could finish her introduction, everyone in the room vanished. Yunguo was also transported to another location. He scratched his head, muttering to himself, "Why was she so flustered? Don't tell me she thought I was hitting on her." At that moment, the man in the dark sunglasses across from him spoke up. "Mr. Zulong, we need to conduct a few routine checks to confirm you haven't brought any risks out of the instance. I hope you'll cooperate." Hearing the request, Yunguo gave a blank smile. He'd almost forgotten about this part of the process. The man in glasses began his assessment. Mental state, stable. Body, no anomalies. No hidden parasites. Personality and identity confirmed. No distortions. With the check complete, the man carefully handed the contract back to Yunguo. "Thank you for your cooperation. Mr. Zulong, if you would please sign here." Yunguo took it and replied, "All right." As he was preparing to sign, the pen cap suddenly flew off. With a stroke of horrible luck, it shot right into a nearby green vase. The vase immediately fell to the floor, shattering into pieces right in front of Yunguo. One shard shot out, flying straight for his handsome face. He dodged, thanks to his sharp reflexes. The man in glasses broke out in a cold sweat. The piece of porcelain continued its path, flying straight into a nearby TV screen. The sight made the man in glasses shoot a weary look at the person responsible. Noticing the hostile stare, Yunguo quickly held up the pen to explain. Would you believe me if I said I've been really unlucky lately?" The scene changes to a few apartment buildings. Inside one, Yunguo is training relentlessly, doing push-ups as sweat pours from his body. After finishing, Yunguo grabbed a towel to wipe himself down. He scanned his body, but there didn't seem to be any problems. He then reached a hand back to check the seal on his shoulder. Looking at the mark, he figured that for now, it was only affecting his luck. He puts his coat back on, grabs a bottle of water, and as he takes a drink, Yunguo commands the system to pull up his mission results. Instantly, the system window flashes open. The player has successfully cleared a B-rank difficulty game. Main mission complete, rewarding 5,000 achievement points. But with no side quests activated, there's no extra bonus this time. Looking at the stats, he feels a flicker of doubt. This last game felt way harder than his first one, so why was it only ranked B? But Yunguo doesn't dwell on it. No point in overthinking it. Instead, he quickly navigates to the system shop. Time to see what kind of goodies he can score this time around. The store's new inventory immediately pops up on screen. First up, a powerful healing item, the Wan Ling Yao. For 10,000 achievement points, it can fully restore all physical damage in 10 minutes. Mental damage and unconsciousness aren't covered, and it only works inside the original Sin game. Seeing that price tag, Yunguo's jaw just about hits the floor. No way. The cost is on a whole other level, but a full heal item is insanely powerful. He grins, his fingers flying to make a purchase. If he stocks up, he could basically be invincible inside the game, right? But the system isn't about to let that happen. A warning immediately flashes on the screen. This is a special recovery item. Each player is limited to one purchase. Yunguo just gives a wry smile. He knew the system was never going to be that generous. The system then announces that because he received the Mark of Calamity this game, a special item has been updated. A spinning prize wheel materializes before him. The skill roulette. For 20,000 points, he can spin for a random skill usable in both the real world and the original Sin game. It disappears after 3 pulls. Yunguo's eyes light up at the possibility of a skill he can use in reality. Now this is a game changer. While the wheel spins, he takes a serious look at his own weaknesses. He might have points to burn, but his actual combat strength is still way too low. To be blunt, any random thug with a knife could still take him out. This is perfect timing. A crystal appears, the evil spirit essence. For 10,000 points, it's a crystal left behind by Tom Soros, and only the one who defeated him is worthy to use it. It contains a strange energy, but the method of use is unknown. Reading the description leaves Yunguo a little confused. Evil spirit essence. Usage unknown. He stares at the item, thinking hard. The shop shouldn't sell something totally useless, right? Maybe he's supposed to figure out its purpose himself. Suddenly, something clicks in his mind. Wait a second. Contains a strange energy. Yunguo glances over at an old statue on his cabinet. If he's not mistaken, a closer look reveals it's a statue of Sanchuan Mingmu. He stares at the statue, putting the pieces together. This essence. It could probably be used as a kind of nutrient for Lady Mingmu. He turns back to the screen and claims all his new items, the Wanling Yao, the skill roulette, and the evil spirit essence. Yunguo brings the evil spirit essence over to the statue to test his theory. He places it next to Lady Mingmu's peach blossom, then quickly backs away, but nothing happens. Not what he expected. He scratches his head, confused. Why isn't there any reaction? Was I wrong? And then the eyes of the San Chuan Mingmu statue begin to glow. 1 second, the evil spirit essence is there. The next, it's been completely absorbed. Yunguo stares in shock, wondering what just happened. All of that strange blue energy was sucked right into the statue. It all made sense now. So that was the strange energy hidden inside the essence. The energy pull grows stronger, and the statue's eyes glow even brighter. The suction becomes so intense, Yunguo has to shield his face. The force is incredible, sending waves of power through the room. Books fly off the shelves and scatter across the floor. Sanchuan Mingmu is officially awake. After the chaos dies down, Yunguo can't help but comment. It sucked up all that energy. Your ladyship, you've got quite an appetite. Suddenly, a booming voice echoes from the statue. Hearing it speak, Yunguo stumbles backward in absolute shock. Holy crap, the statue is talking, and she sounds angry. Brat, you're the one who dragged this venerable one into your world. I haven't even punished you for your disrespect yet, and you dare make jokes while making such a meager offering? This was all way too much to take in. Yunguo has to ask again. Are you really Lady Mingmu? Sanchuan Mingmu fires back. What? You don't believe me? Yunguo frantically waves his hands. No, I believe you, Lady Mingmu continues. You carry the stench of some strange evil auras. However, this venerable one has only just recovered a fraction of her power and cannot waste it. You'll have to make me a much better offering first. I will devise a way to solve this for you. With those final words, she transformed back into an ordinary statue. Yunguo let out a sigh of relief. He'd actually managed to bring a god home, but whether that was a blessing or a curse was anyone's guess. Just then, he got a call from Qingyun and immediately picked up. Hello? On the other end, Qingyun wasted no time with her questions. What's wrong? You sound exhausted. Are you feeling all right? Yunguo replied that his heart was just a little heavy. That's all. Qingyun glanced at a datasheet as she questioned him. I received a report that you encountered an unusual disaster after completing your mission. Did something happen inside the game? Yunguo sank onto the sofa, answering her with a calm voice. You could say a few things happened that were beyond my expectations. He stared wearily at his phone. It's kind of a long story. Hearing that, Qingyun's expression immediately turned serious. She gave him a direct order. Then you need to file a written report immediately. The organization wants to know every single detail from this last game. A short while later, at the Public Security Bureau, she glanced over the document he'd submitted. Is there anything else you want to add? Yunguo frantically scratched his head, blurting out. That's it. I swear. Everything that happened in the instance is in the report. At that moment, A worried-looking Professor Bai burst through the door. "Where's Xiao Yun? Where's Lin Yunguo?" Exhausted, Yunguo raised a hand. "Professor Bai, I'm over here." Professor Bai quickly strode over to where the two of them were standing. He stopped right in front of Yunguo, asking, "Your report says that a weirdness invaded your last mission." Yunguo just nodded. "That's right." The professor began pacing back and forth, lost in thought. "Just as I suspected." He stopped and slowly said, "I understand now, the hypothesis was correct." As they were talking, a sudden knock echoed from the door. Shilin went to open it, taking a file from a guard. Seeing the professor grilling Yunguo, she gently tried to intervene. "Professor Bai, please try to calm down for a moment. You should start by telling him about his current situation." Taking her advice, the professor finally composed himself enough to explain what was going on. "Xiao Yun, no, Comrade Zhulong. Based on the clues you provided, we ran a search through our database." The professor then analyzed the specimen for Yunguo. There is only one entity that matches the name, the sigil, and the physical form. Its name is Gao Ruit, the Harbinger of Calamity. Hearing him say that, Yunguo was completely and utterly lost. What in the world is a Gao Ruit? Seeing his confusion, the professor put it bluntly, an evil god. Shilin then handed Yunguo the file she'd received. She continued, explaining the report's origin. This came from another player, 6 months ago. His game instance involved a cult that worshipped Gao Ruit. The setting was 18th century England, where the Calamity cult had taken control of London and was preparing a summoning ritual. While the cult was performing their ritual, a terrified man was seen hiding deep within the city's dark alleyways. That's because, according to the doctrine of the Calamity cult, once you've received the gaze of Gao Ruit, disasters will follow one after another until the entire world is driven to utter ruin. After reading the file, Shilin immediately saw the disturbing parallels between that event and Yunguo's current predicament. This disaster-bringing characteristic perfectly matches the description of the Calamity sigil that's now marked on you. Right on cue, bad luck struck. Yunguo accidentally gave himself a paper cut, crying out in a sharp yelp of pain. Seeing how right Shilin was, he could only offer a bitter laugh at his fate, asking with a tone of helplessness, "Is there anything in that archive about how to break this curse?" Hearing his question, Professor Bai stepped closer. He shook his head grimly. "No. The objective of that mission was to stop the ritual, so the Harbinger of Calamity never fully descended." Suddenly, he moved right up to Yunguo, placing a hand on his shoulder. The professor's eyes were filled with pride for him. He said excitedly, "The base energy level of the Calamity Star is at least genius tier. That is the highest energy level currently known to exist. It means you are the only player to have survived direct contact with a weirdness of this power level." All this high praise from the professor just made Yunguo feel uneasy, and he could only manage a weak, awkward smile. But unlike the professor's scientific curiosity, Yunguo was far more worried about his own survival. He urged the professor, "If you guys don't figure something out soon, I probably don't have much longer to live." Suddenly, Shilin stepped in, holding out a strange talisman. Yunguo stared at it in total confusion, asking her, "What is this?" Shilin explained softly, "It's a luck talisman, a temporary fix, not a permanent cure." She then explained to him how it worked. The sealed luck contained within it can counteract your misfortune, at least enough so it won't affect your daily life. Hearing that, Yunguo let out a huge sigh of relief, clutching the talisman to his chest like it was his only hope. However, this wasn't over just yet. Shilin's next words cut through his relief. "Don't get too happy. There are still 2 more problems." She warns him sternly. "First, your curse can upgrade at any moment, but the luck from that talisman is a fixed amount." Van Qua pulls something from his pocket. "I still need to find a real solution, got it." Then he looks up with a question. "What's the second problem?" The girl he's asking stands there arrogantly, arms crossed. "It costs money." Still playing dumb, Van Qua scratches his head. "Huh? What did you just say?" Seeing this, the girl's mouth curves into a slight smirk, but before she can speak, her face flushes red and she quickly looks away. "You have to pay up. This is a high-value item. The organization can't just give it to you. You need to offer something of equal value." Hearing the need for a trade, Van Qua instantly produces a huge pile of stuff, glass vials, a stack of yellow paper, and countless little orbs. He sets them down confidently. "Easy enough. See if this is enough? I've got plenty more where that came from." Professor Bach steps closer, curious. He glances over the items, surprised. Clarity pills, golden ointment, vermilion fruits, water-repelling pills, fire-repelling pills. These are all mission rewards. "How do you have so many of them?" Van Qua answers humbly, a hint of sadness in his voice. "They're just small trinkets. barely keeping up with my current strength. Good thing I have a lot. As for where I got them, my mother's inheritance. At that last sentence, Professor Bach's hands, which were curiously digging through the pile, suddenly freeze. He straightens up, his serious demeanor returning. He clears his throat a few times, suddenly remembering something important. Let's put the talisman issue aside for now. There's some intelligence I need to share with you concerning your parents. Just the mention of his family makes Van Qua's curiosity spike. He leans forward, his voice sharp. What is it? Before Professor Bach can even speak, Van Qua loses his cool, letting out a flood of questions. News about my parents? Have you found where they are? Seeing how agitated he is, the professor tries to calm him down. Not yet. You need to calm down first. Suddenly, Professor Bach pulls out an auction item catalog from his pocket and hands it over. Take a look at this. Van Qua is bewildered, taking the book without understanding what the professor wants. An auction catalog? What's this for? Professor Bach begins to explain, giving him the details. In 3 days, the country's largest black market, the Blackstone Trading Guild, is holding an auction in Jiangthan. What you're holding is the list of auction items. He continues, guiding Van Qua towards the clue about his parents. As for how this relates to them, turn to the 3rd page. Once Van Qua flips to the page, the professor asks, "See the symbol in the corner?" He stares intently at the strange mark on the page, lost in thought. I see it. And then, a flood of memories rushes back into his mind. An image of his father, Fong Mian, sitting and meticulously fixing the parts on a toy for his child. After a moment, Fong Mian finally finishes the repair and happily hands it over. It's done. Go on, Xiao Van, go play. Van Qua is overjoyed, holding the toy car in his hands and cheering. Suddenly, the strange symbol on the bottom of the car catches his eye. A confused Van Qua asks his father, "Dad, what is this symbol?" Fong Mian ruffles his hair, gently explaining to his son, "That's my mark. I put a symbol like this on everything I make. That way, Xiao Van will always know which things were made by me." After remembering, Van Qua finally recognizes the symbol. This is my father's mark. So what is this glass bottle? Professor Bach, already knowing this, offers his own theory. It's a signal. He continues, explaining what it can do. You know the original Sin's activation cycle is 7 days, but this signal lets you instantly trigger a game anytime. Because it can grant more power, it's an incredibly precious item. Van Qua nods, finally grasping its true importance. So that's how it is. But returning to the main point, he's deeply troubled. Then why would my father's symbol appear on a signal? This particular question is beyond Professor Bach's knowledge. He can only shake his head, completely stumped. We don't know either. We only know that occasionally, players acquire items with your father's mark, and we've gathered some intel from them. And it's for this very reason that your father's file was flagged with suspected betrayal. Hearing this long explanation, Van Qua gets worried. You knew I've seen the file? Professor Bach sees that he's finally caught on, and replies with confidence. Don't tell me you actually thought your nickname, or even the choice of that girl Fong Tin Tu as your support, were all just random coincidences. Van Qua is stunned, everything suddenly clicking into place. He shouts in pure shock. It was you! Professor Bach doesn't hide it, directly stating his objective. We leaked it to you on purpose. Although the Bureau has reached its conclusion about Fong Mian, many of us inside refuse to accept it. And so, Xiao Van, this signal, we absolutely have to get our hands on it. Seeing his determination, Van Qua cuts straight to the chase. So, Professor Bach, you want me to participate in this auction? Suddenly, the notebook is snatched right out of his hands. Shi Lin steps in, correcting Yun Guo's statement. Not you. It's us. Professor Bai suggested that the two of us represent the organization at the auction. The higher-ups already gave the green light. Professor Bai chimes in excitedly. And that's not all. I've also secured a squad and housing for you two. From now on, you're officially on the same team. He steps forward, placing one hand on Shilin's shoulder and the other on Yun Guo's. Professor Bai then pushes the two of them closer, making an enthusiastic suggestion. You two should live together. That way, if there's any trouble with the talismans, Qing Diao can help out. Everything is happening so fast that Yun Guo can't process it, blurting out in utter confusion. Huh? After a moment, as the information finally sinks in, Yun Guo's shock turns to pure disbelief. He lets out a scream that echoes through the entire building. Huh? But whether he liked it or not, the train to the exhibition was already on its way, with the two of them sitting in their compartment. She writes. He stares out at the scenery, neither of them saying a word. Finally, unable to take the awkward silence, Yun Guo speaks up first. The older generation loves to play matchmaker. I'll have a word with Professor Bai later about this. But before Yun Guo can even finish his sentence, Shi Lin flatly cuts him off. That won't be necessary. Every squad gets a small 3-story house as a base. It's standard procedure, not the living situation you're imagining. Hearing her explanation, he realizes he totally overreacted and sheepishly tries to play it cool. Oh, so that's how it is. Of course, leave it to the organization to be so thorough. Shi Lin then adds her own take on the arrangement. Besides, I don't have a problem with Professor Bai's decision. Seeing her accept it so easily leaves Yun Guo completely stunned. He shouts, "What did you say?" But ignoring his outburst, Shi Lin calmly changes the subject. "You sponsored an orphanage for 3 years." She continues, asking him directly, "Why?" He's a bit surprised she brought that up, but answers honestly, "Doing good deeds helps build up good karma. Besides, I'm pretty much an orphan myself now, so I figure I should just help out where I can." Shi Lin seems genuinely surprised by his reason, remarking, "Oh, is that so?" As she speaks, she jots something down in her notebook. Not a bad answer. Meanwhile, back in Professor Bai's office, Shinzi stands beside him, voicing her serious doubts about his plan. "Professor Bai, you want to pair our captain with Zhu Long? Is that guy really okay? Plenty of guys have gone after our captain before. I've never seen her give a single one of them the time of day." At this, Professor Bai just smiles and replies, "You don't understand. Qing Diao is an orphan." His answer only leaves Shinzi more confused. What's so strange about that? Aren't most of us support specialist orphans anyway? He doesn't explain further, just giving a vague answer. "You're still young. You'll understand one day." Shinzi is annoyed he doesn't trust her more. She huffs, clearly annoyed. "I hate it when old men talk in riddles. Here are the documents you needed." Professor Bai ignores her attitude, his expression turning serious as he reads the file. After reading through the intel, a massive headache sets in. He lets out an exhausted sigh. Can't those bastards from the Mofo sect just stay quiet for once? Over in an isolated base, Tusha enters to report to the leader, who's sitting casually on his throne. "Leader, you summoned me." Seeing him, the leader issues his command. "Tusha, pack your things. You're taking a trip to Jiangcheng." He's totally confused why he's suddenly being sent away. To Jiangcheng for the auction? But wasn't that mission already assigned to Yi Shui? The leader calmly explains, "You're going to assist him. Make sure that signal device falls into our hands, or the People's Security Bureau's." Tusha hears that name and is completely thrown. The People's Security Bureau? Why is it okay if they're the ones who get it? Suddenly, an image of Yun Guo appears on the screen, and the leader continues his introduction. Because the agent they're sending is Xianji's son. You can also use this chance to test his strength a little. Elsewhere, Li Tai is faced with 2 clones of Liu Jie. Both are desperately trying to convince him that they're the real one. "Captain, you have to believe me. I'm the real one." "No, Captain. He's lying to you. I'm the real one." Li Tai's mind is a complete mess. He has no idea who to believe. But no matter how closely he examines them, he can't find a single flaw. Li Tai curses under his breath. Damn it, there's just no way to tell them apart. They both drop to their knees, tears streaming down their faces as they beg him. "Captain, please, you have to believe me." "Captain, I'm the real one." Li Tai grits his teeth, trying to reason his way to the correct answer. After a long, careful observation, he finally draws his sword to make his final judgment. Li Tai points his blade directly at one of them, declaring with absolute confidence, "You are the fake." With that, he swung his sword without a shred of hesitation, sending his teammate to an early grave. Luga clutched the wound in agony, trying to stop the bleeding. He cried out in pain, "Captain." With those final words, Luga collapsed, having lost far too much blood. And in that moment, Li Tai finally realized his judgment had been tragically wrong. His entire body trembled with guilt, his face turning deathly pale as he stood there, completely lost. That's when the real imposter revealed himself, calmly standing up and dusting himself off with a triumphant smirk. He flashed a sinister smile and said, "Unfortunately for you, you guessed wrong." The imposter burst into laughter, savoring every second of Li Tai's anguish. Li Tai's face darkened with rage, his grip on his sword tightening. He lunged forward in a blind fury, screaming, "Go to hell!" Li Tai's blade sliced through the fake Liu Jie, who dissolved into dust. "Your chance is over," a voice echoed. "Bring more people next time." And just like that, the black circle vanished in a flash. Li Tai collapsed before his friend, crying out in pure agony. He slammed his head against the ground as tears streamed down his face. A transmission came through. Anomaly containment mission failed. 7th Squad has only 1 survivor. I repeat, the anomaly containment mission has failed. Elsewhere, a phone buzzed. Yun Guo and Qing Lin received the exact same message. He stretched a little. He was hoping for a couple days off before the auction, but it looked like that wasn't going to happen. Qing Lin replied grimly, "A mission that can nearly wipe out an entire squad is definitely not going to be simple." She tapped her earpiece, contacting another operative. "Yan Wei, I want the detailed mission report." "Understood," came the reply. "The relevant files have been sent to your phone." The files detailed the mission, Nightmare Terror. It listed the target's type, appearance, schedule, evolution, and infection radius. She wearily rubbed her brow. "The squad in charge before. Was that the demon squad?" Yun Guo asked. "What's with them?" Qing Lin seemed a bit surprised. "You've never heard of the infamous demon squad? To put it simply, they're just a bunch of problem kids." He explained everything. Their mission success rate isn't low, but they have zero regard for casualties or collateral damage. The most notorious one, Captain Li Tai, is literally nicknamed the Demon. After losing his entire team, he's going to be even harder to deal with. The train pulled into the station. The two of them had finally arrived at their destination. A man approached them with a briefing. "This is the latest mission intel. We've already confirmed the location." Yun Guo's eyes darted to the side, locking onto a pair of eyes filled with death. He lunged, shoving the man aside as a wave of killing intent separated them. Li Tai looked like a crazed devil. Instantly, Yun Guo and Qing Lin summoned their powers. The other agent held up his hands, trying to explain. "Li Tai, they're from the Special Ops team, here for support." "What are you doing? This revenge is mine alone. I don't need help from two rookies who've only been in a couple of missions." Li Tai widened his stance, sword at the ready. "Don't worry," he said. "I'll just break their arms and legs." He shot forward like a lightning bolt, straight for Yun Guo and Qing Lin. A dark purple aura flared as Li Tai prepared to strike. "Demon Flash," Yun Guo calmly identified the attack. "So you're from the Demon Squad, I take it?" Li Tai blocked with his sword, but the force of the blow rattled him. So fast. The two clashed, neither one giving an inch. One move from Yun Guo sent Li Tai flying back, forcing him to dig his sword into the ground to stop. He couldn't believe it. A gold rank. How is that possible? Li Tai's face went pale. Before he could recover, Yun Guo was already on top of him, growling his question. "Whose arms and legs were you going to break?" Li Tai recklessly blocked with his head, and was sent flying dozens of meters away. Li Tai hit the ground hard, his body bouncing from the impact. Yun Guo gritted his teeth, his hand trembling slightly from the sheer force. This guy's head is hard. Li Tai struggled to his feet using his sword, as his body began to transform and a terrifying killing aura erupted from him. Sparks flew from his eyes as a crazed smile spread across his face. He looked like a monster, ready to devour anyone who stood in his way. "This is bad, the demon's out of control," the agent shouted, calling for backup. Requesting a cleanup crew for immediate support. A moment later, Li Tai returned to normal. This very power was one reason they were called the Demon Squad. He slowly stood, pointing his sword at Qing Lin. "We're not demons," he declared. "We are the Hero Squad." Yun Guo stared him down with a sharp glare. "Heroes don't attack colleagues the second they meet," Li Tai scoffed. "Humph, you're too weak. You're just walking to your deaths." He then held out an arm. "It hurts. Logistics, get over here and patch me up." The agent walked past them, apologizing awkwardly. "I'm so sorry about this. For what just happened. Please, follow me. We'll move to another location." And with that, the situation was finally brought under control. Back at headquarters, Yun Guo and Qing Lin are getting the briefing on their next target, the Mirror Demon. A horrifying image of it flashes on screen. The last time it was seen, it had taken the form of Lu Ge, a member of the Seven Predators squad. Yun Guo listens closely before asking, "It uses their form? You mean it can copy someone's appearance?" A voice answers from behind him, causing him to turn. More than just their appearance. Li Tai slowly enters the room. Appearance, abilities, voice, even their memories, it can copy it all. He pulls out a chair, explaining, "It's like a mirror, copying the person completely." Li Tai narrows his eyes, saying that's how it got the name Mirror Demon. Then he props his feet up with an arrogant air. "So, let's be clear. If it copies me and you're too weak, you don't stand a chance." Yun Guo asks a simple question. "So what happens if it copies me this time? What will you do?" Li Tai slams the table, jumping to his feet. "You really think I don't have a way to kill you?" Qing Lin taps the table, cutting in to stop them. "Stop arguing. The mission is the priority." Qing Lin gets back to the main problem. Based on the description, this monster seems better suited for a solo hunt. "Why send in a team?" Li Tai explains, clearly annoyed. "Because if you go alone, the bastard won't even show up. It just teleports and disappears." The agent in the black glasses adds more details. Bishop-level monsters often have multiple abilities. The Mirror Demon's main one is replication. When it faces a single enemy, it teleports away instantly, leaving them with a deadly riddle. Li Tai slams his fist on the table in rage. He recalls a painful memory, explaining, "It will transform into one of your teammates, forcing you to guess who's real and who's fake. Every word is filled with hatred. If you guess wrong, the person who was copied dies." Yunguo mulls this over, realizing how messy this is. "Have you found a way to tell them apart?" The man in the glasses just shakes his head. Li Tai immediately grabs his sword. He yells in their faces, "Then we just kill them both. Whoever the Mirror Demon copies, the rest of us just execute both of them. Problem solved." A thought clicks for Yunguo. "That's why you attacked us at the station." Li Tai grins slyly and nods. "That's right. I had to confirm if you were strong enough to kill me." Yunguo turns to the agent in the glasses and asks, "And the organization actually approved this plan?" The agent replies that, on some level, this method does reduce potential losses to a minimum. Li Tai interjects, "It killed 4 of my teammates." Yunguo just sighs. "I think you're being a little extreme." He then offers a new line of thinking. "Have any of you considered what would happen if being copied grants you a new power?" At that moment, a taxi driver blocked by the roadblock gets out of his car, shouting at an officer, "Police, why did you suddenly block the road? The detour is miles longer." The officer holds up a hand to stop him. "There's a potential gas leak ahead, sir. Please take the detour." Nearby, Yunguo frowns, noticing the taxi driver is still arguing with the police officer, trying to get through. But then he turns to Qinglin and asks why they can't make these supernatural events public. "If we made this kind of thing public, we could at least prevent some incidents." Hearing this, she explains, "The more people who know about the existence of these monsters, the higher their rate of appearance will become. For the specific science behind it, you'd have to ask Professor Bai." Now, the 4 of them are gathered. The agent in glasses points ahead. The Mirror Demon is currently stationary up there. Based on our last observation, if it isn't activated within 2 hours, it's going to teleport again. The Mirror Demon itself sits right in the center of the intersection, surrounded by traffic lines. Li Tai needs one last bit of confirmation, asking Yunguo, "Are you absolutely sure your plan will work?" Yunguo replies, "If it doesn't, we'll do it your way." And with that, the 2 of them walk towards the Mirror Demon. As they step in front of it, their reflections, Yunguo and Li Tai, appear. Suddenly, a circular purple barrier forms, trapping them with the Mirror Demon. The sky above twists, the blue turning pitch black as a swirling vortex opens. Seeing this, the agent simply puts his hands in his pockets and speaks. Mirror Demon's domain formation confirmed. Beginning the second retrieval phase. Inside the barrier, Yunguo opens and closes his hand. He frowns, thinking to himself, "So this is the space created by the Mirror Demon. The one it chooses to copy is Li Tai. The real one grips his sword, raising it with his right hand. Opposite him, another hand raises a sword, but it's the left one. Now, 2 identical Li Tai stand before Yunguo, ready for battle, shouting in unison, 'Choose, who is the real one?'" Faced with this classic "who's the real one" dilemma right in front of him, Yunguo just smirks and replies, "Sorry, I'm not choosing." The second he speaks, the 2 Li Tais roar and lunge at each other. Steel clashes against steel as they both scream the exact same words. "Die, you monster." Watching the chaos unfold from the sidelines, Yunguo quietly analyzed the situation. He knew a perfect replication was hard to expose, but it wasn't without its weaknesses. Surveying the battle, Yunguo made his assessment. Since their combat power was equal, they'd only destroy each other. He could just finish them both off in the end. At this, Yunguo spread his hands with a helpless shrug. Of course, if the copy also dies, it would fear death, making that plan almost impossible to execute. But now he looked at the 2 identical Li Tais, both sharing the same wounds, both panting in an exhausted stalemate. Yunguo spoke again. "What did you expect, picking a fight with a kid in his teens? To the real one, killing the fake was more important than his own life." And with that, it was checkmate. Suddenly, the fake Li Tai activated a strange power, his eyes glowing as a half-mask formed over his face before he began a sacrificial chant. Yunguo, who'd been enjoying the show, was caught off guard by the sudden change. "Oh? Trying to play dirty now?" Outside the barrier, Qinglin and Black Glasses were still monitoring the chaos. He spoke up, confirming the demonic domain was collapsing, the situation inside totally unclear. But inside, Yunguo was shocked to see his own monstrous form appear before him. "You turned into me?" he mused. "Now that's actually a pretty smart move." But this copy answered differently than the Li Tai pair, stating flatly, "After all, I have no desire to sacrifice myself just to destroy some freakish imposter. At that moment, Li Tai raised his sword. You have 1 minute. Prove who you are, or I will kill you both. Hearing this, Yun Guo just shrugged and smiled. Not so fast, one thing at a time. First, let's see if it can even replicate items. With that, his hand reached into a golden portal, pulling out a different seal, this one, a golden tiger. The instant the seal appeared, a brilliant golden tiger materialized beside both of the opposing figures, growling and ready for battle. Li Tai stared in absolute disbelief. Yun Guo didn't even have to fight. He just stood there, arms crossed, and activated something incredible. The skill system's prize draw. In an instant, a massive prize wheel appeared in the air, but this was something the fake Yun Guo couldn't do. He could only stare, completely stunned. Sweat dripped down his cheek, his face a mask of pure confusion as 1,000 questions raced through his mind. A prize draw skill? How? How can there be something I can't copy? The real Yun Guo just smirked as the system's voice echoed around him, announcing, Skill learned. Charge. Skill learned. Glance. Skill learned. Furious strike. Seeing the new skills pop up on his screen, Yun Guo let out a laugh. 2 combat skills, not bad luck at all. And seeing that he couldn't replicate it, the fake panicked. He pointed a trembling finger at the real Yun Guo, shouting desperately, It's a trick. He's just putting on a show. He's trying to make you think he's the real one. Don't trust him. Exposed, the fake was just shouting nonsense now. Yun Guo scoffed. Oh really? In an instant, his aura exploded as he shot forward like a bullet. The system announced, Skill, charge, heavy armor, charge and slash. The charge skill let him dash forward 15 meters at maximum speed. Cooldown, 2 minutes. In the blink of an eye, Yun Guo was right in the fake's face, who was now terrified. How could he possibly expect to be exposed so completely? His voice trembled as he asked, Why? Why can't I replicate this ability? Yun Guo just answered with contempt. Tough luck. The one thing you can't copy is a pay-to-win system. No more words. Yun Guo raised his fist high for a devastating blow. It was the Furious Strike skill. The system screen confirmed. Furious Strike gains a 150% power correction for the next attack. Cooldown, 15 minutes. With a thunderous boom, a single punch sent the fake flying backwards. Yun Guo clenched his smoking fist, a victorious smirk on his face. Told you, checkmate. After his defeat, the copy simply knelt on the ground before Yun Guo, completely catatonic. Yun Guo's voice was low. You see? He turned to Li Tai with a smile. Less than a minute, right? Enraged, Li Tai drew his sword and yelled, You're done for! Fake! As he aimed his sword at the kneeling copy, its face suddenly began to distort, melting like clay in water. Following that, its entire body started to lose form, collapsing into a gooey, shapeless mess on the ground. Soon, only a puddle of slime remained, until suddenly, a blank white head emerged from the sludge. It then reformed into a human shape, causing Li Tai to remain on high alert, his sword never wavering. But it was just a blank, white mannequin in Yun Guo's clothes, kneeling motionless. At that point, Yun Guo walked over and casually poked it in the chest with his finger. The spot he touched rippled like a thick liquid. Yun Guo then explained, This is its true form. Once it's successfully identified, it loses all of its abilities, completely helpless. And just then, a system chime rang out. A system message pops up. Anomaly ecosystem analysis complete. The Mirror Nightmare data has been unlocked. He only needs to unlock 4 more files, and he'll be able to claim the big collection reward. He's so close. He then displayed the images and data he'd collected on the bizarre anomaly that Van Qua had acquired. Then he raised his hand for a taste. The Phantom Pain Demon, the Art Museum case, Tom's Spirit, and the Mirror Apparition. This mission was finally halfway done. Van Qua closed his eyes and sighed. After all this trouble, he wondered what kind of reward he would even get. The sword was suddenly swung upwards, and right after, Li Tai sliced the creature in half, spilling slime all over the floor. But to his shock, the entity instantly reformed. Frustrated, Li Tai yelled, Damn it, how can it be a spirit type? Van Qua walked over, patted Li Tai on the shoulder, and pointed a thumb at himself, saying, If you don't mind, how about you let me handle it? Then, Van Qua let out a chilling grin and added, I guarantee I'll make it wish it were dead. As soon as he finished speaking, Van Qua reached into thin air and pulled out a statue of a female immortal standing on a lotus flower Tam Shuyen Min Mao Nuong. Immediately, the statue began to levitate in front of them, unleashing a heavy, oppressive red aura that filled the entire room. Seeing this, a stunned Li Tai gripped his sword tightly, on high alert, asking, What in the world is that thing? Noticing Li Tai's fear, Van Qua waved his hand to calm him down. It's okay, it's okay. It's not anything dangerous. With that, Van Qua leaned close to the statue of Tam Shuyen Min Mao Nuong and whispered a single command. Now, eat for me. The order was given, and the statue acted instantly, tearing the spirit's body apart so fast it had no chance to regenerate. It was truly a fate worse than death, constantly dying and being reborn. The scene changes to a bustling city street, where a girl holding a red umbrella stands out in the crowd. She silently held her umbrella, gliding through the crowded street. Suddenly, a hand appeared and tapped her on the shoulder. It turns out, this person was none other than Ak Huet. The unexpected touch made her jump and turn around, only to see a group of 3 thugs with wicked smiles on their faces. Hey girl, it's dangerous for you to be alone at night. You want to hang out with us for a bit? In a normal situation, any girl would be scared and try to get away. But not Ak Huet, she just covered her mouth with a sly grin. Then, with a mysterious and provocative voice, she simply said, "All right." They immediately led Ak Huet into a dark alley. Ak Huet suddenly licked her thumb, her face filled with excitement as she spoke. "Is it over already?" That was fast. A twitching arm rises into view, with a green snake wrapped around it, flicking its tongue. Ak Huet stood there, holding her umbrella. I thought I could play a little longer. To no one's surprise, all 3 thugs were unconscious, their eyes and lips blackened by poison. At this moment, Ak Huet knelt down, holding out her hand to her pets, snakes, scorpions, and spiders, looking at them with affection. "All right, my sweet babies, it's time to go home." But suddenly, she heard footsteps approaching from behind her, and her sharp senses immediately picked up the disturbance. Without a second's hesitation, she flung the green snake straight towards the sound, its fangs bared. But the person who appeared was none other than Du Saturday. He effortlessly caught the snake by its neck and said, "No need to give me such a precious gift the moment we meet." After that, he casually released the snake. Ak Huet looked genuinely surprised to see a familiar face. "Dusat, what are you doing here?" Ak Huet asked, while Dusat casually put his hands in his pockets and replied, "The leader sent me to Duco." Hearing him say that, Ak Huet asked in confusion, "Just because of that signal? Since when did our master become so wealthy?" Dusat just laughed and waved his hand. "It's not just the signal. The son of the prophet has joined the Public Security Bureau. The leader told me to come here and test his skills." Dusat then got closer, asking, "So what have you been up to these days?" Ak Huet put up her hand and started counting. Sightseeing near Zhongthan City, eating snacks and special cakes, buying some local souvenirs. Suddenly, her face lit up with excitement as she remembered. "Oh, that's right. I also set up the mirror apparition. It already wiped out a small team from the Public Security Bureau. This city will descend into chaos very soon." Abruptly, Ak Huet turned her head with a savage smile. "You're too late. There's no longer a place for you here." She cackled while biting her nail. "The golden silkworm goo has gone into hibernation, and someone has already dealt with the mirror apparition. Was it the Public Security Bureau or someone else?" Hearing Ak Huet's question, Dusat replied, "I'm guessing it was the son of the prophet. Our leader must have anticipated this situation, which is why he sent me here." After that, Dusat turned around to face Ak Huet directly. She wondered aloud, "What did you bring with you?" Dusat's face twisted into a grin, his eyes deep and cold. "Don't worry, it's something extremely shocking, enough to disrupt this entire city. However, we have to wait until the auction is over." Tran Dusat turned, patted Ak Huet's shoulder, and smiled with a deep, hidden meaning. "Don't be impatient. I want to spread more chaos than you do. But we need that prophet's knowledge first. We also have to watch out for his backup plans." But those words just earned him a scornful look from Ak Huet. In this bodyguard's hand was a yellow, solid substance that looked exactly like a pile of dung. The guard looked disgusted and asked, "What is this stuff?" Van Qua replied, "Found it inside the mirror apparition's body. It doesn't look like it was created naturally. You guys should take it back for research." Hearing this, the guard complies. At the same time, another guard makes a quick call. The anomaly has been successfully contained. With the mission complete, Van Qua starts heading back, followed by Qing Lin and another operative. 2 days later, night has fallen over the apartment complex, shrouding it in darkness. Van Qua is sitting on his bed when he calls out, "System, open inventory." A screen instantly appears, showing his merit points at 5,511. He checks his balance and mutters that while it's not a lot, the balance constantly being drained is pretty annoying. Suddenly, he notices a small red dot on the mail icon in the corner of the screen. What could this be? His curiosity piqued. He quickly taps the icon to check it out. Another system panel pops up, listing his achievements. Black Rain, Feigned Offensive, The Terror at the Art Museum, and The Unsolved Case, all accomplished with 0 deaths. Attached to each one were a ton of merit points just waiting for him to claim. A huge smile spreads across Van Qua's face. He feels like some kind of business tycoon watching his profits stack up. Just as he's enjoying the moment, a sudden knock comes from his door. It's Qing Lin, here to remind him. Let's go. The auction is about to start. As they walk down the corridor, Qing Lin begins to explain the plan. To prevent our identities from being exposed, everyone will enter the hall through different doors, so we need to get our masks first. Van Qua agrees, and the elevator dings, arriving on the 28th floor. Van Qua and Qing Lin step out of the elevator and continue making their way forward. Up ahead, 2 staff members are waiting. One pushes out a small table of masks, while the other asks, "Are you the honored guests participating in the auction?" The employee tells them to please choose any mask they like. Van Qua and Qing Lin both look over the masks displayed on the table. Qing Lin finds one she likes right away. "I'll choose this one." Van Qua picks one out just as quickly. "This one will be fine." The moment he holds the mask, Van Qua notices something, a faint fluctuation of spiritual power. Is this thing enchanted? He immediately uses his system skill to get some information. The glimpse ability activates, and his eyes begin to glow red. The system panel appears. It's a rare quality disguise tool, capable of concealing one's spiritual signature and changing their appearance. It makes the wearer incredibly difficult to identify. He's only now realizing just how powerful this skill actually is. He had bought Glimpse on a whim to deal with the mirror nightmare, but it turns out its real use is for appraising items. This is absolutely perfect for the auction. With that settled, he and Qing Lin head outside, where a car is already waiting for them. As they approach, an attendant quickly opens the car door. "We've arranged a special car for you two. Please, this way." The two of them get inside the car. The driver, a construct made of pure inner energy, speaks up. "Where to?" Qing Lin, already putting on her mask, replies coolly, "The Blackstone auction." Hearing this, the driver immediately obeys. "Understood." Van Qua puts on his mask as well. He leans back in his seat, feeling a little tense, and says, "Magic items, a spirit driver." "The Blackstone Guild is pretty fancy," Qing Lin explains. "That's because the Blackstone Guild possesses a very special kind of technology." She continues, saying that many players choose to buy items there, which has allowed their power and influence to expand over time. Hearing this, Van Qua becomes curious. "What kind of technology?" Qing Lin's expression turns completely serious. She turns to look at him and says, "You can use achievement points directly to make transactions." Van Qua suddenly has to bite his lip to keep from laughing out loud, which makes Qing Lin question him. "What's with that?" Van Qua quickly deflects the question. "Oh, it's nothing, I just thought of something funny." And just like that, the car continues driving through the night, taking the two of them to their destination. The car finally pulls up in front of a magnificent, castle-like building, glowing with elegant lights under a starry night sky. As Qing Lin and Van Qua step out to witness the grand building, Van Qua says, "I never expected to come to such a luxurious place." Qing Lin, standing beside him, retorts, "And what exactly did you expect? A junkyard?" Just then, a staff member walks up to them and greets them. "Honored guests, please follow me. The auction is about to begin." Just as they're about to go inside, a loud voice suddenly cries out, "I'm begging you, please let me in." The voice belongs to a man named Su Jiangguo. He continues to scream even as 2 guards hold him back. "I'll just buy one thing, I have lots of money. I'll pay 50 million just to get in." The loud screams cause Van Qua to turn his head and see what all the commotion is about. Qing Lin comments that it looks like a normal person who somehow found out about the auction. "Too bad," she says. "Real-world money is completely useless here." Su Jiangguo continues to struggle, desperately yelling, "My daughter is a player too. Please, I just need to buy a single awakening item. I don't want my little girl to die." Those words made Yunguo pause, as if he'd just realized something crucial. Yunguo immediately activated his glimpse ability. A system panel revealed the man's info. Su Jiangguo, no powers, and related to Su Mi. After recognizing Jianguo, Yunguo turned to Qing Lin. "Wait for me." Then he walked over to the man, his voice sharp and clear. "Stop." At his command, the 2 staff members immediately stood down. Yunguo then knelt, getting closer to Jianguo. He then asked, "You're Mr. Su, correct? Are you here to buy an awakening item for your daughter?" Jianguo instantly replied, Yes, boss." "Are you going to help me buy it?" The man's expression was desperate, his tone pleading. "I'll pay 100 million. Just buy one for me." But Yunguo simply replied with confidence, "No need." He then reached into his pocket, pulling out a vial. "Take this bottle of jade, pure heavenly dew. It's considered one of the best awakening items available." A nearby staff member saw this and was completely floored. Jade, pure, heavenly dew? A treasure so rare it's almost never seen at auction, and he's just giving it away? Another staff member, equally shocked, blurted out, "That is way too generous," before whispering to his colleague, "Who is this big shot?" The other was just as baffled. They'd never seen that mask before. As Yun Guo decisively gave the treasure to Jian Guo, the murmurs continued. Just who in the world was this client? He'd placed the jade pure heavenly dew on the ground for Jian Guo to take. Seeing the treasure was for him, Jian Guo was equally stunned. Yun Guo then ordered the staff to escort the man home. And I better not hear that someone tried to rob him. They didn't dare object. "Yes, sir. We'll make sure our honored guest's task is completed." Jian Guo had found his savior, kowtowing repeatedly while choking out his thanks. Thank you so much." Yun Guo was unfazed, simply telling him to have Sumi report to the Public Security Bureau. That's when Qing Lin finally spoke up. "Is Sumi the player from your report?" Yun Guo nodded. Her talent is incredibly strong." He and Qing Lin were now standing before a set of massive, elegant doors. 2 guards on either side pushed them open, slowly revealing a crack of light. A brilliant glow spilled out from within. The hall was lavish and grand, filled with perfectly arranged seats. Faced with this scene, Yun Guo could only swallow hard. He realized this was the Blackstone Merchant Guild, a player organization even older than the Public Security Bureau itself. But then, a slow smile spread across Yun Guo's face. "Well now, if they're using achievement points as currency, I guess I'm about to do some serious spending." The auction hall was buzzing with excitement. People were talking non-stop, every single one of them eagerly awaiting the main event. An usher was leading Yun Guo to his seat. "This way, sir." Now, both he and Qing Lin were settled in. Suddenly, every spotlight in the room flared to life, converging on a single point, a pedestal set in the middle of the stage. The auctioneer slowly strode forward. His voice boomed through the hall. "Ladies and gentlemen, the auction held by the Blackstone Merchant Guild is about to begin." With a brilliant smile, he gripped his gavel and continued. "Hold on to your paddles, and don't miss out on anything you like, because every single item up for bid tonight is one of a kind." Qing Lin leaned in to whisper to Yun Guo. The organization prepared 100,000 achievement points. A standard signal usually goes for around 50,000. If we have any left, we can bid on something else. The auctioneer spoke again. "Our first item, a low-grade spiritual tool, the 5 Ghost Bone Jar. It houses minor ghosts capable of casting the 5 Ghosts transportation technique. The price for its use? Raw flesh." As he spoke, the jar on the pedestal began to tremble. The auctioneer yelled, "Starting bid, 3,500 achievement points." The hall instantly erupted. 4,000, 4,500, 6,000, 7,500. The next item, another low-grade spiritual tool, sold for about 10,000 points, and it came with its own conditions for use. Seeing these items, Yun Guo realized that a mid-grade spiritual tool like his White Tiger Seal, which combined both offense and defense, was something money couldn't even buy. The auctioneer slammed his gavel down. "The bidding is intense tonight, but you all know that these first few items were merely appetizers," the auctioneer shouted. "And now, for our next item." Immediately, an object shrouded in red cloth was brought onto the stage. He ripped the cloth away. This is one of the highlights of the auction. It was a glowing red sword displayed inside a glass case. The auctioneer announced, "A high-grade spiritual tool, the Ancient Yue Sword. It holds the soul of a high-tier beast, unmatched in ferocity, feared by all demons." And it was true. A thick, bloody aura radiated from the sword, filling the entire room. Yun Guo could feel it too. His mind was reeling in shock. Such terrifying killing intent. No wonder it's a main event. Instantly, Yun Guo activated his system skill, Fleeting Glance. A system window appeared with its analysis. Ancient Yue Sword. Quality, legendary. The final blade forged by Uyezi. It was sealed away in his final years for being too ferocious, and contains the dormant weapon spirit, Dragon Sparrow. The dragon-devouring phoenix absolutely unmatched. Lin Yunguo watched, deeply impressed. Even damaged, a legendary item is still a legend. The auctioneer's gavel came down hard. The starting price? 30,000 achievement points. The bidding was now open. The crowd below immediately erupted. Bids flew in 35,000, 40,000, 46, then 51,000. Then, out of nowhere, bidder number 16 shot his paddle up. 100,000. The entire buzzing hall went dead silent. Eerily quiet. That bidder was none other than Lin Yunguo. Gui Qinglin, beside him, grabbed his hand. "Our main target is the signal lamp," she reminded him. Lin Yunguo paid her no mind, his eyes fixed ahead. I know, he said. This one's coming out of my own pocket. Suddenly, the gavel slammed down hard. The auctioneer's voice boomed, absolutely electric with excitement. He was so animated he was practically spitting. 100,000 points. The first 100,000 point bid of the night. The gavel came down again. He pointed straight at Lin Yunguo. Number 16 bids 100,000. Do I have any other takers? An older gentleman, number 71, raised his paddle. 110,000. Lin Yunguo just grinned, casually waving his paddle back and forth. 150,000. But the old man refused to back down, immediately countering with 160,000. Kid, I'd advise you to know your place. Lin Yunguo just shot him a confident smirk, retorting, Old man, I'd advise you not to bluff when you're broke. 200,000. The crowd went absolutely wild all over again. 200,000, came whispers from the crowd. Never heard that voice before. Who is this new guy? Even for a high-grade spiritual weapon, 200,000 achievement points is just too much, another man whispered to the auctioneer. The auctioneer nodded, then suddenly addressed the room. Bidder number 16, our records show you've bid more than double your available balance. Before we can accept your bid, you will need to verify your current funds first. Hearing this, the old man with white hair shot him a sneer. So, he's just a kid putting on a show after all. He continued, his eyes full of menace. The price for trying to cheat the Blackstone Merchant Guild is steep, boy. But Lin Yunguo was completely unfazed, simply crossing his legs. Alright, so how do you plan to verify it? Without warning, a large, transparent green orb was brought out on a plush cushion. The auctioneer gestured towards it, explaining, Sir, simply place your hand on this crystal sphere. It will read your account balance. But rest assured, he added, we won't collect any other data. Lin Yunguo just nodded, his gaze falling upon the orb. He gave a silent command in his mind. System, convert 1 million achievement points. For a moment, he stood perfectly still as the entire room held its breath. A second later, he placed his hand on the sphere. Instantly, the crystal erupted in a blinding golden light. The light was so intense it completely washed over the faces of everyone in the audience below. Their expressions were a mixture of pure shock and disbelief, while others just looked on nervously. Then, the light from the orb formed into glowing numbers. 1 million. Every single eye in the room was glued to the display. The old man stared in absolute shock, nearly falling out of his seat. 1 million? How is that even possible? 1 million achievement points. I've never seen a number that huge in my entire life. Gold tier? No, he must be a law regulation level master. Who is this guy? Lin Yunguo slowly pulled his hand back. Any other problems? The auctioneer looked genuinely rattled, clearing his throat nervously, but he quickly recovered, forcing an awkward smile. No, of course not. The auctioneer slammed his gavel down, resuming the bidding. The auction continues. Number 16 bids 200,000. Are there any other bids? This time, the hall was completely silent. No one else dared to bid. The auctioneer smiled. Looks like we have our winner. He raised the gavel high, his expression now serious. And with a final, decisive crack, he brought it down. The auctioneer gestured toward Lin Yunguo. Congratulations to bidder number 16. The cyan ancient sword is officially yours. Applause erupted from the crowd below, some people even giving him a standing ovation. Lin Yunguo gave a polite bow to the unending applause. Thank you, everyone. Then, the auctioneer's voice cut through the noise again. And now for our next item, the mid-grade material, Crimson Bloodvine. The starting bid is 1,000 achievement points. An hour passed, and the gavel slammed down once more. The auctioneer beamed, pointing into the crowd. Sold. Congratulations to bidder 42 on winning the Resentful Spirit Bronze Mirror. Down below, Lin Yunguo sat with his chin in his hand, lost in thought. All these materials were things he could get from the system shop. It seemed there was nothing else for him here. Suddenly, a staff member wheeled out a small table. On it sat a single box, draped in red cloth. As the auctioneer's voice boomed once more. Our next auction item is rather unique. Even our own guild's master appraiser couldn't give us a definitive report on it, the host added, gesturing below. But we are certain it contains a massive amount of spiritual energy. The host's hand touched the red cloth, which seemed to react to most supernatural phenomena. He pulled the cloth away with a flourish, revealing a transparent box holding a single, golden star. The starting price is 1 point. Bidding can now begin. Suddenly, Yunguo winced, his teeth clenched as he looked down at his shoulder in pain. So hot. Is the calamity symbol reacting to this thing? He wondered. Yunguo snapped his head up, his glimpse activating on the item. A notification window popped right up. Item name, Seal of the Hidden. Quality, hidden. Description, hidden. He thought to himself, glimpse can't even identify it. Yunguo decided then and there, better safe than sorry, I have to get it. He immediately raised his paddle. I bid 10,000 points. The old man's head whipped around in shock at the price, and even the host looked absolutely stunned. Beside him, Gui Qinglin wore the exact same expression. Yunguo just scratched his face with an awkward smile. 10,000 points is the bid, then I'll raise it to 50,000. Gui Qinglin looked at him, completely exasperated. The bidding was just at 25,000. Yunguo couldn't hide his surprise. Huh? The auctioneer's gavel slammed down hard. Sold, the host announced with glee. Congratulations to player number 16 for acquiring the unknown stone carving for 50,000 achievement points. The crowd below couldn't help but start whispering. Does he think achievement points grow on trees? He must have gotten brain damage in a dungeon. Could he be a plant from the Blackstone Merchant Guild? Yunguo was so embarrassed he couldn't even look up. Idiot. New money. Fool, the insults were flying. Next to him, Gui Qinglin still looked totally defeated. Yunguo angrily crumpled the paper in his hand and threw it on the ground. So what if I'm a big spender? I won, and that's what matters. The host straightened the bow tie on his neck. After adjusting it, he said, I believe everyone has waited long enough. Up next is our most valuable item of the night. Behind the host, a woman approached, holding an item on a pillow. He took it from her as he spoke. This is a signal flare. Its value, I believe, needs no further explanation from me. But this particular signal flare is even more special. The camera zoomed in on the flare in the host's hand. He stood center stage and declared loudly, That's right, this flare bears the prophet's symbol. An image appeared of three faceless figures. The one in the middle had a bizarre shape, holding a scythe in its hand. The Public Security Bureau, the Doomsday Cult, and even the recently emerged Rise of Evolution theory, everyone is trying to collect the prophet's knowledge. The host's expression grew more and more excited. Therefore, the starting bid for this signal flare is 100,000 achievement points. Paddle number 1 shot up instantly. 100,000. Then came paddle number 23, 150,000. Next was paddle number 55, 180,000. Yunguo watched anxiously as countless paddles were raised. He thought to himself, none of these bidders made a move earlier. They were all waiting for this signal flare. The host watched from the stage as a sea of paddles went up, and the price soared 210,000, 220,000, 225,000. Gui Qinglin spoke as he handed his own paddle over to Yunguo. The organization underestimated the value of this flare, but we absolutely need to get our hands on it. Yunguo's hand touched the paddle Gui Qinglin was holding. He took it with a confident smile. Don't worry, I won't let them steal my father's work. Then, with that same casual demeanor, Yunguo raised the paddle and bid 500,000 points. Two men in the crowd, one with brown hair and one with black, stared with their jaws on the floor. The rest of the audience was in a similar state of shock. The host, holding the gavel, began to tremble, and his face turned grim. Bidder number 16. Are you certain you didn't misspeak? Yunguo crossed his arms and shook his head. Of course not. 500,000. I will get that flare. The host's body still hadn't stopped shaking, his expression a mix of awe and fear. Does anyone else want to raise the price? The man holding paddle number 1 snapped it in half with pure rage. The hand of bidder number 23 began to tremble, while bidder number 55 simply clasped his hands together in surrender. The host looked down, his body still shaking uncontrollably. Then congratulations to player number 16, he shouted, his face looking up, mouth wide with excitement. Sold. The auctioneer's gavel slams down for the final time. The hall falls silent under a massive, glowing chandelier. But then, without any warning, the lights just die. An old man glances up, confused, asking what happened. Someone shouts that the lights are out. Van Qua freezes a power outage. Keithan Lam, however, remains completely calm beside him. No, a black market auction wouldn't make a rookie mistake like this. Someone's behind it. Suddenly, the lights flicker back on as the crowd erupts into nervous chatter, and that's when a panicked voice cuts through the noise. The auctioneers, huh? All eyes snap towards him as he stares in horror at the display case. The item inside has completely vanished. The auction item, it's gone. Hearing this, Van Qua shoots to his feet in shock. What? Van Qua immediately activates his system's yin pupil skill. His eyes flare with light as he scans the entire room, searching. And there, he's found his target. Standing among the staff on stage is a woman practically radiating magical energy. Van Qua points directly at her and yells, "There's something wrong with that server. Put the device down now. The female staff member just lets out a vicious smirk. Well now, so you found me out? With that, she rips off her uniform, revealing her true form and evil blood. She looks absolutely thrilled by the chaos. In that case, allow me to give you a little gift. As she speaks, a single hand bursts up from the floor. The terrifying arm claws its way up, followed by an entire body pulling itself from the ground. And it isn't the only one. Van Qua stares, completely stunned. Wraiths? And what's worse, all 4 of them are night class. At the same time, the crowd is swarmed by all kinds of insects. They scream in terror. Snakes! There are snakes! I've been bitten! It's poison! Every single bug is venomous and deals massive damage. Van Qua looks on, horrified by the carnage. Meanwhile, the evil blood prepares to vanish with the device in hand. You all have fun with my adorable little pets. I'll be taking my leave. Seeing this, Van Qua stomps through the insects blocking his path, sprinting after her and shouting, "Stop!" As he reaches out his hand, yelling the device. A wraith suddenly looms over him with its scythe raised high. Van Qua instantly recognizes the mortal danger he's in. He dodges to the side just in time, the scythe missing him by an inch as the wraith's terrifying eyes lock onto him. Now back to back with Qui Thon Lam, he hears her say, "We'll each take 2. Van Qua immediately agrees. All right. Power envelops both of his hands as he steps confidently towards the nearest wraith. The creature swings its death scythe as he approaches, but Van Qua easily sidesteps the massive blow. Without hesitation, he slams a magically charged fist straight into the wraith. The uppercut is so powerful it rips the monster's head clean off. But he isn't done. Van Qua leaps into the air, unleashing a furious combo of powerful blows that the wraith can't even begin to block. And just like that, the wraith completely collapses at Van Qua's feet. He turns around to his partner and asks, "I've taken care of one. How are things on your end?" He expected Qui Thon Lam to be struggling. But no, she has already finished off both of her wraiths. What was that you were saying? Witnessing this, Van Qua is completely stunned. Are you kidding me? While he's distracted, the other wraith attacks him from behind. Luckily, he dodges, and that's when he finally sees it. Looking down, Van Qua spots the terrified bidder cowering under a table, right next to the Koviet Kiem. He leans down to the man and asks, "I won the bid for this, so I can use it, right?" The man just stammers, "Yes, of course, just take it." Van Qua uses his power to shatter the protective glass around the Koviet Kiem, grabbing the legendary sword in his hand. The moment he grips the artifact, a chilling, killing intent radiates from the blade. Facing the massive wraith, Van Qua shows no fear at all. He decisively swings the Koviet Kiem, unleashing a terrifying wave of magical energy. That wave of power hits the wraith head-on, slicing its head clean off in a single strike. Van Qua stares at the Koviet Kiem, his eyes filled with absolute awe. So powerful, even in this damaged state. No wonder it's a legendary weapon. Suddenly, a voice comes through Van Qua's earpiece. It's Qui Thon Lam. "We have a problem. Monsters are spawning all over the Jiangcheng area, from Remnant class all the way to Bishop class. They've already started attacking civilians. This could become a full-blown catastrophe." At that moment, on a high rooftop, a monster known as the Pianist plays a frantic melody, driving all the other creatures into a chaotic frenzy. Beside him, a figure named Tusat watches the destruction with pure glee. "More chaos. Give me more. The apocalypse is finally here." Haha. Qinglin was still updating Yunguo on the situation. It was the work of the Apocalypse sect. Their Blood Evil members had just crashed an auction and made off with the beacon. Meanwhile, Shinzi, eyes glued to a map, urged them to move fast, promising to provide intel. The look on her face was pure anxiety. The Nightmare Scripture incident had already crippled the Jiangcheng division, leaving them unable to handle this many threats at once. Hearing this, Van Qua's mind raced for a solution. The monsters were out of control, and his team was completely outnumbered. Then, his eyes fell upon the auction attendees, who were struggling against venomous insects. And right there, Van Qua had his solution. That was it. The buyers at this auction weren't just rich, they were all players. Nearby, a poisoned man foamed at the mouth on the floor, his face deathly pale, begging for an antidote to save him. And then, a sign suddenly appeared. "Antidotes, free of charge." Beside it, a platter was piled high with gleaming purple pills. This was all Van Qua's plan. He even used a loudspeaker to announce that any poisoned player could get a free antidote. Van Qua's voice echoed from the speaker, telling everyone passing by not to miss this chance. His offer instantly grabbed everyone's attention. They swarmed the table, fighting over the pills like a pack of starving wolves. "I want one. Give it to me now. I was here first." Van Qua immediately stepped in to restore order. "Hold on. I can give you the antidote," he announced. but you have to do something for me first." They were practically vibrating with desperation. "What is it? Just tell us." Vanhua laid out his proposal. "Help suppress the strange creatures appearing in Jiangcheng," he continued. "Of course, we won't let your efforts go unrewarded. Tainted class monsters were worth 1,000 achievement points each, Knight class were 5,000, and Bishop class fetched 30,000 points per kill. So, what do you say?" Hearing the offer, the players started doing the math. 1,000 points for just one tainted class monster? An absolute steal. This was far safer than risking their lives trying to complete the main game scenario. After a moment's thought, they all roared in agreement. But then one player asked, "What if you just bail without paying us?" At this, Vanhua pointed to Qing Lin beside him. "The woman sitting next to me is a representative from the Public Security Bureau. Even if you don't trust me, you should trust her." As he spoke, Qing Lin removed her mask. She then presented her official badge, her voice ringing out with clear authority. "This commission is now considered an official mission of the Public Security Bureau, and we require your full cooperation." An old man stroked his beard thoughtfully before speaking up. "Young lady, the number of strange things in the city right now is not small. Based on the prices this young man is offering, a conservative estimate puts the total payout over 20,000 achievement points." His expression turned grim. "Can the Public Security Bureau truly guarantee that this entire sum will be paid out?" Qinglin hesitated at the question. "Well," but Vanhua cut in, placing a hand on a crystal orb. 2 million? No need to bother the Bureau for that." The crystal orb immediately lit up, displaying his account balance. 5 million. Vanhua scanned the crowd. "So, are we all feeling a bit more confident now?" An hour later, the city was shrouded in smoke and dust. A terrified girl crawled along the pavement, her face pale as she screamed, "A monster!" Just as the hideous creature was about to attack, the girl burst into tears, crying out, "No, please don't." But in that exact instant, the monster took a massive hit from behind. The girl had just been saved. A man with a massive greatsword had cleanly finished the beast. He looked exhausted, but his face was lit up with pure excitement. Awesome, another 1,000 achievement points in the bag. He then immediately contacted Tin 2. Chaining Street is clear of all monsters, so where to next? Tin 2 sounded completely shocked on the other end. "Are you seriously not taking a break? Didn't you just reach the silver rank? You killed 3 monsters in a row. How do you have any spiritual energy left?" The man just puffed out his chest with confidence. "As long as the points keep flowing, I'm full of energy. I could kill 5 more, no problem." Tin 2 was utterly speechless at his response. She reluctantly gave him the next location. "All right, head to East Street, 300 meters away. There's a Knight-class monster there, and 2 other players are waiting." Hearing that, the man took off in a flash. The girl he'd saved could only stammer a quiet, "Thank you," he muttered to himself while running. A Knight class is 5,000 points. Split 3 ways is 1,500. Gotta hurry. Watching all this unfold on the monitors, Tin 2 was pulling her hair out as she questioned Vanhua. Where on earth did this truck-long character find all these people? Every single one of them is acting like they're pumped full of adrenaline. While Tin 2 was having a meltdown, her phone rang. It was Vanhua, calling in the middle of a fight. "What's the situation?" Tin 2 immediately reported back. "It's working, Vanhua. Bringing in these players has effectively contained the monster outbreak. The affected area has shrunk significantly." She then added, "But about the achievement points. Since you created the bounty without approval, the organization might not reimburse the costs." To Vanhua, that wasn't a problem at all. "It doesn't matter," he said, "as long as we solve the problem." System, open achievements, Vanhua thought to himself. A screen materialized, displaying the results of the supernatural disaster. The players under his leadership had eliminated Remnant, Knight, and even Bishop. A huge number of merit points were awarded. Reading the report, Vanhua was pleased. He knew it one trip in and out, and he had more than doubled his profit. Just then, Than Lam, standing behind him, was contacting Tin 2. "Has the cause of the transformation been confirmed?" From the control room, Tin 2 replied instantly. "Confirmed," she said, "based on the clues you provided. After narrowing the scope to the Doomsday Cult, our intelligence analysis department identified the source of the transformation." She presented a file, explaining that the supernatural disaster was caused by a sanctuary-class monster from the Doomsday Cult. Its codename, the Pianist. Hearing this, both Vanhua and Than Lam were stunned. Sanctuary class. Tin 2 continued. "The Pianist's last appearance was in Muto City, North America. Over 300,000 people died, and the city was completely destroyed. They watched the buildings sink into a sea of smoke." Vanhua spoke up. "They want to recreate the Muto disaster here." He frowned, his eyes filled with confusion. But why? Suddenly, Thon Lam placed a hand on his shoulder. Her tone was serious. The Doomsday Cult believes that chaos is the only truth, so they destroy everything, accelerating the arrival of the apocalypse. Thon Lam's expression was resolute. But this time, we definitely won't let them succeed. According to the file, as the musical piece progressed, the level of the beasts summoned by the pianist would gradually increase, eventually calling forth monsters of sanctuary class and higher. At this point, Tin 2 cut in. One of the final front lines has arrived in Jiangcheng to provide support. Before they get here, try to stop the pianist's performance. Confused, Van Qua turned to Thon Lam and asked, "What is this final front line?" Thon Lam quickly answered his question. "The final front line is the most elite combat force of the Public Security Bureau." She added, "There are only 5 of them, all rule-class players. They are truly humanity's last line of defense." Hearing that, Van Qua just sighed and scratched his head. "But even if we have to buy time, I don't even know where this maestro is." Just then, the rapid sound of keyboard clicks echoed over the comms. Tin 2 was in total focus, using the newly appearing beasts to triangulate the musician's position. "I've managed to identify a general area. I need you both to head to the West District. As soon as I confirm the specific location, I'll inform you immediately." Hearing this, Thon Lam and Van Qua looked at each other and nodded in perfect sync. Understood. Elsewhere, Lai Tai soared through the sky on outstretched wings, his sword held firmly in his hand. He flew from one building to the next at high speed, making sure to stay in contact with the intel team. "I've reached the West District. Currently, no beasts have been detected." But right at that moment, it seemed Lai Tai had found his target. He looked up. Melodies were drifting from the rooftop of a building. Lai Tai immediately flew higher to observe the situation. Just as he'd expected, a grim look spread across his face as he spotted the pianist. He's on the roof of the Luang Mao building and has already begun summoning beasts. Tin 2 immediately tried to stop Lai Tai. "Don't be reckless. The pianist is a sanctuary-class monster. You can't defeat it." Ignoring her words, Lai Tai charged forward. For a hero, nothing was impossible. He used his soul-devouring demon slash, swinging a powerful arc of energy toward the pianist. In that same instant, Lai Tai's eyes widened in shock, because Dusat had appeared in a flash to block his attack. Well, look who finally made it here. Facing the immense power of Lai Tai's sword, Dusat showed no hesitation. In fact, he looked thrilled. "The hunting dogs of the Public Security Bureau have finally arrived. I was getting so bored of waiting for you." With just one hand, he effortlessly blocked Lai Tai's sword strike, causing its power to vanish into thin air. Dusat moved like a flash of lightning. Before Lai Tai could even react, the man appeared right in front of him and spoke. "As expected, it feels best to finally take action." Saying that, Dusat threw a vicious punch right into Lai Tai's face. The impact sent him flying backward, blood pouring from his mouth and nose. Overwhelmed by Dusat's power, Lai Tai crashed into the wall of a nearby building. He looked to be in immense pain before his head slumped down, completely unconscious. Seeing this, Dusat looked disappointed. "What? Over in one punch? That was no fun at all." Then, he looked down towards the pianist, his voice sharp with irritation as he shouted, "Hey, you rotten spider, if you don't want to die, hurry up and play." Its hands immediately began pressing the keys with masterful skill. The pianist had 6 arms, and its piano was massive. A series of speakers blasted out beast-controlling melodies, quickly creating a cosmic rift in the sky. Van Qua and Thon Lam saw it from a distance. Van Qua asked in horror, "What in the world is that thing?" Even Qinglin's face was grim, looked like a teleportation gate. Over on Xinzi's side, red alerts blared across the screen, sending her into a panic. How was this even possible? Another sanctuary-level surge? How could it happen so fast? "It's over. It's really over. Everyone, just run." Seeing this, Qinglin quickly tried to calm Xinzi down. "Don't panic. What's the code for the Intelligence Analysis Department?" Xinzi immediately answered, "Always calm, always objective, always truthful." Seeing Xinzi had calmed down, Qinglin said, "Good. Now tell us exactly what happened." She quickly explained the pianist's tempo had sped up dramatically. Compared to Muto City, this sanctuary-level gate had opened a full 2 hours faster. Based on its current expansion rate, a second sanctuary-level monster would appear in less than half an hour. The final defense line would take at least an hour to arrive. They had to stall for 30 minutes, minimum. Just then, Li Tai woke up, hearing every word. He slowly wiped the blood from his mouth and smirked. 30 minutes? Humph, you really underestimate me. Hearing his voice, Yunguo called out, "Demon, where are you?" Shinzi was quick to answer for him. Mr. Demon located the pianist first and is moving to engage, but someone is blocking him, requesting backup immediately. Hearing this, both Qinglin and Yunguo took off at full speed. In the dead of night, on a dark rooftop, a demonic piano melody echoed as a figure zipped through the air. Tusha landed right where the pianist was frantically playing. He kicked the piano case with pure annoyance, terrifying the pianist. Useless trash, pathetic scum, play faster for me. The fear he radiated only made the pianist play more erratically. From the sky, Li Tai swooped in with his wings spread, aiming a strike directly at the pianist. His downward slash left a crimson streak across the sky. Tusha suddenly sensed the blade's energy and instantly went on high alert. He spun around to face the source of the sword intent, channeling energy into his own wings. A dim blue light shrouded Tusha's entire body. With a single, casual wave of his hand, Li Tai's attack was completely shattered. The force of the blade was even reflected right back at him. Caught off guard, Li Tai had no way to dodge. He took the full force of his own attack, now amplified with Tusha's energy. As the dust settled, Li Tai was using his sword to prop himself up. Seeing his resilience, Tusha offered a shred of praise. "You took one of my hits, and you're still alive." Li Tai's eyes glowed red as a smirk spread across his face, his grip tightening on his sword. A hero never retreats when it matters most. Facing him, Tusha didn't back down an inch either. His body was now cloaked in a powerful green energy. "Then I'll just have to break every single bone in your body." The two clashed in a furious exchange. Li Tai's continuous slashes created a net of blades trying to envelop Tusha, but Tusha simply punched through the gaps in the sword net. The longer it went, the more Li Tai lost ground, taking several of Tusha's punches. Li Tai was being pushed closer and closer to his limit. His eyes burned crimson, as if he was about to lose all control. Sensing the unusual shift in Li Tai, Tusha paused his assault to observe him. Is he trying to trade injuries, or just losing his mind? Li Tai's slashes had changed, becoming stronger, more wild, even striking near the pianist. Even so, the pianist didn't dare move an inch, not while Tusha was standing guard. The demonic performance was nearly complete as musical notes floated into the air. They converged, forming a swirling green vortex in the sky. Shinzi sent an urgent report the pianist's performance was being disrupted. At this rate, they could hold out until the final defense line arrived. Over with Tusha, he'd finally realized Li Tai's plan. Worried about Ji Kong Cheng, he cursed furiously. "So that was your plan all along, you little brat." Li Tai didn't bother hiding his intentions, flying into the air with a defiant grin. "So, you gonna use your hands, old man?" While Tusha was distracted by the pianist, Li Tai unleashed another slash. This time, Tusha couldn't dodge, and the red arc flew right at his chest. Tusha took the fatal blow head-on, but nothing happened. He didn't even bleed. In fact, he rushed forward. The situation was beyond unexpected. Li Tai couldn't react in time. Tusha grabbed him by the shoulders, a look of pure contempt on his face. "Keep moving, little brat." Then, Tusha slammed his forehead directly into Li Tai's head. One of his hands then shot out, grabbing Li Tai by the throat, squeezing until his face turned purple. His other hand clenched into a fist as he laughed. "Which part do you want me to rip out first?" Li Tai's eyes rolled back into his head from the pressure, foam spilling from his lips. He choked out a furious curse. "You bastard, model." Tusha was about to shut Li Tai up for good when suddenly, something came flying at him from behind. With his sharp instincts, Tusha immediately sensed it, dodging the energy blast which missed him by a hair's breadth. Tusha furiously yelled, "Who are you people?" A foot skidded to a halt as the dust settled, revealing a hand crackling with lightning. The backup had arrived in style. It was none other than Yunguo and Qinglin. Wielding his ancient sword, now engulfed in purple flames, Yunguo announced he was here to finish the job. The scene was chaos, with a pianist still frantically playing. Tusha had already taken out Li Tai, who lay slumped nearby. Now, Yunguo and Qinglin stood in a ready stance, prepared for a fight. Watching from her command center, Shinzi's warning came through their comms. "Please, be careful." The man before them was the seventh seat, the spreader of chaos from the Apocalypse sect, codenamed Tusha. In just 2 years, he'd committed 7 massacres, with over 10,000 victims to his name. On the screen, Tusha's face appeared a major criminal hunted by the organization. Wasting no time, he immediately activated his close combat body reinforcement. Suddenly, a stream of red blood flowed backward up his arm, wrapping around his entire body. His known powers included blood control and an advanced regenerative ability. The blood reached his head, his eyes turning a terrifying blank white. His estimated power level skyrocketed to the peak of the gold rank. As the blood spread across his entire body, Shinzi added nervously that some even theorize he has stepped into the half-step law domain. The moment she finished her sentence, Tu Sha completed his terrifying enhancement. Lying on the ground, Li Tai could only watch the battle, thinking he was completely paralyzed. He tried to move, but it was useless. Was it blood loss, or were his wounds just that severe? Then, Tu Sha suddenly stopped, walking over to stand directly in front of Yun Guo. He smiled and said a name, Lin Yun Guo. Yun Guo frowned, confused. You know me? Tu Sha simply tilted his head, cracked his neck, and smirked. Know you? Of course I do, he taunted. You're the son of that legendary prophet, after all. In fact, the big boss specifically told me to pay extra special attention to you. Then, his face warped into a mask of pure, murderous intent, veins popping everywhere. He growled, his voice dropping low. But I've never been one to hold back. So do me a favor, don't die. Instantly, Tu Sha's figure blurred out of sight, startling Yun Guo for just a moment. Yun Guo barely had time to brace for the attack, thinking, he's fast. Tu Sha lunged, throwing a punch that Yun Guo blocked with his ancient sword, but the sheer force from Tu Sha's punch traveled right through the sword, slamming into Yun Guo's chest and forcing him to spit up blood. Qinglin cried out in alarm. Yun Guo. Sent reeling back, he struggled to stop himself before getting back into a defensive stance. With blood still trickling from his mouth, he answered, I'm fine. But as he grimaced, he knew this guy's absolute power was on a whole other level. Tu Sha didn't give Yun Guo a single moment to recover, launching himself into the air for another attack. Judging by the sheer power behind that blow, Yun Guo figured his opponent had to be a high-level, peak gold rank. As for Tu Sha, he was now firing a volley of blood crystals straight at Yun Guo. Yun Guo was confused but didn't have time to react. Tu Sha was treating his arm like a machine gun, unleashing powerful clusters of blood crystals into the air. Yun Guo scrambled to dodge them. So fast. He looked at the massive crater a blood bullet had just created behind him, breathing a sigh of relief. He knew that if he had been even a split second slower, that arm would have been gone. Tu Sha suddenly touched down, a wide grin spreading across his face like a predator eyeing its prey. Not bad at dodging, huh? Let's see if you can dodge this. With that, he fired a massive volley of blood bullets toward Yun Guo. This move was called the Blood Bullet Meteor Swarm. They were too fast, there was no way for Yun Guo to dodge. All he could do was curse. But at that moment, a powerful lightning bolt came crashing down. Qinglin had launched the lightning strike from behind, leaving Tu Sha no room to dodge. However, he managed to duck just low enough to evade her second attack. This created a huge opening for Yun Guo. Because Tu Sha was so focused on dodging Qinglin, he had to stop his volley of blood bullets. He glared furiously at Qinglin and spat, "You are courting death." Ignoring his threat, Qinglin stood firm to meet his attack. But as Tu Sha's punch was about to land, her lightning-covered body suddenly started to fade. Then, she reappeared in a different spot entirely. Tu Sha's face darkened with rage, unable to follow her movements. He thought to himself that this wasn't teleportation, but a partial elementalization. By transforming into lightning itself, he hit unbelievable speeds. Van Qua immediately messaged Tin-Tu, asking her, "What exactly is this semi-elementalization?" Tin-Tu replied that it was the ability he got from the Than Du dungeon instance. Her eyes were glued to the chaotic data streams on her screen. She frantically explained it was a deeper resonance with an element. It could even temporarily elementalize a part of the body for a massive attribute boost. She was describing the skill Than Lam possessed that dense lightning element. While the water element is flexible, Than Du's lightning element gained devastating speed and destructive power. Than Lam's entire body is now crackling with raw electricity. She's facing a terrifying enemy like Du Sat, but shows no signs of backing down. Than Lam gets into position, preparing her next move. Du Sat, on the other hand, is growing even more frenzied, enraged by this turn of events. And just like that, they clash again like a raging storm. The battle continues. Blue lightning and red energy collide in a massive explosion, while Lai Tai is still completely unable to move his body. Seeing Than Lam get relentlessly overpowered, Lai Tai just can't take it anymore. He tries desperately to awaken the demon inside him. "Move," he screams internally. An arm, a leg, anything, just move. Does he want to watch another comrade die before his very eyes? Or will he just wait for someone else to save him? At that thought, his eyes begin to change color. Lai Tai begs the demon in his heart, "Hey demon, take whatever you want, just give me your power." Back in the fight, Du Sat suddenly slams a bloody fist into the ground. Than Lam uses her lightning speed to flash away, escaping the attack's devastating range. Her boots skid across the ground, leaving a trail of smoke. But then Than Lam notices something. and her pupils shrink in horror. A sticky red substance is wrapped around one of her legs. Dusat is holding the other end like some kind of grotesque leash. He laughs like a complete maniac. Got you now. Thon Lam struggles to pull her leg free, screaming, "Damn it!" The more she struggles, the more smug Dusat gets. The weakness of her semi-elemental form is that her real body still exists. He immediately pivots and charges straight for her. This time, Dusat is sure he has victory in his grasp. Time to think of your last words. Thon Lam is completely stunned. She's trapped and can't move in this situation. It's over. Suddenly, Van Qua appears like a gust of wind, blocking the path to Thon Lam. He glances at her, whispering, "Thanks for buying me a little time." The monster Dusat leaps high into the air, preparing to slam his fist down onto Van Qua. But Van Qua isn't fazed in the slightest. He's already gathered power in his arm. With a face full of absolute confidence, Dusat swings his fist downward. Van Qua throws his own punch to meet the attack head-on, countering his foe. Their fists collide directly, unleashing two massive beams of blinding light. Van Qua roars out the name of his ultimate move, Raging Strike. Thon Lam watches from the sidelines, her eyes wide with total and utter disbelief. With his incredible power, Van Qua sends Dusat flying backward. He's knocked off his feet by the sheer force, but the monster manages to regain its balance. He tumbles through the air before twisting his body and landing perfectly in a crouch. It seems Van Qua's last attack did nothing to discourage him. He landed completely unharmed. The hand Dusat used to block the punch, however, is now horrifically twisted. He never expected Van Qua to use a skill, but instead of being afraid, he's actually thrilled by it. Finally, he thinks, something interesting. Elsewhere, a pianist sits at his instrument, his 6 arms striking the keys with incredible speed and fury. The notes rise into the air, only to be absorbed into a strange, dark void. Tin 2, watching from afar, realizes something terrible is about to happen and immediately sends a warning. This is bad. The pianist's summon is recovering. The time until the second cathedral-class monster appears is getting shorter. Van Qua has to trust Thon Lam to handle it. The pianist is all yours, he tells her. Thon Lam understands what he means instantly. I know. Van Qua's face is grim as he calculates his next move. There's only one way to stop the monster's arrival now. Meanwhile, Thon Lam isn't even sure who is in front of her. Truck Long. No, it's Van Qua. A pool of red liquid suddenly appears at Thon Lam's feet. As she prepares to fly toward the pianist to complete her mission, she gives Van Qua one last word of encouragement. You'd better survive this. Even with a mangled hand, Dusat isn't scared at all. In fact, he's still taunting him. Hey, you don't really think you can handle me all by yourself, do you? Van Qua just smirks, pointing behind him. No, he says, I have backup. Following his finger, the monster Dusat turns to look. It's Lai Tai. With one of his wings now missing, he slowly gets to his feet, his face a mask of pure fury. Seeing that Lai Tai is still alive, Dusat is completely shocked. How are you not dead yet? Lai Tai's eyes just flare with crimson energy. He declares with absolute certainty, because I'm the hero. And with that, he charges straight at the horrified Du Saturday. Both Van Qua and Li Tai rush towards the monster from opposite sides. A blast of power from Van Qua slams into Dusat, as Lai Tai's sword carves a deep gash in his side. They attack in perfect unison, unleashing a relentless barrage of attacks. Van Qua's sword flashes by like a bolt of lightning, severing one of Dusat's arms completely. His face twists in agony. The monster, Dusat, has now lost one arm, and the other has been completely shattered by Van Qua. Just then, the Slayer challenged him. What's the deal with that sword of yours? Van Qua mockingly raised his ancient blade. Explaining it to you would be useless anyway. You're probably too poor to have ever seen something this good. Li Tai and Van Qua stared down the Slayer, their faces radiating pure killing intent. Van Qua had already figured out his plan, and quickly warned Li Tai. Don't give him time to recover. Let's attack together. Suddenly, a deep crimson power erupted, enveloping the Slayer's entire body. His clothes were in shreds, his face twisted into a grotesque mask, but he was still arrogant. It's just an arm. You want to fight me? You're still far too green. Hearing that, Li Tai exploded with rage, pointing his sword at the Slayer and yelling, Shut your mouth! The Slayer's eyes shot wide open in shock, as if he'd just witnessed something truly terrifying. Before he could even react, Li Tai had already lunged forward, driving his sword straight through the Slayer's body. A strike like that should have been a fatal blow, but unfortunately, this guy was just too strong. The sword piercing him did absolutely no damage. He still had the strength to taunt Li Tai, still not enough. Not even close. Van Qua charged in next, raising his own sword high. You forgot about me. He immediately gathered energy into his blade and rushed the monster. Furious strike. Van Qua's sword slammed through the Slayer's torso, making the hair on his neck stand up. This time, that arrogant smirk was gone. The pain from Van Qua's blade was real. Ha! Seeing the scene, Li Tai couldn't help but sigh. What? That kid actually stole my kill. Van Qua's sword was still lodged deep inside the Slayer. He was completely drained, panting heavily from the exertion. But in the next moment, the Slayer acted as if nothing had happened. His body was completely unharmed. Van Qua couldn't believe his eyes. That should have been a kill shot, no question. The Slayer had returned to his original state, a wide, thrilled smile spreading across his face. Van Qua was completely thrown off by this development. Suddenly, a black liquid began to ooze from the Slayer's body. The dark substance immediately swirled around Van Qua, trapping him. The black fluids crept closer and closer. He was stunned, unable to figure out what this strange substance even was. What is this stuff? It morphed into tendrils, seemingly trying to bind Van Qua in place. Thousands of these black threads converged, forming a perfect sphere. The dark orb then completely sealed Van Qua inside. Seeing Van Qua trapped within that sphere, Li Tai cried out in alarm, "Brother, you bastard!" Li Tai's face was a mask of fury as he thought to himself, what the hell is this guy planning now? He couldn't just stand by and watch Van Qua get trapped, so he immediately charged forward. Li Tai aimed his sword and lunged straight for the sphere. He slashed with all his might, but the surface was too hard, deflecting his blade instantly. He stared up at the black sphere and cursed, "Damn it! What kind of trick is this now?" Just then, Thon Lam finally made it back to the scene, the strange music still following her. Thon Lam looked at the orb behind her, wondering, what is that thing? Trapped inside, Van Qua was completely disoriented. Where am I? From below him, a voice echoed, "Welcome to my soul space." The Slayer appeared out of nowhere. With absolute confidence, he said, "In here, no one can interrupt us." Van Qua had no idea why he'd been brought to this place. A soul space? What do you want? Outside, we fought over a body. So in here, the Slayer spread his arms with a bizarre smile. We fight for the soul. Hearing about a soul battle, Van Qua was still struggling to understand his opponent's true goal. Soul battle? What do you mean? The Slayer snapped his fingers and explained why they were both here. When my physical body dies, this space opens, pulling both me and my killer inside. Suddenly, the ground beneath Van Qua began to shake violently. He looked down, his jaw dropping at the sight before him. They were now standing on what looked like a giant set of scales. The Slayer began to explain its true purpose. These scales are used to weigh the souls of both combatants, and whoever's soul is heavier gets to take everything from the loser. That includes all their abilities, their life, their experiences, and even their fighting skills. Hearing this, Yun Guo could barely believe his own ears. He immediately demanded, "What did you just say?" Tu Sha, oozing with confidence, finally revealed the true nature of his power to Yun Guo. "The power this game of sin gave me is to pass judgment on you all. You human trash, our new world cult, we are the chosen ones." Ha ha ha, his mouth gaped open as his eyes widened, screaming, "Let the judgment begin." And with that, the scales began to shift. The scales began to tip as Van Qua's side slowly lifted, much to his surprise. The difference was massive. He was far lighter than Slaughter. Below, Slaughter praised Van Qua, but his words were dripping with pure sarcasm. He sneered, "Lam Van Qua, your gear isn't half bad. But at the end of the day, you're still just a rookie player." And just then, the ghostly figure of a reaper holding a scythe materialized right behind Slaughter. He declared that because he'd slaughtered and claimed countless lives, the weight of his soul was infinitely heavier. Slaughter reached out towards Van Qua with a sinister gesture. "Soon," he hissed, "everything you have will belong to me." Van Qua lowered his head, hiding his expression. He finally understood exactly what Slaughter was getting at. "So you're talking about the weight of our souls, is that it?" With a surge of anger, he grabbed the prayer beads on his other wrist. In one swift motion, Van Qua snapped the string of beads on his arm. Suddenly, the giant scales lurched. Van Qua's side plummeted downwards. Slaughter, now rising fast, couldn't believe what was happening. "What is this?" Outside the scales, a red orb of energy was beginning to form. Then it appeared. A colossal, blood-red eye opened from the void directly behind Van Qua. His confidence returned in an instant. "Looks like you're out of luck," he said, as black lightning crackled from the massive eye. Even Slaughter seemed terrified by the giant eye, stammering out, What is that thing?" The needle on the massive scale shot past 600. Slaughter refused to believe it, questioning everything. "Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How can anything weigh more than hundreds of thousands of souls?" Van Qua, now completely calm, slowly answered him. Because this isn't a normal soul. The giant eyes seemed to fill the entire space as Van Qua revealed the truth. This is a god. Slaughter's face twisted in absolute terror. He trembled uncontrollably, his teeth chattering. The scale's needle hit 1,000, the maximum limit. The weight difference was now overwhelming. Van Qua's power had sent Slaughter's platform rocketing into the air. Looks like the winner's been decided. Below Slaughter's platform, thousands of hands erupted, reaching up to grab him. The moment those hands touched him, his body began to disintegrate, but his defiant spirit refused to accept it. No way. I don't believe it. I can't lose. I absolutely cannot lose. Watching Slaughter slowly fade away, Van Qua just smirked with contempt. When you're at the gambling table, how can you expect to only win and never lose? If you bet everything, there are only two outcomes. Slaughter's body had now completely vanished, leaving behind only a single, disembodied eye. All or nothing, Van Qua declared, standing tall. With Slaughter gone, he turned to the eye, trying to send it back. The next problem is, can you go back quietly? Suddenly, a system warning blared to life. Warning. Abnormal intrusion detected. Warning. Abnormal intrusion detected. Player is losing control of their body. The alerts swirled around Van Qua as the giant eye began to drift closer. I had a feeling this would happen. Back in the control room, Tin2 saw the same warnings and frantically tried to contact him. Portal expansion is estimated at 90%. Estimated 3 minutes until the Stage 2 Sanctuary class monster descends. Thon Lam's hands began to glow with power, ready for a fight. She was stunned by the news, a Stage 2 Sanctuary class monster descending. Thon Lam and Lai Tai were currently locked in a desperate battle against the pianist. They were frantically trying to figure out their next move. We can't get through the wall of laws to actually damage the pianist, so all we can do is stall for time. How long until the final defense line gets here? Tin2 couldn't give them a clear answer. The signal interference is too severe. I can't get a fix on their position. Two massive hands began tearing open the fabric of space itself. Thon Lam watched in horror. What is happening? Tin2 was panicking too. She was trembling as the monster on the other side ripped the portal wider. Lai Tai decided to make a desperate charge, swinging his sword as he rushed the pianist. Damn it! But the pianist was surrounded by an incredibly powerful defensive barrier. No matter how hard Lai Tai's sword struck the barrier, it couldn't break through. These damn walls of law, how much time do we have left? Tin2 was sweating bullets, her face pale with fear. We're out of time, less than 10 seconds until it descends. The monster had torn the hole wide open and its head was already pushing through. Back in the city, snow began to fall from the sky. The frost giant had finally arrived. A saint-level bone giant, wielding the law of chilling bone, appeared. The moment it arrived, snow began blanketing the city as a massive sword slammed down. Seeing the colossal icebone giant, a man's face flooded with panic and dread for the entire city. What in the world was going to happen to Jiangcheng? Just then, a helicopter cut through the chaos, flying into view. A man with a goatee smiled, reassuring everyone. "Don't lose heart," he said, "and don't you dare despair." The man stepped out onto the helicopter's skid, grabbing the door and yelling, "This battle is already won, because I am here." A woman instantly recognized him, slamming her desk with excitement. "It's Mr. Pojun!" Without hesitation, Pojun leaped straight from the helicopter. He declared to the world, "We are the voice of civilization, and the very agents of order." A streak of red light rocketed straight for the icebone giant. "Be amazed," he yelled, "and feel my wrath. My ferocity exists to protect order and civilization." Pojun channeled all his strength into a single, devastating punch. The crimson light instantly pierced through the icebone giant's body. Both Qinglin and Li Tai stared in absolute shock at Pojun's power. Was this truly humanity's last line of defense? Back on the ground, Yunguo collapsed, completely spent. The system blared another warning. Intrusion at 65%. Intrusion at 66%. The player is losing control of his body. Suddenly, Yunguo's eyes snapped open. His pupils. They were now glowing a demonic red. Another punch slammed into the icebone giant's chest, followed by one to its waist, blowing clean holes right through its frame. Witnessing the scene on her monitor, Shinzi excitedly delivered her report. According to battle simulations, Mr. Pojun can destroy the giant in 1 minute. Once the pianist falls, this horrible disaster is over, but Li Tai sensed something was wrong. Looking around frantically, he shouted, "Hey! When did that black cocoon vanish?" The pianist's hands, which had been playing non-stop this entire time, suddenly began to tremble. Qinglin immediately took a defensive stance, warning Li Tai, "Be careful. I have a really bad feeling about this." Suddenly, Li Tai pointed up. Look, up in the sky. It was Yun Guo, but he was no longer himself, he was controlled by the calamity. Is that? Zhulong? Controlled by the calamity, Yun Guo had become something incredibly dangerous. Qinglin's eyes widened, realizing something was terribly wrong. She quickly warned Li Tai. That's not Zhulong. Watch out. Yun Guo raised his hand. A small red orb materialized on his fingertip, unleashing a massive beam of pure energy. It shot directly at Li Tai's position, but thankfully, he managed to dodge just in time. Li Tai was stunned seeing Yun Guo transformed like this. What in the world is that thing? He wondered. Back at command, Shinzi desperately tried to send a warning. The call went unanswered, as a Geiger counter screamed. Distortion energy levels were rising fast. Her computer screen scrambled to identify the entity that had taken over his body. After a frantic search, Shinzi found it. It's the former leader of the cult, Ding Feng. He's a saint-level entity. The system's verdict. Zhulong has lost control. An absolutely terrifying energy began radiating from Yun Guo's body. What they were facing now was another saint-level monstrosity. On the ground, the pianist continued to play without stopping, his melodies slowly swirling around Yun Guo up above. Li Tai was completely taken aback by this. Is this some kind of internal conflict? Qinglin just watched the pianist play, silent. The pianist played on, never pausing for a second. But now, his shoulders had begun to tremble violently. Seeing this, Qinglin realized the pianist wasn't just tired, he was shaking. It was a reaction born from pure fear. Suddenly, a wave of red energy slammed into the musical notes. With a single wave of his hand, Yun Guo shattered the melodies around him. His eyes burned with pure, arrogant rage. The Eye of Calamity had appeared behind Yun Guo. It was the one in control now. A red circle began to form above the pianist's head, but still, he refused to stop playing. The shockwaves alone from Yun Guo's power forced Qinglin and Li Tai to their knees. Just the aftershock. Has this much pressure? What? What kind of monster is this? Through a pained expression, Qinglin stammered out its true identity. A calamity star. A heavenly disaster-level monster. The possessed Yun Guo gathered power in his palm, preparing to punish the pianist. Traitors must be eliminated. The pianist is suddenly ripped into the air by Van Qua's power. Van Qua clenches his fist, and with that single motion, the artist explodes into nothing. Than Lam looks over, but the pianist is gone. Her face is a mask of pure terror as she stares up into the sky, her voice trembling. A complete one-shot kill. Tintu's face darkens as he confirms the pianist has, in fact, vanished. Trucklong's energy levels continued to skyrocket, escalating to a secondary disaster classification. But before Tintu could finish his sentence, Van Qua's eyes flashed with a sinister light as he turned his head and smiled. Than Lam and Li Tai were completely paralyzed. He'd already noticed them. Damn it, they were totally unable to move. A torrent of pure power erupted straight from Van Qua's palm. Than Lam and Li Tai could only watch, their faces masks of pure terror. Just then, Fa Quan appeared in the nick of time, stepping in front of them both. He simply raised a hand to block Van Qua's attack. While blocking the attack, he started talking trash. See? I told you. No need to worry, because I've arrived. Seeing Fa Quan had come to her rescue, Than Lam was stunned. Mr. Fa Quan. But what about the frost giant? Oh, that. Fa Quan had already shattered it to bits. That problem was already solved. Fa Quan stared down the disaster-controlled Van Qua. Now, for the real problem. Meanwhile, Van Qua's real consciousness was trapped inside a void. He never imagined his own body would be stolen from him. How did this happen? He raged, slamming his fist on an invisible wall. And right then, the system pinged. Mission complete. Congratulations. The player has neutralized the extraordinary disaster and saved an entire city. Mission reward. 3 million merit points. But getting the reward didn't make Van Qua happy. Instead, he just let out a helpless sigh. What good were merit points at a time like this? What could he even buy? But suddenly, a breakthrough idea hit him. Van Qua gave the system a new command. System, summon the achievement reward. Evil Sex Nemesis. The system immediately obeyed. The mission reward was an ability called Malice Recall. It could be used on an aberrant entity of any level, consuming a certain amount of merit to forcibly reclaim it. The success rate was determined by the target's level and how many merit points he spent. If successful, the monster would become his slave. If the recall failed, however, all the merit points he used would be lost for good. Van Qua's face hardened with pure determination. This wasn't over yet. His hand hovered right over the system's confirmation button. He bit his lip, wondering if it was still useless. But then Van Qua immediately dismissed that thought. No, that wasn't it. The system said the Harbinger of Misfortune itself couldn't be bought, but he only hosted a part of it. In that case, the system panel updated. Harbinger of Misfortune. Purchase success rate, 0%. He immediately swiped across the panel, declaring out loud, change purchase target. Resetting the goal to the Eyes of Misfortune, the system's interface flickered with new info. The target was now the Eyes of Misfortune, with a success rate of 0.001%. A smirk of satisfaction spread across Vanqua's face. Good, the rate isn't zero. He loosened his tie, looking incredibly smug. All right then, he thought. It's my turn to put on a show. Then he commanded loudly, begin acquisition. The system displayed -1,000, then flashed the words purchase failed. A jolt of panic hit Vanqua, but he just ordered again. Continue. But he got the exact same answer. Purchase failed. The words flashed over and over as he stubbornly repeated his command. Just then, the system sent him what it probably thought was a friendly reminder. Your purchase target currently exceeds your capabilities. Success rate is low. Please choose a more suitable target. Seeing this, Vanqua just swiped the panel away and insisted. I said, continue. And of course, -1,000. Purchase failed. He pointed helplessly at the screen. It was just a 1 in 10,000 chance. This was just a numbers game. Suddenly, his expression shifted, becoming dangerously cunning. Then I'll just have to crush it with numbers of my own. And then, one of the system screens lit up. Malice acquisition successful. Cost, 7.84 million. Item acquired. Eyes of Misfortune. He'd finally regained control of his body. With a slight frown, he commanded, System, check attributes for the Eyes of Misfortune. The system panel appeared, opening the item's attribute page. Follower. The Eyes of Misfortune. Incarnation of a cathedral-grade evil god, with the ability to destroy bodies, cast curses, and resist magic. Vanqua's pupils shrank. So many skills? So this was the power of a cathedral-grade being. Suddenly, blinding light filled the space around him. From the sheer intensity, he figured he must be waking up, but something snapped him back to reality. Fa Quan was charging right at him to attack. Luckily, he managed to dodge. Fa Quan clenched his fists with a heavy sigh. How tragic. To become a monster, yet be unwilling to accept your own destruction. Those words left Vanqua completely lost. He pointed at himself and asked, a monster? He tried to explain calmly. Hey, big bro, chill out. I've recovered. But Fa Quan just yelled back. Trying to deceive me by acting human? You despicable monster. This shocking turn of events left Vanqua utterly speechless. He glances at the bleeding gash on his cheek. What was that? The punch was unbelievably fast. A direct hit would have been fatal. The system prompt flashes again. A critical strike is incoming. Should he activate Blood Rage Enhancement to dodge it? A crimson aura instantly engulfs his body. This is a slaughter skill. There's no time to hesitate, he has to activate it. The moment the thought crosses his mind, Vanqua unleashes his power, activating the Blood Rage Enhancement. Fa Quan flinches for a split second, stunned by the massive surge of power and killing intent pouring from his opponent. His opponent's hands are already glowing, pulsing with condensed energy for the coming clash. So this is his power. How grotesque. But not to worry, he'll give him a clean death. With that, Fa Quan charges forward, unleashing a relentless flurry of punches with his signature technique. But as the first fist arrives, Vanqua dodges with effortless grace. Right shoulder, Fa Quan's fist swings left. He glides right, left abdomen. With lightning-fast movements, the attacks keep coming. Right chest, the attack lines are perfectly clear to him now. This is the combat experience of a slaughter. Suddenly, Fa Quan's image sharpens, and Vanqua is shocked. It's an afterimage. The realization hits him like a ton of bricks. He grinds his teeth. This is bad. A feint. The real Fa Quan appears behind him, whispering, Rest in peace, comrade. He prepares a devastating kick as a circle of energy forms behind Vanqua just before the blow connects. And then, the moment of impact, a brutal punch slams into his back, forcing him to cough up a mouthful of fresh blood. Fa Quan's voice is low and cold as he asks, Why do you insist on resisting? Why not just accept your release quietly? In response, Vanqua spits back, Enough. Grotesque this. Release that you're just talking to yourself. Then, with a deadly serious expression, he raises his hand and continues, Did you really think I wouldn't fight back? The instant Vanqua clenches his fist, the very air around it seems to crackle and shatter like broken ice. The Eye of Calamity. It materializes in the air above, a harbinger of misfortune, followed by a small, pulsing circle. It locks onto its target, unleashing the Ray of Ruin, a powerful beam of destructive energy hurtling towards his foe. Fa Quan quickly raises a shield to block the counterattack. This bizarre attack is strong and worse. It seems to drain his spirit and weaken his strength. Crimson rose petals, each carrying a trace of killing intent, begin to fall as Van Qua speaks. We're not done yet. Van Qua points a finger at his opponent and bellows the name of his technique, Blood Bullet Meteor Swarm. The devastating attack streaks toward Fa Quan. A dark aura now envelops his own hands. Karma Flame Incineration. But just then, Than Lam suddenly appears out of nowhere, her voice cutting through the intensity of their battle. Both of you, stop this now, she commands, then turns to Truk Long. If you attack the final defense line again, the organization will brand you a deserter. She then turns to the other combatant, and Mr. Fa Quan, Truk Long's situation has been resolved. Next time you go out on a mission, please remember to bring your communicator. Hearing this, Van Qua stops, and the immense power gathering in his hands slowly dissipates. He's completely stunned by her words. Was he attacking humanity's final line of defense? As the smoke and dust settle, Fa Quan's figure slowly comes back into view. He scratches the back of his head with an awkward laugh. My communicator breaks so easily, you know? I'll be more careful next time. A thought flashes through Van Qua's mind. He's completely unharmed? Fa Quan then adds, I can't believe you managed to regain control of your body. Fa Quan cracks a small smile, thinking to himself, is this the son of the previous Truk Long? He's definitely no ordinary person. Very impressive. With that, Van Qua uses his energy to land safely. He touches down on 2 feet and 1 hand before standing up straight, looking at her. He asks quietly, where is the pianist? Both of them just stare back in silence. Than Lam finally answers, exasperated. You already eliminated him, remember? Van Qua just blinks, the information not computing. What? I did? She quickly confirms, yes, you did, before continuing with her questions. What exactly happened between you and the slaughter? Why did the Eye of Calamity suddenly take control of your body? And how did you manage to get it back? I need to include all of this in my official report. Fa Quan's feet touch the ground as he lands softly. He announces, I've completed my assessment. All of the anomalies currently in Jiangcheng have been completely eliminated. He claps his hands together, declaring, we have once again successfully averted a disaster. With that, he gives Van Qua a hard slap on the back. Especially you. It's been a long time since I met a newcomer who could trade blows with me like that. Good. Very good. Extremely good. Van Qua turns to look at him and says quietly, but it didn't do any damage to you at all, Mr. Fa Quan. Hearing this, he pauses for a moment. No, it definitely did, he says, looking up with absolute confidence. It's just that my healing factor is way too powerful. The other two snap their heads around. Their face is a mask of pure shock. Could he actually damage Po Jun? Qing Lin quickly interjected. Mr. Po Jun, you should put on your communicator. There's an urgent call coming through right now. Immediately, a voice started crackling over the device's speaker. Mr. Po Jun, an out-of-control instance has appeared on the coast. We suspect a sanctuary-class monster has escaped into the sea and need your support. After getting the report, Po Jun turned to Yun Guo to inform him. I have to go. Young man, he said. A crisis is coming. Our entire civilization is in grave danger. He offered his hand with a hopeful look. Grow up fast and become humanity's last line of defense. Yun Guo hesitated for just a second before firmly grasping Po Jun's hand. Then Yun Guo declared with absolute conviction, I will. Po Jun climbed into the helicopter, giving one last wave before he left. As the chopper flew off, the people below continued to wave back at him. Yun Guo stared down at his own hands, whispering, humanity's last line of defense comes in a hurry and leaves in a hurry. Before he could even finish the thought, Qinglin cut in, just like a storm, right? Anyone who had ever met Mr. Po Jun described him the same way, brilliant, passionate, direct, and overwhelmingly powerful, just like a summer hurricane. Meanwhile, Shinzi was reporting in with a worried tone. Mr. Zhulong, we've encountered some problems. He immediately took the call. Did one of the aberrations manage to slip through? Sucking on a lollipop, she explained in a low voice that it wasn't an aberration, but the massive reward he had promised. Now all the players were fighting over the points. They're about to blow up the communications channel. And just like that, everything clicked for Yun Guo. I almost forgot about that. He ordered, contact the Blackstone Merchant Guild, have them arrange a location, and I'll handle the payment. Shinzi kept typing as she spoke. The aberrations created by that pianist far exceeded our calculations. Based on the current statistics, the total points you have to pay out exceeds 500,000. A system panel suddenly flashed open, Achievement unlocked for repelling the aberration, plus 100, and 5 million merit points. Total points earned, 3,600,000. Final balance, a staggering 1,904,000 merit points. Yunguo's lips trembled at the massive number. He then raised his hand as coins and bills rained down from above. It's only 500,000 points. He announced to them all that every participating player would receive an additional 5,000 achievement points as a bonus. In front of the Spring Wind Pavilion, a server pointed inside. Your identity has been verified. Please form a line on the right. One man sheepishly scratched the back of his head. All right, all right. Then the attendant made an announcement. Everyone, please line up. Don't crowd and don't push. There are enough achievement points for everybody, so there's no need to rush. Inside the Spring Wind Pavilion, the man from before presented his information to Yunguo. Mr. Zhu Long, this is my kill record. Yunguo took the phone he was offered. He looked it over for a moment, then finally glanced up to speak. Silver Tier, you took down 4 Echo-class aberrations by yourself, and even helped stop 2 Night-class monsters. The man responded with a bit of embarrassment. It was just luck, that's all. Yunguo then handed the phone back to him. Have you ever considered joining the Public Security Bureau? We always welcome that kind of luck. Taking back his phone, the man replied, I'll have to think about it. Yunguo simply turned to his assistant and commanded, Transfer. The man quickly complied. Understood. The player instantly received a notification for 15,000 points and panicked slightly, asking, Mr. Zhu Long, did you make a mistake? According to my kill record, I should have only received 12,000, shouldn't I? Yunguo calmly explained the discrepancy. The extra amount is a bonus for protecting civilians while you hunted those aberrations. Hearing these words, the man immediately bent into a deep 90-degree bow. Thank you, Mr. Zhu Long. Thank you so much. But Yunguo just waved it off. It's nothing. Just remember to do more good deeds. It'll bring you merit. The assistant immediately shouted out to the crowd. Next in line. Much later, Yunguo sighed in exhaustion. Finally finished. It's the first time I've ever felt this tired just giving away money. The assistant then remarked, That's probably because no one has ever given out so many points at once like you just did. Then, out of nowhere, Yunguo asked a strange question. You're still alive? The assistant quickly replied, Thanks to your blessing, sir. Otherwise, I would have died back at the auction. After speaking, he placed a VIP card on the table and said slowly, To show their gratitude for your help, the Merchant Guild asked me to give you this. Yunguo picked it up, his curiosity piqued. A black card? What does this do? The man bowed his head slightly as he explained. This card signifies that you are the guild's most honored guest. It grants you priority purchasing rights and a permanent discount on all guild products. And sir, you can use this card to request assistance from our guild at any time. Hearing that, he sat up straight. What about the signal flare? Have you heard anything yet? The man confirms the flare is still in the blood demon's hands. But he adds, Don't worry. The guild's goods have special markings, and we are closing in on its location. At the latest, he promises, the flare will be delivered to you within 24 hours. Yunguo turns to leave. All right, I'll get some sleep and wait for your good news. The man replies, Thank you for your trust, sir. Outside the Spring Wind Pavilion, Qinglin was already waiting for him. Her brows furrowed slightly as she asked, Is it all sorted out? Yunguo lets out a huge yawn as he stretches. Almost. The Blackstone Guild is handling the rest. The bridge of Qinglin's nose flushes a little as she points. You want to grab a bite? My treat. His face lights up. Sounds great. I've been so busy. I'm starving. And so, Lin Yunguo and Gui Qinglin begin walking down the street. They arrive at a small food stall, and Qinglin suddenly stops. Let's eat here. It's not too fancy. The owner is an old man, frying meat over a hot wok. Gui Qinglin holds up 2 fingers. Sir, 2 bowls of your famous special, please. The owner gives a warm smile. All right, 2 bowls of red spicy noodles coming right up. Moments later, the owner serves their food, but Yunguo looks a little uneasy. Sir, weren't there rumors about strange creatures appearing in the city today? So why are you still out here? The owner sets down 2 steaming bowls of noodles, smiling. What's the big deal? Wasn't it just that chemical plant in the East District exploding? They said it made some people hallucinate. He smiles with confidence, even flexing an arm to show off how strong he is. During the war, I delivered food to the front lines. This stall has been open for 40 years, rain or shine. Yunguo turns to Qinglin with a worried look. A chemical plant explosion. Is that the organization's official story? Qinglin, however, seems completely calm. She lifts a steaming noodle with her chopsticks. After all, she says coolly, there's no way to tell ordinary people the truth. Yunguo, still curious, presses on. But what about the people who actually saw those things? Qinglin doesn't answer immediately. She just chews her food thoughtfully. After swallowing, she looks up. They receive specialized treatment, medicine, hypnosis, and even the abilities of other players. Soon they'll forget. They'll just think it was a terrible nightmare. The dead are all listed as victims of the explosion, and the organization even pays out pensions. Yunguo finishes his noodles in silence, then gently places his chopsticks down. His eyes remain fixed on the empty bowl. How many people died in this incident? Hearing this, Qinglin's hands freeze mid-motion. Her expression turns serious as she gives him the numbers. The official record is 260. The real total is probably closer to 300. But Yunguo suddenly forces a slight smile. Is that so? But just as quickly, the smile vanishes. His face fills with worry as he stares at the ground. The original Sin game. Before, I really just thought it was a game. But if I had just been a little bit stronger. Before he can finish, Qinglin cuts him off. Don't put all that pressure on yourself. If you hadn't been there, Jiang Cheng's losses would have been far worse. Many more innocents would have been hurt. She offers a small smile, and it's like the whole world brightens. Thank you, Lin Yunguo. At her words, Yunguo's cheeks flush a deep red, his embarrassment completely obvious, but he quickly regains his composure. You know, I never realized before just how beautiful your smile is. The moment the words leave his mouth, Qinglin slams her chopsticks down hard on the table. The sudden noise makes Yunguo jump in his seat. He cautiously sneaks a glance at Gui Qinglin. She turns away, her face burning red. What are you talking about? If you're done, go pay. Yunguo just scratches his head, totally confused. Huh? But I thought you were treating. Elsewhere, in front of a closed-door meeting room. Inside, the atmosphere is thick with tension. 3 or 4 people are seated at a table, including Zhu Jingyan, Professor Bai, Deputy Mo, and one other person. Deputy Mo pushes a comms device to the center of the table, closes his eyes, and speaks with a grave tone. Everyone is present, he states. The meeting will now begin. Xu Jingyan's face is flushed with anger as he taps the document before him. I assume everyone has read the report from Jiang Cheng, but Professor Bai's expression is the complete opposite of his anger. He actually lets out a laugh. For a superclass disaster to have so few casualties, this was handled perfectly. But his words are cut short, as Xu Jingyan slams his fist on the table. He glares at Professor Bai, his voice booming with rage. The topic today is not this so-called perfectly handled disaster. It's about the subject, Zhu Long, and whether or not Lin Yunguo is a danger to us. Professor Bai remained calm, glancing over with a simple question. Didn't he do an absolutely fantastic job this time around? He single-handedly took down the pianist and stopped that massacre, completely shattering the Doomsday Cult's entire plan. But Xu Jingyan's tone became aggressive as he pressed the point. The report also records that a sanctuary-level anomaly had taken control of his body. The deputy chief in the suit spun a pen between his fingers. He stopped it cold, a smirk on his face as he replied to Xu Jingyan. And didn't he wrestle back control of his own body? Better yet, he even managed to enslave that very same monster. The deputy chief remained perfectly calm, almost casual, a sanctuary-level asset. With him, we now have another final line of defense. He even started humming a little tune after he finished speaking. Xu Jingyan's expression darkened as he continued. But he's only at the gold tier. Enslaving a creature tiers above him is practically impossible. What if it's the monster in disguise? Imagine the damage it could do to the organization if it becomes our last line of defense. Hearing this, Professor Bai's expression tensed up as he glanced over. Xu Jingyan spoke gravely, his entire face darkening with the thought. So you're saying we lock him up? Keep him under constant surveillance just to avoid any potential risk? The deputy chief just gave an awkward smile, trying to explain to Xu Jingyan exactly how they plan to monitor him. His power has already reached the peak gold tier. Plus, he has that sanctuary-level creature as a pet. Are you suggesting we assign a special final defense unit just to watch him? The more he spoke, the more agitated he became, his eyes filled with suspicion. Do you have any idea how badly we're lacking high-level combat power right now? Suddenly, the radio on the table crackled to life. Director Shu's concerns are not without merit. A new voice chimed in. Enslaving a higher-tier being, the potential for regression, and that abnormal growth rate. This young man carries a high risk of losing control. The 3 men jolted in surprise at the voice coming from the radio. In unison, they all called out, "The director!" The director's voice came through again. But we can't throw away a powerful weapon just because it might be dangerous. He's already done great service for the organization. We can't just lock him up over a potential risk. Kaka, what's your take on this? But Kaka was completely absorbed in the video game she was playing. She didn't respond at all, her eyes glued to the screen. It wasn't until a loud game over flashed that she let out an annoyed grunt. Furious, Kaka slammed her gaming device down onto the table. The young girl finally spoke up, her tone completely casual. Risk is a matter of perspective, isn't it? If you're that worried, then just run a risk assessment on him. Simple. Kaka said this while glancing hungrily at her game device. Besides, I've been wanting to study something at the sanctuary level for a very long time. The city was grim and bleak. Under a gray sky, the wind whipped blackened leaves through the empty streets. Yunguo was walking down the street when a sudden gust of wind made him sneeze. He lowered his head, rubbing his nose. He wondered who was talking about him. Gui Qinglin? Or maybe Feng Xinxi? Suddenly, a loud voice shouted out from behind. Hearing someone call his name, Yunguo immediately whipped his head around to look. It was Li Tai, his face twisted in pain. His head and hand were bandaged, and he was limping heavily on a crutch as Yunguo watched him approach. Yunguo quickly called out to him. Li Tai, you're out of the hospital? No, wait. You don't exactly look discharged. Li Tai moved forward with a grimace. Cut the crap. He suddenly lunged forward, grabbing Yunguo by the tie. Li Tai was completely agitated, his voice a low growl. I heard 2 days ago. You took down another mirror demon. Yunguo couldn't meet his intense gaze, looking away as he simply mumbled, yeah. Yunguo pried Li Tai's hand off his collar. He calmly adjusted his clothes and said, according to the Black Stone Guild, this mirror demon was spawned from the evil blood left behind when they escaped. Yunguo held out his clenched fist. And inside the mirror demon's remains, he continued, I found this. Li Tai stared intently as Yunguo opened his hand. In his palm lay a strange, shapeless golden object that pulsed with a faint light. The second Li Tai saw it, he exploded with pure rage. Wings erupted from his back as his body flared with power. So it really was them. Power practically shot from his eyes, which burned with a murderous intent that could devour a man whole. The Doomsday Cult. Yunguo was shocked at the sudden transformation. Li Tai, are you insane? He frantically glanced around them. We're out on a public street. Li Tai suddenly clutched his face, his expression contorting in absolute agony. Dark, sinister energy continued to pour out from his body. Li Tai clawed at his own throat, his eyes bulging as if they were about to burst. Then, like a beast unleashed, he threw his head back and let out a ferocious roar. The oppressive energy blanketing the area grows even more intense than before. Civilians on the street see the chaos and start whispering among themselves. What's wrong with that guy? Are they filming a movie? Li Tai's rage boils over. His eyes turn a horrifying blank white as he lets out a continuous, guttural roar. Van Qua reaches into the air, summoning the ancient Viet sword from nothing, crackling with immense power. He grips the hilt tightly, his resolve firm, then coldly points the blade directly at the rampaging Li Tai. Li Tai, calm down, Van Qua shouts, trying to get through to him. If he loses control, that power will slaughter everyone. Van Qua presses on. Then how are you any different from the Doomsday Cult? His sword remains aimed at Li Tai. But he only grows more frantic, his immense power flooding the entire area. But then, the ferocity in his eyes begins to fade. The stark white recedes, returning to normal. Li Tai strains, his body racked with pain. He clenches his fists, fighting desperately to suppress his own power. The massive energy reverses course, getting absorbed back into him. Damn it, he thinks. I'd rather die than become like them. Get back inside. Suddenly, Li Tai collapses to the ground, his hands and knees slamming onto the pavement. The overwhelming power vanishes. Propped up on his hands, Li Tai gasps for air, looking completely and utterly exhausted. Van Qua is visibly relieved, offering a small smile. Good. I knew you'd calm down. Li Tai, still panting, glares up at him. Cut the crap. He quickly reaches for his cane to steady himself. Van Qua dismisses his sword back into the void. Li Tai slowly gets to his feet and says, Follow me. A short while later, they stand on a scenic overlook. The sunset paints the sky, and in the distance, a large building sits atop a hill. Van Qua gazes into the distance. A church. He keeps staring, his curiosity piqued. Why did you bring me here? Li Tai answers without hesitation. There's a cemetery on the mountaintop. The scene shows a graveyard filled with simple, neatly arranged tombstones. Li Tai's voice continues. The fallen heroes of the Jiangcheng Public Security Bureau are all buried there. Van Qua thinks back. He recalls Gui Than Lam mentioning that Jiangcheng's 6th Squad was almost completely wiped out dealing with the mirror nightmare. Realizing the connection, he turns to Li Tai. Isn't that? But Li Tai is already walking ahead. My brothers are buried here too. I wanted them to meet you. He suddenly turns his head back. After all, you're the one who avenged them. The brilliant golden sunset washes over the clouds, turning them a fiery orange. A strong wind sends dry leaves swirling through the air. Lai Tai limps ahead up the stairs, with Van Qua following in silence. Lai Tai looks at the graves with a heavy heart. Brothers, I brought someone to see you. I'm sure you're all going to like him. He then moves from one gravestone to the next, carefully and respectfully tidying each one. Kneeling before a single grave, Lai Tai holds out a small offering plate. My old squad members. All of them were killed by the Doomsday Cult. As he speaks, his expression grows impossibly dark. I know how I must look to you, just a hot-headed fool, willing to do anything for revenge. But then, Lai Tai's head snaps up. His face is set like stone as he continues, but their hands are stained with the blood of my comrades. Even if getting revenge is meaningless, it's something I have to do. Suddenly, Van Qua places a firm hand on Lai Tai's shoulder. No, I have never once thought that about you. Van Qua's expression is dead serious. For those who have committed the ultimate evil, there must be someone who makes them pay the price. Lai Tai looks up, completely stunned. Van Qua's face turns grim. Besides, my parents' disappearance is almost certainly connected to the Doomsday Cult. Lai Tai listens in silence as Van Qua continues to speak, his gaze fixed on the horizon. However, I think your comrades. And my parents. The wind carries dry leaves through the air, scattering them. Van Qua continues. None of them would want to see you sacrifice yourself just for the sake of avenging them. He suddenly turns with a gentle smile. Wouldn't it be more satisfying to see our enemies cornered and destroyed, rather than just dying along with them? Lai Tai slowly stands up. Twisted logic, he says, holding out his hand. But I like it. If we share the same goal, then we are comrades. Van Qua heard him out, then gave Li Tai a firm handshake. Van Qua clapped Li Tai on the shoulder. All right, I'm heading out. Get back to the hospital and rest up, so you can recover quickly. Li Tai just smiled happily in return. I know, you talk too much. And just like that, Van Qua left. Li Tai stood there, watching him go down the stairs. But then, a strange look crossed Li Tai's face. His eyes were full of thought, and his expression turned somber. As Yun Kuo made his way down the stairs, Li Tai suddenly called out from behind him. Hey! Confused, Yun Kuo immediately turned around. Li Tai started to explain. You've got a risk assessment in 2 days. The more he spoke, the darker and more tense his face became. He warned him seriously. I heard it's a surprise inspection. They'll judge whether you're at risk of losing control, so be ready and be careful. Hearing this, Yun Kuo grew anxious and asked, Is this test that dangerous? Li Tai answered at a steady pace. No, the test isn't what's dangerous. The people are. As he spoke, the air around them seemed to grow heavy, and Li Tai's expression was dead serious. The person in charge of planning this whole test is none other than Kaka. Speaking of the kid, at that very moment, Kaka was completely absorbed in her video game inside the lab. Kaka, 14 years old, a natural-born awakened, and the top scientific advisor for the Security Bureau. Her eyes looked like they could see right through you. Kaka wore a slight smile, lively, self-centered, and known for acting without a care for the consequences. The scene shifts to a file on a desk, showing Kaka's picture and her personal information. Exhausted, Yun Kuo stretched and mumbled to himself, Why would someone of her caliber have time to run a risk assessment for me? From a different room, Feng Xinzi's voice cut in to explain, because Brother Zulong is a pretty big deal himself. As long as you pass this risk assessment, you'll become a reserve frontliner, one of the organization's most crucial assets. So, of course, they have to be extra cautious. Sister Qinglin told me to tell you if you pass this test, you can learn all the information the organization has about your parents. Yun Kuo leaned all the way back, slumping into his chair. What should I prepare for? He wondered. Xinzi, curled up on a seat, answered quickly. No one can predict what kind of test Miss Kaka will design. But since it's a risk assessment, just do your best to remain stable. Just show that you can control your mind and your power, and you'll be fine. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. The person who entered was none other than Gui Qinglin, who immediately asked, Are you ready? The inspection is about to start. Moments later, Gui Qinglin led Yun Kuo to a group from the Bureau of Human Security. The head of the Paranormal Investigation Department, Kaka, the young girl looked slightly serious, hands in her pockets as she spoke up. So you're finally here? In the group was a young woman with white hair and a blank expression. Kaka began the introductions. These were the people in charge of the test. They were all specialists, a neuropsychologist, an older man with a flowing white beard, and a psychologist, and a middle-aged man with deep, dark circles under his eyes, who studied mysticism and the spiritual realm. The kid stood with her arms crossed and continued coldly. Miss Kaka will handle the final evaluation, so let's not waste any more time. Let's begin. Kaka gestured with her finger, pointing behind her. Follow me to the testing site. Yunquo just scratched his head awkwardly. Kaka led the way, with Yunquo and Qinglin following close behind. As they walked, he suddenly glanced back. Kaka pointed to a white table and chairs in the middle of the room. Just sit over there and follow my instructions. Yunquo nodded and immediately walked towards the furniture. With Qinglin right behind him, he gently sat down. She handed him a screen, placing a reassuring hand on his shoulder. Don't be nervous, I'm sure you'll be fine. This is for the test. But when Yunquo whipped his head around, he saw the 3 specialists from the bureau standing right behind him. Their faces were completely emotionless. A flicker of worry crossed Yunquo's eyes, but he quickly turned his attention back to the tablet in his hands. The screen lit up. Antisocial personality test. The white-haired woman stood before Yunquo, holding a piece of paper. A moment later, the old man placed a bizarre-looking helmet on his head. An image of a stringy-haired ghost crawling towards him was projected in front of him. Mental stability test. Then the middle-aged man in the group read from a clipboard. Yunquo sat dejectedly, a flame-like power glowing in his palm. Distortion control test. Shortly after, Kaka stepped forward and announced, "The next part is the most critical. We need to test your control over the Eye of Calamity." Yunquo stood straight and announced, "Everyone take a few steps back. Give me some space." He coldly stretched his hand forward, and a dark power erupted from his palm. A giant eye materialized in the air, with Yunquo standing at its center. The 3 specialists from the Bureau of Human Security were visibly excited as they watched the powerful eye open. The distortion energy level is so high. I wonder what it would feel like to touch it. Wet or dry. A sanctuary class aberration. Completely under control. The whole thing was just unbelievable. Vanqua finally relaxed, scratching his head. "They're a lot more worked up than I imagined," he said. "A bit more lively, too." KK, who was standing nearby, finally spoke up. "That's normal. It's their first time dealing with a sanctuary class aberration that exudes a status effect." Vanqua looked confused, asking, "So how do you prove it's under control?" Suddenly, a section of the floor slid open, and a large target slab rose up from below. "Command it." KK pointed to the slabs in the distance. "Follow my command. Shoot that target." Vanqua immediately raised his hand, and a swirling mass of dark power began to form in his palm. As Vanqua thrust his hand forward, the giant eye above him instantly fired a laser beam straight toward the targets. A bright red X appeared on one slab, shifting to mark the designated bullseye. Vanqua simply pointed his finger in the opposite direction, and the eye obeyed, moving back. Just like that, it moved into the perfect position over the red X. The observers couldn't help but tremble at the sight. The eye now seemed to be staring right at them. "Control it? We need a tissue sample." A trembling hand holding a scalpel slowly approached the creature's flesh. The blade made a quick, clean cut. Suddenly, Qinglin appeared from behind, placing a calm hand on the shaking professor's shoulder. "Let me," and just like that, she quickly carved a large piece from the entity. The giant eye was in pain but didn't fight back, a tear forming at its corner. A moment later, a tissue sample was placed carefully onto the tray. Qinglin let out a tired sigh, wiping sweat from her brow. "It's done." Vanqua turned to Kaka, asking, "Is that enough?" She answered immediately, "There's still one last item." Then, the young girl opened her hand. In her palm was a dull, golden, X-shaped object. "Place this on it." The thing looked like some kind of badge. Vanqua had to ask, "What is this?" The girl replied quickly, "I can feel its immense hostility." The giant eye was still wide open, crackling with lightning-like energy. The Eye of Calamity had appeared on the ceiling. Meanwhile, Vanqua held the seal, listening as Kaka explained everything. "This is a seal imbued with divine power. For an apostle of calamity, it's their ultimate weakness. It can carve an imprint onto its body." He started moving closer as the girl continued. "This will prove that you truly have it under your control. Total control." Red lights flashed as an alarm blared through the room. "Abnormal energy spike detected. All personnel evacuate the room immediately. All personnel, evacuate now. I repeat, evacuate now." The alarm kept wailing, but he just calmly walked toward the creature as everyone watched in shock. Caca watched intently. He still hadn't completely mastered it. She grabbed her radio, "Prepare the electromagnetic weapon at maximum power. If the test subject loses control, eliminate it immediately." Seconds later, the weapon appeared. Multiple weapons materialized behind him, aimed straight at the Eye of Calamity. The specialist saw this and grew worried, but Vanqua will be caught in the blast. Kaka, however, answered with total confidence. He volunteered to bring the sanctuary class aberration here. "Trust me, he's more than prepared for this." She then asked the woman beside her, "What do you think, Qingdiao?" she replied without a moment's hesitation. I believe he can handle it. He stopped right before the eye as a system voice chimed in. Attack instinct activated. It is attempting to act independently. Confused, he asked the system. Attack instinct? Independent action? Any solutions? It replied instantly. Use achievement points to suppress it. Each attempt costs a minimum of 5,000 points. The more points spent, the higher the suppression rate. He let out a sigh of relief. You scared me. I thought it was something serious. The system screen popped up, showing the cost. He didn't hesitate, muttering, problems you can solve with money aren't real problems. With that, he kept cranking up the number until he was satisfied, then hit suppress. Instantly, the number 1,000,000 slammed into the eye of calamity, crushing it with absolute ease. He never expected it to go down that fast. He thought to himself that he might have overdone it. A notification rang out after the creature fell. The holy class energy artifact had vanished, and the alarm was cancelled. He took the seal and placed it on the creature. Then, applause, and a voice broke the silence. Very good. I don't know what method you used, but you've absolutely met the requirements of this test. Hearing this, he turned his head and asked, so does that mean I've passed the trial? Kaka, with a satisfied look, replied that of course he had become a candidate for the organization's defense line. She then slipped a hand into her pocket, pulling out a gaming handheld before turning to leave. But, however, I feel the need to remind you there's no such thing as a free lunch in this world. Kaka's voice didn't waver. Every gift that life gives you comes with a price tag already attached. After that piece of advice, his expression hardened with tension. He raised his hand, tapping into the system interface in mid-air. Instantly, he stood in a strange, ethereal space and asked out loud, a gift from life? Hey system, what's your price? But all he got back was a canned response. Unable to answer the player's question, please rephrase. Elsewhere, in a meeting room where 3 people were waiting, the door suddenly swung open. A psychologist walked in, clutching a stack of papers. He announced that the report on the psychological health and antisocial examination was finally ready. Xu Jingyan asked sternly. Well? The man replied cheerfully. Completely normal, with no signs of any antisocial personality whatsoever. He has a positive attitude, excellent mental health, a strong sense of justice, and deep empathy, even showing tendencies toward altruism. His personality profile is clean. With that, the psychologist placed the papers down on the table. Professor Bai picked up the report, laughing as he read it. His stability was proven by Tarp, and now his mind is clear too. He turned to look at Jingyan and asked, Old Shu, you don't have anything left to say now, do you? Although he didn't want to admit it, he had no choice. I respect the test results, but I will maintain my own opinion. Hearing that, the professor turned to the intercom and asked, Director, what are your thoughts? A voice crackled back through the speaker. If there are no issues, then grant him the authority and honor he has earned. The deputy director then spoke up. I have a proposal. We should publicize Zhu Long's promotion to a defense line candidate. He spoke seriously about the state of the world, how Asan's so-called pantheon was promoting their own godseers. America just introduced 2 geniuses as King Solomon's successors, and Europe is even proposing a club for the gifted. He circled our hero's picture with a red pen. We can't fall behind. We need to create some major news of our own. The voice from the intercom simply said, then proceed according to this plan. In another location, a different door was thrown wide open. A man rushed in holding a piece of paper, shouting, Sir, you have to see this. His sudden entrance made Zhuge jump. What is it now? He asked, annoyed. The man handed the paper over to Zhuge. After reading it over, Zhuge's eyes widened. Little brother Zhu Long has become a candidate for the final defense line. The other man chimed in. I never expected him to be so skilled. Zhuge stared at the paper, bewildered. It seems he has far more secrets than I imagined. A suitcase rolled across the sand, while its owner held a phone. Helen walked and mused aloud, defeating the piano master, a genius appearing from thin air. Now this is getting interesting. On her phone were messages about his promotion, with people eager to approach him for an exchange. In response, she typed out a warning. Don't you dare try to compete with me for him. In a room, confidential documents lay on a table. He was completely bewildered. Gui Qinglin stood there explaining everything. The organization has officially recognized you as a defense line candidate. These are the support materials you've been issued. He picked up a sheet of regulations, but she slammed her hand on the table to get his full attention. That paper details your rights and duties, including your own private liaison, a special logistics team, and a mission handler. You can take it all home and study it at your leisure. She pushed a sealed file toward him. And this is the file on the previous Zhu Long. Your predecessor, who also happens to be your father, Lin Fengmian. That single sentence hit him like a lightning bolt. It conjured the image of a powerful man dressed in white. She continued. Lin Fengmian, male, age 48, former researcher at the Academy of Sciences. He was the lead expert for the People's Security Bureau, the one who proposed and discovered the original Sin game. 2 years ago, late one night, he and his wife, Jiang Hongli, disappeared from the laboratory. The scene showed signs of a struggle, bloodstains, but no residue of drugs or any information was left behind, her words painting a picture of the chaotic room. She wasn't finished yet, her voice intense. Over the past 2 years, organizations including the Sun Sect and the Evolutionists have been involved. To model. Multiple organizations claimed they received research data and direct help from Lin Fengmian inside the original Sin game, treating him like some kind of prophet. In the past, Lin Fengmian is shown sitting in a chair. His back is turned, cigarette in hand, radiating pure authority. On his desk sits a computer and a family photo, as Qinglin's voice continues the story. And get this, when compared, the theories from these organizations perfectly match Lin Fengmian's final chaotic sea theory, making the information highly credible. Looking at the reports, they determined it was likely Lin Fengmian and his wife either betrayed their organization or defected entirely. Zhulong is stunned, asking if their current whereabouts are thought to be inside the original Sin game. Qinglin simply nods. That's right. She explains that Miss Tapa and Professor Bai both believe his parents somehow found a way to remain inside the game permanently. Then, she opens a box on the table. On top of that, they may have even gained some kind of authority within the game's system. This would let them contact other players through rewards to pass on information. Hope fills his voice. You've already found a signal from them? She leans forward, her expression turning dead serious. Because of your special relationship with Professor Lin Fengmian, the organization wants you to use this signal. Zhulong points to himself, completely baffled. Me? She touches the device inside the box, and a red light immediately flares to life. A system screen pops up, asking to start the Purgatory hard training game. The participant limit is set at no more than 3 people. She explains the signal corresponds to a special 3-person instance. He can choose one other teammate to go with him. Still confused, he asks again. Just one person? But isn't it a 3-person team? So what about the third member? In response, she just flashes a confident smile. The third member is me. Hearing this, he just sighs helplessly. Oh, so that's how it is. Seeing his reaction, she glares. What? You got a problem with that? He quickly waves his hands to placate her. Not at all. I'll absolutely follow the arrangement. She slams the box shut. You have 2 days. She grabs the box and heads out, tossing one last command over her shoulder. Think carefully about who you're bringing with you. Later, at a villa, Zhulong stands alone, staring out the window. He's lost in thought about the 3-person mission. The most critical factor is team synergy. Their skills have to complement each other. He starts running through the combat abilities of everyone he knows. Both he and Gui Qinglin are pure combat types, which means the last team member absolutely must be a support class. He strokes his chin, thinking over the players he's met. The faces of Li Tuyang and Li Tai flash in his mind before he immediately shuts the idea down. One is a battle-crazed maniac, the other is perpetually drunk. Neither one fits the bill. So just like that, those 2 are out. Suddenly, his phone rings, shattering his concentration. The screen displays an unknown number. Zhulong picks it up and answers. Hello? A man's voice comes through, smooth and calm. Is this Zhulong? My name is Zhu Guang, from the Tianhai Association. I heard you were in Jiangcheng recently. I was hoping to arrange a meeting, if you could spare some time. That very evening, at a brightly lit cafe, Zhulong enters, wearing a brown jacket over a white turtleneck. From across the room, Zhug spots him and waves. Zhulong, over here. Zhug gestures to a seat with a gentle smile. Please, sit. What would you like to drink? Zhulong takes a seat, returning the smile. Black coffee is fine. Zhug turns and signals the barista with a single raised finger. The barista nods. Please wait a moment. Zhulong cuts straight to the chase. Mr. Zhuge, why did you specifically ask to meet me today? The question doesn't faze him in the slightest. He calmly replies. The Tianhai Association received the report on the Jiangcheng incident. We also saw the news about your promotion to a reserve member with the Security Bureau. A smirk plays on Zhulong's lips. And so? Zhug doesn't make him wait for the answer. I want to formally invite you to join the Tianhai Association. Just then, the waiter brings over his black coffee. Your black coffee, sir. Enjoy. Zhulong immediately continues their conversation. Mr. Zhug, you know I'm a member of the Security Bureau, yet you're still extending this invitation? Zhu gives a casual wave of his hand. The Security Bureau, the Tianhai Association. In the end, we're both just organizations exploring and researching the original Sin game. Zhu Long takes a sip of coffee before responding. But at least the Security Bureau has official government backing, doesn't it? Zhuge looks almost pained. You're right. But the Tianhai Association has something the Security Bureau can't offer. Freedom. Zhu Long raises an eyebrow. Freedom? Zhuge nods. That's right. At the Security Bureau, every action is governed by strict rules. But at the Tianhai Society, as long as you don't hurt the group's interests, no one cares what you do. Yun Guo's face was grim. No interference? Then what are you after? Zhuge pushed up his glasses, his tone serious. Knowledge. Everything about the original Sin game dungeon clears, player info, ability types, item guides. He stated it with absolute confidence. Become one of us, and most of that information becomes available to you. It will make you stronger. Images of faceless people appeared in his mind as Zhuge continued to speak. Plus, we have collaborators in both the Security Bureau and the Apocalypse Cult, giving us even wider intel. He kept that same smile as he made his pitch, insisting it wasn't an exaggeration. Besides the game's discoverer, the missing Professor Lin Fengmian, the Tianhai Society has researched this game the most. Yun Guo toyed with the rim of his cup. He propped his chin on his hand, tilting his head slightly. Mr. Zhuge, isn't it a bit careless to tell me about your spies so openly? He thought the man would panic, but was met with only a calm face and a slight smile. Zhuge said, everyone already knows. It's just not public, because for both of those sides, the Tianhai Society has its uses. Sometimes, they need our help too. Hearing this, he shot back, are you asking me to be your spy? Zhuge quickly corrected him, holding out a friendly hand. Not a spy, a collaborator. We just hope to periodically exchange new information about the original Sin game. You will be compensated, of course. He laced his fingers, a confident smirk on his face as he asked, didn't you say you already have a collaborator in the Security Bureau? Why are you looking for me? Unfazed, Zhuge matched his confidence. Because your leveling speed is just too fast. A newcomer to the reserve front line, yet you've already reached a level no one can ignore. Plus, we've played together. I value your skills. He took a sip of coffee, then slammed the cup down on the table, a clear power move. Yun Guo stood up, smiling brightly. I understand everything, Mr. Zhuge, but I can't give an answer right now. Please give me time to consider. He turned to leave, clearly annoyed, but Zhuge just replied cheerfully. No problem. If you decide to join, you can contact me anytime. Yun Guo reached the door and said, then I will be leaving. Thanks for the coffee. Hearing this, Zhuge just gave a polite reply. It was nothing, Mr. Zhu Long. Take care. As Yun Guo left, he turned to the person who'd been at the counter. What do you think of him, President? The well-dressed president replied. An interesting young man. Let's observe him a while longer. Meanwhile, as he walked out of the cafe, Yun Guo was still processing everything. News and intelligence, that was the key. So that's how the Tianhai Society survived, caught between the Security Bureau and the Apocalypse Cult. Suddenly, loud shouts grabbed his attention, someone yelling to get out of the way. A man blocked a woman's path, pleading, just listen to me. Don't be in such a rush. He turned around. That voice sounded so familiar. The girl shoved the man away, screaming. I said, get out of my way. Sumi frantically tried to run. Recognizing her, he called out, Sumi, is that you? She saw him and her face lit up. Brother Zhu Long, what are you doing here? She hurried over to him. Song Nantian saw this and gritted his teeth, thinking furiously, who is this brat? How does Sumi know him? Across from them, Yun Guo answered her question. I'm in Jiangcheng for some business. What about you? She quickly replied. I came with my dad. He wanted to buy some awakening materials for me at an auction. He remembered the image of Jiang Guo getting surrounded. Come to think of it, he realized he had met Sumi's dad before. From a distance, Song Nantian adjusted his tie and sneered. And who might this handsome fellow be? Sumi, you're not even going to introduce us? At the mention of her name, Sumi glanced back at him nervously. The guy then extended a hand toward Yun Guo. He introduced himself first. Song Nantian, from the Song family of Nancheng. Yun Guo turned to Sumi and asked, is he your boyfriend? Sumi frantically waved her hands. No, our families are just close acquaintances. The two men locked hands. Yun Guo introduced himself. A pleasure to meet you. My name is Zhu Long. Nantian's face twisted in annoyance. Trying to steal Sumi from me? I'll show this little punk. Then, Song Nantian squeezed Yun Guo's hand with crushing force. Yun Guo realized it immediately. An ability. He was a player too? Song and Tian looked at their clasped hands, bewildered. What? How is this possible? My grip can crush steel pipes, so why isn't he reacting? Lin Yunquo frowned, then let out a smirk. What's wrong? Thinking about why I haven't crushed your hand yet? Seeing this, Sumi quickly turned and yelled, Song Nantian, what are you doing? Are you trying to pick a fight with Mr. Zhulong? Terrified, Nantian tried pulling his hand away, panicking. It's not me. He's the one who won't let go. Yunquo yanked Nantian's arm again, pure terror washing over the man's face. Then, he simply let go, sending Nantian tumbling to the ground. Sprawled on the floor, Nantian writhed in agony, clutching his wrist. Ah, my hand, my hand. He then shot an enraged glare at the still-standing Yunquo. Do you have any idea who I am? How dare you treat me like this? Lin Yunquo just frowned. You're the one who started it. We're all players here. Don't embarrass yourself just because your skills are seriously lacking. Suddenly, Zhug appeared, running over to ask what was going on. Seeing him, Nantian immediately turned, whining, Mr. Zhug! Cradling his arm, Nantian scrambled over to Zhug, calling out his name again. Nantian shoved his hand in Zhug's face, pleading, Help me! But Zhug seemed hesitant. And you are? The man quickly introduced himself. I'm Song Nantian. I just joined last week and even donated 3 million to the Tianhai Guild. Zhug's eyes widened. Oh, the guy Xiao Jiao recommended. What happened? Nantian wasted no time tattling, pointing straight at them. That guy over there is a player too. He attacked me and shows zero respect for our Tianhai Guild. Zhug gestured toward them. You mean that gentleman over there? Nantian turned to look, his finger still aimed right at them. Yes, that's him. You have to get revenge for me. Daring to walk all over the Tianhai Guild, he needs to be taught a serious lesson. Zhug calmly adjusted his glasses. And then smack. Zhug slapped Nantian so hard he hit the floor. Shut your mouth. Nantian just whimpered pathetically. Mr. Zhug, why did you hit me? Zhug then walked over to them, bowing slightly. Mr. Zhulong, my apologies. I will revoke his membership immediately. Yunquo just frowned. That's your problem, not mine. With that, the two of them turned and walked away. Nantian got to his feet, watching them go, wondering, just who is this Zhulong? Zhuge then walked over to Song Nantian's side. Zhuge knelt beside him, dusting off his shoulder. He's the one I personally invited to the guild today. Nantian looked up, confused. You invited him personally? Zhuge's expression darkened. He gripped Nantian's shoulder tightly, his voice seething. That's right, and before he even agreed to join, you caused me this mess. Get out of my sight, right now. And don't let me see you again. Confused and terrified, Nantian could only stammer, yes, I understand. Meanwhile, Yunquo turned to ask Sumi a question. By the way, have you used that Jade Heavenly Dew yet? She turned to him, surprised. I have. Mr. Zhulong, how did you know that was my awakening material? He turned, looking her dead in the eye. Because I gave it to your father. Sumi was completely stunned. You gave it to him? I thought my dad bought it at an auction. Using such a precious item on me feels like a total waste. An image of her praying flashed by. At the same time, Lin Yunquo looked over at Sumi, thinking, that's right. Sumi's ability is perception. Using the Jade Heavenly Dew awakened her support-type powers. Isn't she the final member my team has been missing? Suddenly, Yunquo frowned and called out her name, Sumi. Startled, she quickly answered, Yes? Lin Yunquo held out a hand. A new original Sin game is coming up. I was hoping you'd agree to form a team with me. Will you join? Sumi placed both hands on her blushing cheeks, her mind racing with happiness. A new game, forming a team with Mr. Zhulong. Isn't this just his way of asking me out on a date? Just then, Lin Yunquo pulled something from his pocket. I know joining another game could be dangerous. If you don't want to, you can always say no. With sparkling eyes, Sumi placed a hand on her chest and replied, I accept. A finger taps the screen, dialing Feng Xinzi. The number, 12345672345. The call connects instantly. Lin Yunquo raised the phone to his ear. Feng Xinji, what's the procedure for getting someone into the People's Security Bureau? On the other end, Xinji answered with a frown. Is it a player? The process isn't that simple. We have to do a background check, an ability test, and a psychological evaluation. Why are you suddenly asking this? As he spoke, Lin Yunquo glanced over at Sumi. I found my teammate for the Xinxiao instance. Can we simplify the process? On the other end, Xinzi sat before a massive data screen. You're a reserve for the front line now. Your authority is high, so it shouldn't be a problem. Then, while typing away at his keyboard, Xinzi asked, So what's the name of this new teammate? Lin Yunquo spelled it out for him. Sumi. Su as in Sujo, Mi as in eyelash. On the other side, Shinji typed her name into the search bar. A profile for Su-Mi flashes on screen: age, height, identity, habits, and even her main superpower. Shinji immediately starts searching. Su-Mi, right? Let's see. Got it. Good news. The organization has her file. But then, the panel glitches out, the information blurring. Shinji's eyes widen in shock. A single line of text appears on the corrupted screen. She failed a previous test. Judgment standard power level too low. At the time, Shinji read the message, completely baffled. The reason was simple. He was just too weak. Meanwhile, Yunguo turns from his phone call to ask Su-Mi, "Have you ever been to the People's Security Bureau?" She points a finger skyward. "Yeah, I went once before using the Heavenly Jade Dew, but I failed the test." On the other end, Shinji casually lounges in his chair. He glances away, still on the phone. "Well, that makes things a whole lot simpler. All the paperwork's in order, and with your guarantee as a frontline reserve member, I can handle all the procedures before you even get back." Elsewhere, as night descends upon the city, Gui Qinglin stands waiting in front of a house, her arms crossed. Suddenly, footsteps. Her gaze snaps up. It's Yunguo and Su-Mi approaching, and he raises a hand to wave. "Been waiting long?" Yunguo gestures toward Gui Qinglin, making the introductions. "This is Gui Qinglin, codename Bluebird. She was my guide during the original Sin game." He then presents Su-Mi. "And this is Su-Mi, the third member I recruited for our mission sigil." Gui Qinglin and Su-Mi smile and shake hands, exchanging pleasantries. "Hello, it's nice to meet you." Afterward, Gui Qinglin touches her chin, lost in thought. She has a cute, almost vulnerable look about her. Su-Mi, however, looks worried, her hands on her cheeks, thinking, "Why does it feel like she's staring right through me?" The three of them start walking, and Yunguo asks, "So, about those registration procedures Feng Xinzi mentioned, are they done yet?" Gui Qinglin, taking the lead, replies, "Basically finished. All that's left are a few documents that require her personal signature. Follow me." The next morning, in a small conference room, a signature is swiftly scrawled across a document. A man in a suit sits across from Su-Mi. "Just sign in the bottom right corner and add your fingerprint." She picks up the pen. "Okay." He then looks up at her. "Please describe your abilities in detail." Su-Mi meets his gaze and replies, "Of course. I have two primary abilities." Su-Mi holds out her hand, summoning a swirl of green energy. In her palm, a glowing green gem materializes. "First," she explains, "I'm highly sensitive to all supernatural energies. I can sense the presence of spiritual bodies around me." She extends her arm, the power enveloping it in a gentle green glow as she continues her explanation. "My second ability is healing. I can treat most injuries and mend wounds, but I can't regenerate severed limbs." Outside, Gui Qinglin stands with Yunguo, arms crossed. "So, sensory and healing abilities." Gui Qinglin watches Su-Mi. As a support, she definitely makes the team more versatile. Yunguo grins. "Of course. I thought long and hard about this final pick." Gui Qinglin mutters something under her breath and whips her head away. "Figured you just picked her for her looks." Yunguo immediately turns. "What was that?" She blurts out, "Nothing." Inside the room, the agent stands up. He picks up a file from the desk, addressing Su-Mi. "Your data has been entered, Miss Su-Mi. Welcome to the People's Security Bureau." Su-Mi asks nervously, It's already finished?" The agent stands, placing a hand over his chest in a welcoming gesture. "We fast-tracked everything because of the Frontline Reserve mission. Your codename is Bai Z. If you have questions, the rulebook should cover them." Yunguo, who was sitting there all along, speaks up, making the agent turn. "My application to use the mission sigil, has it been approved yet?" He turns to face Yunguo. "It's approved. The location is prepped, and you can activate the instance whenever you're ready." Yunguo shoots to his feet, then lead the way. As the three of them walk, Su-Mi suddenly tugs on Yunguo's sleeve. "Brother Lin," she asks worriedly, a hand on her chest. "During my assessment, I heard slots for a mission sigil are extremely valuable. Am I really not going to hold you back?" Yunguo turns with a smile, placing a reassuring hand on her shoulder. "I've thought this through. Your intuition and awakened powers are incredibly useful." He adds with a cheerful grin, "You've got to trust my judgment, right? So, you need to have a little more confidence." Su-Mi's face lights up. "Okay." A moment later, he summons an artifact into his palm, wrapped in swirling golden energy. A system window pops up. "Activate mission sigil. Purgatory of Bitter Cold. Participants: Lin Yunguo, Gui Qinglin, Su-Mi. Below, two options appear. Yes or no. Yunguo turns to look at his two teammates. Ready? They exchange a look and answer in unison. Ready. Yunguo gives a quick thumbs up. The agent watching from above gets the signal. He taps his earpiece and reports, Team Zulong is initiating the sigil. Moving to level 2 alert status. Down below, Yunguo hits yes. All eyes are on the artifact in Yunguo's hand as it activates. He yells, Instance, activate! Instantly, a blinding golden light floods the entire room. Lin Yunguo, Su Mi, and Gui Qinglin find themselves in a completely different dimension. Yunguo glances at his hands, scowling. It's gone. A one-time deal. Su Mi peers into the distance, worried. Brother Lin, I think we're not alone. Yunguo's face scrunches up in disbelief as he yells, How is that possible? They're surrounded by a crowd of people, all whispering in confusion. Where are we? Is this Sin game for real? Mom, I want to go home. Jin Gang appears, rubbing his head and yelling, What the hell is going on? Why'd I suddenly get pulled into this game? I haven't even eaten yet. Suminobu shouts, sword in hand, angrily scanning the area. Helen also shows up, sighing as she takes in the scene. Just ditched one loser, and now this? It's only been 2 days since my last game. It seems someone must have activated a signal, forcing open a temporary dungeon for everyone. Meanwhile, another person reads a news alert. The Black Stone Guild held an auction in Jiang City, and the signal was purchased by a mysterious buyer. According to all the previous reports, the signal definitely came from Jiang City. In other words, the person who triggered it is probably a newbie. Helen smirks, thinking, a nice little reserve force. She scans the crowd, turning back and forth. The trigger has to be one of these people. What a lucky break. Just then, a notification panel appears overhead. Super Cold Purgatory Dungeon. A quest screen pops up next, clearly laying out all the rules and the fantastic rewards for this dungeon. Suminobu looks up with a sinister grin. These rewards, they'd be even better if fewer players make it to the end, right? The rules even emphasize that players can fight each other. A number appears above everyone's head. Suminobu scans the area. How scary, you're all just prey to me. Tu Yang realizes, it's a battle royale. Am I caught up in more trouble? Jin Gang trembles and curses. Son of a bitch, we have to fight other players? Why the sudden switch from PvE to PvP? Gui Qinglin shouts, his brow furrowed in confusion. Super Cold Purgatory. The Security Bureau has no record of this dungeon. The player count, the rewards, this is totally unprecedented. The system screen flashes a new message. The mission starts in 5 seconds. Yunguo panics, yelling, A countdown. What happened to our 15-minute preparation time? Without warning, the floor shatters. Yunguo stumbles as everyone plummets down, a new notification flashing before their eyes. Winter is coming. An endless frost and snow. An image of a frozen planet appears, followed by another message. The long night begins. Countless demons are trapped in this frozen hell. They appear on screen, but all are encased in ice, even the wildlife, like foxes and crabs. The scene shifts to a city buried in snow, with a new message. Civilization is fading. The city crumbles. The last flame is dying. The view zooms closer on the dead city, as more notifications continue to scroll by. You are the last saviors of this world. At a massive gate, a long line of people are waiting. A noblewoman sits nearby, calmly sipping her tea. Out in an endless snowfield, a woman struggles through the howling wind. A thinly dressed girl shivers, hugging herself against the bitter cold. Where is this place? She wonders. Outside the city of Kongzhou, the players are all stuck in a long line. Jin Gang looks around, recognizing the city. It's Kongzhou. Suddenly, Yunguo teleports right in front of the noblewoman, startling her. He's landed in the upper city's noble district. Yunguo starts testing his powers, completely ignoring the panicking woman. Who are you? How did you get in here? But he's too focused on his own power to care. Random teleport, huh? He thinks. I wanted to go hunt, but I guess I need to find other players first. Elsewhere, Su Mi, Yunguo, and Qinglin crawl out of a deep snowdrift. Yunguo immediately spits out a mouthful of snow. Ugh, my mouth is full of snow, he complains. They can't just drop us in here so suddenly. Yunguo stands up and looks around. Su Mi is shivering while Qinglin is busy fixing his hair. He immediately turns to check on them. Are you two okay? Qinglin, arms crossed, replies, I'm fine. Su Mi just shivers, adding, I'm fine too. He frowns then, stroking his chin as he analyzes the situation. Hundreds of players in a free-for-all, no prep time, and random teleports. Something about this dungeon is seriously off. Walking down the road, Yunguo hugs himself against the biting cold. It's gotta be -10 degrees Celsius out here. Sumi calls out weakly, shivering and panting. Brother Zhu Long. Yunguo turns around, and his heart sinks. Sumi, lacking any physical enhancements, hugged her body and shivered. I'm so cold, she stammered. Yunguo immediately summoned a purple flame in his hand, offering it to her. Hold on, I'll use this fire to keep you warm. But to Yunguo's surprise, the purple flame just kept getting weaker. How could this be? Qinglin noticed the dying flame and asked worriedly what was wrong. He replied, My Genesis Calamity Flame. It has no warmth. Yunguo then launched it into the air, where it exploded like a massive firework, making him look up and comment, It can burn, and it has destructive power. But as the flames drifted back to Earth, Yunguo pointed out the fatal flaw: they gave off absolutely no heat. Without hesitating, he shrugged off his own outer jacket and offered it to Qinglin. She insisted she could maintain her own body temperature for a while by simply moving at high speed, but Qinglin immediately draped the coat over the shivering Sumi instead. Qinglin knelt down, hugging Sumi close as she warned Yunguo, If we don't warm Baize up, she'll die from hypothermia. On the system screen, elimination notices flashed non-stop. One player, being dragged down, desperately reached for the display to see why he was eliminated and what the prize pool was. Shivering, Sumi told Qinglin, I saw on a survival show. Maybe we can build a snow shelter to stay warm. Qinglin shook her head. A snow house only traps heat, and right now, they didn't have a heat source. They needed to get to that city. Qinglin turned to Yunguo, explaining, When we were falling, the system introduced it as the only city left. There must be a way to get warm there, she said. Yunguo asked her, Any clues about the city? Qinglin confirmed. Yes, while I was falling, I took a good look at the mountain ranges. She laid out their position. The city was to the northwest of the mountain, while they were southwest. All they had to do was head straight. But Qinglin voiced her concern. The problem was, moving at their fastest speed would make her lose body heat even quicker. Sumi stuttered through the cold. It's okay. I'll try my best to endure it. Yunguo was busy scrolling through his abilities: Tribulation Fire, Swift Grace, Control, Furious Strike. He had to think of something fast. Besides his fire skill, was there anything that could raise the girl's temperature? A spark of inspiration hit him. That's it. Yunguo chose to activate his blood enemy control skill. He grabbed Sumi's hand. Confused, she asked, Brother Zulong, what are you doing? Yunguo explained. I'm forcing your blood flow to speed up. This ability can temporarily generate heat for you. Sumi's heart began to pound faster. She exhaled a cloud of frost, feeling a little bit warmer. He pulled her up, warning her it was only a temporary fix. Her heart couldn't take it for long. With that said, he lifted her onto his back. Yunguo looked at Qinglin. I'll carry her. You lead the way. We're heading to the city at top speed. And just like that, the two of them set off at a dead sprint. Elsewhere, another girl was shivering from the intense cold. Go on, she muttered, collapsing into the snow. Someone, save me. In front of the city gates, countless people were already lined up. Jin Gang saw the elimination notice and felt a chill. Only a few minutes had passed and players were already dead. This instance was seriously dangerous. He anxiously scratched his head. He'd better get into the city and hide first. Inside, a commotion was brewing. Keep searching. The old master has ordered us to find the person who snuck into the upper city district. Understood. The soldiers searched frantically, completely unaware of the one hiding in the shadows. Su Monabu licked his lips. The hunt was on. Humanity Security Bureau. The phone rang. Jingyan glanced at it, knowing the hotline was a warning. He picked up the receiver. Jingyan answered with an edge to his voice. Hello, this is Xu Jingyan. An agent began his report to the deputy chief. The Zhu Long squad encountered an incident during their mission. The instance has been open for half an hour, but they still haven't returned. Jingyan was immediately alarmed. What do you mean by that? Has the instance gone out of control? The agent checked the tracking device. Not exactly, we're not sure yet. For now, all the indicators are reading normal. Jingyan stared at the phone, his mind racing. The instance wasn't out of control, but the players weren't coming back. He gave his orders. Lock down the news, secure the scene, record all data, and sync all information with the research department. The line on the other end confirmed. After hanging up, Jingyan was still deeply troubled. Was this an exception, or a new status quo? He frowned, thinking that if this became the norm, instances that you can enter but never leave the outside world's fighting power would plummet. Jingyan dialed a number on a black phone. He commanded, It's me. Have the intelligence analysis team track all players entering instances, and have logistics confirm all tools that can delay an instance from opening. At the same time, notify the last two defense lines to be ready to respond to any emergency at any time. The other side acknowledged the order. He slammed the phone down, then immediately picked up a blue one. His eyes narrowed as he spoke. Notify all minister-level members to organize a decision-making meeting. 12 kilometers outside Kongzhou City, a shivering Sumi spoke politely. I'm sorry. I just arrived and I'm already holding everyone back. Yunguo touched her forehead and his expression instantly grew grim. Don't think so much. Talk less, and slow down your breathing. Her hypothermia was getting critical. Then, a system notification flashed listing the eliminated, the survivors, and the total prize pool. It's a cruel world, you and I are about to see. Sumi clutched his coat, terrified. Brother Julong, does this mean I'm going to die here too? But Yunguo calmed her down. I brought you into this mess, and I'll get you out. I'll boost your circulation. He then funneled a strange energy right into her hand. Sumi gritted her teeth against a wave of pain, but when Yunguo felt her pulse, he froze. It was a severe myocardial contraction. Her heart rate was already dangerously high. This fix would only last about a minute, and once it failed, the cold would claim her instantly. Suddenly, a hand pushed the door open. Qinglin stepped inside. I found it. I saw the city. It's just over that mountain, about 10 kilometers west. She wasn't far, but she worried Bai Zi couldn't hold out much longer. Sumi gasped for air, insisting, taking me with you will just slow you all down. Leave me here. You and Julong need to get to the city. But Qinglin dropped to her knees, reassuring her. It's not over yet. We'll figure something out. Sumi was overcome with emotion. Sister Qinglin. With a smile, Qinglin replied, you should at least trust Julong. He got you through a level before, didn't he? Yunguo made the call. 10 kilometers. It was a risk he was willing to take. He scooped Sumi into his arms and the three of them bolted from the house. Yunguo glanced at Qinglin. I'm about to go full speed. Think you can keep up? Qinglin just raised a hand crackling with lightning. Who do you think you're talking to? And with that, she was already pushing off. She shot off like a bullet. I'll be waiting at the city gate. Don't be slow. Yunguo just shook his head with a helpless smile. Women and their strange competitive streaks. He warned Sumi, hold on tight. Don't you dare fall. She just nodded. I know. Yunguo unleashed his power. The Cloud Walker technique activated, enveloping Sumi in a flash of purple energy. He then kicked in his raging strike, and in a blink, he vanished completely. Outside the city gates, a guard watched his breath turn to frost. One of the guards turned to his partner. Feels like we're getting a lot more of these snowdrifters today, doesn't it? His partner agreed. Probably all from the same village. Their clothes are surprisingly clean, just not nearly enough of them. His eyes narrowed with suspicion. What's that sound? A cloud of snow and dust was barreling towards them. What was it? An avalanche? Maybe a beast tide? But as the shape grew clearer, they realized the truth. No, that's not it. It's a person. A person running. The two guards were stunned. To kick up that much of a storm just by running, he had to be a genetic warrior. A level 2? No, at least level 3. Yunguo blasted past them, forcing the guards to leap out of the way. He screeched to a halt right before the massive city gate. Panting, he looked over at Qinglin, who was smirking. You're 1 minute late. All while the snow continued to fall around them, a guard approached cautiously. State your business in Qinzhou City, Qinglin explained. Our village was wiped out by the snow. We've come seeking shelter. The guard immediately broke into a welcoming smile. Welcome to our city. Qinzhou always has room for powerful genetic warriors. Please, you two. No, the three of you. Come in. A rookie guard behind him looked confused. We're just letting them in? What about the entrance fee? His head was immediately shoved down by his senior. The older guard laughed it off. Pay him no mind. He's just delirious from the cold. Please, the three of you, head right on in. He waved them off with a smile. Have a safe stay. The second they were out of earshot, he turned on the rookie. Are you insane? You tried to charge 2 genetic warriors an entrance fee? Do you have a death wish or something? Yunguo glanced back, catching the rest of the guard's lecture. A guy who can cause a small avalanche just by running? He's a level 3, minimum. He qualifies for the upper city, easy. The veteran put an arm on the rookie's shoulder. Go report this immediately. If they end up becoming our superiors, they might remember we treated them well. The younger guard's eyes lit up in understanding. Right, you're brilliant, sir. Once inside, Yunguo gently set Sumi down. Qinglin quickly moved to support her. Easy there. Sumi smiled, feeling the warmth of the city. I feel much better. I think I can walk. She handed Yunguo his coat. Thank you. He nodded, taking it back. He slipped the coat on, gazing around. This city is massive. There must be hundreds of thousands of people living here. Qinglin observed the other refugees. The technology looks like something out of the 19th century, the first industrial revolution, but then her eyes drifted upwards to a colossal skyscraper. Although, a tower like that definitely doesn't belong in the 19th century. Yunguo's mind was already racing. They needed to settle in first. But then a thought struck him, should they start investigating the Purgatory Cold Night immediately? Just then, a small girl ran up to them. "Excuse me, are you all new to Qinzhou? Are you looking for a guide? I can help you rent a room, find the market, anything you need. All I ask for are some warmth vouchers." Yunguo's ears perked up. Warmth vouchers? The guards had mentioned that too. He turned to the girl. "What exactly are those?" The girl explained eagerly. "Warmth vouchers are everything here. Food, housing, clothes, weapons. You need warmth vouchers to trade for it all. Even getting into the city costs 40 warmth vouchers. Didn't you know that?" In a flash, Yunguo understood. It seemed warmth vouchers were the currency in this place. He immediately opened the system's support shop, triggering a special encounter that unlocked a first-time user bonus. The exchange rate, 1 achievement point for 1 warmth voucher. Yunguo looked at the screen, pondering the 1-to-1 conversion. This meant players with few achievement points had no way to obtain a large number of warmth vouchers through the shop. He couldn't help but smile. This was his big advantage. He commanded, "Exchange 1 million warmth vouchers." The system confirmed, using his virtue points to cover what his achievement points couldn't. Yunguo pulled one out and asked, "So this is a warmth voucher?" Xiaoqi's eyes widened. "Yes, that's it. That's a pure warmth voucher. It looks even better than one fresh from the mines." Sumi stepped forward. "Brother Zhulong, could I please take a look?" Yunguo placed it in her hand. Sumi clutched the voucher, feeling an incredibly intense energy radiating from the crystal. She pointed toward the towering structure in the distance. "I can sense that same energy signature over there." A voice then explained the details because warmth vouchers are the fuel for the energy tower. The energy tower is responsible for heating all of Qinzhou and powering the Grand Li Huo formation that holds back the snow beasts. The little girl continued. "So, to live in Qinzhou, you have to turn in enough warmth vouchers periodically." Qinglin then asked, "So how do we earn them?" Xiaoqi suggested. "Normally, the Tiangsu Institute gives out missions. If you want, I can take you there." Qinglin's face grew serious. "But you have to be inside the city to accept those missions. So does that mean outsiders without vouchers can never get into the city? The tower is always running. So the guards simply take those people to the mines. A lot of people worked there, like a man named Jin Gang who had to dig 800 pounds of ore just to get 40 warmth vouchers. With a final swing of his axe, Jin Gang yelled at the guard, "That's definitely 800 pounds. Keep the extra. Just give me my vouchers. I want in the city." Xiaoqi then turned to the group. "You all still haven't found a place to stay, right? If you go to the Dieting Estate office now," she warned, "you definitely won't get a house for a good price." Yunguo stepped up and told Xiaoqi, "Let's go. Take us to the estate office first, and we'll pay whatever guide fee you ask." Xiaoqi's face lit up with joy. "All right, I'll lead the way." The scene shifts. A hand plucks a grape from a bowl as a blonde woman feeds it to an old man. "My lord, open wide." The man happily obliged. Suddenly, someone burst through the door unannounced. "My lord, an urgent report. 2 Tier 3 genetic warriors just entered the city." The old man erupted. "Can't you see that I'm busy? Get out!" The man scrambled to obey. "Yes, sir." But then he stopped him. "Wait," the old man said, stroking his beard. "Tier 3. Have the General Affairs Department investigate and find them." The blonde woman leaned in close. "My lord, what's a Tier 3 genetic warrior?" He laughed dismissively. "Just a bunch of brutes with special abilities. Nothing a beauty like you needs to worry about. Now, let's get back to our grapes," he said. Her brow furrowed in frustration. This lecherous old fool was impossible to get information from. This woman is Helen. Her rank is gold tier, and her abilities are psychokinesis, illusion, and hypnosis. She thought to herself that outsiders with power equal to Tier 3 warriors must be players. Helen wondered, what tier would she be considered? Meanwhile, Yunguo's group continued walking through the snowy town, as Xiaoqi pointed out the various houses and gave them pointers. When you're choosing a house in Qinzhou, the most important thing to check is the heating level. Some houses look bright and pretty, but they become iceboxes at night. It's the oldest trick in the book to scam outsiders like you. The little girl turned back to them. "But don't worry, I'll take you to a completely honest agent, though their rental fees are a bit higher." Hearing her professional tone, one of them let out a small chuckle. Sumi smiled warmly at the girl. "We believe you, but first, could you tell us your name?" Xiaoqi immediately blushed. She turned away and stammered, "My name is Qi Xuan. You can just call me Xiaoqi. Sumi patted her head, then introduced everyone. I'm Baizi. Our leader here is Zhulong, and she is Qingdiao. It's a pleasure to meet you. At that moment, Yun Guo opened his system menu, his eyes landing on a notification. The cold prison night has ended, he asked curiously. Xiaoqi, do you know what cold prison night is? She crossed her arms. I've been studying for 2 years. Of course I know. The young girl continued her story, explaining that 210 years ago, a great frost descended, freezing the entire world solid. The cold was so intense that it froze towers and rivers, burying the entire region under a thick blanket of snow. Ever since that day, the daytime temperature remains below -10 degrees Celsius, and the ice has never thawed. At night, the temperature plummets to a deadly -80 degrees, unleashing swarms of grotesque monsters from the sky, land, and sea. Little Seven held up a finger, explaining that because of the extreme cold and danger since the Great Frost, every single night is called a frozen hell night. Hearing this, he and Thon Lam just stared at each other, wondering -80 degrees, hordes of monsters, for 210 straight years? Were they really equipped to solve a crisis of this magnitude? Seeing their grim faces, the girl asked curiously, Hey, why do you two look so troubled? Did I remember something wrong? He just scratched his nose, forcing a reply. No, not at all. Please, keep going. Remembering the Dome City, she continued. I've heard that the settlements outside are constantly attacked by demonic beasts at night, she explained. But Qinzhou is protected by the Grand Fire Formation, so beasts can't get in. You'll be safe. Sumi offered a weak smile and quickly changed the subject. Yeah, we know Qinzhou is safe, but if we're late, we won't get a good room, right? Little Seven, you should lead the way. The girl didn't think much of it, humming as she walked. But then she turned to ask, Brother Zhulong, is this mission extremely difficult? Hearing her question, he replied grimly, Well, according to what you just told us, to complete this mission, we have to solve a world-ending event that's been going on for hundreds of years. Thon Lam added worriedly, The difficulty could be well beyond A rank. We might even be looking at an S rank threat. Suo tried to reassure them. Let's find the cause first. Maybe there's a simple fix. Zhulong just nodded. Let's hope so. Suddenly, Little Seven turned back with a warning. Even though there are no demonic beasts during the day, Qinzhou has plenty of other dangers, so be careful. She warned them. There's a group in the city called the Ice Blood Clan. Do not mess with them. These guys are pure evil. They don't just steal and extort people for protection money. Sometimes they flat out murder them. They all have skin as blue as ice. In a nearby alley, a hand casually tossed a warmth voucher into the air and caught it. The leader sneered as he walked away. Pathetic loser. Is this really all the warmth vouchers you had on you? They left a beaten corpse in their wake. An announcement then chimed in. Contestant number 30. One has been eliminated. With 96 people remaining, the prize pool has increased to 640,000. Elsewhere, sharp claws slammed against the pavement as a man riding a massive tiger hunted for his next target. When a noble lord passes by, everyone must show respect. The commoners on both sides of the street immediately knelt before him. All commoners were required to clear the path for the nobility, kneel on the ground, and bow their heads. And looking directly at them was strictly forbidden. Noticing a man trembling in a corner, the lord's gaze locked onto him. The aristocrat pointed, his voice booming. That's him, the vermin who snuck into my estate. At his command, the guards advanced. The man raised his hands helplessly, pleading, I mean no harm, I was just leaving. They opened fire without hesitation. The noble then ordered, clean up this disgusting bloodstain, don't leave a single drop behind. The guards complied immediately, dragging the corpse away. Just then, another alert popped up. Player 69 eliminated by city guards. With 95 contestants left, the prize money rose to 650,000. Meanwhile, over at the Tiangsu Institute, a strange voice began to call out, Limited time rewards. Get your limited time rewards, a man shouted. Participate in our medical research. You don't have to do a thing to pass. 100 warmth vouchers per person. The offer immediately attracted a crowd of onlookers. Little Seven pointed to the mission board nearby, saying, The quests at the Tiangsu Institute seem easy, but the ones with the best rewards are always the most dangerous. In a dark laboratory, a volunteer struggled on an operating table. His limbs were strapped down and his mouth was gagged, leaving him only able to make muffled pleas for help. Watching the doctor adjust his glasses and prepare for surgery, the man screamed in terror. No! A spray of fresh blood filled the air. The system announced player number 4 was eliminated via experimentation. 94 contestants remain, and the prize money increased to 660,000. After a while, Little Seven pointed ahead and announced, We're here! Following her gaze, he saw a large old building that had been completely sealed off. The sign read Ping'an Housing Agency. Suddenly, a gust of wind ripped the wooden sign from its hinges, sending it crashing to the ground. Seeing this, all three of them instinctively turned to stare at little Seven, making the girl jump in surprise. She explained awkwardly, "It's not what it looks like. Because this place is so honest, they don't have the money to renovate the storefront." Just then, the wooden door creaked open, and a man named Renyu stepped out, rubbing his neck and looking around. Why did this broken sign fall down again? Seeing a familiar face, he smiled brightly. "Yo, isn't that little Seven? Bringing me another rich client, huh?" Xiaoqi spins around, clenching her fists as she glares at Renwu. She kicks him sharply in the shin. "It's because you're always joking like this that finding business is so damn hard." "Ow, ow, my bad. I was wrong," he says sheepishly. Getting serious, he looks at the group. "So, what are you all looking for in a house?" Hearing this, Yunguo laid out their terms. The group explained they had just arrived and were looking for a spacious place. The broker rubbed his hands together, asking, "You're all outsiders then? In that case, you shouldn't choose a place that's too big at first." One of them frowned, asking why he would say that. Renyu calmly replied, "Because it's not worth it." He said newcomers should use their warmth vouchers for more important things. He held up a finger, explaining a crucial detail. The heating fees for a home are actually paid based on its total area. Besides the rent, the bigger the house, the higher the heating costs. Hearing this, one of them rested his chin on his hand. "So there's a catch," he continued, saying many agencies hide these details just to squeeze more commission money out of newcomers. At this, the man put a hand on Renyu's shoulder reassuringly. "Don't worry about that. Warmth vouchers are no issue for us." The broker was stunned. "What?" Yunguo then pulled out a huge bag, placing it in his hands. He stated confidently, "I said, warmth vouchers are not a problem." The broker's eyes went wide with shock. "This is all warmth vouchers? But you just got to the city. How is this even possible?" He tucked the bag into his coat. "No explanations needed. Just help us find a proper house, and you'll be paid handsomely." Renyu gave a forced laugh and pointed. "Understood. Right this way, please follow me." Meanwhile, Jin Gang was following another agent down the street. He asked suspiciously, "Is this agency trustworthy? Why not just look for houses directly?" The agent turned back to reassure him. "Without a broker's guarantee, no landlord will dare rent their place to an outsider like you." "Don't worry," he said, "just follow me." A moment later, the agent stopped. He stood before a lavish building with a sign that read Emperor Brokerage. With a fake smile, he said, "Look at this sign. How could a place this big possibly cheat you?" He led Jin Gang inside. The moment they reached the counter, the agent tapped the desk, giving a silent signal. The usual. The receptionist immediately raised a hand in reply. "Understood." And just like that, the rental contract was placed on the table. He watched Jin Gang look over the papers. "After you sign this contract, you will officially own a home in Qinzhou. You won't be an outsider anymore." But Jin Gang noticed something strange. 120 square meters? He asked, shocked. "I don't need something that big. I live by myself." Hearing this, the agent immediately moved in closer. He put a hand on his shoulder and said, "Maybe you don't know this, but the bigger the house, the safer." He continued to lure him in. The great fire array can't stop every single beast. When they get inside, they always visit the smaller houses first. Jin Gang said, annoyed. "But I don't have any warmth vouchers left. I spent them all on the entrance fee for the city. If I had known," he muttered, "I would have gotten the change back." A greedy look flashed in the agent's eyes. "Don't worry. We offer low-interest loans for customers just like you, who are temporarily short on cash." Jin Gang was surprised. "You have that too?" The agent gestured proudly toward the sign. "Here at Emperor Brokerage, our goal is providing thoughtful and comprehensive services." Outside, the blizzard raged, whipping furiously against the trees. And now, Jin Gang stood stunned before a decrepit old shack. He furiously threw the contract to the ground, yelling, "Son of a bitch!" Suddenly, a strange voice called out, making him turn his head. "Hey, are you a player?" Seeing the group of people behind the speaker, he looked confused. "Who are you people?" he asked. The old man who had spoken answered, "We're players too. We were hoping we could stay at your house for the night." Jin Gang furiously pointed at the shack and yelled, "You really want to live in this dump?" Hearing this, the old man waved his hands, explaining, "Don't you know? The temperature here can drop to -80 degrees Celsius at night. It is impossible to survive the night outside. Only the rooms provide any warmth." Jin Gang picked his contract back up, snapping at them. "Why don't you just go rent a house yourselves? They'll give you a loan for it." The old man answered timidly, "We're old, weak, sick, and disabled. They won't give us a loan. Suddenly, a system window appeared before them all. The system announced player 23 was eliminated for fighting. 93 people remained, and the prize pool was now 670,000. To everyone's surprise, the old man held out his hands. If you're still worried, you can just tie us up for the night. Seeing this, a man named Wang Cheng asked nervously, "Then couldn't we be threatened at any time?" The old man turned back and yelled, "He might not kill us, but we will definitely die if we stay out here." Witnessing this exchange, Jin Gang couldn't help but sigh. His heart softened. "Get inside. You guys don't look like much of a threat to me anyway." Hearing this, the old man bowed his head gratefully. Thank you so much." Jin Gang just turned away, saying, "Don't mention it. My brother taught me good deeds bring good karma." Meanwhile, in another part of the city, a woman's impaled body lay on the ground. A hand reached down, pulling the sword from her body. A man with purple hair glanced at the system window and sneered. "So you were number 23? He mused. "Pathetically weak. Isn't there any more interesting prey around here?" Back with Renyu's group, he pointed to a building before them. "Gentlemen, this is the finest house I have. It's built entirely of stone, completely airtight, with brand new heating ducts and carpets made from beast fur. Plus," he added, "it's located right near the city center. Good security, reliable heating, and it has to be inside the first wall." Meanwhile, Qing Lin heads upstairs, saying, "I'll go check out the rooms." Su Mi touches the hearth in amazement. "Wow, this place even has a fireplace." He replies, "That's mostly for decoration. The real heat comes from the energy tower." Yunguo glances around. "This will work. Name your price." The man beams. 8 warmth tokens a day. Hearing that, Yunguo's face darkens. 8? Seeing his reaction, Renwu gets disappointed. "Still too expensive? No problem, I can show you other places." But Yunguo suddenly clarifies, "No, that's way too cheap. Rent," he realizes, "must not be a huge expense around here." Hiding his sack of tokens, he figures the system must have given him so many for a completely different reason. Yunguo tosses the bag on the table with authority. "Here's rent for 10 days. Keep the extra if you need it." Seeing the haul, the man is absolutely ecstatic. Yunguo picks up a token. "One more thing, what else can these buy around here?" "I'm talking about the really special stuff. I'll give an extra 100 to whoever tells me," he adds. Renwu glances at Xiaoqi, whose eyes are now practically glowing. Seeing her desperate, pleading look, Renwu knows she wants that reward, and he lets out a quiet sigh. Renwu relents. "Let Xiaoqi explain it to you. I have to go finalize the rental contract." The girl lights up. "Besides daily essentials, you can buy 3 main things with warmth tokens." She immediately begins to list them off. First up, gene modification drugs. They give you new powers or boost your strength. Next, you have demon core weapons. These are powerful weapons and armor made from monster cores, and many of them have special abilities. And finally, cybernetics. Master mechanics can replace your limbs with machinery, giving you power that rivals any genetic warrior. Most outsiders, she explains, choose to power up first, so they can take on more dangerous, high-level missions from the Tiangsu Institute. Hearing all this, Yunguo spreads a handful of warmth tokens across the table. "Very useful information. This is your reward," he says gratefully. Xiaoqi only takes 1 small token. "This is more than enough." She clutches the token, saying honestly, "This info isn't worth much. You could have learned all this just by asking around." Yunguo pats her on the head, praising her. "Even so, you saved me a lot of time." "Do you know where I can buy these things?" he asks. She replies, "We probably can't make it today. It's getting dark. The Hellfrost night is about to start. I'll take you tomorrow." Outside, the clouds gather and the snow falls thicker. He nods. "That's fine." Xiaoqi waves goodbye and turns to leave. "I'll be going then," but she suddenly stops in her tracks, shouting, "Wait, that's right, I almost forgot one more thing." Yunguo's group pauses. The girl points frantically at the front door, a look of panic on her face. "If you hear someone knocking in the middle of the night, no matter what, do not open the door." Just the thought of it. The color drains from her face as she pictures some dark, dangerous thing appearing the second that door opens. After giving her warning, Xiaoqi finally seems relieved. She waves cheerfully to everyone. "I'll be back in the morning." With that, the door slams shut. The group heads inside, sitting on the living room sofa to talk things over. Yunguo speaks first. "What do you two think?" Su Mi is the one to respond to him. "Zhu Long is amazing. He managed to get so many warmth tokens right after we started the game." Then Qinglin offers her own take. "This world might look a bit old-fashioned, but the gene-modifying drugs and demon core equipment are seriously advanced. It shows this world has some serious dark technology. We don't have any mission clues yet, so we should probably focus on powering up first. Sumi freezes, suddenly realizing she totally misunderstood his earlier question, and her face flushes bright red. "Oh, so you were asking about that," she blurts out, wishing she could disappear. This is so embarrassing. What can she even say? Desperate to contribute something, she quickly raises her hand to offer her own opinion. Sumi then stammers out, "I think that energy tower is really suspicious." This catches Yunguo's interest, and he asks her, "Why do you think so?" She answers him honestly. "Didn't Xiaoqi say the temperature here drops to -80 degrees at night? A single tower heating a city this large has to be more of that dark tech." Her words made him pause, lost in thought. This instance was far more complex than he'd imagined. His gaze sharpened. He remembered the bone-chilling cold of the last dungeon. This time, he imagined something even colder, combined with intense spatial distortion. Then, notifications flooded in, players were dying, frozen solid. His expression grew heavy. Could this be the legendary frigid Hell Knight? Just then, Lin Qing's voice cut through his train of thought. "This kind of distortion is almost as bad as the disaster in Jiangcheng," she said. "It's like living through a catastrophe every single night." She remembered the city's barrier under constant attack, knowing it was just a matter of time before it finally shattered. But Sumi had a different take. Didn't Xiaoqi say that fire formation is supposed to keep the anomalies out? That they can't get in? Hearing that, Lin Qing could only pray that she was right. "Let's hope so," she replied, as the scene shifts to a wooden house on a mountain peak. The blizzard outside raged, growing stronger by the minute. Inside, a group of refugees huddled for shelter when a burly man broke the silence. "Good thing this house is old but not drafty." Just as he spoke, a desperate, frantic knock echoed from outside the door. He nearly jumped out of his skin. It's -80 degrees. Who in the hell could be out there knocking on the door? Outside, a weak female figure struggled to continue knocking. In a faint voice, she pleaded, "Can you please open the door for me?" Her body was trembling violently, about to give in to the freezing blizzard. She begged the people inside for help. "I'm a player too," she cried. "It's too cold. I'm not going to make it." Among them, a young man with green hair couldn't stand it and moved to open the door. Thankfully, the girl beside him kept her cool and pulled him back. She said one word, "Don't." The burly man stood blocking the door, roaring at the others. "Anyone who dares open this door, I'll tear them apart." The other two immediately backed down. The scene cuts back to Van Qua's house. Inside, the two girls were about to go to bed but asked him one last time, "Van Qua, are you sure you can keep watch alone all night?" Van Qua just smiled, trying to reassure them. "Don't worry, with my current physique, I can go a few days without sleep. You all just go get some rest." Though they were worried, they had no choice but to listen. Partway to their room, Lin Qing stopped and warned him, "You be careful." He simply replied, "Got it." Time ticked by. At 10 o'clock at night, everyone else was finally asleep. The clock struck 2 in the morning when a violent knock rattled the door. He shouted, "Who is it?" An innocent child's voice answered from outside. "Big brother, it's me, Xiaoqi. Can you let me in?" Hearing Xiaoqi's name, he was completely stunned. He called back, "Xiaoqi, why are you outside?" Outside the door, a small childlike figure stood alone in the raging blizzard. "Brother," she replied, "I couldn't make it home in time. It's so cold out here. Can you open the door for me?" Without hesitating, Van Qua rushed over, swinging the door wide open and telling the familiar figure, "Hurry, get inside where it's warm." But Xiaoqi seemed strange. She spoke to him with a slight hesitation. "Thank you, big brother. You're a really good person. It's just a shame you're about to die." As she spoke, her face twisted into a monstrous visage. It was a snow ghoul, disguised as Xiaoqi to get inside and take his life. Seeing he didn't react, it smirked. "You stupid outsider. Are you scared stiff?" It immediately lunged forward to attack, but Van Qua just grinned back. "Scared stiff?" As he spoke, a strange blue power began to emanate from his palm. In the blink of an eye, his hand was already wrapped around the snow ghoul's neck. The creature was stunned, only managing to choke out. "What?" He lifted it effortlessly off the ground, his grip tightening. The creature struggled, gasping. How did you?" Van Qua's grin turned sinister. "How did I know you were a monster? Is that it?" "And then," he explained. 3 reasons. First, Xiaoqi herself said not to open the door for anyone at night, so she would never have come. Second, it's -80 degrees outside. A normal little girl can't survive that kind of temperature, let alone walk here to knock. And third, no matter how good your disguise is, I can still see the spatial distortion around you." As he finished, his eyes began to glow, radiating a sinister, dark light. A system notification popped up. nether pupil. The monster's true form was revealed, and it roared in absolute fury. "Damn you." Vanqua just smiled smugly, saying, "The real hunter always appears in the guise of prey. You wanted to hunt the new player in town, but my target was you, wasn't it?" He leaned in close, a wicked smile playing on his lips. With those final words, he tightened his grip, and the monster was instantly annihilated. At that moment, a system notification popped up. He'd collected the monster's data file, and all the intel on the snow monster appeared. Vanqua scanned the information, but his expression quickly turned to disappointment. He thought to himself that this thing was all tricks and no substance. Any player who wasn't a complete beginner could probably handle it. With that, he slammed the door shut. But then, a player death alert flashed on screen, the cause listed as a monster attack. He read the notice carefully, then froze. He couldn't believe someone had actually fallen for the bait. The scene cuts back to the small wooden house on the mountain, where a woman lay dead on the floor. Beside her, a brawny wrestler gasped for breath, having just defeated the tiny snow monster responsible for the attack. He pointed a shaking finger at the girl's corpse, screaming at the survivors, "This is what happens when you open the door. You see that? Anyone else disobeys, I'll toss them out myself." His thoughts then turned to our hero, sighing, "Truk long, my friend, trying to be a good guy is a tough job." As he spoke, he rubbed a deep gash he'd received during the fierce fight with the snow monster. His gaze suddenly caught on something glinting. A bright gem appeared as the monster's body slowly melted away. He stood there, completely stunned, wondering to himself, "What is this thing?" Switching back to Vanqua, he had just received a similar stone. He slowly picked it up to take a look. The system immediately analyzed it. Kin Hong Not Miet, activated. These so-called demon cores are common drops from dungeon monsters, and each one has a variety of different uses. Within that system notification, a particular name stood out, Lam Fong Mien. Reading that, his entire body went rigid. He thought in total shock, "Father, he came to this dungeon." Just then, a woman's voice called out from behind him, "Little one, hand that over to me." The voice was coming from a wooden statue. Vanqua couldn't believe it. He asked, "Min Mao Nuong Nuong, why would you want this?" The voice shot back instantly, "This thing can restore my power. Give it to me, and then find me some more." Hearing that, the gears in his head started turning. Vanqua smirked and replied, "Oh, I see. Giving it to you isn't out of the question, but what's in it for me?" The more he talked, the more urgent and desperate her voice became. She practically screamed at him, "How could I just take something from a junior like you? Don't you have a sword that's been damaged? Bring me 1,000 of these, and I will like place you that bodod." He was more than satisfied with that deal, and jumped to his feet with a grin. Done. The scene shifts. The sun was beginning to rise over the mountains. Animals everywhere were beginning to stir after a long, deep winter slumber. A success notification appeared for all the remaining players. 76 survivors. A total prize of 840,000. Back at the wooden house, the big wrestler was the first one to poke his head outside. Seeing the warm sunlight, he stammered with raw emotion, Is it finally over?" The scene then cuts to a different area, a hidden shelter built right into the side of a cliff. Inside, a mysterious man was silently watching a large monitor in front of him. A doctor appeared on the screen, calmly addressing everyone. "The cold prison night has ended. Your gear for crossing the snow plains is ready. You should get going." The man wore a mask, making it impossible to identify him. After hearing the message, the mysterious figure stood up to prepare. He asked the doctor, "Who are you, really? And why are you helping me?" The doctor simply countered with his own question, "You're a player from the real world, aren't you?" Hearing this, the man's expression darkened, his voice dropping to absolute zero. "How did you know?" The doctor just let out a dry laugh. His eyes focused on the watch on the man's wrist as he slowly replied, "Heh, we don't have things like that in this world." With that, he turned and pointed the way forward. But the mysterious man was still suspicious, trying to squeeze out more information from the doctor. "You're a player too, aren't you? So why are you here?" The doctor was silent for a long moment before answering, "I can't tell you just yet, but I do have a question for you." "Curious," the man asked. "What is it?" Then a familiar name was spoken. "Lam Vanqua. Have you ever heard that name before?" The man's face grew incredibly serious and his tone changed, but he still managed to come up with an answer. "I've heard of him. He was recently promoted to the reserve frontline by the People's Security Bureau." Suddenly, the doctor cut him off. They were standing before a high security gate. While the doctor verified his identity, the man took the opportunity to ask again, "How do you know him?" After completing the process, the doctor hit a red button, calmly replying to the question, "I was just asking, that's all." And beyond the door, a new world was revealed, one completely consumed by a raging blizzard. Elsewhere, the sun was rising high, shining down on everything. A door suddenly swung open, and a pair of feet rushed down a flight of stairs. To me was just waking up from a long sleep, yawning deeply. Seeing her disheveled state, a perfectly groomed Van Qua smiled from his chair and greeted her first. "Good morning. Did you rest well last night?" Unlike her messy appearance, he looked incredibly sharp and handsome, even this early in the morning. Seeing him sent her into a complete panic. "What do I do? Oh, what do I do? I should have washed my face first. Does Truck Long think I look like a total mess?" As he spoke, her face instantly turned bright red like a ripe tomato. She quickly tried to fix her disheveled hair, then stammered out a reply to his earlier question. He just smiled calmly. "Slept great. The room's warm, the bed's comfy. Nothing happened last night, right? A monster knocked, but I handled it." Hearing that, Su Mian was suddenly wide awake, stunned as his words slowly sunk in. Just then, Lin Qing came over with breakfast and asked them, "Did you discover anything?" His face suddenly became serious. He explained his discovery from the night before, that demon core relics were hidden inside the monsters, obtainable only by killing them. These crystals held immense energy, with massive potential for power, weapons, and technology. It had the power to change everything. He laid out his thoughts with grave seriousness. Seeing how focused he was, Lin Qing set down the food and offered to help. "It definitely has potential. Xiao Qi mentioned yesterday they sell them at the market. When she arrives, she can lead us there." He agreed with Lin Qing's plan, calmly replying, "Yeah, I think so too." As for Su Mian, she just stood shyly in a corner, listening intently as the two of them talked. She thought with a pang of sadness, Qing Diao even made breakfast for brother Zhu Long. "I've already lost." Suddenly, her stomach let out a loud growl, shattering the serious atmosphere between the other two. Lin Qing noticed right away and told her to eat. "What are you standing there for? Come have breakfast. I made a portion for you too." "Invited to eat," she replied happily. "Okay." With that, she immediately sat down in the chair that was already set out. Su Mian realized someone was missing. Didn't Xiao Qi say she'd be over this morning? Why isn't she here yet? Van Qua was also worried about Xiao Qi, but he still tried to reassure them, replying calmly, "She probably just got held up by something." The scene cuts to the streets outside, where three men are chasing a little girl, shouting angrily, "Stop right there, kid. I told you to stop. Do you hear me?" It was Xiao Qi, and she had run straight into a dead end. Thinking fast, she leaped, scaled the wall, and escaped onto the rooftops. She didn't forget to shout back at them to vent her anger. "Renyu already paid this month's protection money for me. Why block my door so early in the morning?" One of the thugs, a guy with purple hair, yelled a curse back at her. "Word is you introduced Renyu to some new big shot yesterday. He hasn't paid his protection fee yet, has he?" She instantly realized they were talking about Van Qua and started to worry. They were after brother Zhu Long. She had to warn them fast. With that thought, she turned to leave, but not before making a taunting yet still adorable silly face at them. She used her childish voice to mock them. "What big shot? You heard wrong. I've got to go." With that, Xiao Qi zipped across the rooftops and disappeared from sight. The thugs were left fuming, screaming empty threats after her. "Just wait till I catch you, you little brat. You'll be sorry." Back at Van Qua's house, suddenly, a loud, relentless knocking came from the door. Their breakfast stopped as they all turned to stare at the entrance. Xiao Qi was outside, calling for them. "Big bro, big sis, open the door." He immediately knew who it was and smirked to himself, thinking, "Speak of the devil." The door was suddenly flung open. Thrown off balance, the little girl stumbled forward, still stammering, "Gang, gang, gang." Luckily, she crashed right into Lin Qing, avoiding a nasty fall. Seeing her state, Lin Qing gently asked her, "What gang?" "It's okay. Take your time." After catching her breath, the girl's face filled with worry as she quickly explained the situation. "It's the Bloodblade gang. They're coming to cause trouble for you." Su Mian asked in disbelief. "Why us? That gang has eyes and ears all over Xia City." Xiao Qi nervously told them everything she knew about the gang. "They somehow heard you guys have a lot of warmth vouchers, so they're coming to extort you. We need to go to the Tianshu Institute and hire some guards, or at least hide the vouchers." Seeing her panic, his first instinct was to calm her down. "Xiao Qi, don't panic," Van Qua began. Then he added, "Besides, it's already too late to run." When she innocently asks why, he doesn't even flinch. He just calmly looks at the door and says, "Because they're already here." And right on cue, a gang of thugs swarms his house. Their leader, a guy with fiery red hair, starts running his mouth, trying to intimidate him. "Run, you little punk. Why'd you stop running? The thugs behind him just laugh, full of themselves. A terrified Xiaoqi grabs onto Lin Qing, stammering, "How is this possible? I was sure I lost them for good." The thug laughed, cruelly mocking the little girl. "You think you lost us? I let you. You just led us straight to a bunch of fat sheep." In that moment, the little girl realized it was all her fault. She collapsed into Lin Qing's arms, sobbing uncontrollably. "It's all my fault," she cried. "If I'd just been more careful." But the woman simply smiled gently, patting Xiaoqi's head to comfort her. "It's okay. Xiaoqi did a great job. Just let the adults handle what happens next, all right?" Yunguo stepped forward, approaching the thugs without an ounce of fear. "You're here for protection money?" he asked. The man's face twisted into a vicious sneer, falling back on his usual arrogance. "That's right. I suggest you pay up quietly. The Iceblood Gang can offer you protection." But that intimidation tactic was useless here. Yunguo just calmly toyed with them. "And what if I don't?" Instantly, the expressions on all of their faces turned dark. The leader readied himself for a fight. His face grew serious, then broke into a twisted smile. "That's not up to you to decide." Suddenly, a flash of light shot straight at the red-haired member of the Iceblood Gang, but he was agile enough to dodge the beam. That beam of light slammed into the ground, shattering the concrete. The red-haired thug stared in absolute shock. Yunguo pointed his sword at the thug and asked, "Are you sure?" The three members of the Iceblood Gang just stared, mouths wide open. Sword energy? Is he a warrior? I knew this so-called fat sheep wasn't going to be easy. The red-haired thug reached into his coat, searching for something. A moment later, he pulled out a sharp dagger with a triumphant smirk. "So what if you have a demon core weapon? I've got one too." Internally, Yunguo activated his system, scanning the weapon in the red-haired thug's hands for more information. Scan initiated. First-tier demon core armament. Rage bone dagger. Weapon type, quality green, special function. Embedded with the demon core of a rage bone serpent. It can activate a berserk state, trading sanity for a massive boost to all user stats. Note: the higher the user's base stats, the less effective the enhancement becomes. The red-haired thug instantly unleashed his special move. A crimson power flared to life around him. The enhancement was active. Now far stronger, he lunged straight at Yunguo. He leaped high into the air, raising his blade for a devastating downward strike on Yunguo. His dagger aimed straight for Yunguo, his face twisted in a wicked grin. Yunguo tightened his grip on his own sword, ready for the clash, and rushed to meet him head-on. A brilliant purple energy erupted from Yunguo's entire body. He used the butterfly cloud step. Yunguo moved like a flash of lightning, slicing past the thug before he could even react. The blade fell from his hand. Rage strike. Hit by the full force of the attack, the red-haired thug collapsed to the ground. Yunguo reached down and picked up the thug's dagger, twirling it in the air to mock his defeated foe. Even with a power-up, trash is still trash. Suddenly, a strange voice echoed through the space around him. "My lady, would you like a demon core like this? As long as it's complete, it will do." The dagger in Yunguo's hand began to slowly dematerialize. It vanished completely. He then turned to the remaining members of the Iceblood Gang and ordered, "Scram." The other two thugs scrambled to help their red-haired leader up. But the blonde one hadn't learned his lesson, turning back to threaten Yunguo. "You just wait, this isn't over." Yunguo ignored him and walked back to his group. He needed to know more about this Iceblood Gang. "Xiaoqi, can you tell me about this Iceblood Gang?" Wiping the last of her tears away, Xiaoqi nodded her head in agreement. And so, the little girl began to explain everything about them in detail. The Iceblood Gang is a new faction that's popped up in recent years. They claim to have icy blood, making them resistant to cold, the chosen ones. Sumi listened to the girl's story and found it strange. But his blood didn't look any different from a normal person's. It seems only their high-ranking members truly have the so-called ice blood. All the low-level grunts at the bottom are just regular people. Sumi recalled the ridiculous clothes the thugs were wearing and scoffed at the memory. And they still dress up like that. All fake pride, even in death. Xiaoqi chimed in quickly. "Yeah, that's right." The little girl then added a warning. "Basically, they're a very dangerous group. They don't follow any rules and they're hot-headed. You all should be careful." Yunguo crouched down, gently ruffling her hair to praise her. "We will be. Right now, we want to buy some demon core armaments for protection. Can you show us where to go?" "Okay." Xiaoqi started walking, happily munching on a hot sweet potato with a cheerful look on her face. The four of them walked down the street, with Sumi and Xiaoqi each enjoying a delicious sweet potato. Suddenly, Yunguo sensed something was wrong. Around a corner, two men in black were holding guns on a group of helpless children. "Don't move. Inspection time, stay still for me." After checking one boy, the man realized he wasn't who they were looking for and shoved him away. "Not you, get lost." The kid immediately scrambled to his feet and ran for his life. Yunguo could only watch as the figure bolted away from the scene. Then, a man in black spots Yunguo's group and immediately starts questioning them. "You four, over there." "Halt. Where were you last night?" Xiaoqi quickly steps up to answer the guard. "Officer, we were in the West District last night." "The West District? You managed to stay there?" She then hands him a red demon core. Xiaoqi explains with a warm smile. "It was a little pricey, but it guaranteed our safety." The man in black can't help but crack a smile as he holds the red core in his hand. Xiaoqi tries to press him for information, but the guard is sharp. He knows what she's doing and warns her, "Stop trying to dig for news." He pushes Xiaoqi away, shooing her off. "Go on, get out of here." Meanwhile, the other guard is still sizing up the rest of the group. Seeing his partner is distracted, the guard quickly leans in and whispers some information to the girl. "Last night, a nobleman was assassinated. The word is, an outsider was responsible." After giving her the tip, he orders everyone to leave. "All right, you're all clear. Now get going." Lin Qing immediately puts the pieces together. An outsider could only mean one thing: another player. As snow begins to fall on the town, a magnificent castle glows warmly. Inside, someone is arranging their collection of lipsticks. Dowry. Helen, lipstick in hand, glances at her mirror to see someone climbing through her window, and she doesn't miss a beat. "The one killing off the nobles. Was that your work today?" Just then, the figure leaps from the window into her room. Suminobu slowly approaches Helen's desk. "Oh? And how did you figure that out?" Helen continues to casually apply her lipstick, not even bothering to turn around. The entire family, and over 20 guards, all had their throats slit with a sharp knife. She dabs the lipstick on her lips, then glances over at him, her eyes sharp. "That would be the weapon in your hand, wouldn't it?" Suminobu slams his hand on her desk, leaning in close with a sinister grin. "Heh, I guess you're a smart one." "Oh? So you've come to kill me then?" Helen calmly closes her lipstick, a curious look on her face as she ups the final bounty. Suminobu instantly draws his sword, not bothering to argue. His answer is simple and direct. "That's right." He raises his sword, ready to take her head. "So now, it's your turn to die." The blade slices right through Helen's neck, but his face suddenly twists in shock. "What?" It turns out it was just an illusion Helen had created. His mind races. How is that possible? When he entered, her presence felt completely real. This woman is no joke. Before he knows it, Helen is standing right behind him. "Kid." She casually holds a cigarette, mocking him. Getting so worked up isn't a good look. But Suminobu isn't done. He lunges at her again, sword first. "Shut up." Once again, his blade passes straight through Helen's body. Suminobu turns, taunting her. You cowardly little brat." But then, a plume of smoke begins to form right behind him. Helen's voice echoes from behind him. "Your skills aren't half bad." She appears out of the smoke, making him an offer. "Care to cooperate with me?" "How?" She lays out her terms. "Help me find someone, and in return, I can help you get stronger." Outside a shop, the snow has begun to stick. Yun Guo and his group have made their way into the Tiangsu Institute. Xiaoqi eagerly explains to the other three. This place is the Tiangsu Institute, the most important agency in this whole city. The entire place is divided into 3 main sections. She begins to explain the layout in detail. The information center is where they post all the different missions and requests you can accept. People who take on missions there are often tasked with high-profit jobs, but they also come with some serious risks. "Sir, if you want to buy demon cores, the safest way is to post a commission here." She then leads them to the last area, the rest zone. If your team doesn't have enough people for a commission, you can come here to find hunters and swordsmen to form a party. Yunguo walks over to a blonde commissioner at the counter. He's decided to post 2 commissions. Xiaoqi points outside. "Zhulong, you two go ahead. I'll just wait for you all by the door." Yunguo walks up to the desk and taps the counter to get the man's attention. "Hello, I'd like to post a commission." The agent immediately informs him of the required deposit. The deposit is 200 nuon tokens. The broker's fee is an 8% commission. Please pay up front. Yunguo rubs his chin, thinking it over. Is requesting 1,000 demon cores at once a bit too flashy? Would a move that big attract the government's attention? He could take a portion now, but the rest he'd have to track down on the black market. The commissioner noticed his silence and scoffed. "What's wrong? Can't pay up? If you're broke, don't go pretending you can post a commission." He waved him away with a look of pure disgust, his voice dripping with contempt. "No money? Then get lost. Out of my sight." arrogant jerks who look down on others. You find them absolutely everywhere. Van Qua simply summoned the system. 10,000 known tickets. Exchange successful. The funds appeared instantly in his player inventory. He slammed the 10,000 known tickets right on the counter, and the commissioner's jaw hit the floor. "I want to post a bounty for 100,000, Van Qua said with a smile, giving his order. "It's all cash. Go on, count it." The commissioner behind the counter practically jumped out of his skin, shouting, "What?" He refused to believe the tickets were real. He quickly grabbed one and bit down on it. The commissioner next to him confirmed it for the blonde one. "Feels right. These are real known tickets." With trembling hands, the commissioner gathered the tickets, still in awe. So many. Is it really 10,000? Van Qua gestured to the pile and asked, "So, can I post my commission now?" And just like that, the commissioners were all smiles, bowing and welcoming him with the utmost respect. Of course, we've counted it, sir. We'll announce the mission for you immediately." Just then, a bearded man walked into the shop. He was stunned to see the huge crowd gathered around the counter. "What's going on? Why is it so packed in here today?" Another man walked over, putting a hand on his shoulder to explain. "Haven't you heard the news? Someone just posted a 10,000 known ticket mission. If you land that job, you're set for food and clothes for at least 5 years. We gotta get over there. Fast." Elsewhere, someone was respectfully pouring a cup of tea for a very important client. The same blonde commissioner from before was now all smiles, fawning over Van Qua. "Sir, you still haven't told me. What is the content of your commission?" Van Qua slowly brought the teacup to his lips before replying. "Oh, did I forget to mention it?" The 3 commissioners standing before him bowed their heads and answered, "No, sir. Everyone is waiting for your announcement." Van Qua dipped his finger into the steaming tea, drawing a symbol on the table with the water. "This symbol, I want to know everything about it." A thought crossed Van Qua's mind. If his father also came to this game world, he surely would have left something behind for him. He had to seize this chance, to find any way possible. It was then the blonde commissioner spoke up again. "What exactly do you mean by everything?" Van Qua just picked up his teacup again. "I want all the information items, buildings, clues, and even anyone who bears this symbol. Anyone who finds relevant information, once it's verified, will receive these 10,000 known tickets." Over at the Tiangsu Institute, Van Qua glanced at the commissioners chattering next to him. "Do you have any more specific information?" one asked. Even the blonde commissioner looked a bit flustered by the vague request. "If we find a bunch of things that don't match, it'll be hard for you to sort through them." Van Qua sat above them all, looking down as he issued his command. "Focus on high-tech products. Things like props with unknown mechanics, or labs with mysterious origins. Concentrate the search on places like those." Finishing his sentence, he tapped the table decisively. "All right." And just like that, Van Qua returned to his calm and casual state. He crossed his legs, ready to issue his final instruction. "Anyone who finds the origin of this symbol gets 100,000 known tickets. Even a related clue will get a corresponding reward." When everyone heard this news directly from Van Qua, the entire room exploded into a frenzy of cheers. The doors burst open, and the crowd poured out, scrambling to find any and all information Van Qua needed. Only a few people were left in the room. Sumi tugged on Qinglin's sleeve, asking anxiously, "Sister Qing, is it really okay for Brother Julong to be this flashy?" Hearing her question, Qinglin turned and gently began to explain their strategy to her. "While attracting all this attention is definitely risky, it's also the absolute fastest way to get the clues that we need." She held up a finger glowing with power, silently promising that if danger comes, they'll simply deal with it. Van Qua then turned to the others still in the room. "Aren't you all going after the mission?" he asked. A man in a brown coat just smiled. "We can't compete with those mercenaries. We came to ask if you had any other jobs." He gestured to his crew, explaining their situation. "That's true. But when it comes to networks and connections, we're one of the best groups in all of Qinzhou City." A smirk appeared on Van Qua's face. He was inwardly very satisfied with this development. This was the true effect of throwing cash around. Still seated comfortably, he gave them a new mission. "As it happens, I need a batch of beast cores. You can gather them for me." However, the group's leader immediately pushed back on this request. "Sir, the Tiangsu Institute is forbidden from issuing private commissions." Hearing this, Yungu immediately brought up the money he paid. He recalled the reward was 100,000, the fee was 8,000, but he had paid 10,000. At Yungu's words, the commissioner quickly turned his head away, acting as if he knew nothing. "I didn't see anything. Please, just carry on with your business." The man in the brown coat then cheerfully discussed business with Yungu. "Monster cores are hard to find. How many do you need?" Yungu lifted his tea, savoring it slowly. He gave them the number he wanted. "First, Find 1,000 cores. 1,000? Upon hearing the amount, the man's jaw dropped in disbelief. 1,000. Yungu glanced up, questioning him. What's wrong, is that too difficult? The man scratched his head and explained. It's not difficult, it's impossible. Unless you empty out a nobleman's entire vault, you can't get 1,000. Suddenly, the door burst open and someone stormed inside. It was Jin Gang, his face contorted with fury, and he was shouting, "A complaint! I need to file a complaint!" Yungu glanced at the door, thinking to himself, Jin Gang, he entered this instance too? Yungu pushed himself out of his chair. He slid his hands into his pockets and walked towards Jin Gang. He didn't forget to tell the man, "Then get me as many as you can. When you have the items, come find me." Seeing Yungu emerge, Qinglin immediately asked, "Are you finished with your business?" Yungu walked closer, telling Qinglin, "Yeah, I saw someone unexpected. Let's go check it out." A notice was slammed hard onto the counter. An enraged Jin Gang kept pointing fingers at the commissioners. "You people are scamming everyone. This is a total fraud." That mission was far more dangerous than described. Everything you needed to know was in the letter. You just didn't read it. The commissioner pointed to the bottom of the commission letter, where a tiny line of text appeared in the corner. Note, monsters have appeared in the commissioned area. Please be careful. The moment Jin Gang saw those words, he exploded with rage. Isn't that just a trap? Yungu led Qinglin and Sumi to the commission counter. Sumi recognized the man before them. "That's Mr. Jin Gang." "That's right, let's go see what's happening." As he got closer, Yungu asked about the situation. "What happened here? Don't talk to me, I'm furious." Hearing someone address him, Jin Gang whipped his head around. When he saw who was standing there, his jaw hung open in shock. "Boss Zhulong." Yungu gave him a casual wave. Jin Gang was just as surprised to see Yungu, while the man beside him had been trembling for some time. "Boss, what are you doing here too?" Yungu smiled and asked how Jin Gang had been doing recently. "How have I been?" Jin Gang rubbed his head. "Still good. I'm doing good." The commissioner behind the counter looked scared, asking them a question. "You two, you know each other?" Yungu turned his attention to the commissioner who was questioning him. "Yeah, he says you people scammed him." Hearing that was like a lightning bolt. The commissioner immediately denied it. No, we're a government agency." The commissioner then showed the commission letter to Yungu. This gentleman didn't read the contract terms carefully. Yungu took the letter. He read the contents of the letter clearly. Item search in the snowfield. Go to the snowfield ruins to search for an item, 200 tokens per person per day. Looking at the notice, he thought back to what Xiaoqi once said. Was this what Xiaoqi was talking about? The more dangerous the commission, the bigger the payout? A bald man nervously rubbed his head, words spilling out like rain. "2 of our guys were injured, and the commission says since we didn't finish, we don't get paid." Yungu's eyebrows furrowed in annoyance as he asked a question. "The injured ones, are they players too?" The bald man turned and pointed. "They're players, lying by the door. It looks really bad." Yungu immediately headed for the exit. "I'll go take a look." Yungu turned back with a cool, handsome expression and gave an order. "Bai Zhuang, you're with me." Bai Zhuang obeyed without question, stepping quickly behind Yungu. She turned to offer a warm, friendly smile. "Hello, Mr. Jin Gang." The bald man, flustered by a pretty girl talking to him, stammered a reply. "Miss Su Bai Zhuang, you're here too?" As they stepped outside, they found the streets covered in a blanket of white snow. Wounded players were slumped against the walls everywhere. Wang Cheng, his face bruised and swollen, gritted his teeth in pain while lying on a girl's lap as she cried and begged him, "Just hang on a little longer. Don't die, you absolutely can't die." Seeing this, Yungu's voice turned serious. "Can he be healed?" Bai Zhuang hesitated for a second. "His body is completely intact. It shouldn't be a problem." As soon as the words left her mouth, Bai Zhuang spread her hands, creating a mystical stream of green light. That light shot straight down toward the injured. "Model." Bai Trang stepped forward, asking, "Can I please try to heal him?" The girl in yellow simply continued to sob. The man had been wounded by a strange beast. Bai Trang knelt down, placing her hand on Wang Cheng's chest as a miraculous green healing magic began to flow. In an instant, the yellow-clad girl's entire demeanor changed. Her gaze on Bai Trang was now filled with cold calculation. She thought to herself, "This kid's got skills. I might be able to use her later." It seemed Bai Trang's magic was already taking effect. Wang Cheng's eyes fluttered open, and he managed a weak, stammered, "Thank you." Then he sat up properly. "Thank you so much," Bai Trang gently reminded him. "The wound is healed, but you're still very weak. Make sure you get proper rest." An older man with a long white beard ran over, asking, "Big brother Jin Gang, who are all these people?" In Jin Gang's eyes, Yun Guo was a legendary hero, practically glowing with a brilliant, shimmering aura at all times. This is my boss. He's handsome, incredibly powerful, a perfect man, Big Brother Zulong. Qinglin nudged Yun Guo with a smile, asking, "What's his deal?" Yun Guo replied, "I carried him through the last instance dungeon. He wasn't quite like this back then." Suddenly, Yun Guo remembered something. The last instance. Wait a second. He immediately spun back around to ask a question. "Jin Gang, your instance dungeon shouldn't be active yet, should it? Why are you here?" Jin Gang just looked lost, replying, "I don't know either." Jin Gang remembered his own bewilderment. "How did I suddenly get dragged into a game? I hadn't even eaten yet," he explained. "It just sucked me in suddenly. I was in the middle of cooking dinner." Qinglin suddenly spoke up. "It's another fluctuation in the instance's rules." Yun Guo's tone grew tense. "And this looks like a big problem." The scene changes to a briefing room, where a man is presenting on the anomalies in the game Original Sin. He's got good news and bad news. The presenter announced gravely, "The bad news is, in the past 2 days, 542 players entered instances. Not one has returned." He switched the screen. "The good news is that the virtual space organization known as the High Pantheon and Tianyuan Union have also entered a level 1 state of alert. We believe they're facing a similar crisis." Deputy Director Veston, seated below, spoke up. "So if everyone's in trouble, no one will come bother us, right?" "That is good news," Jingyan angrily demanded. "Do we have any leads on what's causing these changes to the instances?" The presenter replied, "We have a theory, but we need a player to actually return alive before we can verify it." Jingyan shot to his feet. "Then this meeting is over. All departments, increase surveillance, especially on the Mofo Buddhist sect." Jingyan's face grew tense. That group loves to show up and cause trouble right when things get chaotic. Back outside, Yun Guo was curious. "Are you leading them just because they begged you to?" Jin Gang shot back. "Saving people earns good karma. Isn't that what you taught me, boss?" He then asked anxiously, "Did I do something wrong?" Yun Guo put a hand on his shoulder and praised him. "Not at all. You did great. Keep it up." The others all stared up at Yun Guo, finally seeing the leader Jin Gang so admired. The girl in yellow's brow furrowed in thought. "So, all I have to do is stick with him, and this mission will be a breeze." Her voice instantly changed, becoming sickly sweet as she called out, "Big Brother Zhu Long." She then rushed up to Yun Guo, asking, "Can we follow you from now on?" She even shamelessly grabbed his arm, whining, "It's so cold out here, and there are monsters." The girl's damsel in distress act sent Bai Trang into a jealous fury. I guess some people just can't survive by themselves. Bai Trang's blood was boiling. She bit her lip hard, her eyes shooting daggers at the two of them. She stormed over, shoved the girl's head back, and screamed, "Don't you know men and women should keep their distance?" Bai Trang stepped between them. "Why are you getting so close?" The girl in yellow wasn't backing down and yelled right back, "I'm talking to Brother Zhu Long. What business is it of yours?" A hand gently touched the cold ground, and thunder suddenly roared across the sky. Bolts of lightning rained down, aimed directly for the girl, but she luckily managed to dodge back just in time. Qinglin stepped forward with a cool expression. "We're not close with you, so drop the overly friendly act." Seeing that, the girl in yellow turned pale with fear and backed away, trembling. Qinglin then turned to ask, "So what do we do with these players?" Yun Guo considered it thoughtfully. According to the instance's rules, their deaths would give us the maximum possible benefit. Bai Trang was stunned. "Brother Zulong, you aren't actually planning to kill them, are you?" Yun Guo just waved it off. "Of course not. I'm just thinking of another way they can be useful." Suddenly, Yun Guo snapped his fingers with a grin. "I've got it." Yun Guo placed a hand on Jin Gang's shoulder. "Jin Gang, I have a very important mission for you." Jin Gang immediately smacked his chest with a serious look. "No problem. Whatever the boss orders, no matter the mission, I guarantee you I will see it through." Hearing this, Yun Guo put a hand to his chin and smirked. "Oh? Any mission at all?" Jin Gang puffed out his chest, flashing a huge, confident smile. "Anything at all." Yun Guo clapped him on the shoulder and said, "All right then, go take care of Han Yujiye." Kim Kang looked totally confused and pointed to himself, asking, "Huh? You mean me?" Guo Yun just waved his hand with a bright smile. "Ha ha ha, just kidding." Then his tone shifted. "The mission I'm giving you is to unite the players with all your strength." Kim Kang glanced back at the others, confused. "Unite the players?" Guo Yun quickly explained. "It doesn't matter if they're a newbie or an old-timer. As long as they aren't killing each other, do your best to recruit them." Kim Kang nodded in agreement. Van Qua held out a heavy bag of money to Kim Kang, saying, Take this. Give 200 tickets to anyone who listens as a daily reward. But Thon Lam stepped in from behind to stop him. Are you trying to make normal players think money is completely worthless or something? Van Qua quickly reassured her. Relax, it's a lot of cash, but it won't be wasted. He then turned to Kim Kang. Your mission is inside the frozen prison of night. 1,000 achievement points per clue. Van Qua swept his hands out to his sides. A dazzling shower of coins flew out behind him, illuminating the entire area, an effect that would last indefinitely inside the instance. The players behind them were completely overwhelmed by this insane display of wealth. What's blinding my eyes? It's way too bright. Van Qua's expression turned serious as he placed a hand on Kim Kang's shoulder. In short, I'm counting on you for this. Kim Kang simply nodded. Yes. And just like that, Van Qua, Bok Trang, and Thon Lam headed inside, leaving Kim Kang with his new task. A girl in yellow ran up, asking, Brother Kim Kang, who are those people? They're throwing around tickets and points like they're nothing. Kim Kang angrily brushed her aside. It's none of your business, so stop snooping. After being rejected so harshly, the girl's face went pale with absolute fury. The scene changes, and Van Qua is walking toward a little girl building a snowman. Sorry, Tu. Did we keep you waiting long? Tu that happily rushed over to them. You're all done? Great, let's go. The three of them hurried to follow her as Van Qua asked. So, where are we heading next? Tu that immediately answered, We're going to the Lan Nok district. It's the black market run by the Taiping Guild, the oldest and most organized one around. Suddenly, a loud noise from the distance made them all look up. A voice boomed. I'm afraid none of you are going anywhere today. It turned out to be two huge thugs, one green and one red, looking ready for a showdown. The red-haired one pointed. Brother Luke, that's them. The green-skinned thug roared with rage. You've got a lot of nerve, messing with my Iceblood clan, and then daring to walk the streets. Tio, that fearfully tugged on Van Qua's sleeve. Brother. He's one of the Iceblood people. Activating his glimpse of the rainbow iris, Van Qua's eyes flashed with a purple light as he scanned his target. The green man was Chao Luke, of the Iceblood race, wielding cryoblood powers. Van Qua frowned as he identified the man's class. A second-tier dark warlock. Chao Luke just laughed and confidently gave his order. If you don't want to die, hand over the tickets right now. Van Qua simply summoned a system panel and called for his Dragon Sparrow. The Dragon Sparrow sword appeared in a flash. Van Qua smirked as he held it out. I hear you have a layer of scales. A purple aura began to radiate from his entire body, pulsing outward. Van Qua issued a direct challenge. Can those scales of yours actually block my sword? Provoked, Chao Luke's eyes bulged with fury, veins popping all over his face. He leaped forward, launching himself at his target, but was immediately knocked back. Sweat dripped from Chao Luke's face as he grit his teeth. He had never felt an aura this dangerous before. The scene cuts to 10 minutes earlier, showing a large man. He wore only a pair of leopard skin pants, his bare torso and fully tattooed arms on display as he stood before the Tianyu Academy. Tiat Thong looked up, his expression one of pure confusion. A whale that drops 100,000 in one go? There's no such person, he muttered. My informants are getting less reliable by the day. The door opened, and Tiat Thong jumped. Is it true? A young man with bright blonde hair replied, Yes, Mr. Matruk long just left. You can still catch him. Hearing this, Tiat Thong didn't think twice. He took off running with a fiery determination. Hurry, hurry. If I let this fat sheep get away, the boss lady will tear me to pieces. Just as Tiat Thong arrived, he saw Chao Luke standing with his hands on his hips, yelling, If you don't want to die, hand over your warming tickets. This made Tiat Thong pause and wonder, why is Chao Luke here? He scanned the group, one man, two women, and a kid for a guide. Yep, it was them. Tiat Thong clenched his jaw anxiously. But why were they fighting Chao Luke of all people? That guy was a second-tier Gene warrior. Was there even time to go back and call for reinforcements? Chao Luke was getting impatient. Don't make me choose the hard way when I'm offering the easy way. Van Qua just replied with a taunting smile. Let's try the hard way then. I'll even give you the first move. The red-haired goon behind them shouted, Brother Luke, show him what you've got. Make him understand our Iceblood clan isn't to be messed with. Chao Luke's face was now a mask of pure rage. Tio that suddenly pulled on Thon Lam's hand, asking nervously, Big brother, is he going to be all right? Thon Lam gently patted her head to reassure her. Don't worry. To him, this is just a minor problem. Bok Trang clasped her hands together in prayer. Brother Truck Long will definitely be fine. With a roar, Chao Luke launched his attack. You're asking to die. He swiped with his claws, sending a glowing red arc flying through the air. But to his shock, Van Qua's sword easily blocked the attack. Van Qua thought to himself, his raw power alone meets the white-silver standard. The red-haired thug's jaw hung open in shock. He blocked it. Brother Luke's claws can shred through steel plates. In a flash, Zhou Li unleashed a relentless flurry of attacks directly at Yun Guo. But it was useless, he dodged every single one. Yun Guo silently noted his opponent's speed was nearly silver tier. Watching from nearby, Shitong's jaw dropped in shock, his face darkening with worry. He was toying with Zhou Li. Could he be a second or even a third-tier warrior? Yun Guo calmly observed, sword at the ready, analyzing his opponent's defense and regenerative abilities next. He swung his blade in a powerful, critical strike that sent Zhou Li staggering backward, completely off balance. Yun Guo's continuous assault made Zhou Li cry out in pain. Standing firm, he looked down at the fallen man, noting his defense was like wearing a full suit of armor. He glanced at the open wound on Zhou Li's leg. His regeneration seemed a little slow. Zhe Tong couldn't close his mouth, moving from one shock to the next, completely stunned. Third tier. He had to be third tier, a speed type, maybe a hunter or windwalker. The redhead panicked, rushing to the unconscious Zhou Li. Brother Li. Brother Li. Are you all right? Suddenly, Zhou Li's eyes snapped open. The wound on his leg healed instantly. A regeneration user. His breathing was even heavier than before. He gripped a weapon and shot up, throwing it forward while yelling, "Die!" The redhead ducked in terror, letting out a scream. Oh, but Yun Guo? He effortlessly dodged the surprise attack like it was nothing at all. Suddenly, Bai Zhuang's eyes glowed with a purple light, allowing her to see all the muscle power surging through Zhou Li's body. Bai Zhuang immediately warned her companion. Brother Zhulong, all the energy in his body is boiling over. Yun Guo finished the thought. So it's a skill that trades sanity for combat power. In less than 3 seconds, Zhou Li vanished. He reappeared right in front of Yun Guo, winding up a massive punch that forced him to jump back. Zhou Li threw the punch with a curse. Just die, but with that main character plot armor, Yun Guo swiftly blocked the incoming fist. The only problem? The punch was laced with poison, and it got him. But once again, luck was on his side. Poison resistance check. Successful. Yun Guo's face went stiff with anger. You're telling me it was poison too? Suddenly, a purple flame erupted, leaving Zhou Li to just stammer in shock. This was Yun Guo's moment to counterattack. From a distance, Xie Tong saw the strange fire blazing. He'd never seen flames of that color before. Could he have more than one power, a dual-type warrior? Yun Guo sneered as Zhou Li collapsed in a spray of blood. Looks like second-tier fighters are only this strong. His own hand began to excrete the poison. A system notification confirmed the toxin was purged. Xie Tong unconsciously chewed his fingernails, sweating bullets, his eyes gleaming like he'd just found treasure. He thought to himself, a dual-type warrior like this. He had to bring him to see the big boss of the Iceblood group. Qinglin approached the corpse on the cold ground and spoke with a serious tone. This one was poisoned and lost consciousness. Yun Guo made a quick decision. Then let's go. We need to find the Taiping gang. Hiding behind a wall, Xie Tong overheard everything. He thought excitedly. What? They want to find the Taiping gang? Just like that, Xie Tong rushed out toward Yun Guo. Through the bitter cold, he shouted, Are you folks looking for the Taiping gang? Why don't you just follow me? Hearing the voice, Yun Guo turned around with a suspicious look and asked, Are you with the Taiping gang? Xie Tong immediately nodded. That's right. He even pointed to his arm, which was covered in tattoos. The pattern on my arm is the best proof. From behind, Xiao Qi saw it and nodded. That's definitely the Taiping gang's symbol. Without hesitation, Yun Guo grabbed Xie Tong's hand, his face absolutely beaming. That's great. We'll be in your care, little brother. The sudden change in attitude left Xie Tong a bit flustered. All right. The snow continued to fall heavily in the city, the air growing colder. A maid was rushing down the hall toward a specific room. When she arrived, she quickly opened the door and went inside. The maid approached Helen and announced, Ma'am, Mr. Xiaolin is here to see you. Helen smiled and told her to let him in. Just then, Suminobu walked in with a very serious expression. I've brought the players you wanted, the ones more valuable than gold. Behind him, 2 other people followed. The first was Andy, a werewolf with superhuman strength and military combat skills. The second, Sanlei, a shaman with curse arts and spirit familiars. In response, Helen just casually said, I know. I'll let the master know later. You can just take them to join the guard unit. Then her voice suddenly dropped to a sharp tone. How many other players did you catch? Is the one I'm looking for among them? Tumanobu answered immediately. A total of 11 captives stood under the harsh electric lights. But despite the brightness, the air felt grim and cold. The sharp click of high heels echoed through the prison. Tumanobu was leading Helen down into the lower levels. He reported, "Just as you wished, they're all locked away in the black cells." Helen glanced down, completely unimpressed. Below her was a pathetic sight, men and women trapped in crude iron cages, looking utterly broken. Tumanobu scoffed, questioning the logic. "What's the point of keeping this trash alive? Just let me finish them all." Helen calmly explained her strategy. "These little rabbits are skittish. Too many elimination notices will spook them. A player combat alert, especially, will just make the others hide in their holes for good. That's why we have to capture them all before they catch on." A single, clean sweep. A cunning look crossed Helen's face. She was clearly confident in her plan. Hearing this, Tumanobu dropped the argument. "Fine, have it your way. Just don't forget your promise to make me stronger." Helen gave him a reassuring smile. "Don't worry," she said. "I've already picked out your target. The only Tier 4 Gene Warrior in all of Kongzhou City." Tumanobu's eyes widened. "You mean the City Lord's personal guard, Gong Sun-ji?" Helen nodded. "That's right. Only Gong Sun-ji is allowed to see the data the city founders brought back from deep within the snow plains. This was their only lead to investigate the truth behind why Han Gyu logged out of the game. Sooner or later, we'd have to deal with him. And his guard, Qin Yu, is the perfect target for you." Tumanobu's face lit up with excitement. "A Tier 4 Gene Warrior. If I kill him, I can reach that level of power too." He laughed out loud. But then Helen suddenly produced 2 photographs. "There's one more thing I need you to handle." She told him the gate guards had reported 2 Gene Warriors entering the city yesterday. They're at least Tier 2 or higher. These are their portraits. Tumanobu studied the images in his hand, which showed Yun Guo and Qinglin. "You think they're players too?" "I do," Helen replied. "And the one I'm looking for is very likely one of them. Bring him to me." She added one final, crucial order: alive. Meanwhile, at the Taiping Syndicate, the world was buried in a deep layer of snow. Out of nowhere, Yun Guo sneezed. He couldn't help but wonder to himself, "Who's thinking about me right now?" Qinglin, standing nearby, handed him a tissue. "Are you really sure you want to meet the leader of the Taiping Syndicate?" Yun Guo nodded. "Going straight to the source isn't a bad idea. These local bosses probably know more than we do." Just then, Shui Tong appeared. "This way. The boss will see you now." Inside the room, fragrant smoke swirled through the air, where a lone figure sat enjoying the rich aroma. Shui Tong's voice cut through the haze, announcing their arrival. "Boss, they're here," a woman's voice replied. "Send them in." This was Jin Tichu, the famously elegant leader of the Taiping Syndicate. "Esteemed guests, your visit brings light to our organization." The powerful aura radiating from Jin Tichue was staggering. Yun Guo and his companions were so stunned they just stood there, frozen. Jin Tichue smiled cheerfully. "Gentlemen, you've gone awfully quiet. Have I been a poor host?" she teased. Yun Guo quickly recovered. "Not at all. We just never expected the leader of the Taiping Syndicate to be so young and beautiful." A soft chuckle escaped Jin Tichu at the smooth compliment. She propped her hands on the desk and gracefully hopped up to sit on its edge. She struck a captivating pose. "Mr. Zhulong, you certainly have a silver tongue," she said, before getting down to business. "I already know why you've come. The Taiping Syndicate will give you its full support." Jin Tichu then made a generous offer. "In fact, we can give you a price 30% below the market rate." At this, Sumi stepped forward. "My father always said there's no such thing as a free lunch. For such a huge discount, Miss Jin Titue, you must want something in return, right?" With her true motives exposed, Jin Tichu decided to be direct. "Since Miss Baizi sees right through me, I won't hide it. I do have a favor to ask of you all." Her playful expression vanished, replaced by a serious one. 10 days ago, she began. A scavenger discovered a hidden laboratory out in the snow plains. The scavenger had noticed something unusual near a snow-covered cliffside, something that didn't belong. After digging away the thick snow, he hit solid steel. It was a panel, with a transparent screen that was still glowing faintly. He pressed his face against the glass to see inside. The facility was filled with countless large containers, all perfectly preserved. Jin Titue explained that the lab was nearly untouched, and the artifacts inside were completely priceless. The Tianqiu Institute issued a survey mission, but only 2 organizations in Qinzhou City could handle it. We were one of them. Qinglin immediately understood. "So you want our help to eliminate your competition for the job?" Jin Titue slammed her hand on the table, her voice sharp and decisive. "Exactly. Pissing off an organization as powerful as the Taiping Gang for a tiny 3% discount? Yeah, that was probably not a good deal." Tuok seemed to have Yun Guo pegged. "What if I told you the enemy was the Bingshu Ren?" That question alone was enough to make Yun Guo gasp. "What did you just say?" Tuok continued. Our competition is the Bingshu Ren, the same ones you guys just had a run-in with. She even knew one more thing, that they had apparently killed one of their gene warriors. T-Tuok's tone turned nasty. You've already made an enemy of them, so even if you don't help me, they're coming for you, right? Qinglin was getting annoyed. Are you threatening us? In response, T-Tuok leaned forward. It's not a threat. It's an analysis based on what I know about the Bingshu Ren. They're hot-headed, extreme, and they never forget a grudge. With that, T-Tuok started walking directly towards Yun Guo. She kept talking. The Bingshu Ren are like red-eyed rhinos. They won't stop until their enemy is completely trampled and dead. Then, she finally made her real purpose clear. You just have to help me deal with a few gene warriors, and the Taiping gang will guarantee the Bingshu Ren never bothers you again. T-Tuok swept past Yun Guo, and her words struck him right where he was most vulnerable. Soon after, Yun Guo and his crew were all seated at a massive dining table as a waiter came over and uncovered a dish. It was a very appetizing roasted salamander. Xie Tong, sitting beside them, quickly made the introduction. Charcoal grilled ice butterfly salamander. It's a specialty here in Qinzhou. The meat's incredible, you have to try it. Qinglin and Sumi did not look comfortable seeing this dish. Sumi even quietly said, I'll pass. More food was immediately brought out. 4 happiness meatballs, fried chicken wings, and crispy fried ice cakes. Xiaoqi saw all this and her mouth began to water, her eyes sparkling. Wow, so much yummy food. By the end, the plates were wiped clean, with only a few lonely vegetables left behind. Xiaoqi's belly was completely full, and she was overflowing with happiness. I can't eat anymore. I seriously can't eat another bite. Seeing Xiaoqi so defenseless, Yun Guo spoke up. Xiaoqi, you seem pretty familiar with the Taiping gang. Aren't you afraid of them? Turns out, a delicious meal was all it took to completely win Xiaoqi's trust. She replied with a bright smile. They're not like that. But then, her expression suddenly clouded over with sadness. My grandpa next door used to be with the Taiping gang. After my parents died, he was the one who took care of me. At that very moment, a system window popped up in front of Yun Guo. A mission alert. He had activated a hidden quest. Orphan of Snow City. The mission details explained. Xiaoqi is hiding a tragic past connected to the dark underbelly of Qinzhou City. Investigate her parents' cause of death. The reward was 100 qi condensing pills. Yun Guo became curious about one thing, the dark underbelly of Qinzhou City. Suddenly, Yun Guo shot an irritated look at Xie Tong. Xie Tong immediately understood what he meant, and the two of them stepped outside. When they were alone, Yun Guo said, That old man from the Taiping gang Xiaoqi mentioned. I want to meet him. Xie Tong looked troubled. Huh? You'll have to wait a bit then. There are a lot of people in the gang, I'll have to find him first. And with that, he quickly ran off to find the person Yun Guo was looking for. Yun Guo was now completely determined. He had to get those qi condensing pills. More spiritual power meant he could summon the Eye of Calamity for longer. They arrived at the home of the old man from the Taiping gang. The man was chugging wine straight from the bottle, cheering, Good wine. He then offered it to Sumi. You have some too, this is the good stuff. Sumi immediately refused. No, that's okay. Seeing how crude the old man was, Yun Guo nudged Xie Tong and asked, Are you sure this is the right guy? Xie Tong answered with total confidence. Absolutely. He's the only old-timer from the Taiping gang living anywhere near Xiaoqi. In Yun Guo's mind, he'd pictured a warm old man saying things like, Xiaoqi, come here, let me give you a snack. He scratched his head in disappointment. Hearing Xiaoqi's stories, he imagined the old man would be much gentler than this. Yun Guo immediately shook off the thought. Forget it. As long as it was the right person, that's what mattered. With that, he walked up to the old man and said, Grandpa, we came looking for you because we wanted to ask about Xiaoqi. The old man's expression turned serious in a heartbeat. Why are you asking me questions about Xiaoqi? It was only then that Xie Tong realized he had completely forgotten to introduce them. He rushed over to the old man's side to explain, These guests are esteemed friends of our leader. Their concern for Xiaoqi is a good thing. Old master, you're worrying too much. With that, the old man's defenses seemed to lower just a little bit. The Bingshu Ren caused trouble once before, so I got the wrong idea. What is it you esteemed guests want to know? Qinglin's ears perked up at his words. She asked tensely, The Bingshu Ren? Are you talking about this morning when they were harassing Xiaoqi's heavy-set customer? Hearing this, the old man exploded in a fit of rage. It's more than that. Those bastards have been targeting Xiaoqi's parents' inheritance for a long time. These words took Van Qua by surprise. Inheritance? The old master? He demanded they explain in more detail. The old Taiping gang elder began his tragic story. Xiaoqi's father had been healthy, and though poor, the family was surviving. But then disaster struck. Xiaoqi's mother fell terribly ill, and their fragile life shattered completely. The father took a high-risk scrap collection job for more pay, but he encountered a monster. He kept his life but lost an arm in the process. Hearing the tale, Sumi was already in tears, choking out the words, "How could that be?" The old man continued. The couple was tough and knew that if things kept on like this, they would all starve. They gritted their teeth and went to the Blood Tax Bureau. Van Qua had no idea what that was. Tiat Thong asked, shocked. "You really don't know?" He quickly explained that to survive the frozen nights, everyone had to submit heating tickets just to receive warmth. "You know the station, right?" Van Qua confirmed that he did. Tiat Thong elaborated. "Besides missions, the blood tax is the second way to earn heating tickets. They stick a needle in your skin and take your blood. 2 standard bags of blood can be traded for 80 heating tickets. Paying taxes with your lifeblood, that's why everyone calls it the blood tax." The brilliant Thon Lam immediately pieced it together. After losing blood, the body weakens. Doesn't that make completing the next day's mission even harder? Tiat Thong nodded grimly. Exactly. That's why the Blood Tax Bureau is also known as the gateway to the underworld. Once you start paying with blood, death isn't far behind. He then turned to the elder. But the old man mentioned an inheritance. Did Xiaoqi's parents choose the Dai? The old man gave a soft nod. Sumi grew more curious. "Tiat Thong, what is Dai?" A look of pure terror flashed in Tiat Thong's eyes. He explained it's a way to trade your life for heating tickets. The Bureau uses a series of brutal tortures to drain every last drop of blood. In return, they issue a massive amount of tickets up front. Usually, only the elderly on death's door ever choose this path. It was a way to leave something behind for their families. Hearing this, Sumi trembled all over, completely horrified. The old Taiping gang elder suddenly slammed his hand hard on the table. Even this money earned by selling their lives, those bastards from the Iceblood people want to steal it? He was furious. They were truly despicable. Just then, the system interface appeared, congratulating them for uncovering the cause of the parents' death. The reward was granted. The system noted that a world with scarce resources always leads to human tragedy, and the initial objective had been met. But Van Qua was still uneasy. Is that really the whole story with the Blood Tax Bureau? The mission was done, but the description felt like it was hinting at something much deeper. Mulling it over, Van Qua turned to Thon Lam and said, "We're stepping out for a bit." She immediately responded, "Got it." Outside, with just Van Qua, Thon Lam, and Sumi present, he got straight to the point. "Thon Lam, what are you thinking?" Thon Lam replied instantly, "There's an inconsistency. Why collect blood as a tax?" She laid out her reasoning. In this frozen apocalypse, manpower should be the most valuable asset. Collecting blood cripples the workforce, unless the blood itself is worth more than a human life. Van Qua voiced his suspicion. Could it be connected to the aberrations? Thon Lam continued her analysis. Some aberrations do feed on human blood, but why would the ruling clans be collecting it for them? At that moment, Sumi timidly tugged on Van Qua's sleeve. He asked her what was wrong. She quietly replied, "Brother Truk Long, can we help Xiaoqi and those Iceblood people? They're just too awful." Van Qua gently patted her head with a warm expression. "Okay," he said. "I'm starting to find those Iceblood people really annoying." Elsewhere, T. Tuok was walking briskly, followed by a tall, powerfully built man. That man was none other than Tan Fong. The door creaked open anxiously. T. Tuok appeared, asking, "So you've agreed to move against the Iceblood people?" Everyone was already gathered inside the room. Van Qua was calmly enjoying a cup of hot tea. He then spoke up. "Gang leader, please lay out the specific plan for us." T. Tuok stated plainly, "To actually bring down the Iceblood people, we only need to deal with 3 individuals. Guanghe, Lei Zentian, Akbao, Zhonghuang, Huiyet Duanfeng, and Su Tam." T. Tuok continued, "All 3 are Tier 3 gene warriors. They are both the strategic muscle and the core that binds the Iceblood people together." She spread her hands, outlining the strategy. "If you can seriously injure them, the remaining members will be like scattered sand. The Taiping gang will gladly help you clean up the mess." Thon Lam spoke up. "Without their gene warriors, the Iceblood people can no longer compete for the Tianshu Court's major commissions, right?" T. Tuok smiled, confirming this was a win-win deal for everyone involved. She then looked at Van Qua. "Sir, what are your thoughts?" Van Qua's expression turned serious. "Tier 3 gene warriors." Just then, behind T. Tuok, Tan Fong's eyes flashed with a hint of spiritual energy. It seemed he was testing Yun Guo's strength, but his face paled, revealing a hint of pure panic. When Yun Guo asked, Are they all like him? Qin Feng felt a terrifying presence, like a pair of mysterious eyes watching his every move. Sikui's voice suddenly cut through, jolting Qin Feng right back to reality. Qin Feng was indeed a level 3 warrior. Hearing this, Yun Guo stood up. Then it's no problem. Just tell me their location. But Sikui had a different idea. It's already late tonight. An early morning strike won't be too late either. Yun Guo wasn't interested in her plan. No need. I'm different from you all. I can operate just fine at night. With that, he, Qinglin, and Sumi set off to begin the battle. Once they were gone, Sikui asked Qin Feng, "What do you make of his power?" Qin Feng answered with a tense expression. "He's unfathomably strong. I've only ever felt this kind of pressure from Qin Yu." Sikui was shocked. "You mean he's a level 4? Qin Feng nodded. "That's right," Sikui started thinking. Very few level 4s had ever appeared in Qinzhou's history, so how could one suddenly show up now? All of a sudden, her fist clenched with determination. There was no more time to think this was their single best opportunity. If we can just make use of this level 4 warrior, she thought, we can definitely get back into the inner city. Everything they stole from us, I'll make them pay it back tenfold. Yun Guo and the others walked through the bitter, snowy night. Trailing behind, Sumi looked a little worried. "Brother Yun Guo, are you sure it's okay to make a move at night?" Yun Guo simply replied, "It's fine." He then began to explain, "Last night, when I took care of that monster, I tested it out. I can use my abilities at night, so long as it isn't for too long." An image of Yun Guo attacking an opponent flashed through Qinglin's mind. She added, "Besides, the enemy would never expect anyone to attack them in the middle of the night. You can take them out one by one, then recharge your heat inside their own base." Qinglin could already picture the entire scene. The idea made perfect sense. Yun Guo immediately patted her shoulder and said, "Now that's a good plan." That casual gesture from Yun Guo might have made Sumi a little jealous. The snow began to fall harder, and the temperature dropped. Even the glass window panes looked like they were about to freeze over. Elsewhere, someone was chilled to the bone, shivering even under a blanket. "Damn it, why is it so cold tonight? I already turned in my warmth tickets for the month." Looking up at the thermometer, the man screamed it read -80 degrees. This was Xue Quanfeng, a Tier 3 Gene warrior and third master of the Ice Blood Gang. He kept shouting, "Is this some kind of joke? Am I even indoors?" Xue Quanfeng then grabbed an oil lamp for light. He walked towards the door, muttering, "Is there a draft getting in here?" The moment Xue Quanfeng unlatched the door, a stream of cold air seeped through. When he swung it open, a ferocious, icy wind slammed right into him. Blast after blast of cold air hit him in the face. He looked like he was about to be frozen solid on the spot. His oil lamp was instantly snuffed out, leaving him in darkness. Surprised, he saw that 2 windows had been thrown wide open, letting the blizzard pour in. He was completely baffled. "What the hell?" As Xue Quanfeng stomped toward the window, he cursed, "Damn it, what kind of blind idiot opened my window at night?" After slamming the windows shut, he kept grumbling, "If I find you tomorrow, I'll beat you to death." Now shielded from the cold, Xue Quanfeng let out an exhausted sigh. "Phew, I was freezing to death." But at that exact moment, Xue Quanfeng felt a deadly killing intent from behind. It was Yun Guo, his ancient Yue sword raised high. The man only had time to get out one word. "Crap." He spun around just in time to see Yun Guo bring the blade down with immense force. The sword sliced a chunk of flesh from Xue Quanfeng's arm, sending blood spraying everywhere. He was in total shock, unable to even process what just happened. Xue Quanfeng collapsed in pain, screaming as he looked up at Yun Guo. He slowly asked, Who are you?" Yun Guo's eyes burned with intensity as he answered flatly, "The man who came to take your life." Hearing that, Xue Quanfeng panicked and started begging, "Spare me, please spare me. I'll give you all my warmth tickets. 5,000, no, 10,000. I have it all. Just don't kill me, and I'll give you everything." But in reality, the guy was just trying to create a distraction. He was secretly channeling his internal energy into his spilled blood. But Yun Guo was already alert to the trick. "You think stalling me for a few seconds will let you launch a sneak attack from behind?" Xue Quanfeng's plan was exposed. He was absolutely stunned. "How did you?" Yun Guo knew, of course, because Sikui had warned him about this very thing. The Ice Blood Gang's third master, Xue Quanfeng, was the most cunning of them all and loved sneak attacks. His ability was Bloodblade, and he was most dangerous when he appeared weak. And right then, Xue Quanfeng used his power, controlling the streams of blood on the floor to attack Yun Guo. This guy was completely focused. His skill was called Bloodthirsty Wind Swap. Those streams of blue blood suddenly expanded, surrounding Guo Yun in an instant. Huyet Tonfong conjures blades of blood, sharp and deadly, ready to execute Van Qua. He roars, "Just die already!" But this wasn't going to be easy. Van Qua's eyes suddenly flash with a terrifying new power. His own energy erupts, completely blocking all of those lethal blood-based attacks. Huyet Ton Fong is floored. "What's happening? Why didn't my attack work?" Van Qua simply replies, "Because you're not the only one who can control blood." The system window pops up, confirming it. Blood control. Huyet Ton Fong starts to absolutely freak out. "Run, I have to run," he panics. "Why can't I control it? Stay away from me." The man is so terrified he starts to cry. "No." Then a final agonizing scream as blood splatters across the room, and now, silence. The man is dead. Van Qua coldly turns and walks away without a second glance. First target down. He slowly moves toward the door. -80 degrees is still brutal. The freezing air is seeping into his bones. He has to finish off the other two. Fast. In the dead of a quiet night, with snow blanketing the world outside, Akbao sits alone, sipping from a massive mug of beer. Akbao is a third-level Gene warrior, the second in command of the Iceblood crew, and he looks completely drunk, slurring his words. What the hell was that? Was that sound from number 3 just now? Suddenly, a portal rips open in midair, and a blade emerges, aimed right at him. It radiates a murderous aura that instantly grabs his attention. But for some reason, the blade just hangs there. It doesn't move. It doesn't attack him. "Surprise, old man?" Van Qua suddenly appears, walking straight toward him. He had been warned before coming here that this guy's stealth ability was a huge pain. And it looks like they were right. Van Qua sneers at Akbao's cowardly nature. "Who are you?" the man demands. "I'm Akbao, second in command of Iceblood, the master of using his powers to run and hide. A total coward. Guess the rumors about you were true." He screams right in Van Qua's face. "You little brat, what did you just say?" Van Qua had been warned about this guy's 49 different tricks. His ability to hide in the darkness is said to be number 1. Especially at night, he's nearly invincible, but he has a short fuse. Provoking him is the best possible strategy. Akbao knows he can't possibly win, and is already planning his escape route. "Damn you," he bluffs. "I'll cripple you, then find out who sent you." The next second, Akbao appears and lunges forward to attack. But it was useless. He's too green. He couldn't even graze Van Qua. A system notification pops up. "You have endured the cold for too long. Dodge attempts now have a 20% chance of stiffness." This suddenly makes things much harder for Van Qua. Damn it. Is the cold really affecting my combat? After trading a few blows, Akbao decides to bail. "Next time, I'll carve out your heart." But Van Qua has no intention of letting him escape. He grabs a talisman and throws it right into a black puddle on the ground. He's not done yet. He takes out even more glowing talismans, flinging them like shuriken to cut off every escape path. Wherever that dark, murderous aura tries to flee, a talisman is there to block its path completely. But it's a stalemate, a game of cat and mouse where neither side can get the upper hand. From that black puddle, Akbao slowly rises and taunts him. "It's useless. You can't hit me. Just die already." And yet, Van Qua just calmly asks him one simple question. "Do you know what a shadowless lamp is?" Hearing this, Akbao is visibly shaken by the question. "What did you say?" he asks. Now, a shadowless lamp is really just a candle. But the way Van Qua explains it to this clueless guy is a bit different. Simply put, when you have enough light sources, a shadow shrinks until it practically disappears. And right now, they're in a room completely lit by his glowing talismans. So, how many light sources do you think are in here right now? That question alone is enough to make Akbao's soul leave his body in absolute terror. "You brat, you wouldn't dare." Oh, but there's nothing Van Qua won't do. He springs into action instantly. A blinding light erupts from Yunguo, raw and immense power flooding the entire space. Outside, a bone-chilling snowstorm raged, a stark contrast to the room's sudden warmth. Before him, Yibao lay completely and utterly defeated. "Got you. My eyes." Yunguo wasted no time, getting straight to the point. "The men who tried to steal Shao-Chi's legacy, you sent them, didn't you?" As purple ooze dripped from Yibao's eyes, he just played dumb. "Shao-Chi's legacy? What are you even talking about?" Yunguo wasn't buying the innocent act. He pressed harder. "You almost killed a little girl and you can't even remember?" But Yibao still refused to take any responsibility. "A little girl? Do you have any idea how many people die in Qinzhou every single day?" Furious, Yibao slammed his hands on the ground. "Do you remember how many grains of rice you've eaten in your life?" He was clearly done with the questions, still determined to send Yunguo to his grave. "Just die for me." Even though Yibao's eyes were ruined, he could still manipulate the area with just his bare hands. But Yunguo wasn't about to let him run rampant for another second. "Die. The joke's over." Yunguo was pushed to his limit, unleashing a furious storm of deadly serpentine slashes that shredded the giant arm. This guy just wouldn't learn. Yi Bao's arrogance had finally cost him. The price? His own life. Yunguo's final slashes were a death sentence. There was no escape. Yi Bao collapsed under the relentless assault. A moment later, a pool of blue blood spread across the floor. The killing intent was unmistakable. Yunguo even offered some parting advice for his next life. Try not to be such a villain. Outside, the snow continued its silent fall, blanketing everything in white. For Yunguo, the mission wasn't over yet. One target left, and very soon, he would meet the exact same end as Yi Bao. Yi Bao's place wasn't far from Kuang Hu's. The real problem was getting inside. Kuang Hu had spent a fortune turning his home into a fortress. The entire place was crawling with guards. He was clearly paranoid about outside attacks. Kuang Hu's base was basically a maze, a modern-day fortress designed to keep everyone out. Standing before the building's ventilation duct, Yunguo didn't hesitate for a second. He sliced it wide open. There was no time to waste. He immediately began crawling through the vent to get inside. The heating duct was the only possible route. Reaching the end, Yunguo dropped silently, landing in a cluttered storage room. After confirming the coast was clear, he carefully pushed the door open and stepped through. But the dead silence was unsettling, making Yunguo suspicious. Weren't there supposed to be guards posted everywhere? Why was it so quiet? Shaking it off, he began moving forward with extreme caution. He'd barely taken a few steps before spinning around. A gut feeling something was definitely wrong. And he was right. Kuang Hu was no fool. He had anticipated his arrival and laid a trap. He'd been a little careless, leaving an opening, but luckily he sensed the danger just in the nick of time. With lightning-fast reflexes, Yunguo launched himself into the air, narrowly dodging the attack. A storm of sharp projectiles rained down on him. He slammed into a glass wall, getting shoved into an entirely different room. But he recovered instantly, landing on his feet and readying a devastating counterattack. A blade materialized in Yunguo's hand. Time to show these guys who they were really dealing with. Unafraid, Yunguo called out for his real target. Kuang Hu, come on out. This little trap of yours won't kill me. Suddenly, a lamp on the wall began to swing back and forth, a sign that someone was coming. Kuang Hu finally revealed himself, slowly approaching while clapping his hands, genuinely impressed by Yunguo's skill. I knew that Canary would send someone after me, he said. But to only send one person? She must really underestimate me. Yunguo remained cautious. He was deep in enemy territory and couldn't afford a single mistake. And to welcome his uninvited guest, Kuang Hu had brought along some backup. He glanced around, his eyes landing on Yunguo's blade. You're the one who killed Xiao Ju earlier today, aren't you? Kuang Hu was dangerously overconfident, putting all his faith in the strength of his men. I'll admit, you're a good fighter, he taunted. But I've got my whole crew here. You really think you can win this? But Yunguo wasn't intimidated in the slightest. He arrogantly pointed his blade at them. Enough talk. All of you, just come at me. Seeing Yunguo's ferocious spirit, Kuang Hu suddenly had a new idea. Recruitment. Now, don't be so hasty, he said. You messed with my men, but I see your talent. Join the Iceblood gang, and I'll let you live. Yunguo could only laugh at the offer. Oh, you want to recruit me? Kuang Hu leans forward, confirming his proposal with an eager look. That's right. He keeps trying to sweet-talk Yunguo, even bad-mouthing some canary girl known for her scheming. All that long hair, but not a single thought in her head. What good is following her? Mad Tiger kept laying out one sweet deal after another, trying to recruit Yunguo. Just agree to follow me, he said, and you'll have anything you want in Qinzhou City. You can do whatever you want. So, how about it? But here's the thing, Mad Tiger's ugly reputation had already reached Yunguo's ears. But I heard you're the leader of the Blood Human gang, and you don't exactly treat your own brothers very well. No matter what Yunguo said, Mad Tiger was still completely confident in his methods. So what if I am? My Blood Human gang believes in survival of the fittest. The strong eat the weak. As long as you're ruthless and a good fighter, you'll never lack for rations, gear, or women. Then, Mad Tiger put on a mysterious act, about to drop some kind of bombshell revelation to prove his sincerity. Let me tell you a little secret. Do you have any idea why the Taiping gang is fighting my gang over that laboratory commission? It was obvious Yunguo didn't know the answer. He just stood there silently, his blade still pointed right at Mad Tiger. And even though Yunguo was a straight-up guy, he had zero interest in worldly pleasures, technical rations, or piling up resources. I'm not interested in any of that, and I don't care. But then, Mad Tiger hit him with a psychological blow. What if I told you the item there is a Tier 4 gene? Hearing that, Yunguo was genuinely startled. He never thought he'd encounter one. And obviously, This was no ordinary treasure we're talking about. A Tier 4 gene can grant someone a gold tier ability. This stuff is unbelievably rare, so it's always hidden away where almost no one can ever get their hands on it. Though no one asked, Mad Tiger started sharing some history anyway. The commission's target is the Pangu Research Institute, which used to be Qinzhou's Center for Gene Drug Research and Development. It was abandoned 30 years ago due to a massive, unpredicted snowstorm. Now, the entire place is buried in white snow, shrouded in a bleak, heavy silence. But something about that story didn't sit right with Yun Guo. Why would such an important place be entrusted to a civilian gang for investigation? Mad Tiger didn't hide a thing and gave him the answer. In the last 30 years, they sent dozens of investigation teams. Hundreds of Tier 3 gene warriors died. They literally have no one left to send. The more Yun Guo heard, the more skeptical he became. Even if the ruling clans couldn't get it themselves, why would they give outsiders a shot? All of a sudden, Mad Tiger stood up, causing Yun Guo to instinctively swing his blade forward in defense. The whole thing relies on the fact that their own Tier 4 medicine is flawed. What do you mean? Seeing his confusion, Mad Tiger looked genuinely surprised. It seems the canary didn't tell you anything, did she? Yun Guo saw right through the attempt to create a rift between them and refused to fall for it. Sowing discord is useless. Keep talking. So Mad Tiger got straight to the point. Qin Yu, the last Tier 4 warrior Qinzhou managed to create, was from 7 years ago. By all rights, the ruling clans shouldn't be lacking resources, but it's been this long and not a single new Tier 4 has emerged. My guess is that the medicine they possess has a serious problem, and they need a different formula from the laboratory. Therefore, whoever gets their hands on the Pangu research legacy will be the future ruler of Qinzhou. After that whole attempt at mind games, he still hadn't given up on his plan. Work with me. Let's overthrow the clans and create a better Qinzhou. But our hero had absolutely no intention of allying with a man like him, and immediately swung his blade forward. A powerful purple killing aura erupted from beneath Mad Tiger's feet, making him jump back in shock. And his answer was, and always will be, no, sorry, not interested. He refused to use his personal goals as an excuse to walk down a twisted path. Yun Guo almost felt a little pity for Mad Tiger because of his sheer blindness to the truth. You can talk all you want about your grand vision, but what about the people you extort, rob, and even push to their deaths, just like Shaoqi? You only see civilians as a resource to be squeezed dry. Even if you overthrow the ruling clans, you'll just become the next privileged class, nothing more. After talking until he was blue in the face and getting nowhere, Mad Tiger finally gave up. It seemed negotiations were officially over. Yun Guo's decisiveness was clear from the start. Mad Tiger was the one who just loved to talk. A deal was never on the table. If that's how it's going to be, then Mad Tiger held back no longer and charged. But against his worthless thugs, a single swing of the blade sent them all flying. One of his men, clearly overestimating himself, pulled out a weapon and tried to stab him. And of course, with his overwhelming power, Yun Guo blocked the attack as if it were nothing. He poured all of his mana into his arm, generating an immensely powerful aura, and with it, his strength skyrocketed. In an instant, Yun Guo took the man down flat. He looked down on them, barely even considering this a warm-up. Are you really planning to fight me with these guys? It was then that Mad Tiger finally realized something. So that's how it is. You're a Tier 3 warrior too. No wonder you're so confident. The canary must have told you about the secret passage to get in here, but she had no idea that my house and my brothers were connected by a secret passage they could get to me anytime, even at night. No matter how strong he is, can he really take on 3 Tier 3 warriors at once? Second brother, third brother, get over here and face the enemy. Kwang Hu then ordered them to reveal themselves and test Yun Guo's strength. But the only thing that answered him was a strange, unnerving silence. He immediately grabbed the command token and shouted into it one more time. Second brother, third brother, but Yun Guo knew it was a waste of breath. They're never going to answer you, but if you want, I can send you to meet them. Hearing this, Kwang Hu's jaw dropped. You killed them both? But by the time he realized it, it was already far too late. That's right, and now, it's your turn. With no brothers left to save him, Kwang Hu had to rely on himself. But he wasn't going down without a fight. In just a moment, his muscles began to tighten and bulge, growing larger. It was like Kwang Hu just flipped a switch, entering a state more powerful than he'd ever been before. His clothes couldn't even contain his new form. His eyes burned with a killing intent, like he wanted to devour him whole. I'm going to tear you to shreds with my own hands. Outside, the dark night was absolute, with snow blanketing the entire landscape. But back inside the factory, something was clearly wrong as red warning lights began to flash continuously. A warning blared for all personnel. Find a way to fix the machinery and engines that were showing signs of losing control. the pressure suddenly began to spike erratically. "It's the same over here, we're about to lose it." Suddenly, in the midst of the chaos, a figure strode towards them. One of the staff members was immediately yanked into the air. Duan Mu Ming, an elite, the vice chief of the Tiangong division, and the person in charge of the energy tower. He was burning with impatience as he demanded, "What is going on here? What's the problem with the energy tower?" The man looked at him, his face drained of all color, and stammered, "Vice Chief, the steam core." A massive amount of heat was now radiating from the machinery. The whole system was a ticking time bomb the steam core was about to blow. It looked like tonight was going to be a rough one for the energy tower. If this wasn't stopped in time, the fallout would be immense. Moomin couldn't understand how this could have happened out of nowhere. "What did you say? It's going to explode? How could this be?" It was just a freak accident, so the employee had no idea how to handle it. This core was supposed to be usable for another 10 years, but the freezing temperatures these past few years were lower than expected. Now, the core couldn't handle the load. They were running out of time, with no viable solution in sight. "Report! We can't reduce the furnace pressure. At this rate, it's extremely dangerous." He was just taking his anger out on them. Instead of finding a solution, Moomin unleashed his fury on his staff. "I don't care what methods you use. You must secure the steam core." He didn't want to hear any explanations, he only cared about his own immediate interests. "But Vice Chief, no buts. If the core is damaged, you'll all be sent to the Blood Tax Bureau." The situation was already stretched thin, and now Moomin was backing them into an impossible corner. Just when it seemed like the end, the appearance of Da Xiang brought them a glimmer of hope. "Master Sun," Moomin quickly laid out the problem for him to solve. "Old son, you came at the right time. Fix this for me. Let me take a look." Truly, with age comes wisdom. Da Xiang was experienced enough to resolve this situation completely. The overload is too severe. It should have been inspected and repaired. His expression darkened. At this point, there's only one way. Moomin couldn't wait any longer and hastily demanded, "What way?" "Spit it out." To stop the energy source from pressuring the pipes, they needed to shut down the transmission line. And there was more. The next step was to try and activate the pressure relief in the core. But the situation was so dire, there would be consequences. Moomin didn't want to hear the downside and immediately cut him off. "No buts. Just do it." The other employees desperately tried to intervene. "Vice Chief, you can't do that. The Lihuo Grand Array relies on that transmission line for power. It's the middle of the night. If it fails, the consequences will be unimaginable." Fed up with the complaints, Moomin's short fuse burned out and he pulled out his gun. He aimed it right at them and gave one final, stern warning. "All of you, shut up. Do as Old Son says. Priority 1 is ensuring the heat supply for the steam core and the upper city." The only thing Moomin cared about was the steam core. As for everything else, he couldn't care less. The staff scrambled to follow Da Xiang's instructions, and after a few frantic moments, everything was set. Master Sun has completed the preparations. Pulling the switch would sever the connection. The general admits he hates this, but he has his orders. What a terrible situation. He then places his hand on the lever. In just a few seconds, everything is about to change completely. The red tube seems to instantly react to the change that's about to happen. It then unleashes a superheated blast into the air. A massive red pillar of energy shoots right out of the energy tower. From a distance, it looks just like a small explosion, with smoke and fire billowing into the sky. Even animals far away were drawn to the chaos. The energy tower suffered a critical failure, and the Lihuo Grand Formation was disabled. The heat in Xia City drops 50% for 12 hours, creating an opening for monsters and Huan and Hanyu to invade. Mission reward announced. After 12 hours, every survivor will gain 10,000 points. Everyone else is completely stunned by this sudden turn of events. They're all lost, with no idea what dangers are waiting just ahead. He was busy pummeling Kwang Hu, but the emergency notification makes him pause for a split second. A problem with the energy tower? Seeing his opening, Kwang Hu immediately rushes in to attack while Yun Guo is distracted. He manages to dodge in time, but still gets a light scratch across his face. Yun Guo doesn't want to drag this out. He needs to end it fast. "Finally, had enough? I don't have time to argue with you." Kwang Hu just smirks, completely confident. "It's all a big show. You don't scare me." But with more urgent matters to handle, Yun Guo simply raises his finger to unleash his skill. Playtime is over. He is dead serious. A murderous aura, like an invisible blade, swirls around him. His eyes, the infamous eyes of calamity, flash with world-shaking power. In this very moment, Yun Guo's final, ultimate trump card has finally been unleashed. It was a direct challenge to his opponent's soul. Behind him, a pair of giant, godlike eyes slowly open, an abyss of light ready to swallow Kwang Hu whole. The second Kwang Hu's gaze sweeps over the swirling vortex of killing intent above. His entire body freezes like stone. Kwang Hu thought this was just going to be a simple spar. Maybe they'd just trade a few punches. He never expected Yun Guo would pull out something like this. What in the world is that? Yun Guo can't retract the attack. He has to finish this before moving on. Sorry, he says, I wasn't going to use this, but now I have something more urgent to do. That massive eye of calamity begins to gather a swirling vortex of pitch-black killing intent. All the energy converges on its pupil, like a god drawing a bowstring before loosing an arrow of total destruction. Yun Guo immediately raises his hand and points straight at Kwang Hu, delivering an irreversible judgment. An instant later, the divine eye erupts like a furious sun, firing a terrifying beam of energy that tears through the darkness, aimed right for Kwang Hu. In a flash, he's completely swallowed by a sea of crimson flames. Yun Guo decides that's enough of a price to pay and gives the command. That's good. Stop. Kwang Hu can't take another second of it and immediately collapses to the ground. A strange static crackles around the Eye of Calamity. Lightning arcs, as if to bind his soul, and Kwang Hu falls to his knees, utterly defeated. Seeing their boss completely wiped out, his underlings immediately start to panic and shout. How can this be? Is the boss really gone? Yun Guo, wanting to scare them off for good, issues a challenge. Anyone else want to try? Of course, none of them have the guts. They just turn and run for their lives. Don't kill me, run. That guy's a monster. A system window pops up. Evil God's power used. 10-hour cooldown initiated. Even if he could use it freely, his own body has limits. The power consumption for one use is just too much. With his current spiritual energy, even without the 10-hour cooldown, he couldn't use it a second time to take down the entire Iceblood gang. And with that, Yun Guo's two main objectives for the day have finally been completed. He then opens the door and steps out into the bone-chilling cold. Time to tackle the newly announced mission, and what Yun Guo is about to face next might be even more difficult than before. It's an urgent outdoor mission. Heavy snow continues to fall relentlessly. The night feels absolutely endless, with not a single light to be seen. Meanwhile, back inside the building, Qin Fang has gone to find Si Kuei. The moment she sees him, she asks, her voice filled with anxiety, "Do we know what's happening?" As just an outsider, Qin Fang isn't 100% sure of anything. It's unclear for now, he says, but the heat supply everywhere has dropped significantly. And just like that, while the two of them were still completely bewildered, another voice spoke up, explaining the energy tower was malfunctioning. Thon Lam must have overheard the news, walking in with To Mio to report the Lai Hoa formation was failing, cutting the district's heat supply in half. But seeing how much she knew, Ti Tua couldn't help but wonder, how did Thon Lam get this intel? She didn't hide anything, getting straight to the point. Guild leader, has the energy tower ever had a malfunction like this before? Searching her memories, Ti Tuk quickly gave her answer. Never. Tun Fong could sense this was a bad omen and immediately advised her. The Lihu Grand Array is down, which means monsters will definitely invade the city. Miss, please, seek shelter in the safe room. Ti Tuk agreed with their grim prediction. If this was real, the lower city district would be a river of blood by morning. She also suspected this entire event might just be an indirect scheme for someone's personal profit. The rage from all the casualties, if guided correctly, could potentially force the elite clans to concede some of their power. But the key was ensuring their own safety, possessing enough force to make the clans hesitate, and controlling these outsiders. Ti Tuk couldn't manage the situation alone, so she had to rely on Thon Lam. Can you ask Miss Thon Dio to protect my guild members? I'll reward you handsomely after this is over. Hearing this, she expressed some concern. We're fine indoors, but the temperature outside is too low. Even for us, it'll be tough to fight. When she agreed, Ti Tuk was so immensely grateful that she bowed deeply. Thank you so much. I will do everything I can to gather my people, and the other Gene warriors in the guild will assist you. Tun Fong led everyone he could find to the Hall of Righteousness. He seemed hesitant for a moment, but she urged him forward. Miss, this is an order. Ti Tuk then gestured to them. You two can go to the Hall of Righteousness first. Tun Fong and I will contact the rest of the guild. Now move it. Hurry up. Everyone left in the guild must help get the elderly, women, and children into the safe room. Understand? And with that, the two of them departed. Meanwhile, in the inner city, snow blanketed everything. The people there were completely unaware of the approaching danger, leisurely playing a game of mahjong. They chattered away as they played. 6 of bamboo. Hey, why is it so noisy outside tonight? I heard there's some kind of problem with the energy tower. 8 of characters. A flicker of worry crossed their faces, but it was nothing serious. The energy tower? Isn't that a huge deal? Red Dragon. but one of the players downplayed it, calming the others down. My old man told me it won't affect the heating supply in the inner city. If a few of those country bumpkins in the lower city die, then let them die. They played their tiles with incredible flair, not even bothering to look up. Mahjong. Laughter erupted throughout the entire room. Pay up. Outside, the snow continued to fall in a thick, unrelenting torrent. Night had completely shrouded the entire area, but at the same time, in Taihe Hall in Qinzhou, a ferocious argument was breaking out inside. The high-ranking ministers were all gathered in the main hall. A controversial issue had clearly erupted, and now they were all shouting over each other, with no one willing to back down. What are you talking about? Has it even been properly investigated yet? Why are you in such a rush to point fingers? They all had different opinions, and no one would agree with anyone else. Save that speech for the angry mobs. But in the middle of their fiery shouting match, a single voice boomed, silencing everyone in an instant. Tonchi entered the hall calmly, but his words were heavy with reprimand as he scolded them. For Taihe Hall to be in such an uproar over internal strife. Have you all forgotten your dignity? In his presence, none of them dared to speak another word, quickly forming two lines to respectfully greet the city lord. Tonchi then walked up to the throne and calmly took his seat. Once everyone was settled, he ordered Mok Min to make his report. Duan Muming, what happened? Explain it clearly to everyone here. Yes, sir. The steam core was the most urgent issue, so he cut right to the chase without any preamble. Because of a long period of system overload, the energy tower's steam core has been severely compromised. The Heavenly Works Institute had no choice but to shut it down and use a bypass to release the pressure. Upon hearing this, everyone was completely stunned. What is the Heavenly Works Institute doing? You shut down the Lihuo Grand Array? Is the inner city even secure anymore? Mokmin was clearly flustered as he stammered out an explanation. The prolonged overload was to ensure the entire inner city had heating at night. This incident should only affect the lower city district. Faced with this disastrous situation, Tonchi slammed his hand down on his chair in anger. But no matter how furious he was, he forced himself to remain calm. The decision to increase the temperature at night was made by the Central Secretariat. We've already reached this point. Talking more is pointless. Discuss a solution to this problem. But one of the officials immediately expressed his own doubts. If the inner city is fine, then how do we appease the common folk? Lord Duanmu, how exactly do you plan to explain this? Before Mokmin could speak, the official pressed on. Look, the steam core overload was an unforeseen accident. The Heavenly Works Institute promised to improve their management going forward. But Tonchi cut him right off, getting straight to the point. He knew the common folk didn't need the truth, they just needed someone to blame. To satisfy both sides, the old man made a chilling decision. He declared the incident was his fault, and to prove justice, the guilty party would be executed at the city gates. Any objections? He asks. The ministers just glanced at each other, waiting to see if anyone would dare speak up. But Mokmin's only concern was how they would expose the real culprit. How exactly would they determine who was truly guilty? Instead of a straight answer, Tonchi dropped a heavy hint toward Lord Don Mok. You have 2 corrupt descendants among your men, don't you? Meanwhile, Van Qua was blazing forward at unbelievable speed. He's terrified for the energy tower's situation, sprinting desperately as if his life absolutely depended on it. Suddenly, a system notification flashes. The player is now affected by a distortion, inflicting a bone-chilling cold status effect. He immediately orders the system to check his personal status. The cold aura has invaded his body, making him stiffen up when trying to dodge. Regular physical checkups are now required due to a bizarre transformation. His powers are sealed, and the cold makes him far more vulnerable. All of these debuffs can only be removed by direct sunlight. If Van Qua doesn't act fast, his situation is only going to get worse. With the Lihuo Great Formation closed, these negative effects are stacking up rapidly, but just as he's about to press on, he stops dead in his tracks. Van Qua's feet screech to a sudden halt, like slamming on the brakes. It seems he's run into yet another obstacle blocking his path, and right in front of him, a massive bat appears. Its appearance is bizarre, as if it's been grotesquely mutated. And one glance is enough to tell it has zero friendly intentions towards Van Qua. It glares at him, letting out a ferocious growl. It's pretty clear Van Qua knows something bad is about to go down. So, they've finally come. Out of the blinding snow, dark figures dart past like phantoms. Then, wolves appear, lunging toward Van Qua with the speed of a lightning strike. High above, a swarm of bats erupts from the darkness, their shrieking wings like sounds from the underworld. With wolves on the ground and bats in the sky, the beasts trap him in a tightening circle of death. With the land blanketed in snow and night still clinging to the sky, the seal finally breaks. A horde of demonic beasts pours out, rushing toward the sleeping village. They show no hesitation. With fiery eyes, they smash through wooden doors, invading homes like a living nightmare made real. Inside a cold, damp home, a mother and child huddle together, shaking uncontrollably like two leaves in a violent storm. The floor rumbles, and then cracks apart. A dark fissure, like a bottomless pit, opens in the ground, and from that chasm, a huge demonic bat shoots straight up. The little girl's eyes widen, completely frozen in fear. Her spirit is captured by the surreal horror that has just appeared right before her. While chaos unfolds outside, Kim Kang starts reinforcing the house for safety. He shouts, "Tables, cabinets, anything we can move, bring it all over here." Everyone rushes to push heavy objects against the doors and windows. Every single entry point must be completely sealed off. He then turns to the group cowering in the corner and issues a command. No one is to leave this living room. Not even to use the restroom, he warns. Meanwhile, a woman fidgets nervously and asks, "Big Brother Kim Kang, are those monsters actually going to attack us?" Kim Kang seems completely confident that the demonic beasts wouldn't dare to act so recklessly. With so many people around, he reasons, they'll never find us. But the moment the words leave his mouth, splintered planks fly right at him. Surprise! The main door that Kim Kang just fortified is smashed to bits by the beast. Talk about bad timing. Speak of the devil. A ferocious wolf immediately shoves its head through the splintered door. Seeing this, the woman is completely terrified, her body trembling uncontrollably from pure fear. Kim Kang refuses to let them get any further, immediately charging in with his monstrous strength fist. Using his powerful physique and superior strength, he unleashes a devastating haymaker. As expected, the wolf gets rocked so hard it can't even see straight anymore. Kim Kang seizes the opportunity, locking its neck in a powerful grip. "Anyone who has a knife," he yells, "stab it." But in response to his desperate request, everyone just stands there, completely frozen like statues. He knows he can't hold the wolf back for much longer, so Kim Kang urges them to attack. But it seems everyone is just too scared to step forward. But after a moment, one young man's survival instincts finally kick in, pushing him to grab the knife. Vuong Than doesn't hesitate for another second, rushing the wolf with absolute resolve. He raises the knife high, preparing to end this thing for good. And even though Vuong Than hesitates for a moment, he finally resolves to strike. In the instant his knife swings down, a brilliant light flashes from the blade. Seeing this act of courage, Kim Kang is extremely pleased, praising him, "Well done." Meanwhile, Vuong Than is still visibly shaking, but he turns to her and smiles, as if to say everything is going to be okay. Just when they thought the disasters were finally over, a bat suddenly swooped in, preparing to strike from behind him. Seeing that Vuong Than hadn't noticed, the man screamed a desperate warning run, but it was too late. Before he could even react, the creature had already latched onto him. It dragged Vuong Than into the air and flew off, ignoring his frantic screams and struggles. "No! Somebody help me!" Watching the bat carry Vuong Than away, completely powerless to stop it, she sank into total despair. The girl knew the only person who could possibly help was Kim Kang, so she begged him, "Please, you have to save him, right? Please, save him. You have to save him." But suddenly, the system screen lit up. Player 84 has been eliminated, killed by monster. 74 players remaining, with a total prize of 840,000. The news shattered her, tears streaming down her face as she trembled. He tried to calm her down. How could this happen? "Stay calm," he urged. "He's gone now. Right now, protecting ourselves is the priority." Kim Kang refused to let anyone else meet that fate and immediately issued an order. "Everyone, get moving. If you don't want to freeze to death, find anything you can to seal the doors and cracks in the walls." A brilliant flash of light elsewhere. Thon Lam was incinerating a wolf pack with radiant energy, like lightning striking the earth. Her movements were blindingly fast, her reflexes as sharp as a sword being drawn from its sheath. A single motion was all it took to reduce another beast to dust. Everyone watched, completely awestruck by her power. She's incredible, even stronger than brother Qin Fang. Of course, Sister Thon is on another level. But just then, Tomi's expression suddenly grew dark. She had sensed a new danger and immediately warned Thon Lam. "Sister Thon, night-level monster approaching from the west flank." "Got it." Meanwhile, T Tuok was observing the battle from a safe distance. "How many monsters is that now?" "Guildmaster, that's the 12th one." She was easily the luckiest one here, surrounded by talented allies, a third-tier warrior, one of the strongest in her class. One was a suspected 4th tier. Another was a peak 3rd-tier fighter, plus a pharmacist. To have this kind of support right now, she felt like the heavens themselves were on her side. Tomi then approached Thonlam to check on her. Are you hurt? Do you need me to heal you? No need. Thonlam then handed her a precious item, warning her, keep this safe. It'll be useful for Truklong. Tomi glanced out at the white, empty sky, her heart filled with anxiety. Brother Truklong will be okay, won't he? The distortion level outside is rising again. Thonlam moved to her side, comforting her. No matter how dangerous things get, he'll always find a way to solve it. Just trust him. While those inside could only huddle in fear, another battle for survival was raging outside between Vanhwa and the beasts. He stood alone, facing down an entire pack of snarling wolves charging right at him. A mystical light began to radiate from his body, like a falling star against the heavy, dark snow. His spirit-infused saber had been by his side from the start, and countless monsters had already fallen to its chillingly sharp edge. That's the 21st. A system warning flashed. The frost's effect had intensified. He desperately needed to find a source of heat. You think I don't want to? The snow fell thicker as the wind howled, blanketing the entire landscape in a deadly, freezing aura. And in that moment, a new creature appeared. A snow lion, its fur as white as the snow itself, with massive wings radiating a bone-deep cold, silently padded toward Vanhwa. Before the fight even began, it let out a mighty roar, declaring that this trespasser would pay with his life. He couldn't believe his rotten luck. A bishop level? Seriously? Without warning, the beast fired razor-sharp, soul-chilling shards of ice from its mouth, directly at Vanhwa. He had just finished fighting the wolves, barely getting a moment to catch his breath. Now Vanhwa had to face an even more terrifying foe. Unfazed, he held out his hand, gathering the killing intent from his bloodline into a swirling crimson orb. He pointed 2 fingers straight ahead. A vicious stream of energy shot out, tearing through the air, aimed directly at the lion's outstretched, snow-white wings. But in an instant, an invisible force simply nullified the attack, causing the energy to vanish as if it never existed. At this point, Vanhwa had no choice but to land and create some distance between them. His face twisted in sheer frustration. His attack had done nothing at all. The blood bullet's damage isn't enough. Raging strike, Yunguo defiantly raised his blade, his body radiating a killing aura as thick as blood mist from an ancient battlefield. Like a flash of crimson lightning, he shot straight for the snow creature. He was determined to end this in a single, decisive blow. He leaped high, his figure blending into the snow as his blade descended with the force of a man defying a natural disaster. In that one fleeting moment, man and beast flew past each other. The world held its breath, waiting to see who would be the one to fall. Vanhwa landed, still as a statue, a faint green liquid glistening on his blade. That substance should have been a clear sign of victory. But when he turned back, his eyes widened in utter shock. What? It didn't even try to dodge. Was it because his butterfly step was sealed? No, that wasn't it. The freezing cold had dulled his own senses, slowing his reaction time. The lion stood its ground without a single scratch, its eyes blazing like fire, erupting with pure killing intent. In that moment, Vanhwa realized the situation had just gotten way worse. Damn it, injuring it only made it furious. It roared again, launching a barrage of ice flames, putting him on the back foot. The icy projectiles rained down like a demonic meteor shower, tearing across the landscape, hunting him down relentlessly. Vanhwa was now completely cornered, trapped in a constant assault with no opening to counterattack. He quickly ran through his options. His Eye of Calamity was still on cooldown, and Tribulation Flame was sealed. Blood bullets were too weak. A rage strike wouldn't be enough to kill it. What else was there? Suddenly, an idea struck him. The soul balance? No, that was only effective against Celestials. Then the system panel flashed, with a notification he was frozen for 2 seconds from the intense cold. Wait a minute, it had to be right now? But the disaster wasn't over. The snow lion let out a deep growl, gathering spiritual energy into an orb of ice that shone like a midnight sun. It then launched the orb, a literal Death Star, sending it hurtling directly towards the immobilized Vanhwa in a blinding flash of light. In this moment, he felt utterly powerless, completely resigned to his fate. Was this really how he was going to die here? But just as the tension was about to snap, Tu Duong appeared out of thin air. "I'll block it, pal." He moved so fast, Vanhwa barely even saw him. Tu Duong immediately threw up a powerful shield, protecting them both from the blast. After the danger passed, he started shivering uncontrollably. So cold. Tu Duong let out a sigh of relief, glad he wasn't too late. That was close. "Are you okay?" Vanhwa couldn't help but wonder who this stranger was, but decided now wasn't the time for introductions. The little lion was about to roar again. They could talk later. Suddenly, Tu Duong whipped out a small sphere and chucked it towards the beast. "Here, catch." The lion, curious about this strange-looking ball, slowly started to approach it. Meanwhile, the two of them seized the opportunity to make a run for it. Let's go. What is that thing? A Thunder Type 2 combination device or something? I think that's the name. In an instant, the sphere emitted a powerful light, and then it exploded. Luckily, both of them were far enough away to escape the impact. Warning. You have not passed the physical inspection for the transformed evil, mutation type, internal injuries. Vanqua's health was suddenly in critical condition as he coughed up blood. Seeing his body tremble, Tu Duong anxiously rushed to his side. Hey, what's wrong with you? He quickly grabbed Vanqua, steadying him. A sprain? You think this is a sprain? You don't cough up blood from a sprain. But that wasn't what Vanqua was trying to say. Bach trach. Seeing him about to collapse, Tu Duong immediately slung Vanqua onto his back. Looking for Bach trach, right? Just a moment later, he passed out on Tu Duong's back. Where is Bach trach? Vanqua managed to force out one last sentence. Tell me. Afraid something terrible would happen. Tu Duong quickly tried to calm him down. Dude, stop trying so hard. If you keep this up, you'll cough up blood until you die. Outside the palace, snow continued to blanket the landscape. A servant was leaning against a nearby pillar with a look of utter boredom. But just as he was lost in his gloomy thoughts, a figure began to approach him. The servant was about to yawn when he saw Ton Chi right in front of him, snapping him wide awake. Master, you've returned so soon? The old man didn't waste any words and simply gave an order. Take me to the study. Not daring to disobey, the servant quickly led them inside. Yes, master. When they arrived at the door, he pushed it open with both hands, then respectfully introduced the room and asked, Master, we've arrived. Shall I light the black incense for you? But Ton Chi simply refused. No need. Suddenly, the old man walked up to the servant, raised his hand, and pressed it against his forehead, hypnotizing him. You will not tell anyone that I came to the study tonight, and that includes me. Ton Chi wanted to completely bury the memory of this event, using a bit of magic to manipulate the servant. The servant now looked like a soulless puppet as he obeyed Ton Chi. Yes, master. After dealing with the servant, the two of them stepped inside the study. But now, a mind-blowing truth was about to be revealed. This Ton Chi wasn't the real one. Man, pretending to be an old man is exhausting. The next second, the figure raised his hand as if preparing to transform back. An aura of energy immediately enveloped him, shifting his body back to its original form. And the person who had been disguised as Ton Chi was none other than Helen. Su Manobu had to admit, her disguise was flawless. A handy skill, for sure, but what truly impressed him was Helen's sheer nerve. But wandering right into the city lord's manor like this, wasn't she worried the guy would suddenly return? She had chosen her moment with absolute precision, leaving no room for mistakes. Nothing to worry about. The Council of Elders would be debating the Energy Tower's fate all night, giving them the perfect window to hunt for crucial intel. But when Su Manobu saw the literal mountains of books before them, his spirit sank. The intelligence they needed could be anywhere in this mess. Helen walked along the shelves, running her hand across the spines of the ancient books. She didn't know for sure, but she had a solid guess, having a good read on Sunji's personality. A control freak who'd been city lord for 40 years and slept only 4 hours a night, he would never keep something important too far from himself. And just like that, as she thought it through, a specific location clicked in her mind. A hidden mechanism? Helen's eyes darted around, searching for the trigger. If she were him, she'd place it somewhere within easy reach. The servants would clean the inkwells and brushes, and the books on the desk were all too similar, making them too obvious a hiding spot. After a brilliant bit of deduction, she reached down toward the basket at the side. This must be it. Helen then placed her hand on what looked like a simple scroll, and just as she suspected, she was right. Gears and motors whirred to life, and in the next second, the bookshelf in front of them split down the middle, revealing a hidden passage. It turns out Sunji's study had another secret space, concealed deep within its walls. Su Manobu was stunned by Helen's god-tier deduction skills. He almost felt like he should be applauding. She urged him forward. Let's go, see what's down there. They carefully made their way down the dark, ink-black staircase. But after just a few steps, Su Manobu suddenly froze, realizing something was wrong. They thought they were alone, but a third party had crashed their little infiltration. Someone was down there, a problem Helen was more than ready to handle. She immediately channeled her mana into Su Manobu, making them both invisible so they could keep moving. Let's go, she whispered. They can't see us. With this magical stealth, they confidently pushed forward without fear. Who would have guessed that a massive, full-scale laboratory was hidden down here? They stared at the countless vials and chemicals, momentarily stunned, until a bag of red syrup caught Helen's eye. sparking her curiosity. But unlike her caution, Suminobu boldly dipped his finger into the red liquid on the tray, then brought it to his mouth for a taste. In an instant, both of their minds caught up with the horrifying reality of what it was. Human blood. Suddenly, the researchers around them erupted in a panic. That thing. It's hungry. Where's the blood? The duo was instantly on high alert, alarmed by the strange, mysterious creature this place was hiding. That sound was bad news. They had to see what it was. It turned out this secret base had yet another massive room hidden within it. One of the researchers pushed a mysterious metal container into the room, and the two of them, overcome with curiosity, rushed forward to get a better look. But the scene that unfolded before them made them question everything. Are you kidding me? What is this? Helen and Suminobu looked up in absolute awe and shock. It seemed the people of this world had gone far beyond anything they could have imagined. Meanwhile, in Taiping State, the sun was trying to break through the clouds, but a thick blanket of snow still covered everything. Qinglin was on the scene, letting out a heavy sigh at the sheer amount of work that lay ahead. The crowd was just impossibly dense. Sumi was there too, but instead of searching by sight, she was using her own unique sensory magic to scan the area. After a moment of intense focus, Sumi finally locked onto a clue. Sister Qinglin, Julong's aura is in this direction, but it feels like there's someone else with him. Qinglin heard this and turned to her, confused. Someone else? Are they fighting? Sumi's face grew worried as she sensed the energy coming from him. I don't think so. Their auras are extremely close together, but Julong's, it feels very unstable. And indeed, at that very moment, Tu Yang and Yunguo were stumbling aimlessly through a raging blizzard. Is anyone out there? Where is that Baizi? Julong is about to die. Hearing a sudden noise from the door, Sumi and Qinglin immediately snapped their attention toward it. Fearing any delay could be fatal for Yunguo, Tu Yang urged them to get a move on. You two hurry up. If another beast attacks, I'll have Qin Feng hold it off first. The second she opened the door, Sumi demanded with a worried voice. What happened to Julong? Realizing they knew him, Tu Yang quickly explained his condition. He's injured. We need to get him inside, now. Truk Long was still completely out of it, dead to the world. They gently laid him down to get a better look at his condition. Sumi felt a surge of panic and worry, but she fought to stay calm, focusing on healing him. I'm starting the treatment now. But before beginning, she quickly performed a preliminary assessment of his condition. Truk Long's body was riddled with wounds, and even worse, he had severe internal bleeding. Thonlam shot her a serious look and asked quietly, Can you even heal him? Sumi wasn't sure, but she had to give it her all. I think so. But her attention quickly shifted to the stranger in the room, Tu Duong. Who are you? She demanded. And why did you save Truk Long? The man didn't bother being mysterious. Saving him was just convenient, that's all. Someone asked me to deliver 2 sentences to you. With no time to waste, he cut straight to the point. I will only say this one time. The first sentence is, the seed begins to rot from the top. And the second is, it's a fake, it must be a fake. Tu Duong offered no context for who sent him or what it meant, just those 2 cryptic messages. Thonlam already found him incredibly mysterious, but now her confusion was 1,000 times worse. What did that even mean? But Tu Duong just stuck to his mission, revealing nothing more. Don't ask me. I'm only the messenger. My message has been delivered, so I'm leaving. He didn't linger for a single second, leaping out of the room and vanishing. After he left, the group remained with the Taiping gang for a few days to monitor Truk Long's condition. After what felt like an eternity of being unconscious, he finally began to slowly open his eyes. Sumi had been right by his side. Seeing him finally awake and safe, she was overcome with relief. Truk Long, you're finally awake. He slowly propped himself up, looking around at the unfamiliar surroundings. Truk Long was confused. Where am I? Sumi quickly explained everything. This is the Taiping gang's headquarters. You've been out for more than 10 hours. And sure enough, Truk Long was completely shocked. The Taiping gang? How in the world did he even get back here? Her voice was even, but underneath her story, you could still hear a lingering sense of unease. A man in black brought you back. He just left behind 2 sentences and then disappeared. Hearing this, Truk Long immediately needed to know more. 2 sentences? What did he say? But before Sumi could answer, Thonlam pushed the door open and spoke. The seed begins to rot from the top. And the other sentence was, it's a fake. It must be a fake. Thonlam remembered every single word Tu Duong had said. Seeing Sumi, she was curious about the state of things outside. Thon, you're back. What's it like out there? Although the situation seemed to have stabilized, they had suffered devastating consequences. The monster has left Qinzhou City, and the Great Lihuo Formation has been reactivated. but the damage from last night was catastrophic. No less than 3,000 people are dead. Seeing Truklong was awake, Thonlam needed his insight. These two riddles, do you know what they mean? He repeated the words, lost in thought. The seed is a fake? I don't know. The truth was, Truklong couldn't remember much. I was about to be attacked by that creature, but he suddenly appeared out of nowhere and blocked the attack. I probably talked to him even less than you did. It was his first time meeting Tudwong. He knew nothing about the guy, but for some reason, Thonlam felt a strange sense of familiarity. He just appeared? Did he feel familiar to you at all? Truklong thought for a moment, then agreed with her. Familiar? Now that you say it, yeah, a little bit. Sumi, not knowing what happened that day, was curious. Truklong, how are your wounds? Was it from the Blood Ice clan, or from that monster? He looked down at his own hand and shot down both theories. It was neither. These wounds are from the cold prison night. The nighttime temperature doesn't just plummet, it brings with it intense distortion and corrosion. It constantly amplifies the negative state of the human body, triggering bizarre transformations. This state causes the body to produce random mutations, and for me, the result was dozens of wounds suddenly appearing all over my body. Do you remember what I told you about the distortion and erosion that happens at night? But Thonlam didn't seem to recall. What kind of distortion? Wanting her to figure it out, he asked her a question. What creates distortion energy? Thonlam then closed her eyes, running through all the possibilities. Monsters. Or maybe players who've lost control. Suddenly, her eyes snapped wide open as if a light bulb went off in her head. Are you suspecting that the source of the cold prison night is actually a monster itself? It seemed Thonlam had finally grasped his meaning. Truklong immediately confirmed it. Exactly. He slowly stood up, his entire body aching from the effort. Our mission is to end the cold prison night. And ending a natural disaster is an impossible task. But ending the monster creating it, now that's possible. This was Yunguo's true plan. A wild gamble. Qinglin saw it as reckless but also recognized its huge potential. So that was it. A bold theory, but one that made a terrifying amount of sense. Even if his guess was right, forget the power level of the monster creating the cold hell night. Where would they even start looking for it? Yunguo hadn't thought that far ahead and paused to consider it. Where to find it? Suddenly, his body began to sway. Even if he was right, never mind the power level of the monster behind the cold hell night. Where could they possibly find it? He staggered. As Sumi reached out to steady him, Qinglin quickly held her back. She needed Yunguo to be completely focused on finding them a solution. No distractions allowed. Yunguo's mind was a tangled mess as he paced, deep in thought about the mutation, the Blood Ice people, the Blood Tax Bureau, and the two riddles. It was impossible to know what he was piecing together. But then, very quickly, everything clicked. So that's how it is. I understand now. It seemed that after reconsidering everything, Yunguo finally saw what they were all missing. We've made a fundamental error in our logic. Burning with curiosity, Qinglin couldn't wait any longer and demanded to know. What logic? He'd suddenly realized their true role in all of this. They were currently inside a game's side mission, while ending the cold hell night was the main storyline. Sumi had never seen it that way and was completely stunned. The main story? She asked. But haven't we been investigating the cold hell night this whole time? Then, Yunguo suddenly snapped his fingers, as if the final piece of the puzzle had just been revealed. He had simply changed his perspective to see the one thing they'd all missed. You don't go looking for the main story quest. Looking back, they actually had countless clues right in their hands, but they were completely unaware. They had always thought they hadn't found any clues about the cold hell night. But in reality, isn't everything we've been through a clue? Qinglin and Sumi glanced at each other, the critical point finally dawning on them. Everything was a clue. The world itself seemed to awaken from a long slumber, beginning to stir with a deep, encroaching cold. Erosive deformation. This corrupted state was a sign that bizarre creatures were nearby. The reason they hadn't noticed any of this was because a hidden power was manipulating everything from behind the scenes. The strange creatures and the Blood Ice people were showing them the supposedly unsolvable end to the cold hell night. Still burning with curiosity, Qinglin pressed on. What about the Blood Ice people? Do you think their mutation is connected to the cold hell night? Yunguo snapped his fingers again, as if she had just hit another bullseye. He immediately confirmed Qinglin's suspicions and then elaborated. The strange creatures and the Blood Ice people are a warning of the night's dead end. Full mutation means losing your mind, becoming a monster. They were starting to understand the deep-seated truth of what was happening. But they still had no idea how to confront it. Even if the source monster truly exists, they still have no idea where it is, do they? But in the next moment, Yunguo connected everything to the words spoken by Xu Yang. No, Do you remember the first riddle left by the man in black? If the seed refers to Chinjo, then the damaged upper part is the Scholar clan. None of this was random, it was all orchestrated. Why can the Energy Tower resist the corruption of the Cold Hell Knight? Why did the Scholar clan establish the Blood Tax Bureau? Because they know more than anyone else. The Scholar clan absolutely knows the truth of the Cold Hell Knight, but because of it, they've completely abandoned their morality. They concealed everything, becoming completely corrupt. Just as Yunguo reached this climax, a knock echoed from outside the door, and it was none other than Si Tuk, a bright smile on her face. I'm not interrupting, am I? Both Qinglin and Yunguo shook their heads. Yunguo then strode quickly towards her, as if something was urgent. Yunguo saw right through her visit and confronted her directly. Did the guild leader rush over for an update on the 3 Blood Ice leaders? Si Tuk's smile grew even wider as she denied it. You're joking. Your willingness to help is already a blessing. I wouldn't dare rush you. She then revealed something else. Rumors that Mad Tiger and Vicious Leopard had faced divine punishment were spreading everywhere. Hearing that the 2 men he'd personally dealt with were now the subject of such gossip, Yunguo was a bit perplexed. Divine punishment? Who would have guessed they were calling him a god? Si Tuk relayed the gossip she'd heard. Mad Tiger's most loyal followers had been spreading the story all morning. They claimed Hu Dian angered a god's messenger and was divinely punished. It seems the Iceblood clan really loves to gossip. They spread what they saw that day far and wide. People said an indescribably terrifying god tore through the void itself and descended. With just one strike, this god completely annihilated Hu Dian. Even Di Tiao couldn't hide her curiosity, desperate for him to reveal how he did it. But Yunguo acted completely calm, as if nothing had happened. Just rumors, he said. There were no gods, Hu Dian was probably just dead. A bunch of terrified survivors were just making things up. Still, his award-winning performance wasn't fooling anybody. Hearing these wild descriptions, Elder Ta wasn't surprised in the slightest. She clearly knew the truth. But could he really summon a god? Just then, Yunguo's next question pulled her back to the present. If you're not here for the Iceblood clan, then why have you come, leader? At that moment, Di Tiao remembered her main reason for being there, having almost forgotten her mission. Turns out, she wanted to extend an invitation to Yunguo. She came to invite him to the Wu Gate. The Energy Tower accident last night left many people across the city dead or seriously injured. The Shi clan needed to appease the public. The city lord himself would appear at the Wu Gate in an hour to give an explanation, and she wondered if he was interested. Faced with this sudden invitation, Yunguo began weighing the potential benefits for himself. Although the Shi clan would probably just make excuses, this was also a chance to learn more about the city lord and the clan. After a moment of thought, Yunguo immediately accepted Di Tiao's offer. Then I'll trouble the clan leader to lead the way. Not wanting to waste time, she gestured toward the door, and they set off immediately. It is no trouble. Please, follow me. Outside, the snow continued to fall silently, blanketing the dark rooftops like ashes from a bygone season. They entered quietly, step by step, each finding a spot in the snow-covered courtyard. But Di Tiao had other business to attend to and softly excused herself. I have matters to discuss with my subordinates, so I cannot accompany you further. Yunguo didn't make things difficult, simply smiling and telling her to go on. Without looking back, Di Tiao strode forward into the distance. The others remained where they were, as if waiting for something they couldn't yet name. Before long, a guard approached, his deep voice carrying an important announcement. The city lord has arrived. At the command, every guard snapped to attention, standing in solemn silence. Zunji then walked calmly onto the balcony, each step firm and deliberate. The old man stood on high, facing the masses waiting patiently in the square below. To ensure Zunji's words would be heard clearly, the soldiers immediately roared for silence across the area. Silence. Now, Zunji faced his people, his presence quiet but majestic, like a sacred mountain unmoved by any storm. Outside the Wu Gate, a group of people strained to push massive horse-drawn carts. The wheels groaned against the thick snow, a heavy, determined sound. Before offering condolences, Zunji calmly introduced himself. I am the city lord of Qinzhou, Zunji. Since his purpose was to express sympathy for the unfortunate victims, Zunji continued softly. Regarding the tragedy that occurred last night, I feel an immense sorrow, but it turned out those were not the words the people wanted to hear. They quickly erupted in fierce protest. We don't want sorrow, we want an explanation. Explain yourself. All they wanted were their loved ones returned, not some empty words of sympathy. The lives of people in the lower city are still lives. A life for a life. But the people who had just expressed their outrage all had a distinct tattoo etched on their arms. And this detail was spotted by Yunguo, clear as day. Unable to keep it to himself, he leaned over and whispered to his companion. The agitators all have tattoos. They're members of the Taiping gang. Qinglin then turned to him, asking his opinion. Are they trying to incite public outrage? Suddenly, the soldier beside Zunji on the balcony swept his sharp gaze across the faces in the square below. Immediately after, a sonic wave, thin as mist, spread out from him, causing the air to ripple like the surface of a disturbed lake. Qinglin was desperate to know if he could handle this problem cleanly. Could he deal with that? It was a hassle, but manageable. Facing the storm of insults from the crowd, Sunji's expression turned grim. I am here to give you an explanation, so shut your mouths and listen carefully. After silencing everyone with that single command, his mind flashed back to the steam core incident. A moment later, Sunji revealed the answer they'd all been demanding. The Great Li Huo formation failed because of a single connecting pipe valve. When it's not opened properly, the entire core gets overloaded with steam, and the valve malfunctioned because someone was derelict in their duty. Then, the bombshell dropped. The one person responsible for this entire catastrophe was none other than Mu Yun, who was found passed out drunk on the job. Duan Mu Yun, a man who forgot the pride and responsibility of his noble clan. He was immediately bound and dragged out before the entire crowd. He was the one responsible for the deaths of thousands in the lower city. They threw him disrespectfully to the ground. But it was necessary to punish the guilty and set an example. Sunji could show no mercy. People of Qinzhou, you tell me, how should we deal with this man? And no matter how many times he might have asked, their answer would have been the same: he must pay with his life. Realizing his fate was sealed, Mu Yun struggled like a cornered animal. But Sunji agreed with the crowd, and his verdict was final. Fine. He will pay with his life. But not today. The guards immediately restrained him, holding him down. As Mu Yun was dragged away, Sunji set the date for his public execution. This is a grave matter, and I know many of the victims could not be here today. 2 days from now, at high noon, he will atone for the lives that were lost here. Meanwhile, Tomonobu and Helen were having a much more relaxed conversation elsewhere, sipping tea as they discussed the chaos unfolding outside. In 3 days, the people's anger will die down. They've found their scapegoat, and this whole thing will be over. But he just shrugged off her analysis as if it were nothing. To start the new day, Helen already had a job lined up for Tomonobu. Today, you're going to guard the energy tower. He stood perfectly still, just toying with his sword, saying nothing. But who would have thought this would be the day he finally talked back to Helen? I am not your dog. I'm working with you because I want to kill people. I'm not going to play guard dog at some damn energy tower. She calmly set her teacup down, explaining her reasoning. I'm sending you because there will be people to kill there. Helen knew exactly how this situation would unfold. The people of Qinzhou might buy the Lord's excuse, but the players? Not a chance. I'm betting the defense force will definitely investigate the energy tower. You will go there and wait for him, beat him until he can no longer fight back, and then bring him to me. Helen preferred not to get her own hands dirty, letting Tomonobu do the work. As for his teammates, you can kill them or stab them, do as you please. Then, she gave him a look colder than ice. But at this, an uncontrollable, hungry expression appeared on his face. Now, this is my kind of job. Meanwhile, Yun Guo and his team were still standing in that same old spot. Do you really think the city lord was telling the truth? Qinglin could tell instantly that Sunji was lying, giving it a 90% probability. Suddenly, a deep sense of unease made him glance back. Right now, nothing could be allowed to happen to the energy tower. We need to find out what really happened last night. Qinglin was in complete agreement with him on that. Just then, someone came running up from behind, calling out to them. Sir Zhu Long, Miss Bai Zi. It turned out to be Shui Tong. He was out of breath from rushing over, but he delivered the message. The 3 guildmasters are requesting your presence. This sudden invitation was confusing. The guildmasters are looking for us? Didn't we just meet? Shui Tong quickly began to explain. It's the Tianji Pavilion. They've shown up at our gates. The masters told me to find you all immediately. Yun Guo couldn't begin to guess what they were doing here. The Tianji Pavilion? Are they here to deliver the demon stones? But Qinglin suspected it might be a clue about that symbol. If so, Yun Guo didn't want to waste time and told him to lead the way. Right. Follow me. After receiving the summons from Shui Tong, the group quickly made their way to the Taiping Guild. Inside, CK and Mu Ming were already seated, waiting for them with calm expressions. A moment later, Shui Tong entered with a slight nod. The atmosphere in the room grew serious. He leaned in close to the guildmaster and whispered the announcement. Sir Zhu Long has arrived. Now that everyone was here, she didn't want to delay any longer. I've also invited Headmaster Duan Mu. Whether we can convince him or not, well, that's going to be up to you. The three of them then slowly stepped over the threshold and entered the room. Since this appeared to be their first meeting, T-Tuok stepped forward to make introductions. These three were honored guests of the Taiping gang, Mr. Zhu Long, Miss Qing Lin, and Bai Zi. The three of them walked inside with a quiet confidence, their expressions completely serious. She then gestured to the man beside her, introducing him to the group. This is the Deputy Chief of the Heavenly Palace District, Lord Duan Muming, the one in charge of the Energy Tower. But nobody expected him to completely skip the greetings and ask a brutally direct question. Model, the Mad Tiger, was that your doing? Before the situation could escalate, T-Tuok just laughed softly and stepped in to diffuse the tension. Lord Duan Muming must be joking, she said. The leaders of the Bloodblade gang were criminals condemned by all. What could they possibly have to do with them? And even though she was addressing him with respect and a gentle tone, Muming just rudely pointed a finger right at her. Oh! Tunfong's face instantly darkened, clearly disgusted by the man's blatant disrespect. Muming's own face was a mask of pure frustration, as if he was dying to say something, but the words just wouldn't come out. After thinking it over, he decided to drop the subject for now. Forget it. I'm not here to discuss that anyway. Muming had shown up today because he needed their manpower. Turns out the Bloodblade gang incident was deeply connected to them. Now that the gang is gone, you are all required to fill their spots on the investigation team. Hearing this, it seemed Yun Guo had something he wanted to say, stepping forward with a quick, determined pace. This was no joke. Yun Guo was tense. He'd had enough of the man's attitude and didn't hold back. Are you threatening us? Do you even know who I am? He hadn't missed a single word of T-Tuok's introduction, of course. He remembered it perfectly. Guildmaster Kim already introduced you. You're the Vice Chief of the Heavenly Palace, in charge of the Energy Tower, and also the head of a noble clan, correct? But Yun Guo was sharp, and he wasn't about to be led into a trap. Do you really think outsiders like us would fall for one of your noble family schemes? Seeing that the two of them were about to tear each other apart, T-Tuok clapped her hands a few times, then spoke softly to calm them both down. First, both of you need to calm down. We're here to discuss a partnership, so let's not be so hostile. Lord Duan Mu is in desperate need of a success to undo the damage from last night's incident. And trust me, here in Qingzhou City, you won't find anyone better suited for the job than Mr. Zhu Long. After convincing Mumin, T-Tuok then turned her attention to Yun Guo. And as for you, Mr. Zhu Long, with Lord Duan Mu's help, your mission to find 1,000 demon cores will become a whole lot easier. Wu Qing of the Tianshu Institute then tried to add a few words of her own to persuade him. If Mr. Zhu Long joins the investigation team, the Tianshu Institute will give its full support, even providing 200 demon cores free of charge. When Yun Guo turned his head toward her, Sumi gave him a look of absolute trust. Brother Zhu Long, you decide. We'll follow your lead completely. And the result? He flat out rejected the offer, despite everyone's efforts. Thank you for your kindness, Guildmaster, but we have other business to attend to. Meanwhile, Mumin was tapping his fingers on the arm of his chair. Seeing that he couldn't sway Yun Guo, he decided to hit him where it hurt. I heard you're looking for this symbol? Suddenly, the very problem he'd been racking his brain over was now being dangled in front of him. You have a clue about it? I do. In fact, I even know who left this symbol behind. To earn Yun Guo's trust, Mumin didn't hold back, revealing what he knew. Lin Fengmian, a genius researcher from the Pangu Institute, and the only person who left that symbol on his work. The name struck Yun Guo like a bolt of lightning. What did you say? Mumin had revealed everything he knew. Now the ball was in Yun Guo's court. Believe it or not, it's up to you. When that genius was famous, I was still young. I only knew he was a member of the Pangu Research Institute. If you want to find any information related to him, you'll have to go to the Pangu Institute. At this point, Yun Guo still couldn't process what he'd just heard. It can't be. To stop him from panicking and saying something rash, Qinglin placed a hand on his shoulder, then stepped forward with a temporary proposal. Guildmaster Kim, this has happened very suddenly. Could you give us a moment to discuss this? T-Tuok didn't seem bothered by the request at all. Of course, you can. Shui Tong, please escort our 3 guests to the room next door. Once they were in a private room, just the 3 of them, Qinglin immediately closed the door. They all began to discuss what they had just learned. Sister Qing, was that noble telling the truth? The probability is very high. We never mentioned the name Lin Fengmian, and he would have no other reason to know it. But this whole situation was sending Yun Guo's head spinning. My father was researching dungeons 2 years ago? That's impossible. Not wanting him to worry, Qinglin placed a hand on his shoulder, a silent reassurance. That's exactly why we have to uncover the real truth. He still felt something was off, but she was determined to make him understand that no matter what, they would never leave him to face it alone. As for the energy tower, I can handle it. We're teammates, after all. Sumi vowed to give her all to support them, promising she'd do her best to help Qinglin too. Van Qua was genuinely happy to see everyone being so welcoming towards him, reassuring Truk Long not to worry. He reminded himself that they needed to split up and prepare everything perfectly for what was coming next. But then, he made an unusual request. "Can I be alone for a moment?" The other two immediately left, giving Van Qua the room he needed. A moment later, Van Qua reached out his hand, and a brilliant vortex of light suddenly appeared in midair. In the blink of an eye, he pulled out a statue and held it firmly in his hands. Van Qua placed the statue of Tam Suyen Min Mao on the table and began to plead, "Your Grace, can you help me protect someone?" Seeing him ask for favors instead of handling things himself, she was clearly not impressed with the request. "Boy, what do you think I am? Your personal bodyguard?" Realizing Tam Suyen Ming Mao was annoyed, he knew he had to sweeten the deal. 200 million? I'll add another 200 demon cores. But her next brief reply left Van Qua standing there, completely stunned. To finally seal a deal, Tam Suyen Min Mao stated her own terms. 1,200 demon cores. Pay me 500 up front, and I'll step in to help you one time. At this point, Van Qua was completely committed. He slammed his hand on the table, instantly locking in the deal with Tam Suyen Min Mao. The pact was made. In the meantime, Mok Min was still calmly sipping a cup of hot tea while waiting for them. Despite his initial flat-out refusal, he suddenly did a complete 180 and agreed to join the team. "I will join the investigation team." "Mr. Truk Long, are you sure about this?" Van Qua agreed to join them, but only if they met one condition. "I need 500 demon cores. Once you give them to me, I'll set out." Hearing this, Mok Min's expression immediately turned sour. He was absolutely furious at Van Qua's greedy demand and slammed his hand on the table, his temper flaring as he repeated himself, "Don't be so absurdly greedy. I told you, after the job is finished." Seeing that his intentions were misunderstood, Van Qua explained himself more clearly. "I don't need a gift. Just gather the 1.2 million for me, and I will pay you market price." Mok Min was furious with Van Qua, but he could only grit his teeth and endure the humiliation for now. They were initially annoyed by his rather demanding request, but the next second, they sprang into action. "Vu Than, get it for him." "Yes, sir." Soon, Vu Than joined them in the guest room. She pulled out a calculator and began crunching the numbers in front of him. 79,000, 80,000. After double-checking everything, she announced the final amount. 500 demon cores for 84,000 known tickets. Payment confirmed. Van Qua then asked where to pick them up. Vu Than simply slid a key over to him, explaining it was all in the vault next door. "This is your key." Taking it in his hand, Van Qua didn't hesitate for a second, silently walking forward. He stopped beside a small chest, carefully inserted the key, and gently lifted the lid. Inside, a mountain of demon cores glittered like shattered stars, their shimmering light reflecting on his face. Next, Van Qua sat down and calmly opened his case. Each of his movements seemed meticulously planned. Once everything was arranged as she had demanded, he looked up and said in a low voice, "Your Grace, here is the 500 demon core deposit." Tam Suyen Min Mao then gave another order. "Move her statue among the demon cores." Instantly, the statue began to rise, floating slowly into the air. A blood-red, evil energy swirled around her like a vortex. Moments later, her entire vessel was teleported into the glowing pile of demon cores. Her upper body started turning a strange blue, like she was being covered in some otherworldly poison mist. In the blink of an eye, Tam Suyen Min Mao forged a slender, razor-sharp needle that emitted a bone-chilling aura. "When the time comes, break this needle, and I will take action one more time. Can anyone break it?" As Van Qua took the needle, he wondered if he also needed to carry her statue. But all he needed to focus on was the needle itself, because it was now his most powerful asset. "Just break this needle, and even if you fall into the underworld, this deity will appear." He then gave it to Than Lam with a simple instruction. "If you run into trouble you can't solve, break it." "I understand." A moment later, Tuok entered the room to hurry them along. "Sir, the investigation team is ready. It's time to go." Van Qua stepped outside and immediately saw Tiat Thong waving. "Mr. Truk Long, over here." Seeing him there, he grew curious. "You're going to the Banco research lab?" "The boss sent me to help you." As soon as he finished speaking, Tiat Thong gestured forward and began making an introduction. Shui Tong started by introducing the other members this time. They were escorting 2 tribal researchers to the Penghu Research Institute. 2 of them were Imperial Guards, rumored to be 3rd-level Gene warriors. Shui Tong had promised Tuok he would personally look after Yun Guo, and the rest were all members of their Taiping gang. Everyone was ready to follow his orders. If he said go east, they wouldn't dare go west. Without wasting another moment, Shui Tong took the lead and they set off. Let's move out. As the wheels began to turn, Shui Tong's bold declaration echoed through the air. The great gate swung open to let the carriages pass. In a world of arrogant youth and piled high bones, being alive meant less than a blade of grass. The land was buried in snow, utterly silent. But from the dark prisons, cries for justice never ceased. I've been framed. Inside the dungeon, the cold cut straight to the bone, and the light never bothered to visit. I wasn't anywhere near the energy tower that day. Yunmu could only grip his twin sabers in helplessness. Help! My father is the director of the Tiangsu Institute. I've been framed, but no matter how desperately he screamed, the guards outside couldn't have cared less. To them, this was just another day at the office. Framed? Please. Everyone who comes to the dark prison claims they were framed. Let him scream his lungs out. A spoiled brat like him won't last more than 2 hours anyway. Busy mocking the prisoner, they completely failed to notice Tu Yang lurking in the shadows. He was only there to scout out the situation. Duanmu Yun was pleading innocent just as his informant said. There was trouble at the energy tower. He quickly slipped away before his cover was blown. For a moment, Tu Yang was torn. Should he go and inform the others? But in the end, he decided to keep observing from a distance. It was better to investigate what really happened at the energy tower first. Tu Yang's slight movement must have alerted them, as one guard turned to the other. Did you hear something? The other guard's face immediately darkened as he shot down the idea. You must be hearing things. Not even ghosts bother coming to this desolate place. At that very moment, Yunguo's caravan was rolling through snow-covered mountains. Shui Tong watched, stunned to see a treasure like the Li Huo formation used so casually. If the scavenger teams had something like this, couldn't they go anywhere? Yunguo then made a suggestion to him, but Shui Tong immediately shot it down. After the mission, you can ask the staff for one. The few warmth cards we scavengers earn aren't even enough to power it. Yunguo, curious now, wanted to see if Shui Tong knew anything more. Do you know why the Pangu Research Institute is so far from Qinzhou City? Hearing the question, Shui Tong lit up, eager to share what he knew. Sir, you've asked the right person. I heard Qinzhou City used to be much bigger, but as the snow disaster got worse, the city just kept shrinking. Puzzled by this, he quickly pressed Shui Tong for more details. So the Pangu Research Institute only fell recently? The man knew the old history well and was able to provide some crucial information. Logically speaking, a place this far out should have been considered fallen territory a long time ago. But up until 30 years ago, the Pangu Research Institute was still an official outpost of Qinzhou. Yunguo's gaze turned wary as he scanned the horizon. An outpost? Outside the city walls, yet neither abandoned nor brought inside. He knew there had to be a reason. Something wasn't right here. Did they have a specific reason they had to stay out there? Suddenly, the caravan lurched to a halt as the horned beasts pulling them refused to go any further. Shui Tong quickly scanned the path ahead. His face grew grim as he spotted the creature blocking their way, a snowfield crawler. But this was hardly a problem for Yunguo. He calmly climbed out of the carriage, ready to handle the situation himself. Don't worry. Leave it to me. Under the gray sky, from a different direction, another carriage driver slowly approached the city gates. Upon arriving, he gently pulled the reins, urging his horse forward into the city. The city gate was now clearly visible just a short distance away. A guard stepped out, raising his hand to halt the cart for an inspection. Halt! The command was so sudden, the man's horse startled, stepping back in alarm. He immediately dismounted to present himself to the guards. The guards pointed to his cargo containers, questioning him sharply. Where's your pass? What are you hauling? The man flashed a wide, easy smile and calmly reported. It's cargo from the Tiangsu Institute, from Lord Duanmu. Surely you haven't forgotten already. Another guard took a closer look before confirming. It is. It's the same container Lord Duanmu took out of the city. But in the next second, the driver suddenly reached a hand inside his coat. He then pulls out a bag of money for the guards, a little something to smooth things over. They all worked for the same people, after all. The guards didn't ask any more questions and simply let him pass. Before he pulled the horse cart away, one of the guards gave him a final warning. Drop your things and get out of here quickly. If the marshal patrol caught him after curfew, no one would be able to save him. The cart, thankfully, showed no signs of being inspected or opened, and that was incredibly lucky, because inside wasn't cargo at all. Thon Lam was hiding inside the entire time. A short while later, once they were safely inside the city walls, he confirmed there were no prying eyes around before Thon Lam finally emerged. This is where they had to part ways, as the driver couldn't follow her any further. My lady, I can only take you this far. The rest is up to you. Before she left, Thon Lam gave him one last instruction: be extremely careful and don't blow his cover. And right at that moment, just behind her, stood the energy tower. It wouldn't be long now before everything was revealed. Back with Van Qua's group, one of the researchers was in the middle of a secret discussion with his men. The special researcher from Kam Chao, Tran Hao, the one Tai Bin finally found. What's he like? We have so little information on him. The man in green reported back. He's an outsider who just arrived 2 days ago. Letting him join was a decision from the higher-ups. I can't get a read on him. Meanwhile, Tran Hao himself felt the mission was impossible. Take out 3 Iceblood Gene warriors by himself? Could he even do it? He took a moment to assess his own abilities before giving an answer. One-on-one, it's not a big problem. The mysterious man then pulled back the curtain, looking outside without needing to ask any more questions. Being strong is a good thing. The place they were headed wasn't exactly peaceful. He then gestured towards their destination. In front of Van Qua stood a giant snowworm, its long, muscular body slithering through the snow like a colossal black shadow. But in just a flash, with a few clean and decisive moves, he had easily subdued the massive beast. Tu Yet Thong stood nearby, completely in awe. That was amazing, my brother. Truly amazing. In his eyes, Van Qua was nothing short of a legend. Sir, are your shoulders tired? Let me give you a massage. The snow worm that Van Qua had just killed transformed into a demon stone. He picked it up and walked toward the others. How far to the Pangu Research Institute? Based on a quick estimate, Tu Yet Thong revealed, about 8 kilometers. We can make it before dark. After stretching his limbs, he sat down in the carriage. Van Qua didn't want to wait a second longer than he had to. Then let's move out. Snow continued to fall silently, covering the entire landscape in a thick fog. In the eerie silence, only the sound of hooves echoed through the vast mountains. Sure enough, Tu Yet Thong wasn't bluffing. They arrived just a short while later. The journey was so fast that Van Qua barely had a chance to nap before he was woken up again. Sir, we're here. Before him stood massive buildings, towering over the snow-covered landscape, the ruins of the Pangu Research Institute. The remaining members then began passing equipment to each other before moving forward about 5 meters. Since this was his first time here, Van Qua was a little confused. What are you guys doing? Tu Yet Thong, acting like a walking encyclopedia, explained everything. The main research facility is underground. It looks like they're planning to blast an entrance open. After identifying the right spot, the researchers quickly moved back to a safe distance. 3, 2, 1, detonate. They slammed the red button the moment the time was right, and as expected, the device exploded, sending up a massive cloud of fire and smoke. Not long after, a small hole appeared, but its depths were pitch black, completely untouched by the light. To scout the area before heading down, they pulled out a lamp and simply dropped it straight into the pit. This hole wasn't too deep, and after just a moment, the lamp landed safely at the bottom. Tran Hao was now able to confirm his earlier suspicions about this place, just as he thought this was the Research Institute's escape route. After completing their check, the team took out a rope, and one by one, they began to climb down. The moment his feet touched the ground, Van Qua's eyes were already scanning the area around him. Because the space inside was so dark, they needed the help of their lamps to move around. Everyone held their lamps high, cautiously stepping forward. After a while, they finally reached the base and stopped in front of a door. While Van Qua was wondering how to open it, Tran Hao had already taken out a key. Looks like they didn't leave us an easy way in. Do you remember the password? This door was purely mechanical. He slid the key into the lock and added, "It has no password, no alarm, but it will explode." Apparently, the double-layered walls were packed with 100 pounds of explosives. If the key was turned even slightly wrong, the person opening it would be blown to pieces. But then, something unexpected happened, causing him to panic. Why is it stuck? How is this even possible? Tu Yet Thong quickly ran over to see what was wrong. Sir, is there a problem with your key? Chen Hao's face scrunched up in frustration, sweat beading on his forehead. If the key was broken, they'd be dead already, so why wouldn't the door open? But in this tight spot, Yun Guo kept his cool, looking for a solution. It looked like an idea hit him as he turned to Shu Tong. You got a lighter? That guy was a walking convenience store, but he had to ask before handing it over. Yeah, I do. Sir, what are you planning? Just give it to me. Once the lighter was in his hand, Yun Guo flipped it open and heated the tip of the key with the flame. Chen Hao stared at him, absolutely baffled by this move. Are you crazy? I told you, there are hundreds of pounds of explosives in this door. Why are you using fire? What are you trying to do? Yun Guo ignored him completely. After heating the key, he tried the lock one more time. And it seemed like his crazy method actually worked. Gears that had been dormant for years started to grind and turn, and the jammed door finally swung open, leaving the other two completely stunned. The door's open. How did you do that? Ever the genius, Yunguo broke down the simple logic for them. If there's no problem with the key, then the problem is the lock. Old-school locks were often lubricated with grease, which hardens and freezes when the temperature gets too low. No time to waste, they rushed inside. The door's open. Let's go. The research facility was a massive space, filled with all kinds of advanced machinery and equipment. He glanced around, genuinely impressed by the construction of the place. This level of high-tech architecture, did you guys really build this? Chen Hao had no interest in answering. He just followed his orders. I'm only in charge of security. Anything else has nothing to do with me. Everyone, find the way to Sector 9. That's top priority. But Yunguo couldn't take his eyes off the incredible technology surrounding them. The engineering here was several eras ahead of Qinzhou. Was this lost tech, or a lucky find? Little did they know, their every move was being watched on camera, and the person watching it all was Feng Mian. Even now, you're still determined to cause trouble for me. Then, his eyes must have landed on a familiar silhouette, because he froze. Wait a minute, but at the same time, he noticed something unique. It was the watch on Yunguo's wrist that made him realize. This was it. Feng Mian had finally been waiting for this day. It was earlier than he predicted, but he knew he would have to face him again. After heading deeper inside and punching in a code, Chen Hao hit the red button to open the door. But he never saw this coming. The door didn't open. Instead, a thick fog shot out from both sides. He couldn't believe he'd actually entered the wrong password. Wrong password? How is that possible? Chen Hao refused to accept it, hammering the red button over and over. This place has been sealed for 30 years. How could the password have changed? Suddenly, right before his own eyes, his hand started to blur and warp. 1 second, Chen Hao was perfectly healthy, and the next, he just collapsed. He dropped like a stone, crumpling to the floor as Yunguo watched in shock. The researchers who came with him were no exception, all of them passing out and hitting the ground hard. No one knew what was happening, but the entire group collapsed to the floor, completely unconscious. And now, the mastermind who had orchestrated this whole thing stepped out into the open. It was none other than Feng Mian. He now controlled them all. He strode forward and planted his foot right on Chen Hao's back. The password was wrong, because someone must have changed it. Faced with a man who was clearly a threat, Yunguo couldn't just stand by. He drew his blade, pressing it against the man's neck. Who are you? Why did you ambush us? The man didn't try to provoke him, slowly raising both of his hands into the air. How are you still awake? This dosage should have knocked out an elephant. A warning flashed. High concentration of anesthetic gas detected. Immunity successful. Yunguo wasn't interested in chatting. He just wanted an explanation. Answer my question. Just then, the man spoke in a low voice. Xiao Yun, don't just look at the surface. Some problems are actually hidden. But this just made Yunguo even more suspicious of Feng Mian. How could he possibly know those words? He didn't answer, and didn't make a move. He just stood there, still as a statue. After a long moment, Feng Mian finally decided to take off his mask. After revealing his true face, he turned towards Yunguo. Weren't you looking for me? The man in front of him was Lin Fengmian, the former head researcher of the Lin Bureau, and the father of Lin Yunguo. Meanwhile, in a different location, some employee was storming outside in a rage. Working for 12 hours straight is one thing, but they won't even let me take a smoke break? Are they trying to work us to death? The air inside was too stuffy, so he threw open a door to get some fresh air. Model. He calmly closes his eyes, tilting his face to the sky to feel the air. The air outside is always better, but his luck? Completely rotten, because a moment later, Thon Lam knocks him out cold. She had to go this far because she needed to get a few things from that staff member. With the access card, she can sneak right into the tower. But she's barely settled in before she senses another presence. And what a surprise. Tomonobu himself is here, and with a single swing of his sword, he sends the staffer to the afterlife. But what nobody realized was that his true target, from the very beginning, was her. How could she possibly dodge this? Tomonobu's sword radiates a murderous aura. But hey, this is fine. It just means they get to play a little longer. It looks like Thon Lam's investigation just hit a major snag and his name is Tomonobu. Before making a move, Thon Lam tries the polite approach first. Are you a player too? What's your purpose here? Tomonobu just licks his sword with a twisted look. My purpose? My purpose is to kill you, of course. He glares at Thon Lam like he wants to eat her alive. The next second, Tomonobu is more thrilled than ever, showing off with a few practice swings. But Thon Lam isn't just going to sit there and take it. She unleashes her own light energy, ready for a fight. The moment they locked eyes, they clashed in a storm of furious attacks. Suddenly, The sword in Tomonobu's hand extends, as if it's alive, its tip spiraling straight for Thon Lam. This is no ordinary sword. The weapon was clearly designed with a strange mechanism, its length unpredictably extending with every single swing. The sword gets longer? Thon Lam quickly notices the weapon's bizarre trait. Thon Lam hesitates for just a split second. A single careless moment disrupts her rhythm, and the blade grazes her cheek. Cold as a northern wind, Tomonobu bursts out laughing, his eyes blazing with excitement, enjoying this fight like it's the best one of his life. Not many people could get him this fired up. And she managed to dodge again? This just made Tomonobu even more ecstatic. I love it when my prey struggles. But she remains perfectly calm as she speaks. The wielder of the demon blade of frenzy. You're Tomonobu Shaolin Jixin of Fusang, aren't you? In response, Tomonobu pulls his sword back, gathering power. So, you've heard of me? Then you should know the brutal fate of everyone who's ever faced me. Just wait for your death quietly. But it's not going to be that easy. Thon Lam immediately launches herself into the air to dodge Tomonobu's lethal strike. It wasn't hard for her to figure out his fighting style. Intel shows Tomonobu has a thirst for battle, and his demonic sword is unpredictable, posing a massive threat at long range. Realization dawns, and light energy erupts around Thon Lam's body. In a flash, she dashes forward with unimaginable speed, bolts of lightning coiling around her limbs like they want to tear space itself apart. There's only one way to counter him: close quarters combat, using overwhelming speed to break through his power. Faced with Thon Lam's lightning-fast assault, Tomonobu is stunned, completely caught off guard by her speed and power. What? Without hesitating, Thon Lam pours all of her light energy into one decisive blow. A single finishing move, like a verdict from the heavens. This next attack will end you. Semi-elementalization. Lightning, but in that exact instant, her figure vanishes from mid-air, leaving only crackling arcs of electricity swirling in the atmosphere. She disappeared? In a blink, Tomonobu's entire body is ensnared by lightning, a celestial net with no escape. A deafening roar tears through the air, and then fresh blood spurts from his mouth. His body can no longer stand, trembling on the verge of collapse before Thon Lam's wrath. The attack was too strong, it even shattered his soul shield. But in that critical moment, just as all hope seemed lost, Ane and Sanlei suddenly appear to protect Tomonobu. Why are you two here? It seems he now has allies, sent by Helen. The Queen summoned us, of course. If it weren't for me, you'd be dead by now. All three of them now stand against Thon Lam. This is about to get rough. The Queen gave the order. Kill any player who tries to enter the energy tower. Thon Lam still can't understand why they'd go this far. What are you people trying to hide? If something happens to the energy tower, everyone is going to die. But their queen treats human lives like insects. No matter how bad things get, the only ones dying will be you commoners. Now that Feng Mian has revealed his identity, he doesn't hide anything, asking directly, "Didn't you come looking for me, son?" Hearing Feng Mian call him that, he freezes for a second. "Dad?" But the next moment, Van Qua denies it after getting a better look. "No, my dad is over 40. You just look like him when he was in his 20s. Who are you, really?" He stares intently at the Feng Mian before him, his mind unable to process any of it. He kept the explanation short, giving only a brief introduction. Lin Fengmian, 26 years old, 100% guaranteed. There was just too much hidden history to tell Yunhua, so he decided to save it for later. A full explanation would be complicated, better to move them first and talk later. Fengmian then carefully laid Shui Tong down on a mattress. Yunhua watched, wondering what in the world Fengmian was up to. What did he plan to do to them? Fengmian quickly reassured him, "Don't worry, I'm just putting them to sleep. We can't have them affecting our important business." It looked like Fengmian's target wasn't them at all, it was Yunhua himself. Now that the two of them were alone, he finally got down to business. "So, where should I begin?" He figured he should start with his identity. But before he could, Yunhua challenged him. "Why did you say you were the 26-year-old Lin Fengmian?" Everything Yunhua was seeing was the direct result of his father's ambition. As part of some grand plan, Lin Fengmian had split his memories into dozens of fragments, each one trained to become an independent entity. I am one of those fragments. The memory slice of Lin Fengmian at 26 years old. No matter how wild Yunhua's imagination was, he never could have expected this. A grand plan. Memory fragments seeing his son frozen solid, Fengmian explained. It's normal if you can't accept it right away. After all, even I didn't expect my future self to be so creative after all these years. After a moment, the conversation naturally shifted to the topic of family. Even if what you said is true, why did you and Mom leave without a word 2 years ago? The memory of that day still cut deep into Fengmian's mind. What did the 4 prophecies his father left behind even mean? And just like that, the situation took another bizarre turn. I don't know. How could he not know? I am the memory fragment from age 26. Of course, I don't have the memories from when I was 40, because Fengmian only remembered the past. In his eyes, his son was still just a little boy. In my memory, you were only about this tall. I can't believe you've gotten so big. Yunhua then hit him with a critical question. Then how did you recognize me? When the game first started, a player was teleported to my location. That person told me about your situation. I'm sure you must have met them. Fearing Yunhua wouldn't remember, he repeated a very familiar line. What seems fake might not be fake at all. At that moment, Yunhua could finally confirm his long-held suspicion. So it was true his father had sent that person. Unable to wait, he immediately asked what the 2 riddles meant, but he didn't answer, instead wanting Yunhua to follow him. Before we get to that, I want to take you somewhere. As they walked, Fengmian asked for Yunhua's thoughts on the final cold prison mission. What's your take on it? He quickly gave his opinion. I only have one guess. The source of the cold prison must be a very powerful anomaly. There's no way we can end this disaster. But what kind of monster was it, and where was it hiding? For now, they had no clues at all. Fengmian was quite pleased with his son's reasoning. Deducing that much was already very impressive. After all, clues in Qinzhou City were incredibly scarce. After a short walk, they stopped at a door engraved with a 4-armed warrior. Yunhua stared at the strange sight before him in utter shock. What is this? Fengmian patiently introduced it to him. The Hellgate. The people who built this place had such advanced technology, but in the end, all they could do was pray for protection. He stepped forward and entered a password to open the door. How ironic. As the door opened, a powerful gust of wind blew out from within, like a gale from the depths of hell. The feeling of that wind blasting against him reminded Yunhua of something. The temperature was low, on par with a night in the cold prison. A wide, pitch-black passage instantly appeared before their eyes. This tunnel is only 260 meters long, but it took 15 years to dig. You can find records left by the diggers on the walls. Yunhua ran his hand along the stone walls inside. Year 36 of the solar calendar. I arrived here. His father's words echoed in the silent space, seeming to merge with the cold air seeping from the ground. Just as you suspected, this world's extreme cold is caused by that monster. 400 years ago, a meteor fell, and this world began its descent into an ice age. All methods of heating disappeared completely. At first, no one paid any mind to the creeping cold caused by the anomaly. It wasn't until the low temperatures began to threaten people's daily lives that they finally realized the severity of the problem. The scientific research staff began searching for the source of the anomaly. They found the meteor's impact site, built a city on top of it, and excavated deep below to uncover the truth. Finally, they found this place, the site where the god fell. It was the beginning, and also the end. After a long journey, they stopped before a vast frozen lake that stretched out endlessly like a giant mirror. Yunhua looked ahead, his eyes filled with shock at the surreal and chillingly cold landscape. A god? Then, Feng Bian revealed a small remote. He pressed the button, his expression cold. Instantly, ice flooded the area, blanketing everything in a frigid white expanse. A silent omen began to spread. It felt like a massive catastrophe was just about to explode. Behold, the very source of the frozen prison, a being so monstrous, it could only be called a god. Shen Ming. Through the fragile ice, its ferocious shape took form, like a slumbering demon violently awakened. Yunguo peered through the cold layer, a strange, indefinable doubt rising within him. This god you see before you, it's the culmination of his life's work. The reason Qinzhou City exists, the reason for this institute, the reason your father was here, it was all for this. And it is the one thing you must destroy. Yunguo said nothing. He just stood there, completely silent. His somber gaze seemed to listen for something echoing from deep within the ice. Looking at Shen Ming, a creature radiating pure killing intent, a fierce resolve surged through him. I have to kill it. Feng Bian stared just as intently, his eyes fixed on Shen Ming. His expression was so grave because he knew better than anyone just how formidable this creature truly was. It may have been dormant for 4 years, but this mission was far from simple. Many had tried to defeat Shen Ming before, and all had failed. See that hole? Scientists found it and performed an insane number of tests. It sounds impossible, I know, but it happened. Chemical toxins, radiation, the anthrax virus, and that's not even the end of it. They tried so many other hazardous materials. Even heavy-duty military weapons were brought in for the tests. Firearms, explosives, you name it. They tried everything you could possibly imagine. But every single test ended with the exact same result: total failure. But as you can see, it's still in perfect condition. It's as if death itself doesn't apply to it. Hearing this, Yunguo finally understood the implication. Are you saying this is impossible to solve? But Feng Bian immediately shot that down. No, quite the opposite. An answer already exists. After realizing they couldn't kill Shen Ming, the scientists changed tactics. They started studying it instead. They started by using experimental doses on small lab rats. And just as they feared, those little rats mutated, growing into monstrous creatures. They began injecting the god's blood into animal test subjects and experimented. The god's blood supercharged these animals, amplifying their aggression to insane levels. Feng Bian then decided to test Yunguo. Does any of this ring a bell? Yunguo racked his brain, desperately trying to find the connection. The Gene Warriors? And the monsters from the night of the frozen prison? Upon hearing that answer, Feng Bian looked extremely pleased. Exactly. The Gene Warriors were the ultimate result of this project. After endless trials and experiments, humanity finally managed to seize a fraction of the god's power for themselves. He took a slow, deliberate step forward, and that led the scientists to a radical idea. If you can't kill a god, then you have to create another god to do the job. So that was their plan: fight poison with poison. An artificial god. It was a massive gamble, but after taking such insane risks, they actually got results. It was a completely insane plan, but they didn't just try it. They actually succeeded. They actually used the flesh and blood of that god to create a new one. Yunguo then moved forward himself, each step heavy, as if treading on frozen time. But then he saw it. Shen Ming moved, just slightly. He froze, his eyes wide with disbelief at what he was seeing. If they succeeded, then why is it still here? The answer he received was even more shocking. Was it fear? Fear that they wouldn't be able to kill it? But Feng Bian shook his head. No. They weren't afraid of failing. They were afraid of succeeding. The people who originally founded Qinzhou City. They might have been true heroes. They were determined to kill a god and save the world, and by working together, they achieved a miracle. But clearly, their descendants were not the same. They were corrupted by power. The eternal winter is the foundation of their rule. If the sleeping god dies, how would they maintain the nobility of their clans? Feng Bian then placed all his hope in Yunguo. Xiao Yun, you have to overthrow the rotten ruling class, find the artificial god, and put an end to all of this. Meanwhile, Qinglin was still facing off against the trio. Only we're going to die? What are you talking about? And Ji just smirked slyly. You still don't get it? There's a problem with the energy tower, but it won't threaten the upper city. Only you and the rest of the lower city peasants will die. Shanli was losing his patience. Enough talk. Just kill her already. But it seemed his partner wanted to play with his food a little longer. It's all about the thrill, you see. We can't let such a beautiful lady die without understanding why. But the hot-headed duo Manhuo drew his sword, pointing it at her with a gleeful look. King Ding Tai. Just then, the sword in his hand suddenly extended, shooting outwards. It moved like a living creature, constantly transforming. A weapon this unpredictable made it incredibly difficult for Tomonobu to defend against. But Thonlam had bigger problems ahead of her. Anda and Sanle. Anda instantly flashed to her right and threw a heavy punch. Jumping into my arms already? You sure are enthusiastic. But Thonlam refused to accept this, countering with her skill card. Instant snow. As Ndi's fist flew forward, Thonlam simply vanished into thin air. Curse of Chaotic Dark Arts. It places a curse on one target, sealing their ability to use powers. Sanle prepared to strike, his focus chaotic. It seemed his technique had completely shut Thonlam down, leaving her frozen solid on the spot. Things had just gone from bad to worse. Thonlam was reaching her absolute limit. Taking on 3 people at once was far beyond her limit, quickly leaving her overpowered. But then a brilliant flash of purple light erupted, a final glimmer of hope. Her fierce survival instinct was the only thing forcing Thonlam to stay on her feet. As for Nde, he advanced on her one slow step at a time, his gaze unwavering as he tried to convince her, "Stop resisting, I'll guarantee a painless death." But what he didn't know was that she still had one trump card left, the hairpin of Tom Zuyen Min Mao. All 3 of them had no intention of letting her go. They continued to press forward, cornering her with absolutely no way out. In that impossibly tense moment, a voice suddenly echoed out, "3 big guys ganging up on one girl? Don't you have any shame?" Tomonobu instantly spun around to see who was there. Of course, it was none other than Tu Duong. I was just passing by. He found the sight of them bullying a woman so distasteful that he had to intervene. I just couldn't stand the way you guys act, so I had to speak up. Seeing a third party jump in, the others decided to go all out. Now what? He's probably a player too. Let's just take him out. Sanlei wasted no time, instantly summoning deep crimson skulls around himself. 5 spirit ghosts, yet Tu Duong stood his ground, completely at ease. Raising ghosts, are we? That kind of practice damages your karma, weakening your destiny. Mess it up, and it'll backfire on you with a sudden, ugly death. Sick of the lecture, Sanlei attacked directly. 5 spirit ghosts. Rip his throat out for me, but Tu Duong didn't give him a chance, immediately tossing a strange gourd forward. Skill card, Death God's Gourd. He no longer held back, unleashing all 49 of his divine arts in one go. You just wouldn't listen, would you? Well, subduing ghosts happens to be my specialty. Tu Duong's gourd acted like a mini black hole, sucking in every last one of Sanlei's skulls. Absorb! The backlash hit Sanlei instantly, causing him to spit up blood. Realizing he'd lost a huge portion of his power in an instant, his blood began to boil with rage. What did you do to my 5 spirit ghosts? Tu Duong simply held the gourd in his hand and flashed a cocky smile. I'm catching them to brew some wine. Consider it my fee for taking care of these ghosts for you. It was then that Thon Lam realized his identity, the bizarre spirit brewer. Could it really be him? Suddenly, a clean slice from Tomonobu's sword, as if he were cutting fruit, snapped her back to reality. Do you have time to worry about other people? Thon Lam immediately created some distance, preparing her counterattack. While Tu Duong was busy handling the other two, Thon Lam took her chance to target Tomonobu herself. You should be saying that to yourself. Out of nowhere, Ande lunged forward, shoving Tomonobu aside and yelling, "Move!" His gaze was locked straight ahead, ready to face whatever came his way. And in the next instant, a massive collision erupted between the two of them. Ande pushed himself up after that earth-shattering impact, looking more than a little dissatisfied. Hey, Fusan guy, Thailand guy, get serious already. Skill card. Asura's Karma Armor. The technique manifested as a majestic warrior illusion, holding a long sword that glinted with cold energy, leaving no time for talk. Skill card. 5 Deities Descent. Sanlei also stopped holding back, focusing completely. This forced Tu Duong and Thon Lam into an unwilling alliance. This situation's not looking good, so what now? They'd have to adapt on the fly. But even completely outnumbered, they were determined to fight this to the very end. An ultimate move? Who doesn't have one of those? He slammed his palm on the ground, unleashing a wave of dark energy. Summoning Art. 5. Clawed Sword Dragon. Andy immediately lost his calm composure and began to panic. Where's the dragon? It's not over here. Fusangai, be careful. Amidst the dense fog, Tomonobu swung his blade with utter confidence. He alone saw through the trick. There is no dragon. It's an illusionary art. We've been tricked. Meanwhile, Tu Duong and Thon Lam had already taken the opportunity to slip away from the illusion. Not going to chase us? Guess those guys aren't too bright. After that, the two of them finally had a moment to talk. Li Tu Duong, what are you doing here? What are you talking about? I have no idea what you mean. Alright, drop the act. The Death Gourd, the final white snow. Who else could it be but you? The man simply asks, was my performance that convincing? Seeing that Thon Lam had completely blown his cover, he finally lowered his hood. You're making me lose face here. With nothing left to hide, he tossed his cloak to the side. Thon Lam still couldn't understand why Tu Duong was here in all this chaos. I don't care about your pride. Tell me, why are you in this game? He glanced around, looking for a safer spot to talk. This wasn't the place. They needed to get back into the city proper, and fast. But Thon Lam knew it wouldn't be that simple. They'd made way too much noise, and a clean getaway? Probably not happening. Tu Duong, however, was supremely confident in his skills. Don't worry, Thon Dieu. I know a perfectly safe route I can lead you to. Turns out, his safe route was a manhole cover. She was not impressed. Seriously? This is your grand plan for safety? Tu Duong quickly lifted the lid and urged her to go first. Thon Dieu, trust me on this. Get in now, before we're spotted. When Tomonobu returned, Helen immediately cut to the chase. Did you take care of her? His answer was blunt. Not yet. He was still fuming over what happened. Victory was in his grasp, but who could have guessed she had backup on the way? Hearing this, her expression turned grim. Helen set that issue aside for now. And the energy tower? What's the status? Luckily for him, he managed to get something right. No one got through. We managed to fight them off and repel their attack. Helen crossed her arms, giving Tomonobu one final, chilling warning. You defend that tower. I don't want to hear bad news a second time. And while all that chaos was raging outside, back in the Taiping Guild's lounge, Sumi was just relaxing, completely unaware, with her chin in her hand. But then, in just a flash, she sensed a familiar presence approaching. That spiritual energy. Could it be Sister Thon returning? Suhai rushed over and threw open the door to welcome her. This time, though, it wasn't just Thon Lam. Tu Duong was right there with her. But Suhai barely even noticed him. Her eyes locked on Thon Lam's condition, horrified. "Sister, what happened to you?" she asked, her voice filled with panic. Even though she had just battled through hell and back, Thon Lam did her best to reassure the worried girl. "It's nothing. Just ran into a few steam vents on the way here." Only then did Sumi finally notice the presence of Tu Duong beside them. "Is this the mysterious person from last night?" he asked. Tu Duong immediately offered a friendly smile and introduced himself. "Mysterious person? That sounds so distant. We're all colleagues from the Public Security Bureau. You can call me Divine Mathematician." Tu Duong then politely lowered himself, gently shaking her hand. "Brother Divine Mathematician, hello. A pleasure. I'm counting on you for this next instance." That moment, however, was cut short. Instantly, Thon Lam smacked his hand away. She pointed inside, ordering Tu Duong, "Go to the next room and get your clothes straightened out. We have important business to discuss." Since he was on their turf, Tu Duong didn't argue one bit. "As you command. You're the boss, so I'll do whatever you say." After hearing the entire story, Sumi was in total shock. "So, the energy tower is really in trouble, isn't it? And some players are actually using this to kill everyone in the city? Why would the warrior clan possibly agree to that?" Thon Lam could only guess they had sold their souls to the devil. They must have completely lost their minds, she concluded. Refusing to let things spiral, she decided they had to act now. "The most urgent matter is figuring out how we're going to handle this mess." In times like this, when everything was a tangled catastrophe, her thoughts always drifted to one particular person. If only Brother Truk Long were here, he'd know what to do. Tu Duong finally realized he was missing and asked, "Where did Truk Long go?" "Pangu Research Institute," she answered. "He's investigating clues related to Lin Fengmian." Hearing her reply, he seemed to get the gist of the situation. "Oh, so that's what's going on." But then, a moment later, what she said finally sank in, and his eyes widened in shock. "Wait a minute. Lin Fengmian? The previous Truk Long?" Tu Duong started pacing back and forth, completely agitated. No wonder he recognized me on sight and even knew the high-level code. But his age makes no sense. Seeing him just muttering to himself, Sumi had to ask, "What on earth are you talking about over there?" Tu Duong then laid out his theory. "When I started the game, I was at the Pangu Research Institute, and there was a really bizarre guy there. He wasn't a player," he explained, "but he was a member of the Public Security Bureau. The guy looked like he was barely in his 20s, but he claimed he'd been stuck in this instance for 30 years. This sparked a huge suspicion in both Thon Lam and Tu Duong. "You think that was Lin Fengmian?" she asked. "It's a strong possibility. Otherwise, a lot of things are really hard to explain." And suddenly, it all clicked for her. She understood his mysterious behavior. "So he was the one who gave you the riddle and told you to stay anonymous?" Tu Duong corrected her on a few points. "He gave me the riddle, true, but investigating was my own decision. My original plan was to operate from the shadows. Just observe how the situation develops, and then make my move when the time is right." Sumi couldn't hide her curiosity. "So, Brother Divine Mathematician, what exactly did you manage to find out?" "On the second day, I snuck into the city, infiltrated the prison where Mu Yun was being held, and then headed for the tower. That's when I found our leader getting ambushed, so I had to help." Hearing his recap, Thon Lam was absolutely floored. "What did you just say?" Tu Duong awkwardly repeated himself. "I said I saw you were in serious danger, and I couldn't just stand by and do nothing." But that wasn't what surprised Qing Lin. Not that last sentence. It was the one before it. "I paid a visit to the prison holding Duan Mu Yun, and that's when it clicked." She slammed her hand on the table. This was the key. All they needed was to get their hands on this scapegoat, Duan Mu Yun. With him, they could finally confront the city lord and expose his entire conspiracy to the public. But Sumi couldn't help but worry people were unpredictable. So what if Duan Mu Yun refuses to cooperate? Turns out, Qing Lin already had a way to persuade him. On the day of the execution, when they drag him to the chopping block, he can either cooperate or let the city lord take his head. He'll figure out what to say. The only real problem was breaking him out of that prison. After some back and forth, Sumi finally had an idea. "I've got it. Today, I'll go find Jin Gang. He's gathered some players, and their abilities might be exactly what we need." With the plan settled, they had to move fast. "Tell me everything about their abilities," Qing Lin demanded. "We have to draw up a plan immediately. Duan Mu Yun's execution is the day after tomorrow, which means we only have one day." "Right." Meanwhile, at a party elsewhere, the city's noblewomen were chatting away cheerfully. Both of them looked absolutely thrilled. "It's been so long since I've been to a banquet like this. The elite clans really need events like these. Suddenly, Helen appeared and joined their conversation. That's right, it's such a hassle not to be able to go out at night. And then her eyes began to glow a strange purple. Doesn't everyone here agree? And just like that, they were all officially under Helen's hypnotic spell. She's right. We absolutely cannot repair the steam core. The words repeated, empty. Absolutely cannot repair the steam core. It wasn't just them, every single person in that room had just lost their soul to her. With total control in her grasp, Helen let a wicked smile spread across her face. The entire upper district is in the palm of my hand. So, Security Bureau, how are you going to break this one? The question hung in the air like a direct challenge. At that moment, Tunobu was standing silently, leaning against a wall. Outside, heavy snow continued to fall, carried by an icy wind. He seemed to be waiting for something. Without warning, an electrical-like attack shot toward Tunobu. He frowned, dodging to the side. You still dare come here just to die? The person who just attacked Tunobu was none other than Qinglin. She appeared with a smile, aiming to distract him. Every time I come here, you're here. What a perfect little model guard dog. Provoked, Tunobu didn't hesitate for a second, drawing the sword from its sheath. He declared that, today, she would die. What followed was a classic cat-and-mouse chase, with Qinglin luring Tunobu far away from his post. All while Tu Yang's team watched from the shadows. The second Tunobu was out of sight, Tu Yang gave the signal. Step 1 of the prison break is to make the enemy think our target is still the energy tower, making them lower the prison's defenses. Backtrack to the night before. Before the mission started, Sumi and Qinglin had a serious talk. Sister Qing, she said, this all depends on you. Qinglin simply gave a slight nod. I know. Seeing the two disappear, Tu Yang and his crew emerged. The boss has made her move, he ordered. Let's hurry and get into the heat ducts. The three of them quickly opened a nearby duct cover, slipping inside and fumbling their way through the pipes. Tu Yang warned them, if you don't want to get fried by high-temperature steam, run now. We only have 20 minutes. After successfully infiltrating the prison, Sumi laid out the next step to Tu Yang. Step 2. Confirm a safe route. We have to guarantee Duan Muyun can escape this prison alive. Hey, Master Planner, are these heat ducts really a reliable escape route? He just grinned confidently, thumping his chest. Don't worry, these pipes branch out everywhere. By then, the three of them had reached a small staircase. Tu Yang looked up it and said, the prison is up there. Remember your mission. The other two answered in unison. Suddenly, he pulled a wine gourd from out of nowhere and started chugging it down like there was no tomorrow. Finally, a chance for a drink. I've been holding back for days. After finishing the bottle, Tu Yang's face was flushed. He was clearly drunk. He let out a slurred laugh. Ah, that's the stuff. Before passing out, he found a wall to lean on and mumbled to his crew, I'm gonna take a nap. Oh, and the guards up there? They're asleep too. You guys get a move on. The man in the suit turned to the bald guy and asked, he just got himself drunk? Is that seriously going to work? The bald man replied, we've come this far. You have to trust him. We've got to have faith. Just as planned, the two of them continued up the stairs and made their way into the cell blocks. The two prison guards were completely hammered, just like Tu Yang below. They kept mumbling, more, good wine. With step 2 done, Sumi's instructions for step 3 came through. Step 3. We have to go completely undetected by the guards for a set amount of time. That's the only way we can get him out. Tu Yang had raised his hand for this mission. Leave that part to me. And he meant it. Turns out, Tu Yang used a skill card during the infiltration called the Great Dream Immortal Art. He let out a massive yawn. Go on, drink up for me. Meanwhile, back with the two operatives, they were methodically searching every single cell. The bald one called out, find him yet? His partner replied, nothing on the left. After a tense search, they finally located Duan Muyun. Found him! Over here, the bald guy yelled. He immediately urged his partner in the vest. Hurry up and get this lock open. Annoyed, the man shot back. Don't rush me, don't rush me. The man in the vest then activated his wax transformation skill card, turning a part of his body into malleable wax and shaping his finger into a perfect key for the cell door. With the job done, he said, all right, the rest is on you. The bald man just nodded. Leave it to me. The bald man sat beside Duan Muyun and used his own special card, a scapegoat skill that creates a perfect, living reflection of a person. If this reflection takes a fatal blow, it simply shatters into pieces a crucial detail Sumi had already briefed them on. She had made it clear. The most important part is that we can't just let Duan Muyun disappear. Their entire plan was to make him testify against the city lord. If we want him to confront the lord, she'd continued, He can't just vanish without a trace. Otherwise, the entire Noongate execution would be postponed. Back inside the prison, the bald man had successfully created a puppet that looked exactly like Duan Muyun. We have to leave Duan Muyun's double behind, Sumi had instructed. Good thing I know a player with this exact skill. After completing the task, the man was exhausted and dripping with sweat. Finally, it's done, but his partner looked the double over with suspicion. This fake isn't waking up. Are you sure this won't be a problem? The bald guy was a little worried too, but he tried to play it cool. They'll just assume he was scared completely senseless. Whatever, let's just grab the real one. Escaping is what matters. With that, they hauled the real Duan Muyun out of the prison and back to Sumi. Now, she could begin the next phase of the plan. Meeting with Jin Teak. Jin Teak greeted her with a polite smile. Miss Bays, what did you wish to speak with me about? Sumi got straight to the point. During the Noongate execution tomorrow, I would like to invite you, Miss Jin Teak, to help us publicly expose the city lord. Hearing such an absurd proposal from Sumi, Jin Teak simply covered her mouth and laughed. Miss Bays, do you have any idea what you're saying? Even so, Sumi's will remained unshaken. She remembered the scene in the square and pressed forward. Yesterday at the Noongate, I saw many people from the Taiping gang waving flags and shouting. I'm certain Miss Jin Teak is on the same side of this fight as we are. Realizing Sumi was dead serious, Jin Teak's tone shifted. It's true, I have my issues with the city lord, but I know a little scheme like this isn't enough to take him down. Her voice grew heavy. If you anger him, it won't just be you and me. Her brow furrowed with extreme tension. The entire Taiping gang will be wiped out without a single survivor, but Sumi laid out her own perspective, revealing the true core of their plan. What if I can prove the city lord is lying? That he's hiding the real reason behind the energy tower incident? Hearing this, Jin Teak was completely baffled. That's impossible. Suddenly, the door was kicked wide open. Tu Yang stormed in, dragging a bound and gagged Duan Muyun behind him. Oh, it's possible. He then shoved Duan Muyun forward, right in front of Jin Teak. She was completely taken aback. This is Duan Muyun? You actually rescued him? Duan Muyun was shaking with fear as Tu Yang's voice echoed in the room. In order to survive, he will do whatever it takes to help us prove the city lord's words are all lies, Sumi added. To prove the elites don't care about the lives of the poor and ignite the people's fury. But Jin Teak saw the flaw and immediately shot it down. That's far too idealistic. The moment Duan Muyun appears, Qin Wu will just declare him an escaped fugitive and kill him on the spot. But just then, Yun Guo appeared from outside, assuring them that wouldn't be a problem. Yun Guo smiled with absolute confidence. That 4th grade gene warrior? You can leave him to me. Seeing him, Jin Teak's face lit up with a smile. Mr. Zulong, you've returned? She stood up to ask him, where is the Huiji Tong? Yun Guo replied, they're currently trapped inside the Pangu Research Institute. For now, they can't leave. Jin Teak frowned, asking worriedly, did something happen to the investigation team? What about the modification drug? Yun Guo remained calm, easily reassuring her. I got it. 2 different formulas for the 4th grade gene modification drug, he continued, adding the condition. But you must cooperate with our plan tomorrow. Only then will I hand them over to you. Yun Guo then explained everything to Jin Teak. Just as you said, trying to overthrow the city lord by simply stirring up the poor is too idealistic. That's why we hope you, as the gang leader, can contact the other elite factions. He pressed on, his gaze firm, even as Jin Teak's frown deepened. For example, Duan Mu Ming, who was framed, and all the other noble families that have been oppressed by the city lord. The lord has ruled for decades, which means he's accumulated decades of hatred. He gestured, laying out the final plan. With forces working together from the inside and out, overthrowing him is not impossible. Finally, Yun Guo's voice softened, trying to persuade her. I hope the gang leader will consider this carefully. This might just be your one and only opportunity. Jin Teak was visibly shaken, swallowing hard, but she was still composed enough to keep up her act. She knew that even if she refused, Mr. Truck Long would simply find another noble family to work with. Van Qua calmly replies that doing so would be far more troublesome, which is why he prefers to partner with her. Tuok was direct. I need leverage to convince those noble clans. Just as planned, Van Qua calmly produced a piece of paper and handed it to her. This is half of the formula for the gene-modifying drug. It should be plenty of leverage. Pleased, Tuok takes the paper, promising to give it her all. With that, she turns and leaves without a single glance back. As Qin Fang preps their transport to the upper district, Tumi can't help but ask once Tuok is gone, Brother Truk Long, is she trustworthy? Van Qua is confident. Don't worry, he assures them. Whatever she decides won't change the final outcome one bit. Hearing this, Tu Duong lights up. It's clear Van Qua already has a contingency plan in case she decides to betray them. Meanwhile, at the Taiping courtyard, Kim Ti Tuok's carriage rattles through the heavy snow on its journey. Chin Fang, driving the carriage, calls back to her. Miss, are we heading to Lord Duanmu's residence first? Inside, Ti Tuok unfurls a secret letter and gives a new command. No. We're going to the Protectorate's office first. The message is brief. I've heard much about you. Let's meet. It's signed simply, Hai Luan. A much more important invitation, Ti Tuok thinks. Before long, she arrives. Hai Luan sits regally, gently setting down her teacup. Miss Kim Ti Tuok, she says smoothly. I've heard so much about you. It's a pleasure to finally meet. Ti Tuok's response is serious. To my shame, I know nothing of you, Miss Hai Luan. Since when did Qinzhou's noble families include someone of your caliber? Hai Luan simply crosses her arms, her reply dodging the question entirely. Instead of my history, she says, I'm more interested in your choice of partners. Kim Ti Tuok's brow furrows in suspicion. Miss Hai Luan, just say what you mean. Hai Luan slowly rises and steps closer, lightly toying with Ti Tuok's hair as she delivers a cold threat. You're planning to use those outsiders to reclaim your noble status, aren't you? Miss Kim Lam Si. Ti Tuok's eyes go wide with shock. You. How do you possibly know my real name? Hai Luan just shrugs. That's not important. What is important is that I'm the one who can restore your noble status. Ti Tuok asks, what do you want? Without a shred of hesitation, Hai Luan lays out her terms. Betray them, and work with me, Kim Ti Tuok scoffs. And why would I betray my current allies for a promise you might not even keep? Hai Luan simply leans against the glass, speaking with absolute certainty. Because you have no real desire to overturn the order of Qinzhou. All you want is your noble power back. When that happens, they'll just be in your way. We, on the other hand, are the same kind. Kim Ti Tuok's lips tighten in thought. After a long moment, her eyes flash and she grins. You're right. They have the power of B-rank gene warriors. They are the true threat to Qinzhou's stability. Her objective achieved, a delighted Hai Luan walks over and pats her on the shoulder. I knew you would see reason, Miss Kim. Now then, let's discuss how to bury them for good. Meanwhile, back at Van Qua's meeting, he lays out their next move. The Pangu Research Institute has finally connected all the dots. After tomorrow's turmoil at the Meridian Gate is over, he declares, we must investigate the Blood Tax Bureau. Than Lam frowns, rubbing his temples. Memory fragments. A sleeping god, the city builder. This scenario is way more complex than I first thought. Van Qua offers some reassurance. At least our objective is crystal clear. First, we take down the city lord. Then, we claim the legacy of the city builder, the artificial god. Then we lead that artificial god to its source. And finally put an end to the night of the cold prison. With his hands on his hips, Than Lam turns his gaze toward Duan Muyun. The real key, he says, is whether we can use Duan Muyun to overthrow the city lord during tomorrow's public execution. Van Qua gently approaches Muyun, patting his shoulder. Do you remember what you have to say tomorrow? Muyun nods, his expression resolute. Yeah. The next morning, amidst a heavy blizzard, Duan Muyun is bound tight, waiting for the executioner's blade as a massive crowd gathers to watch. Gong Sun-ji loudly proclaims the charges. Duan Muyun neglected his duties, causing damage to the energy tower, which cut off heat to the lower districts. A catastrophe that resulted in hundreds of deaths. The old man clenches his fist, putting on a show of righteous fury. He bellows that even royalty must face the law. Today's execution, he cries, is to appease the souls of the innocent dead. He slams the execution order to the ground, and the guard beside him moves to obey. A single, cold stroke of the blade flashes down across Muyun's neck, but not a single drop of blood emerges from the wound. Instead, plumes of dark magic begin to rise from the cut. The crowd murmurs in confusion. Why isn't he bleeding? What's happening? Suddenly, a voice shouts from the crowd. Is that even a real person? The entire square erupts. It's a fake. The nobles are trying to trick us. Gong Sun-ji panics, desperately trying to calm the enraged and seething crowd. He announces to the crowd that he'll investigate Duan Muyun immediately, vowing he will not spare the mastermind behind the energy tower disaster. But just then, Lin Yun calmly steps forward, leading Duan Muyun by his side. He offers a slow, mocking clap, truly befitting the city lord, he says, to tell a lie with all the passionate fury of the truth. I'm impressed, truly. The crowd, who witnessed the entire play, is completely bewildered. Wait, isn't that Duan Muyun? Why is he over there? What's he implying? That the city lord lied? Gong Sun-ji scrambles to cover his tracks. Thank you for personally delivering Duan Muyun. We will certainly reward you. But inside, the old man's mind is racing. When did this kid even manage to get behind him? Why couldn't he sense his presence at all? Lin Yun just smirks, signaling to Duan Muyun as he gives a sarcastic reply. A reward won't be necessary. You were going to execute him anyway. Shouldn't you at least give him a chance for some last words? Hearing this, Gong Sun-ji gives a silent command to Qin Yu, who lunges to attack Duan Muyun. But Lin Yun is faster, drawing his ancient Yue sword to intercept. He effortlessly blocks Qin Yu's powerful strike. The contempt in Lin Yun's eyes is plain to see as he coldly taunts his opponent. Why is the city lord so afraid to let Duan Muyun reveal the truth about the energy tower incident? Weren't you the one who just loudly swore you wouldn't spare the mastermind? Gong Sun-ji shouts to change the subject. Qinzhou has its own rules, and it's not for an outsider to interfere. Qin Yu, get rid of this trash. Duan Muyun suddenly drops to his knees, screaming in agony. I was framed. The tower explosion was caused by a long-term steam overload. He slams his forehead into the ground, as if begging the lower city for forgiveness, confessing every last detail. The overload happened because the nobles were too busy partying all night. And worse, cutting the heat to the lower city was a decision made by the council itself. I was just a scapegoat. They chose to take the fall. The citizens erupt in absolute fury at this revelation. So they just see us as disposable pawns? We freeze to death while they're living it up? A blood debt must be paid in blood. Gong Sun-ji can no longer maintain his calm demeanor. His carefully constructed image shatters as he bellows, Qin Yu, kill that traitor now. Qin Yu unleashes an ice attack, but Lin Yun is more than ready. He activates Raging Blood, followed by the Blood Rage enhancement. The two opposing forces collide head-on, fighting for every inch. In the end, the two powers cancel each other out, creating a massive explosion that fills the air with smoke. Qin Yu is thrown back, barely managing to stay on his feet. But Lin Yun stands tall in the haze, mocking Gong Sun-ji. Why is the city lord in such a hurry to silence him? Could it be that everything Duan Muyun said was true? But the old man continues to deny everything. It's baseless. Nothing but slander and lies from a desperate criminal. Suddenly, a clear voice cuts through the noise. Is that so? It's Jin Tishan. She stands defiantly in the falling snow, challenging him. The upper city is lit up with feasts and music every single night. Did the city lord really think none of us could hear? Her words spark the memories of the surrounding citizens, and the whispers and murmurs begin to spread like wildfire. I've seen the lights from the upper city at night. I've heard the music from their banquets too. Seeing that public opinion is on her side, Jin Tishan points an accusing finger directly at Gong Sun-ji. Sacrificing the lower city to protect the upper city, are the lives of our people worth less than one of your lavish parties? Gong Sun-ji's brow furrows as he realizes she was the one pulling the strings from the shadows. Jin Tishan just smirks, victorious. Everything that was taken from me, she declares. I will take it all back with my own two hands. She raises her voice, starting a powerful chant. The lives of the lower city's people matter. We demand a say in the decisions of Qinzhou. The crowd enthusiastically joins in. We demand a say in Qinzhou's decisions. Our lives are lives, too. At the same time, a pair of feet quietly tries to retreat. Lin Yun reacts instantly, placing his sword at Qin Yu's neck and stopping him cold. I never said you could leave. Seeing that Qin Yu is no longer useful, Gong Sun-ji resorts to a different tactic. Guards, he screams. These rioters are trying to stage a rebellion. Suppress them for me. The guards obey, raising their weapons and surrounding the civilians. Qing Lin steps in front of Jin Tishan, shielding her. Jin Tishan can't help but ask, where are your people? We have to force the city lord to admit defeat right here. Just then, a familiar voice rings out. All guards, stop. The soldiers instinctively turn. It's Duan Muming. He strides forward confidently, giving a cold and clear command. Not a single guard is to lay a hand on any of these civilians. Gong Sun-ji is stunned, his eyes wide with disbelief. Duan Muming, as a noble yourself, are you joining this ridiculous farce? But Muming's reply is firm. This isn't just me. This is the unanimous decision reached after a full discussion with the Council of Elders. Abdicate, city lord. Appease the souls of those you let die. The crowd below surged, demanding he step down immediately. Step down. Gong Sun-ji's voice was low and dark. And if I do, how exactly does this little play of yours end? Jin Teek offered a perfectly rehearsed smile in response. I will join the Council of Elders, representing the lower city district, to ensure that everyone's rights are protected. The people around them erupted, chanting their support for the guildmaster. Gong Sun-ji arched an eyebrow. Just you alone? Jin Teek answered with absolute certainty. Only me. The old man then turned to Mu Ming. Is this the unanimous decision of the entire Council of Elders? His reply was just as resolute. It is the unanimous decision of the entire council. And with that, Gongsun-ji finally had to let go. He raised his hands, slowly removing the symbol of his authority. Gongsun-ji sank to his knees in anguish, placing the emblem of the city lord down with his final words. Then, let it be as you all wish. Seeing Gongsun-ji surrender, Yunguo immediately released Qinyu. He walked over to Jinteek's side, offering quiet praise. Well done. She replied humbly. This was all thanks to Mr. Zulong's brilliant strategy. A thought flashed through her mind. Thank you for your sacrifices, all so that I could return to the ruling class. It was done. A wave of victory washed over the crowd, their cheers echoing through the square. We won. We actually won. The Council of Elders finally has someone from the lower city district. At the same time, in Gongsun-ji's hall, the old man placed the city lord's seal and the key to the secret vault onto a tray, presenting it to Duan Muming. It is all here. Noticing Muming's hesitation, Gongsun-ji grew impatient for him. If you're going to force me into prison, then just do it. Muming took the two treasures, explaining politely, City Lord, you have served Qinzhou well. No one will pursue you for this minor error. You can rest easy and enjoy your retirement. Gongsun-ji said nothing, simply turning his back and walking away. Qinyu, we are leaving. One behind the other, the two walked straight and tall out of the hall, ignoring the snow that fell heavier and heavier outside. Jinteek watched their figures disappear, sighing to herself. Next, the benefits must be divided. The chaos will last at least through tonight. Then she turned her attention back to Yunguo. Mr. Zulong, would you like to return and rest first? He saw no reason to stay, bidding a polite farewell. Then I'll leave the city founder's inheritance and the outsiders to you, Guildmaster. Jinteek responded with equal courtesy. I will certainly handle it with my utmost effort. On the way back, Qinglin couldn't help but feel uneasy. Leaving everything in Jinteek's hands, will that be okay? Yunguo stated with confidence that it was their only option. He then explained calmly, I just proved that not even Qin Yu, a tier 4 variant warrior, could lay a hand on me. So, they only have one final card to play. Qinglin immediately understood the implication. Their final card. Are you referring to the artificial god? Yunguo nodded. Exactly. If Jinteek doesn't betray us, she will naturally help us find the artificial god. But if she does betray us, her only remaining move is to arrange for that artificial god to fight us. He concluded, no matter which path she chooses, it doesn't change the fact that we will see that local deity. So, whether Jinteek betrays them or not has no real impact on their plan. After handling all the immediate affairs, Jinteek finally found time to deliver documents to Yunguo. Here is all the research material on Pangu that you wanted. Yunguo took it, offering a compliment. I thought it would take the guildmaster much longer to seize power. I didn't expect you to be so fast. Jinteek tucked her hair back, replying humbly, You jest, sir. I'm still a long way from holding real power. She then went on to explain. The noble clans are still too busy fighting over their own influence. They have no time to worry about research materials, which is why I could get these so easily. A painful memory seemed to surface. Jinteek's mood soured as she added, Back when the noble clans abandoned the Pangu research, they definitely took some things with them. And using that as a basis, they began pouring massive resources into secret research projects. I secretly investigated the flow of their supplies, and from there, I found the location of their research facility. Yunguo cut to the heart of it, asking about the Blood Tax Bureau. Jinteek took out a cigarette, her expression grim as she lit it, taking a deep drag before she could continue. That's right. The Blood Tax Bureau has never publicly disclosed how it uses the blood tax, a process which consumes a huge amount of resources every year. It's like a monster, lurking there in the shadows, devouring the flesh and blood of the people, while also consuming the resources of those noble clans. Yunguo reassured her, Don't worry, I will help you deal with that monster. Jinteek looked up in surprise, then shyly thanked him. Then, I am truly grateful to you. After saying that, she nervously changed the subject. There is one more thing I need to ask of you, regarding the Tier 4 gene-altering drug. Yunguo had already guessed. For that, Duan Muming will bring me the remaining medicine cores. I will coordinate with him. A delighted Tituok accepted immediately. Then I will personally go with Lord Duanmu to prepare. Van Qua walked her to the door. Hurry now, we need to get to the Blood Tax Bureau. The moment she was gone, Tami let out a huge sigh of relief from behind him. Whew, brother, is the test over? Good thing Sister Jin is still on our side. But Van Qua just cracked a cold smile. Ha, quite the opposite. She just successfully sold us out. Tami froze, completely stunned. She stammered in utter confusion. What? How is that even possible? Sister Jin was clearly trying to help us find clues. Thon Lam stepped forward, patting Tumi's shoulder and explaining gently, "That's just for show. Don't listen to what she says, watch what she does. If she wasn't secretly working with the clans, that drug formula would have been her ultimate trump card. But instead, she just agreed to share the recipe for a tier 4 drug with Duan Mu Ming. That proves she's already found another partner besides us." With that settled, Van Qua went to find Tu Duong. He couldn't help but praise him. "Your prediction was spot on. Go find Kim Kang first." Seeing Tu Duong's confusion, Van Qua quickly explained, "After we go to the Blood Tax Bureau, the clans might attack the other players. You need to get them to safety in the heating tunnels to avoid unnecessary casualties." Tu Duong understood immediately and nodded. "I get it." Van Qua smirked, letting out a cold huff. "Let me take the bait first, then I'll smash every single one of these traps you've set." Back in his room that night, Van Qua opened several crates of glittering medicinal cores. He placed them around the statue of Lady Tam Shuyen Min Mao as a devout offering. "My lady, here are the remaining 700 medicinal cores." Suddenly, a powerful energy field began radiating from the statue. The field of energy slowly enveloped the entire space, seeping into every molecule in the air. In moments, Van Qua found himself pulled into an illusion created by Tam Zuyen Min Mao. She was lounging before him, casually praising him. "Well done, little one." A stunned Van Qua stammered, "My lady." Tam Suyen Min Mao just smirked. "What, you don't even recognize my voice?" Breaking into a sweat, Van Qua nervously tried to cover his shock. "Of course I do. I just never expected you to have such a majestic presence." The closer he looked at her, the more uneasy he felt. This oppressive aura was even stronger than the Eye of Calamity. A divine temple? Could this possibly be a natural disaster level threat? And that's all the time we have for this video. That was a quick summary of the story, so if you have any thoughts, drop them in the comment section below. Don't forget to leave a like, subscribe, and hit that notification bell for more awesome videos. For now, this is goodbye, and I'll see you in the next one. Peace out.